Chapter 41. Hert's Castle, Keep. Flora's scent was vexingly recognizable. The memory of it pointed nowhere, but its familiarity remained. "Who is she?" he asked Pieter. "I'm afraid I don't know, my lord, but she seems quite taken with you," said Pieter. She did indeed. Flora stared at Redmayne, wearing a starry-eyed smile. Irina smirked and looked away. Vela grinned from ear to ear. Radovid cleared his throat. "Shall we go inside?" Redmayne realized he'd lost track of the moment. He blinked, shook his head as if trying to clear a fog. "Aye." He led the coterie through the gatehouse and into the castle yard, which had been transformed into a wild garden. Flora let them pass by, and then followed, smiling and looking off into space as if she were recalling a pleasant dream. "What happened here?" said Redmayne. "I inquired of the folk in residence what fruits did please their palates most, that I might furnish them," said Flora. But the Flora speaking was not the one who met them at the gatehouse. The one who spoke sat at a table made of living tree branches, sipping a cup of hot tea. "If the sight doth displease the lord of the castle, I can remove these plants to another place," said a third Flora, who sat above them, on the limb of a tree to their right. Redmayne's eyes shifted from one Flora to the next, his eyebrows raised. The Floras were all looking at him, smiling identically. Then he noticed the place by the kennels, where he planted that seed. "Thine other half," the old crone called it. The spot was overgrown with bushes bearing fruits so blue they nearly glowed. There were 15 green flowers sprouting from these bushes, which had all bloomed, and the blooms were massive. Another Flora, who leaned against the trunk of a tree, noticed where Redmayne's eyes went, and the look of dawning comprehension on them. "Didst thou plant mine seed, Lord Redmayne?" she asked. He nodded slowly. Her smile brightened. She walked over to him, got up on her tiptoes, and placed a kiss on his cheek. "Then I thank thee for bringing me forth anew, and do pledge myself to thy service," she said. "I am called Flora, yet thou may choose another appellation for me, O fair and gracious lord." Her manner of speaking made Redmayne think she was teasing him, but that impression only lasted a moment. The way she looked up into his eyes told him she was serious. "Flora will do fine," he said. "As it please thee, my lord." She smiled up at Redmayne like a flower facing the sun. Redmayne gazed at her the way a wolf on a wintry night might peer through the trees at the inviting warmth of a campfire, as if he'd never seen such a thing. "I had a feeling them two were gonna like each other," said Vengarl. "Aye," said Valter. "Two odd ducks, birds of a feather." The hunter duo wore matching grins as they approached their comrades, carrying baskets heavily laden with bright blue fruit. "Magister's delight, we got plenty for everyone." Valter walked by, putting one in Redmayne's hand, then Radovid's, then Irina's. Vengarl gave one to Vela, took one out of the basket for himself. "Now hurry up and eat, we've got a sanctuary to fortify." Redmayne and the three others with fresh blue fruits in their hands stared at the hunters, confused, which made them laugh. Once it was all properly explained, Redmayne and the entire coterie got to snacking. The Magister's delight tasted sweet and sharp, like mint, and it dissolved in Redmayne's mouth. He barely had to chew it. It felt like motes of living ice trickling down his throat, filling up his gnosis, clearing his mind. Gnosis, 135. An enduring solution to his gnosis problem, at last. Perhaps she truly was his other half. They sat around one of Flora's root and vine tables, after she created enough seats for the whole group, and attended to them as they conferred about their plans for the sanctuary, serving food and drinks to round out their meal. Since there were 15 of her in various places between the castle yard and the kitchen, service was prompt, and she seemed to sincerely enjoy the act of waiting on them. For the most part, Redmayne let the coterie discuss which enhancements to the sanctuary would be best. They seemed to know the ins and outs of such things better than he did. He kept looking at Flora, and Flora kept looking at him, but mostly he occupied himself with the map screen, which he'd called forth and displayed over the tabletop in ghostly miniature. He recognized the same few points of blue light on the map as he'd seen last time. Hert's Castle was one of them, then Gull's Glut on the northwest coast, Barrow Keep high in the mountains of Asgoff, and the district of the city of Port Luck all the way in the south. Each of the three sanctuaries had grown, but theirs had grown the most. The domain surrounding Hert's Castle was the only one of the three with 2 zones added to its territory. Gull's Glut had 1, and Barrow Keep had none, though it looked like its sanctuary had been upgraded more than the others. Then there was Terracon. It sat unchanged, a bastion of blue on a lake of red. "I assume you know where the rest of these seals are located," Redmayne said to Pieter. "I most certainly do," said Pieter, with a note of eagerness in his voice. "Show me the nearest one." He moved the map around until Pieter stopped him. "To the north," said Pieter. Redmayne scrolled the map northward. Beyond Midva Forest lay the foothills of the Scala mountain range, which stretched all the way to the northern coast of Volos. From there, a chain of small islands stretched off the rocky shore to the northwest. His eyes fell upon one of the northernmost islands, and Pieter stopped him. "There," said Pieto. "That temple. The seal of the Sphinx lies within." The island was larger than its neighbors, but not by much. A single structure took up most of its landmass. It was difficult to see in detail, but the architecture resembled that of the church Pieto had awaited Redmayne in, back in Barograd. Redmayne wasn't familiar with the area. The map labeled the island chain Fangs of Frost. It was a high-level zone. "We have to find the quickest path," said Redmayne. "Whatever the path will be, my lord, it will wind through the Scala Mountains, which are the domain of House Yushchenko. They're uncouth, hardy folk who eke out a meager living in the high elevation. Most suspect they consort with pirates, as their domain includes the Northron shore, a place full of hidden coves and treacherous reefs." Redmayne examined the map for the quickest route to their domain. There was a branch from the Southron road out of Barograd, which wound around the foothills for dozens of miles before beginning a treacherous ascent up to the peaks. Not exactly a direct path, but it was the only one Redmayne saw. "If I may, we have a second option," said Pieter. Pieter had Redmayne scroll back down to the border between Midva Forest and the Scala Mountains. He indicated the place where the Bear River flowed from a cavern at the forest's edge, before winding its way through the woods and then behind Hert's Castle. "The underworld is not without its perils, but the long road has perils of its own. Passage to the mountains will be faster this way," said Pieter. Redmayne tilted his head. He moved the map upward to see if the Scala caverns constituted their own zone. They did, and it was also quite high level. The caverns had many exits. One emptied out into the lands of the Yushchenkos on a high mountain road, and a town called Rollo's Pass, which had a heavily fortified keep. Rollo's Pass was yet another choke point. Its bridge connected the Southron part of the road to the Northron part, making it the most direct path to the coast. From there, the road meandered down the mountainside, ending at a fishing village called Kenvik. Then he would have to traverse a short stretch of sea to reach the Fangs of Frost, where his final destination lay. "Making plans?" Walter asked, peering down at the map as he chewed on a piece of fruit. Redmayne glanced at him, nodded. "You may have assumed as much already, but I'm not the typical imbued." Walter laughed so hard he almost spit out the mouthful he was chewing on. "You assume right. My powers, my true powers, remain sealed away in various places. One seal broke in Barograd. The next one is here." He placed his finger on the Northron island, and everybody at the table looked. A few eyebrows went up. "Can you survive a zone that level?" asked Radovid. Because we cannot. Not yet, at least. I'll handle it on my own, said Redmayne. You decide with your coterie what you want to do. That prompted the group to take a look at the map together. Walter stroked his mustache, leaning over it with an elbow on the table. Irina's eyes flicked from zone to zone, noting their level ranges. Our levels are a bit mismatched, thanks to these two, she side-eyed Walter and Vengarl. Vengarl shrugged. Nothing some monster killing won't fix. Walter pointed at a cluster of zones adjacent to Midva Forest on the west side. The largest and lowest level was a vast stretch of farmland dotted with the homes of peasant farmers. The next zone over was a large lake, bracketed in by forest on its northern side and hills on the southern side. At the center of the farmland was a separate zone, demarcating a walled town with a keep, much like Barrowgrad, but a bit larger. How about here? Looks like it starts in the 30s. We can handle that. The lands of House Kiska, said Radovid, stroking his chin. He shook his head. Hard to imagine them becoming beastmen. Perhaps they haven't, and they're holed up in their keep with the gates closed and the drawbridge up, awaiting rescuers, said Irina. Walter chuckled. Wishful thinkin'. So we go west and Redhead goes north, said Vela, who nodded her approval, her lip curled in a grin. And we claim twice the zones in the same amount of time. I like it. And rescue innocents by clearing the blight, said Irina in a scolding tone. Yeah, that too, said Vela. Lucky we got us a monster who's marching under the wrong banner, eh? Vela's crass remark made Irina's eyebrows rise. She glanced at Redmayne to see if he looked offended. Redmayne stared at the map, unbothered. The system gave me the strength to free myself. I'll conquer this whole world if that's what it wants me to do, he said. His words made Radovid look uncomfortable for a moment. Redmayne knew that look, and it reminded him of someone. Where is that Magister, Helmold? He asked. Up in the keep like usual. He won't get off the Pharos, said Walter. Says he's conferring with the coteries in Gold's Glut and Asgoff, pulling down profession manuals from the Astral Librarium so he can do his tutelary duties with the folk we rescued from Midva, said Vengarl. Then he shrugged. Better he stays up there if you ask me. He ain't a fighter. He can mind the sanctuary while we're away, at least, said Walter. That would work well. Helmold and the strange girl Flora could manage this place and its mundane inhabitants, while he and the imbued claimed all the zones around Hare's Castle. The domain of House Redmayne could grow quickly indeed. Redmayne eyed one of the big baskets of Magister's Delight. I have preparations to make, he said. I'll be setting out as soon as they're done. Gnosis, 1235. It felt like enough. He could sit and eat Magister's Delight endlessly, but he didn't want to waste time. The next thing to do was create spawn. Not that he wanted to spy on the coterie. He simply wanted to be aware of what was happening. Also, he may be able to help them if they found themselves in a bind. He spawned 3 little birds and bid them to follow the coterie and not be too obvious about it. Then he spawned 3 more to send to Midva Forest and 3 to keep an eye on Helmold and Flora. There were already 3 in Barrowgrad, or genuinely 4, but Pieter ate one. The last spawn was a crow with red feathers and golden eyes to house the soul of Pieter. Corpus, 2000. Oh, I quite like it, he said, looking around with new eyes, his head darting from angle to angle in the manner of birds. So we can still communicate, said Redmayne. Good. Do you have a task for me, my lord? Yes, said Redmayne. Watch over the green-haired girl. Tell me what she does, what she's like. Pieter tried to laugh, but the sound came out a bit like clucking. I shall do as you bid, lord, he said, though there was amusement in his tone. Though it would be wise for you to leave me with Gnosis, so I may use my skills in the defense of this place, should such be required. Redmayne gave him 500. Gnosis, 735. Then he grabbed a few more baskets of Magister's Delight and scarfed them down as quickly as possible. Gnosis, 1,000. Redmayne set out from Heart's castle as the sun descended on the horizon. He followed the Bear River northward toward its source, the cavern at the edge of Midva Forest, which would take him down into the underworld. For the first leg of the journey, he used carnivorous metamorph to take flight, using the wings of the manticore, which were much stronger and better suited to bearing weight than those of the little bats and birds he'd inherited from the Gru. He also took the manticore's claws. They were thicker, sturdier, and sharper. On his hands they resembled 5 curved black daggers, and, more importantly than aesthetics, they did greater damage while retaining all the weapon qualities he'd eaten thus far. Weapon profile, claws, damage plus 20. Armor penetration, 8. Corpus damage over time on hit, rending, 4. Armor plus 4 while blocking, defensive, 2. Attacks damage up to 4 foes, cleaving, 3. The manticore's bite was also quite impressive, as was its scorpion-like tail. But Redmayne chose to keep the transformations minimal, unless necessity called for more. That beast had given him more than enough. The extra quality points from breaking the seal of the manticore alone put him on another level. Even if the coterie were all the same level as he, they still wouldn't measure up. Flying made quick work of the journey to the cavern entrance, and when he landed, he dismissed the manticore's wings, letting them dissolve into motes of gnosis as he made his way into the underworld. He could see in the darkness well enough, but as the path into the caverns grew deeper and darker, even his natural low-light vision grew poor, until he found himself in a series of caverns with natural skylights, which let in shafts of pale blue moonlight. The Bear River flowed through these caves at a somewhat calmer pace than the rapids above ground, and in the caverns with skylights there was tall green grass growing at the banks of the river, and bushes with violet leaves and scarlet flowers. When Redmayne entered the largest of these caverns, he found someone waiting for him. The man was clad all in white, and he sat against the carcass of an immense black bear. A fresh kill by the look of it. The body of the bear had not yet begun to smell of decay, and Redmayne would have smelled it from far away, even if his nose weren't especially keen. The bear was the size of a small house. Battle scars pocked and furrowed its fur all over. Redmayne felt a strange sense of familiarity looking at it. The figure in white stood and fixed Redmayne with an emotionless gaze. His skin was the color of bleached bone, and his eyes were pools of black ink. A few wisps of white hair trailed out from the hood of his cloak. All that white made him look like an apparition. He drew a slender, curved blade from the scabbard at his waist, and it shined in the moonlight like a mirror. Redmayne's eyes widened. He'd seen someone like this before, on a very important day. Sicarius Neonate. First Generation Imbued. Level 100. Chapter 42. Scala Caverns. Black Bear Cave. Redmayne quelled a stirring of panic. He wasn't truly level 55. Not anymore. Unlocking the seal of the manticore put him on this thing's level, or so the numbers suggested. He could fight it. Marked as prey. Blessing of Might. Rock Skin Gnosis. 980. Redmayne felt the gnosis flow into his muscles and harden his hide. The Sicarius fixed Redmayne with an unblinking gaze. It approached at a slow walk, the point of its sword held low and to the side, its other hand free. A stance which invited attack. Redmayne tested its reflexes. Flame Breath Gnosis, 960. A gout of flame shot from Redmayne's open maw. The Sicarius leapt to the side gracefully, arcing its jump so that it circled forward and moved laterally at the same time. There was a flash of silver. Redmane's eyes widened, and he ducked to his right. The Sicarius closed the distance in that one leap, slashed with such alacrity that Redmane didn't even register the sight of its sword moving, only the flash of moonlight glinting off its blade. He evaded with less than a heartbeat to spare, and the sword sheared off a lock of his hair and a corner of his weathered cloak. Redmane had a feeling that sword would hurt, and he didn't have much corpus at the moment. He hadn't anticipated a fight for his life so soon. But the fight was on him, so he fought with everything he had. But the Sicarius had an answer for everything, and it was fast. It kept up with Redmane's flurries of claws, sometimes weaving a defensive web of steel with its sword, sometimes evading so swiftly it left him clawing at empty air over and over. But it was having similar problems. Redmane caught its slashes and thrusts, sometimes barely, blocking with one claw only to counter with the other. This, too, was a game the Sicarius had more than a passing familiarity with. When it wasn't evading with the grace of a dancer, it would block his claw with its blade and riposte with a punch or a kick or a sword hand to the neck. The blows didn't do much harm, but they weren't meant to. Redmane pushed through them. His claws were defensive and he had rock skin up, so he leveraged that extra durability to make himself the focal point of their duel. The rock upon which the waves broke, over and over again. Unfortunately, this would do more damage to the rock than the waves on a long enough time frame. It hadn't touched him, but he hadn't touched it either. Perhaps it was time to risk a trade. Already they danced at inhuman speed, claws and blade slicing through night air, clanging as one blocked the other at the last instant, again and again. Every attack was a daring move, every parry a desperate effort. The Sicarius showed no emotion. It wasn't even breathing heavily. Redmane began to wonder if it even breathed at all. His eyes snapped to the Sicari's descending blade. It liked that move. It had used it several times now. Redmane chose now to make his trade. Instead of blocking, he caught it. The instant its blade touched Redmane's palm and drew blood, something inside him flared to life. A red-hot fury. The beast within. Rage-fueled might. Redmane saw red. Lion's Lunge Gnosis, 945. His left claw came down so fast the Sicarius couldn't even see it, let alone react. That claw came with double Redmane's might and double the armor penetration. It rent the Sicari's cloak, tunic, left shoulder, then the arm beneath. In one swipe, its whole left arm came off and fell to the tall grass with a thump. Then the enhanced impact of the skill knocked the Sicari's away, sent it tumbling through the grass. Bleeding. 4. Unfortunately, Redmane had lost his own right hand in doing so. The blade of the Sicarius sliced cleanly through it as if his rock skin were paper. What he had left was a wrist, half a palm, and half a thumb. Corpus, 1654. He knew that would hurt. But all considered, the trade looked like it favored him. Redmane glared at his half-severed hand, willed it to regenerate with an explosive splatter of blood. The Sicarius had rolled to its feet and was now looking down dispassionately at its severed right arm. It still held its sword in the other. Black blood flowed down its pristine white tunic and breeches. In a moment, it returned its soulless stare to Redmane and eased into a ready stance, the tip of its blade aimed squarely at its opponent. The ink-black ichor pouring from its wound didn't smell like any blood he'd ever smelled before, but it stirred bloodlust all the same. Redmane flew at the Sicarius with all the speed he could muster, plus the extra burst his skill afforded him, It blocked and evaded as competently as before, completely unfazed by the fact that it was missing a whole appendage. But the exchanges were closer. It was barely keeping up before. Now it came down to a hair's breadth. All he had to do was push just a little bit harder, flurry a little faster. Or perhaps there was another way. Redmayne began to notice patterns in the Sicari's attacks and defenses, of a sort one did not usually see. Highly trained fencers still adapted and improvised, still surprised an opponent with something they came up with to answer that opponent's particular style and level of aggression. Not this thing. Its overhand block was the same each time. Its turning sidestep was the same each time. There was an inflexible logic to its attacks, defenses, and movement. It blocked, parried, evaded, and countered as if consulting a chart in its head and answering with identical, pre-planned techniques. No wonder it didn't speak or show emotion. The Sicarius was merely a living machine. He charged behind a lattice of claw strikes, forcing the Sicarius to raise its guard like he knew it would. The Sicarius hopped to its right to reset and thrust forward, all according to its inner script. Redmayne's eyes narrowed. If he could make it repeat an entire sequence, he could land another blow. Just one more application of bleeding would give him a decisive advantage in speed. It would make the battle his. This time, Redmayne leapt away, making space it knew the Sicarius would close at a slow walk before swooping in for its turn on offense. They went through the paces again, a lightning-fast exchange of slashes and dodges, resulting in another net gain of 0 on either side of the ledger. Redmayne raced in behind a flurry of claws, just as he'd done a moment ago, and the Sicarius flickered and vanished. Flicker. It appeared behind Redmayne and ran him through. Corpus, 203. Redmayne coughed, and blood flowed from his mouth. He looked down and saw the shining blade sticking out of his chest, dripping bright red blood. A boot struck him in the back. At the same time, the sword slipped out of him. He fell face first onto the grass, dizzy and bloodied. But there was no time to just lay there. He rolled to the side, and death missed its mark. The Sicari's blade swept across the grass, shearing the foliage cleanly in half instead of the back of Redmayne's neck. He kept rolling, sprang backward to evade another slash by a hair's breadth, and the instant he had enough breathing room, he burned more gnosis. Shaman's Heal Corpus, 953 gnosis, 445. He felt better, but not much better. The expenditure was a snap decision. He should have spent more, perhaps, but he couldn't stop to consider it. He had to defend himself from a sequence of blindingly fast slashes and thrusts. The Sicarius kept advancing, corralling Redmayne's attempts to move laterally with horizontal slashes, keeping him backpedaling with thrusts that came terrifyingly close to finding their mark, again and again. Redmayne saw openings, but he second-guessed himself. If he leapt in, he might take another one of those vanishing backstabs, and he didn't think he'd survive the next one. At least, he wouldn't survive in any state he cared to exist in. No more helplessness. The thought of it raised his hackles, cleared his mind, gave him focus. A growl rumbled in the back of Redmayne's throat, even as he backpedaled, blocking and ducking the sword of the Sicarius. He could bring surprises, too. The Sicarius pressed forward without pity or remorse or fear. It pushed Redmayne right to the edge of the riverbank until his heels touched the water. It thrust at Redmayne's face, and Redmayne hit the floor face first, but not quite. Carnivorous Metamorph Gnosis, 435. Redmayne dropped to his hands, and the tail of the manticore struck the Sicarius square in the stomach. Venom, 5. It stared at the wound, the way the venom stained its white tunic purple, and for the first time, Redmayne noticed it emote. It frowned. Redmane lunged like a wolf. From all fours, he launched himself forward into his own non-stop offense. And now, the Sicarius was not only bleeding, but poisoned, its vitality slowly draining away, holding its own for the moment. But very soon, its ability to keep up with Redmane would be gone.
All he had to do was make sure the thing couldn't do anything but defend itself.
Flicker Redmane was ready for it this time. The instant he saw the Sicari's figure blur, he looked over his shoulder, turned his profile sideways, and struck the air with his tail. It landed perfectly. The Sicarius appeared on top of the tip of that tail. Venom, 10. Redmane wheeled around the rest of the way, leading with a wild claw. Bleeding, 8. Then another, bleeding, 12. And now it was over. Bloodlust lent him savage speed, even as venom drained the Sicarius ever so slightly, but enough to tip the scales and keep them tipped. Now its scripted defenses fell apart. Redmane knew what they were. He'd seen them. Only now they played out at a speed he could reliably catch. The Sicarius walked into claws, sidestepped too late, raised its guard too slow. Soon its white tunic was soaked all over in black blood. But no matter how drained, no matter how outmatched, its eyes shone like obsidian. Unflinching, all the way to the end. All the way to the point where a claw struck its arm in half, and all it could do was look down at its own sword in a lifeless hand. When Redmane pounced and gorged on its flesh, he found the taste familiar. Level up. Level 55 to level 56. Level 56 to level 57. Level 57 to level 58. Level 58 to level 59. Level 59 to level 60. Quality points awaiting allocation, 5.
Corpus, 2017. Gnosis, 772 divine flesh.
That was the flavor. There was no communion to be had this time, but such a thing was no longer necessary. Imbued skill learned. Flicker, rank 1. Evolution. Possible. Active. 50 Gnosis. The imbued utilizes this skill when it anticipates attack. After using Flicker, the next time the imbued is struck with a melee or close attack from a ranged weapon, it will be translocated behind its attacker. This skill synergizes with any other skills benefiting backstabs, flanking attacks, or otherwise acting from a position of stealth. Splendid! Here was a skill he could make use of. He turned his attention to the carcass of the great bear next. There was something familiar about it. Its scent, specifically. In a way, it smelled like the Sicarius, albeit faintly. His mind hot with hunger already, Redmane dove on the fallen bear and ate his fill. Corpus, 6,535. Gnosis, 1,009. So the bear was divine as well. Monster skill learned. Roar of the Elder rank 1. Evolution. Possible. Active 30. Gnosis. The roar of the great bear can shatter stone. The monster lets out a mighty roar, dealing physical damage, which ignores armor and evasion, to all creatures in close range. All creatures in close and medium range are at risk of being deafened. Redmane's eyebrows rose. He wanted to try this one immediately. He stood from the carcass of the bear, threw his head back, and roared so hard it shook the very stone. Gnosis, 979. These were fine treats indeed, but there was more. The Sicarius carried enchanted items. They lay on the ground next to the scraps of its corpse and clothes. Sicarius, sword. Curved sword, melee weapon. Weapon profile, damage plus 30. Evasion, negation 10, fast 5.
Spirit Touch, Godslayer 1. Vorpal, Godslayer 1.
Elegant curved sword with an opalescent color, wielded by the Sicarius. The blades of the Sicarius are forged from Numantian star steel, an alloy that can slay divine flesh. Godslayer's Oculus Talisman, neck, passive, allows the wearer to perceive incorporeal beings. Silver medallion inlaid with 9 gems, symbolizing the eyes of the 9. The 9 brook no insubordination from lesser gods. Their loyal blades find any recusant, no matter where they hide. Now these told the rest of the story. He had been here in a dream. The dream that overtook him when he'd eaten the corpse of a different Sicarius. The first one. And the Sicarius was a living machine, a first generation imbued, made of divine flesh. And Arik Morholt hadn't lied. The Sicarius here had comrades. One of them fell here, battling this bear. The body must have fallen into the river, only to be carried to its banks and deposited by the Morholts when they were out fishing. How remarkable that his freedom hinged on an event such as this. But it raised questions. Was the Sicarius waiting for Redmane specifically, or was it simply guarding this cave and would have attacked any intruder it came across? It didn't seem like the sort which would have answered questions, even if he'd spared it. He supposed he'd never know. Whatever the case, he had shiny new enchanted items to eat. Jarrell Craith watched the blue icon on the map wink out. He leaned forward on his desk and placed his chin on his steepled fingers, staring at its absence, and the other icon next to it. Redmane class, Hunter. Archetype, Beast Disciple. Faction, House Redmane. Level, 60. A level 60 Hunter prevailed over a level 100 Sicarius. It was as he'd guessed. It was as he'd feared. The blight had indeed originated in this area. By some error of the system, its perpetrator was now imbued, and it had returned to the scene of the crime, or else visited its fallen comrade for some other purpose. Clearly this Redmane and the bear demigod were allies, though the nature of their relationship was as yet unclear. Despite the loss of a neonate, Jarrell was pleased he'd posted it there. But that wasn't the important part. Jarrell had never seen a malfunction of this sort, never even heard of such a thing. But the proof was right in front of his face. High-level action was required. He rose from his chair, shoved open the door to his offices so hard the hinges almost broke. He had to speak to Messia Porcena at once. Chapter 43. Terracon, Tower Offices. Lar Tathfal heard a door bang open, and he knew precisely whose door it was. He hustled down the hallway toward Jarrell Craith's offices, intercepted him when he came around the corner. Lar smiled. A moment of your time, Praetor? Jarrell looked as stressed as was possible for his wooden face, which was to say, he contained it well. On the best day of his life and the worst day of his life, Jarrell Craith would look exactly alike to most people. But Lar knew the man well enough to see the set jaw, the tension at the corners of his eyes. Later, said Jarrell, who tried to step around Lar. I have urgent business with the governess. Concerning the imbued called Redmane, yes? Jarrell stopped walking. His eyes widened ever so slightly. Lar supposed even a stranger would notice the change. Perhaps the Praetor could emote after all. You knew about this? Lar smirked. Some things were brought to my attention, recently. He'd wrung out Helmold Brecht for every last drop of information he had. It was an enlightening report. A major anomaly in the system has occurred, said Jarrell. We must bring this to Messia's attention straight away. Is that what we have to do? Lar smiled. Jarrell gave him a deadpan look. Suppose you took this straight to her, said Lar.
What course would you then recommend? The immediate capture of the anomaly for purposes of study. Study. Lars' smile became a smirk. He knew without having to ask that Jarrell meant vivisection. That would not do at all. Redmayne was going to be his pawn. Being gutted like a fish and studied wouldn't serve his purposes much at all.
Well, allow me to make an alternate proposition, he continued. If we have indeed found the originator of this blight, perhaps the wisest course would be to begin by studying it from afar.
It's already beaten something nearly twice its level, said Jarrell. If we don't...
Lar raised a hand to halt him. Do we not possess force adequate to resolve any problem? Jarrell paused, nodded, albeit reluctantly. Then what do we lose by simply observing for a time? Clearly there are things about the people of this world we did not know, else the blight would not have taken us by surprise. Whatever develops, perhaps we should let it unfold before taking action. Jarrell's mouth twisted slightly. Lar knew he was trying to find a sensible objection. Lar knew how to stick a dagger in the argument's neck. Do you truly believe the system makes mistakes? Lar asked. Jarrell frowned. It took him a moment to answer. It does seem strange. Lar nodded, gave the Jarrell a reassuring smile, and placed his hand on the praetor's shoulder to usher him back toward his own offices. I believe we aren't seeing the portrait clearly yet. Let us wait and watch, so as not to disturb the painter, and then we shall proceed with our eyes wide open. Why not start by showing me what you saw just now? Lar Tathval knew he'd only bought a small amount of time. He'd have to make the most of it. Redmayne took his 5 points and put them in might. Might 45 to 50. He then consumed the Sicarius sword and the Godslayer's oculus, which left him with a decision to make. 3 weapon qualities: Fast 5, Spirit Touch 1, and Vorpal 1. He wasn't sure what Vorpal meant, but he guessed it had something to do with sharpness. The blade of the Sicarius was so keen he'd barely felt it when it ran him through, and he'd only noticed half his hand was gone when he saw his fingers fall off. He decided to feed Fast to his bite and the others to his claws. Weapon profile: Claws. Damage plus 30. Evasion negation 10, Fast 5. Corpus damage over time on hit, Rending 4. Armor plus 4 while blocking, Defensive 2. Attacks damage up to 4 foes, Cleaving 3. Spirit Touch, Godslayer 1. Vorpal, Godslayer 1. Bite damage plus 30. Armor penetration plus 8. Evasion negation 20. Fast 10. The list was getting a bit heavy on one side, but it was better that way. His claws were his main weapon. They also seemed to have lost their armor penetration value. He examined them. They looked as sharp as they had before, but their tips had a peculiar, almost blurry quality when they moved. It was a subtle thing, something one wouldn't have noticed unless they were looking carefully. Redmayne looked around for a rock. He found a suitably sized one near the riverbank. It was about the shape of a human head. He tossed it up and struck it on its way down. At first it felt like he'd missed. His claw just whipped through the air. But then 5 sections of rock landed at his feet, neatly sliced like a loaf of bread. Redmayne's eyebrows rose. This would do nicely. As for the Godslayer's oculus, he was supposed to be able to see spirits now. Something to look forward to, he supposed. Unless spirits didn't enjoy being observed. Fortunately, he had a solution for that as well. Perhaps he'd encounter some as he navigated the cavern system which led to Rollo's Pass. It lay before him, just as the sanctuary map had shown him earlier. He spent a goodly time attempting to memorize it, made 1 or 2 poor attempts at drawing it on paper, and then a better idea struck him. an idea he could now put into action. Spawn Corpus, 6035. He created 5 weasel-like spawn with good eyes for the dark, the better to cover ground quickly and navigate. They scampered off into the caves ahead, and Redmayne had a seat by the edge of the river while he waited and guided them. Shortly, the cavern branched into 2, the main river cave and an offshoot. He'd seen this part on the map. But then both of these caverns branched as well, and there was another offshoot from the river cave roughly a mile from the first. From there, it became complicated. Redmayne switched between the eyes of his 5 small scouts, changing their routes when he needed, making them double back when he recognized the cave he occupied wasn't the one he was looking for. The vision of a rodent was an unusual thing. Not quite like seeing the world in color, more like in shapes. The sort of hazy images one would see if they stared at something too long, and they could see the after image when they closed their eyes. But it would suffice. He also had keen noses to rely on, and there was a particular scent he was looking for. Well water. Pieter had explained it, told him what to look for. Deep beneath the town called Rollo's Pass, there was a well which had been built long ago by the Omeni civilization. Wherever the Bear River originated was likely near the aquifer which fed this well, which itself was supposed to be a temple of some kind. The temple lay at the bottom of this underground well, and its stairs wound all the way up to the place where Rollo's Pass had been built by the Stallman. Throughout the night, Redmayne made his way through the caverns, with his spawn scouting ahead to eliminate the routes he didn't want to take. He would move in what seemed like the correct direction, then stop and send out the spawn, then move again, always heading in the direction of the scent of well water. The journey gave Redmayne time to think. He had learned much, but it still felt as though he knew nothing. Great efforts had been taken to ensure he would never learn any of this. It was the Numantians, ultimately, whose actions led to his freedom, to his astral communion. It would seem as though these foreigners had done everything short of embracing him as one of their own and inviting him to dinner. So why had the Sicarius attacked him? There were a few possibilities, and they were all troubling. Judging by the reactions of the imbued, especially Helmold and Radovid, the system didn't accept things like him. They told him as much. And he'd come upon astral communion by happenstance, thanks to the actions of Arik Morholt. That Sicarius might have known exactly who he was and why he was there, and was lying in wait to eliminate him. Which presented the worst possibility of all. The Numantians were out to correct a mistake, and he had a traitor in his midst. The words of that old crone came back to him. A parting word of caution for thee. Not all who aid thee are thy allies, and not all who fight thee are thy foes. Now that he thought of it, he hadn't seen Helmold when he returned to the castle from Barograd. It seemed innocuous at the time, but perhaps he'd been hiding from him. Redmayne would have to have a one-on-one chat with Helmold Brecht when next he returned. In the darkness, it was difficult to tell how much time had passed. Perhaps the sun was coming out by now. He wouldn't be able to tell, this deep in the earth. Regardless, he eventually found the place where the cavern became something other than a natural fissure in the rock. It was one of his little scouts who found it. First, it was a flat, winding path, then a curving stairway, then an arch, and he stood upon a smooth stone floor. There were signs of life in here, remarkably, the scent of fresh food, of sweat on worn linen. He also smelled blood and rotting meat, and the distinctive scent of beastmen. Redmayne opened his real eyes and got to his feet. He had his spawn stand at the junctures he had to take, so he wouldn't make a wrong turn. Even having scouted ahead, it took a goodly time to traverse the maze of caves and find the staircase. No sooner did his foot touch the step, did the system notify him. You have entered Dungeon, Deepwell Monastery. Tasks: slay Almoner Blaj, slay Abbot Vasily,
Slay Samo, keeper of the well. Tasks completed, 0/3. Redmayne climbed the stairs, the stone cool and dank under his feet, and when he entered the monastery, his eyebrows rose. Torches lit the room in sconces on the wall. It was circular and quite large, and its centerpiece was an immense stone pool full of water that looked pitch black in the low light. The room had no ceiling. Instead, it stretched off into the darkness above, seeming to go on forever. There were doors on this level, and the foot of a stone staircase which appeared to wind all the way up to the surface, high above, in the peaks of the Scala Mountains. But right in front of him, against the curved wall, there was a giant scene engraved in the stone. A ruler, standing tall with a crown upon his head. His garb was strange. It didn't look like the style of Census Caralis or the people of his time. This seemed older. The ruler held a great hammer in his right hand. In his left, he held 2 chains. One chain led to a brutish, monstrous hound sitting at his feet. The other led to the neck of a beautiful woman, with pointed ears and long, wild hair. To the right and the left of this ruler, a throng of people were depicted kneeling before him. It wasn't stimulating any memories, but all the same, it was a compelling image. The scrape of a footstep wrenched his attention away from it. Someone was coming. More than one. 5 men, or 6. It was an easy mistake to make for the translators at the time. A hulking beast man came out of one of the doors to his right. His robes were stretched tight over distended muscle in the places they weren't simply ripped apart. Dried blood stained the corners of his mouth. "A profound doctrinal change, and you call it a mistranslation," said an equally brawny monk following behind. Another 5 followed suit. They hadn't seen him yet. Bringing up the rear was a beast man, head and shoulders taller than all of them, who listened to his brother's talk with a beatific smile on his feral face. Until he looked up and saw Redmayne, that is. Redmayne growled. The monk smiled, and his eyes blazed. Samo, keeper of the well. Monster type, corrupted. Level 85. Beastman monk. Monster type, corrupted. Level 80. "Brothers, it seems we have a guest," said Samo. Chapter 44. Scala Caverns, Deepwell Monastery. 4 more monks emerged from rooms adjoining the main chamber, drawn by the sound of Samo's voice. There were a total of 10 then, not including the keeper of the well himself. The monks were all at or around level 80. Their bodies were huge and freakishly muscled. Many had refashioned their ruined robes into kilts, and Redmayne didn't have to wonder what might have happened to those who hadn't transformed. The monks' faces and bodies were spattered with dried blood, and their claws were dirty with gore. Marked as prey. "Who might you be?" said Samo, in a tone that would be pleasant and conversational were it not so guttural. "Your executioner," said Redmayne. A number of beastmen broke out into guffaws. Samo smiled. "And what have we done to offend you, good sir? We are but simple holy men, attending the well." Redmayne shrugged. "I've only met you, and I find your existence offensive." The monks were fanning out quietly, 10 pairs of gleaming eyes fixed on Redmayne as he stood, still as a statue, facing down Samo. If he could best a level 100 Sicarius, he could best a level 80 Beastman. But there were a goodly number of them. It would be wise to use a skill, an equalizer, something to take away their numbers advantage, even if only for a moment. Fear aura came to mind first, but it wouldn't do. They may not be as strong as he was, but they were still much higher level. Fortunately, he had something new. Roar of the Elder Gnosis, 979. Redmayne's roar made the waters of the well ripple like an earthquake had just struck. It shook dust and debris loose from the walls, made a few pebbles skitter across the floor. It also made 10 beastmen flinch and slam their hands down onto their ears. Sammo flinched as well, though not as dramatically. The sound could nearly be seen by the naked eye, as if it were a physical wave of force. It was over in a breath. Many beastmen bled from the ears, visibly dazed. Redmane was already leaping over their heads to claw Sammo's head off. An action the Keeper of the Well answered with a serene smile. He melted into the floor. More specifically, a shadow upon the floor. In a heartbeat, he was gone, and Redmane landed in the spot he'd been a moment ago. 10 beastmen were turning to lunge at him simultaneously. Redmane did his utmost to avoid being trampled or piled down. His claws worked well for it, with their cleaving quality, but they weren't quite up to the task of fending them all off by themselves. Bloodlust made him fast, but it also made him greedy for a kill. But the monks were competent as a team. They blocked the wounded ones with their bodies, moved them to the back rank, encircled him from all sides. They protected each other and harried him, thwarting any plans he made. The huge monks crowded in over him, clawing and biting, grappling for him, threatening to pin him against the wall or the floor, or simply between the lot of them. It mattered not where they succeeded. All that mattered was making him immobile, so he could be eaten. Redmane understood that there were fates worse than death, as Pieta had said. He'd already experienced one. Even if he were immortal, he didn't want to find out what immortality looked like in the belly of a monster. A beastman leapt over the line of his fellows pressing in on Redmane, and he looked up and struck him from the air with flame breath. Gnosis, 959. He ducked through a gap between two of them to escape the press of bodies, took a claw across his back for his trouble. Corpus, 5550. Rage-fueled might made him whirl around for a counterattack, but it was the wrong time. As he turned, 2 more claws struck him, and a third beastman lunged for a grapple. Corpus, 4126. But there weren't many places to escape to, and his foes were fast. He snapped and clawed, threw them off him, leapt away before being cornered again. It made him think of the Gru. He was a fast eater, but 10 sets of jaws were inevitably faster than one. Redmane found himself cornered. Roar of the Elder Gnosis, 939. The wave of sound visibly pushed them back a bit, and they all clutched their ears for the second round. Flame Breath Gnosis, 919. Before they had a chance to move their hands, he hosed their faces down with fire. Now would be the time to make short work of them. He was just about to. But something caught his attention. Summon Envoy. The water in the well looked different. It was dark before, but now it was pitch black. A profound, unnatural darkness. The surface of the water began to bubble slowly. But in a moment, Redmane realized they weren't bubbles at all. They were tentacles arching up out of the depths, curling and then draping over the ledge of the well, one after another. And then the center of the pool swelled, and a mass of tenebrous matter emerged from it, the center from which all of the tentacles sprouted. Eyes opened all over the central mass and focused on Redmane. And then more tentacles than he could count shot at him like spears. Many stabbed, others grappled. Redmane leapt away from the first batch, glanced for the stairs. He broke out into a run and avoided another salvo, then vaulted up over one on his way to the staircase. But there were dozens more where that came from. They caught him in midair. 6 tentacles punctured his chest like arrows. 1 went through his trachea. Corpus, 3822. 3 grappled him, 1 around the neck, 1 around the right bicep, 1 around his middle. The beast within exulted as he used rage-fueled might to snap the first tentacle off with a jerk of his arm. But there were already 3 more on him. They began to pull in opposite directions. Redmane growled and resisted, his muscles twitching from the effort, heart thundering in his chest. Even with his might so high, he could do little but preserve a stalemate. He looked down at the pile of beastmen he'd left behind, saw Samo walk out of a shadow on the wall and raise his hands to the envoy. Shaman's Heal. His version of the skill mended the wounds of the whole group. For a moment, they were all enveloped in living shadows. When the shadows dissipated, they blinked their eyes, shook their heads to clear the daze, and stood to watch the envoy rip Redmane apart. "This one is tenacious," said Samo with a smile. "Mighty enough to resist even an envoy of the abyss. A shame he must be destroyed. I would normally be most curious about such a visitor." Redmane's nose curled as he bared his fangs, growling down at them. More shadowy tentacles lashed around his limbs, pulling in 4 directions, trying to quarter him. He aimed a gout of flame breath at its central mass. A cluster of its eyes closed where it impacted, and the flames appeared to pour over its body without effect. Gnosis, 899. No good. This stalemate had to be broken, fast, before Samo and his monks decided they were done watching and it was time to rejoin the battle. Rage-fueled might worked wonders, but it was so short-lived. Perhaps he could provoke one, though. "You think you've won," Redmane called out to the many-eyed entity, growling and struggling against the shadows restraining his arms. "Finish it, then." If it understood what he said, it gave no sign. Samo did understand, however, and he had a shrewd smile on his face. Perhaps he understood that his opponent was trying to bait a response. Evidently, he felt secure enough in his position to indulge Redmane, because he nodded at the thing. A dozen filaments of shadow pierced Redmane's chest and gut. Corpus, 2190, rage-fueled might. Redmane snapped the restraints on his arms and legs instantly. It felt like biting through his manacle back at Hard's castle. How fortunate to be able to relive such a moment of freedom yet again. Carnivorous metamorphnosis, 889. The wings of the manticore sprouted from his back, and he beat them downward the instant they appeared, sending him aloft rather than toward the ground. Tentacles shot for him. He slashed the first set to ribbons with 2 claws, flapped up higher to escape the next. Fortunately, there was much vertical space. Not that it would help him get the kill. But it did give him another moment to consider his dilemma. The envoy of the abyss was quite strong. Thus far, it appeared to be impervious to his attacks. He'd broken its tentacles, but more came to replace them instantly. The thing seemed to be formed from pure, dense gnosis of a sort he'd never encountered before. And then there was its summoner and his many minions. Samo didn't want to fight face-to-face, it seemed. Redmane supposed he wouldn't answer a challenge to do so either. He seemed a coward, content to hide behind others. If he attacked again, he imagined Samo would use that abyss walk skill a second time and vanish into the shadows, leaving him to deal with 10 hulking beastmen and a tenebrous tentacle monster at close range. Perhaps he could draw him away from his protectors. Redmane looked up. The stairs spiraled around and around the great shaft of the well, a cylinder of stone stretching up into the darkness. He flew upward, out of the reach of the envoy's tentacles, alighted on the stairs at the nearest landing, and ducked into a room. The quarters of a monk, it looked like. Spawn, 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 flicker, corpus, 1440, gnosis, 739. He made 5 red lizards, each about the size of his palm, each armed with enough gnosis for a single shot of flame breath. and had them skitter along the walls and ceiling so they were all aimed right at the door. Flicker would serve him well, in case his foe was faster off the mark. And then he stood there, waiting for the Keeper of the Well to abyss walk his way over here. For many long moments it was quiet. Redmayne stood still, listening intently for any sound below. There was none. Not even the scrape of footsteps ascending the stairs. If the beastmen were moving, they did so with great stealth. But the better possibility, the one Redmayne hoped for, was a surprise visit from Samo himself. Just as it occurred to Redmayne that Samo was unlikely to come through the front door, did a claw strike his back. Flicker. His vision blurred. He experienced a brief, gut-wrenching sensation, like being yanked through a hole too small for his body. And then he stood behind Samo, who had used Abyss Walk to enter the room from behind him. From his own shadow, perhaps. It was a simple thing to tell the lizards to turn around. Samo hadn't even noticed them yet. He was still perplexed at his opponent's sudden disappearance. Flame breath. Flame breath. Flame breath. Flame breath. Flame breath. His robes took flame. His hair and beard took flame. His flesh took flame. He accumulated 20 stacks of burning in one instant. Redmayne decided to make it 24. Flame breath gnosis, 719. Samo shrieked in alarm and ran out the door with his huge arms flailing, the whole of him engulfed in bright, golden flames. Redmayne couldn't see him from the front, but he imagined the Keeper of the Well was no longer smiling. But a realization startled him. The Keeper of the Well was running straight out the door at full speed. If he let him go, he'd tumble off the edge and likely fall down into the well itself, into the very arms of that thing he'd summoned. That would not do. He burst into a run. Chapter 45. Scala Caverns, Deepwell Monastery. Redmayne leapt through the doorway after Samo, the wings of the manticore unfurling behind him. Too late. The Keeper of the Well had already jumped from the edge of the stairs. Whether by accident or on purpose, he couldn't know. Not that it mattered. But now he fell toward the dark water below, and the many arms of his minion, his body sheathed in flames and trailing smoke. Redmayne would have to follow him. He ran to the edge, crouched like a diver, and shot straight down at the falling, burning beastman with his wings tucked in close. Redmayne's claws dug into the flesh of Samo's shoulders. Then he flapped his pinions back out at full strength to arrest their fall and lift them up again. It took 1, 2, 3 beats of his wings, and at the trough of their fall, the tentacles of the envoy reached up to snag Samo's ankles, to haul them both down, or at least drag its summoner to safety. It almost made it. Almost, but not quite. Redmayne could feel the fire bubbling the flesh of his hands. His bones fared better, hardened as they were by his consumption of copious amounts of metal. Samo flailed in his arms wheeling and feet kicking, but Redmayne's claws held firm, flying upward in a more or less straight line. It was hard to navigate with smoke stinging his eyes. Samo's subordinates, whom he had healed after the first thrashing Redmayne gave them, were barreling up the stairs toward them as fast as they could run, which, for beastmen of their level, was quite fast indeed. They bounded across 5 steps at a time, 10 steps at a time, some of them running on all fours. 10 sets of furious eyes trained on one spot in the center of the well. Him. Redmayne ascended higher, and since the monks were cross with him already, he began taking bites out of their leader. He started with the nape of the neck. It crunched under his jaws, and Samo went limp. Samo, Keeper of the Well, slain. Tasks completed, 1/3, level up. Level 60 to level 61. Level 61 to level 62. Level 62 to level 63. Quality points awaiting allocation. 3. He allocated the points as quickly as he could, between mouthfuls of burning flesh. Grace, 42 to 45. Monster skill learned. Summon Envoy. Channeling skill, Abyssal. Rank 1. Active, 50 Gnosis. The monster calls forth an envoy of the abyss from the depths of an abyssal well. The envoy may be commanded to defend the abyssal well, or the immediate area around it, relay a message to another abyssal well, or answer 3 of the summoner's questions. The answers given will always be correct within the envoy's knowledge. If the envoy being questioned does not know the answer to a question, it will answer unclear. This skill may be used once per full cycle of the tides. There would be time later to read that carefully. At the moment, he had more pressing concerns. An anguished monk leapt into the air to try and get at him. He nearly succeeded, but Redmayne buffeted him back with his wings just enough to make him fall. If he was lucky, the monk would fall into the water. In a few moments, there was a hard smack against damp stone. Not so fortunate. Redmayne looked down, noted that the envoy was no longer present. The death of its master must have sent it back from whence it came. Good to know, in case he had to go back down that way, but his enemies had been courteous enough to bring themselves close to him. Redmayne consumed a generous helping of Samo's flesh, tossed half of it on the staircase for later, and swooped down on the cluster of charging monks. Corpus, 3,565. Flame Breath Gnosis, 699. Some raised their arms to protect their heads from Redmayne's strafing fire. A few were too slow and took it full on the face. Redmayne flew past, circled around, and considered another pass, but decided against it. He'd rather get his claws wet. He bore down on them like a dragon and ripped into the front rank of the pack. This time they couldn't surround him. This time he had them funneled by the staircase. The only way to flank or encircle him would be to take flight, and it appeared he had the monopoly on that ability. And now that he could pay it some mind, he noticed just how splendid the vorpal quality was. His claws swept through robes, muscles, sinews, and bone, as if passing through empty air. An arc of space in front of him became the place beastmen came to be slashed to ribbons, effortlessly. Redmayne could almost hear the beast within howl in exultation as the scent of fresh blood surrounded him, painting the walls and the stairs, severed heads and limbs and shreds of viscera, hailing around him through showers of red. Bloodlust made him faster and faster and faster, an impossible blur of thought and motion. In the aftermath, Redmayne realized his claws may have become too efficient. He stood before a gore-slicked section of stairs, without much in the way of solid body parts to dine upon. And he didn't especially feel like crouching down and licking the stones. Best to carry on from here. But first, he went back to the system and reread the description of Summon Envoy. He supposed the abyssal well in question was the well from which it emerged, which would explain this whole strange structure, why it was so deep beneath the earth. The well wasn't simply a source of water. It was a source of magic. Potent magic, if the substance of the envoy's eldritch body were any indication. Redmayne peered down into the darkness at the bottom of the stairs. He could see the water. He was tempted to summon the envoy and ask it questions, but he didn't know what he ought to ask. It would be a shame to leave this place without at least trying, however. According to the description, the skill would only work here, or wherever else there happened to be an abyssal well. Redmayne stepped off the ledge and fell, thrust out his wings to catch the air and let him glide all the way back down to the bottom of the well. He alighted on its edge, folded in his wings, stepped up to the very edge of the water. Summon Envoy, Gnosis, 649.
The surface of the water bulged again as the spherical mass of the envoy's body slowly rose from it and sprouted eyes. Tentacles emerged from it like the roots of a tree. It mutely stared down at its summoner, its many appendages blending seamlessly with the surface of the black water. "I have questions," he said. "The envoy will answer." It spoke directly into his mind, the way Pieter did. Redmayne thought about what to ask it. He remembered the portrait of Sensis Keralis on the wall in his half-eaten castle. He remembered the story of Kral the Devourer. He remembered being called Little Redcap. He remembered being beaten and starved. Even now, he had trouble understanding it all. Redmayne stared down at the water, watching it ripple. Then he looked up at the envoy. "What am I?" "A broken thing. A shard of a shard."
"What do you mean?" asked Redmayne.
"A shard of what?" "A primordial god, betrayed by its progeny." "Can I become whole again?" "A thing once broken will never be the same." And just as quickly as it had appeared, the envoy of the abyss sank back down into the waters, which went perfectly still afterward. Redmayne stared. A thing once broken will never be the same. He supposed he knew that already. He'd suffered much.
But even when he lived with a chain on his ankle, in a cell 1/3 the size of this pool, he found that he wasn't one for introspection. Not usually. Better to keep the mind busy, better to stay in motion, even if one didn't have much freedom of movement to speak of. He hated the name Little Redcap. He had no fond feelings for some bygone king, Sensis Keralis. The tale of Kral the Devourer was, so far as he was concerned, a cautionary tale. It was all his story, and however ambivalent he might feel about it all, value could be plucked from each portion. He could wield the ruthless might and lordly grace of a king. He could know kindness and mercy, because Little Redcape received precious little. And he could know restraint, because Kral the Devourer brought suffering upon the whole world, and such a thing should not happen ever again, no matter how Pieter might feel about it. So it was good that he would never be the same. It would be better to evolve. Redmayne looked up into the blur of darkness, stretched out his wings, and took flight. The ascent felt interminable. The sheer size of this structure boggled the mind. It had to have been built with the assistance of magic. The stairs wound around and around the central shaft for what felt like a mile. Redmayne wondered if the effort of flying was even worth it, if he should dismiss his wings and simply walk. But that didn't look like it would be necessary. The haze of darkness above his head was clearing. After a seemingly interminable flight, he saw the final landing. The staircase terminated in a broad, flat entryway to a structure above, a great chapel by the look of it. Redmayne alighted on the landing and dismissed his wings, walking up into the early morning light. There was another short ascent up a few stairs, and he found himself in the chapel. It did not resemble the church Pieter and his cronies had hijacked, nor the one on the map, marking the location of the seal of the Sphinx. This one looked older. Redmayne couldn't explain how he knew this. He could simply tell, by looking around. But apart from the stonework and calligraphy, churches tended to be the same throughout time. There were pews with a walkway in between them, and a lectern at the end of the lane. Outside the windows, he saw homes and businesses crowded in by high stone walls. He'd made it to the town of Rollo's Pass, perhaps. But before he could go see, he'd have to attend to the two individuals in the church with him. They'd been praying when he entered the chapel, but the moment they sensed his presence, they turned and glared down at him with open hostility. Both were beastmen, of giant proportions. Redmayne thought they resembled grotesquely muscular versions of Walter and Vengarl,
one tall and lanky, the other short, round-bellied, and barrel-chested. They wore the robes of monks, similar to that of Samo and his recently deceased companions below. Almoner Blage, monster type, corrupted, level 80.
Blage was the tall, lanky one. His robes had seen better days, and the ashen color of his hair and beard was a near-perfect match to his chalky, pallid skin. Abbot Vasily, monster type, corrupted, level 80. Vasily was rotund and thick of limb. He wore no beard and kept his head shaved bald. This did nothing to hide the feral qualities of his face. "What is this?" said Blage, glaring. He spoke in a gravely raspy voice. "It came from—"
"How could it have evaded the keeper of the well?" said Blage.
"I killed the keeper of the well and ate his remains," said Redmayne. "Some of his remains, at least. I discarded the rest on the bloody stairs." Both their eyes widened in shock and anger. Redmayne grinned and stretched out his claws.
Chapter 46. Rollo's Pass, Priory of the Well Blage.
And Vasily charged at Redmayne from across the church, smashing aside pews and sending prayer books and votive candle holders hurtling through the air on their way. Redmayne broke out into a sprint, happy to meet them in the middle. Blage's stature gave him a monstrous stride length. He outpaced his stout comrade immediately, met Redmayne with a downward blow of his fist. For a beast his size, he was fast, deceptively so. Redmayne saw his hand come down, thought he had time to duck aside. He didn't. The blow launched him. He flew. For a moment he saw nothing but stars and a blurry suggestion of a room, and the hazy shapes of two large beastmen barreling toward him. It occurred to him that perhaps their level difference wasn't so significant. Either that, or they were both strong for their level. Redmayne fell to a crouch, spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked up, his eyes went wide, and he dove aside just before Vasily's charge blasted straight through the pillar. The building shook. Blage always had Redmayne within his reach, and he had ferocious speed to match that reach. Power enough to crack stone, smash furniture into splinters, send Redmayne. Blage's long arms were the first obstacle. If he could negate that advantage, he could accomplish everything else. It was time to bring equalizers into play. Carnivorous Metamorphnosis, 639. Out came the scorpion tail of the manticore. Blessing of Might Gnosis, 629. Gnosis poured into his muscles, filling them up with energy. With his movement speed enhanced, Redmayne found himself able to slip Blage's long punches and close the distance. But the giant was a canny boxer who knew how to take full advantage of his stature. Redmayne rushed in, and Blage angled out, his lead fist darting at Redmayne's head like a spear, a stabbing weapon with reach, a tool of area denial. Once he had Redmayne held out at that range again, down came the rear hand. Like a giant's hammer it fell, destroying whatever it touched. Redmayne prudently chose not to be in its path wherever it landed. While his comrade had Redmayne preoccupied, Vasily leapt up into the air and came crashing down like a boulder. Redmayne dove away again, before the impact shattered the furniture, cratered the floor, and kicked up a blast wave of dust, splinters, and flecks of masonry. Blage was already on his way back in to shield Vasily with punches. This time, Redmayne was faster. He dipped beneath a left hook from Blage, shredded Vasily's fat midsection with two claws and a sting from his tail on his way by. Bleeding, 8. Venom, 5. If he couldn't overpower them, he could whittle them away. He had the edge in speed. Now he set out to widen that edge until it became an insurmountable advantage. It would take some time, and patience, and focus. Bloodthirst made this easier and more difficult at the same time. With bloodthirst and blessing of might operating simultaneously, it was even worse.
His body, of its own volition, wanted to lunge in at every perceived opening. He had to check himself repeatedly, and when he scored more hits with his claws on Blazh's leg and Vasily's side, the bloodthirst intensified, literally. It made him wonder if the beast within was simply a metaphor for one's violent urges, or an actual presence which had inhabited him when he took the class evolution.
Questions for a later time. For now, his strategy was working. Redmane moved faster and faster thanks to bloodthirst, and the giants moved slower and slower thanks to venom. When he couldn't reach with his tail, venom breath covered the gap. Flame breath worked splendidly on sensitive places, like eyes. Burning, bleeding, and envenomed, Blazh and Vasily fought with increasing frustration and fury, and declining physical faculties. They didn't appear to have any special skills. If they were not using them. Evidently, these two prevailed on their teamwork and sheer physicality. They threw fists and feet, elbows and stomps. Vasily charged and leapt, always on the move, while Blazh pursued him with a doggedness untouched by the conditions Redmane was stacking on them both.
Redmane had to admit that all of this would have worked on a normal imbued, but he was far from normal. Blazh let out a roar of frustration, swung a wild left hand. It was slow enough to counter directly now, so Redmane chopped it off at the forearm. The giant bellowed in pain and looked at his stump. Blood spurted up from its artery. While he was doing that, Redmane swooped in low and slashed his leg off with the same claw. Vasily's eyes grew wide with shock and fury.
He too let out a bolstering cry and charged at Redmane. But without his partner to protect him before and after the explosive moment of impact, it was a simple thing to hamstring the stocky beastman as he passed. Redmane sidestepped the charge. Blood sprayed across the wall as his claw slashed open Vasily's leg. Vasily hobbled, growling, turned to face Redmane, who was already leaping in for the kill. Lion's Lunge Gnosis, 624. Powered by more than one skill, Redmane's claw impacted on Vasily's face with the same level of force the hefty beastman could deliver when he leapt and then fell like a boulder. The primary difference being the size of the object delivering said force. Vasily was huge. Redmane's claw, not as much, making the force all the more concentrated. Vasily's head exploded. Bits of bloody skull flew in every direction like shrapnel from a bomb. Brains painted the walls and the floor, and Redmane's already bloodied face. Vasily's freshly decapitated body dropped to its knees, then fell forward and made the floor shake one last time. Redmane noticed an eyeball had landed on his shoulder. He popped it in his mouth like a grape and chewed on it as he turned to attend to Blazh. The lanky giant stared at the remains of his comrade in terror. Those eyes shifted to Redmane as he approached, and the beastman growled. "Senseless beast," Blazh rasped. "Monster." "We're all monsters now, aren't we?" Redmane asked. "The only difference is, I was a monster before, and before that I was a cursed king, and before that I was a god. But the world is transformed, and once again, so am I," he added. Redmane crouched down so that he could be eye to eye with Blazh. He put his hand on the lanky giant's shoulder and grinned. "Now the outside reflects the inside, for all of us." Then he bit Blazh's throat out and feasted. Almoner Blazh slain Abbot, Vasily slain. Tasks completed, 3/3. Level up. Level 63 to level 64. Level 64 to level 65. Level 65 to level 66. Level 66 to level 67. Zone tasks completed. Zone, Deep Well. Monastery has been cleared. Level 67 to level 68. Level 68 to level 69. Quality points awaiting allocation, 6. This zone, Priory of the Well / Deep Well Monastery, will be integrated into the domain of House Redmane. Skill ranks up. Hunter's Mark. Common class. Skill rank 2. Evolution. Possible. Sustained. No gnosis cost. Rank 1. The imbued selects a single creature or type of creatures in an area to be marked as prey, which confers an advantage to the imbued when attacking and defending themselves from creatures thusly marked. One creature or creature type may be marked as prey at a time, and changing this designation requires a second use of the skill. Rank 2. The imbued may select a second single creature or type of creatures to be marked as prey, thereby conferring the benefits of Hunter's Mark to a greater number of creatures at the same time. If a creature targeted should possess both types, the imbued gains double the relevant attack and defense bonuses. Tracking. Common class skill. Rank 2. Evolution possible. Passive. Rank 1. The imbued is capable of following subjects through the wilderness, using the subtle physical signs of their passage and his higher senses as a hunter. Any corporeal being may be tracked, but a creature or creature type marked as prey by the Hunter's Mark ability is especially easy to follow. Rank 2. Extends the range with which the imbued is capable of perceiving beings marked as prey. Furthermore, if a single specimen is selected rather than a type, the imbued is capable of tracking this creature whether or not it leaves any physical sign of its passing. Flame Breath. Bloodline skill, monstrous, rock warg. Rank 2, evolution. Possible. Active, 25 gnosis. The monster belches forth a cone of fire. This attack has the following weapon profile. Damage plus 30. Armor penetration, 5. Evasion negation 10, spread 5. Corpus damage over time, burning 5. Greater ranks increase the dimensions of the cone and the damage and qualities of the fire. Corpus, 8,565. Redmane dined on the remains of Blaj and Vasily, and when it was done he consulted his system notifications and let out a low whistle of surprise. Hunter's Mark and tracking had finally evolved, at level 65. It made him stop and wonder about the pace with which the system usually doled out skills and skill ranks to normal imbued. No wonder Valter and Vengarl and their coterie looked at him with raised eyebrows sometimes. He took the points and placed them in fortitude so as to keep it close to the other two. It wouldn't do to have a quality fall behind anymore. They were all too important. Fortitude 40 to 46. And now he possessed a zone in the middle of another hostile zone. Right outside the door lay the town of Rollo's Pass. Redmane checked to see if he could call up the map here, now that this area belonged to House Redmane. Sure enough, he could. The Priory of the Well was a single blue structure surrounded by red. He could use this place as a base of operations while he cleared the town. And perhaps later, when some of the fancier functions of the sanctuary were unlocked, he could return to the Abyssal Well from Hertz Castle quickly if he wanted to ask the envoy something. But as Redmane watched the map, he noticed something was happening. The numbers and designations were flickering. Both Jarell Craith and Lar Tathfal leaned over the map of Volos as it stuttered. All of the zone tags that weren't yet blue, which was to say most of them, were in a state of flux. The monster type designation and level ranges were all changing rapidly, over and over. "What's it doing?" asked Lar. Jarell blinked his eyes, leaned in closer. "I'm not sure. It would appear that the system is attempting to reconcile a sudden change in data all over the continent."
Lar looked at him expectantly. Tyrell frowned. Well, you have eyes, don't you? Look. Lar smirked and placed his attention on the map. The Beastman designation was fracturing, becoming a category. In its place, new markers were appearing. The most common were mongrel and chimera, and the level of nearly every zone was ticking up rapidly. Tyrell's lips pressed together, tension at the corners of his eyes. I believe the blight is evolving.
Chapter 47. Hertz Castle. Keep Helmold Brechts. Attention went straight to the Pharos when it sounded, hoping it was the Decentis Lar Tathval. When he saw who it really was, he went pale for a moment. He straightened himself out before answering, took a deep breath, and answered with a smile. My Lord Redmayne, he said, how fares your journey? Even the ghostly image of Redmayne's gaze was unsettling. He looked at people the way a curious predator looks at a prey animal it just happened upon. A steady stare that gave one the feeling he was working out whether or not you were worth eating. I'm in the town of Rollo's Pass, said Redmayne, in a place called the Priory of the Well. I have not yet taken control of it, but this building is adjoined to the zone I last cleared. So I appear to be able to access sanctuary functions from here. How fortuitous. You will have a place of refuge should you need it, while you clear the town of monsters. Redmayne didn't say anything back. For a few long moments he stared at Helmold like a wolf. Again. I encountered something unusual on my way here, he finally said. He gave him a strained smile. Oh? Yes, a Sicarius. Helmold couldn't hide the way his eyes went slightly wide with recognition. Redmayne's own eyes narrowed in response. Know something about it? Redmayne asked. Merely that they are high-level servants of the colonial governess, and that they report directly to her praetor. Do you have any notion of why a Sicarius might attack me? Asked Redmayne. This time Helmold's eyes widened again, which made Redmayne tilt his head a bit, curiously. I cannot say. Perhaps it was posted to guard something, and ordered to waylay any trespasser. Was there anything of significance near where you encountered it? Again, Redmayne made him endure a long silence. He stared. How fares the coterie? He said. They departed in the morn, for the lands to the west, the Kiska domain, I do believe, said Helmold. Redmayne nodded. And how fare the folk in the castle? Well, indeed. Many have requested I imbue them with professions. I could do so, if you would permit me to purchase the necessary manuals with the sanctuary's store of gnosis. Do whatever you see fit with the sanctuary and the people. I leave their safety in your hands. The tone of Redmayne's voice was calm and steady as it ever was, but the way he looked at Helmold made the Magister suppress a shiver. It was plain to see. He was suspicious. Helmold fixed a smile onto his face and bowed. I shall. The spectre of Redmayne disappeared, and Helmold breathed out a heavy sigh. Why wasn't Lar Tathval answering his messages? Redmayne closed the Pharos, considered Helmold's reactions for a moment. He knew what a Sicarius was, but when he revealed what had taken place, the Magister had looked sincerely surprised. Perhaps he didn't have anything to do with it. All the same, it would be prudent to keep an eye on him. An eye the Magister didn't have to know was watching. But before he went back to his little birds in Hertz Castle, he closed his eyes and felt out through space for the ones he'd dispatched to follow Valter, Vengarl, Irina, Radovid, and Vela. Redmayne found them walking the western road from Barograd, their packs fully laden with supplies. Flora was with them, or, more accurately, one of the Floras was with them. The group chatted and bantered as they hiked along. He spent a short while listening, but they weren't discussing anything of note. So he let go of the eyes of his birds and directed his mind toward another. Ah, there you are, my lord, said Pieter. What has the woman called Flora been doing? Said Redmayne. Pieter laughed.
Well, she keeps herself quite busy, I must say. She personally constitutes half the kitchen staff. She tidies the barracks and keep daily. She plants fruits and vegetables with her magic, and I do believe she set out yesterday to Midva Forest, just after your imbued friends departed for their little adventure. Did she say why she was going into the forest?
Aye, she explained that the castle can't produce any more of her, so she's going to spread out a bit. Quite soon I expect most, if not all, of Midva Forest will resemble your castle yard, and there will be floras running about everywhere. I see. Redmayne chose to be content with that. If he asked any more questions, Pieter would chide him. Did you forget that we're of one mind, my lord? Pieter asked, amusement in his tone. Redmayne shut the door to the soul space. All appeared to be going well enough, for now. He looked outside the priory's windows. The pale of early morning began to wane as the sun cleared the mountaintops surrounding Rollo's Pass. But the town didn't sound as lively as it ought to have. The only noises he heard outside were the calling of crows, the clip-clop of hooves in the distance, and the occasional growl. Redmayne stood, cracked his neck, and walked out the front doors of the priory. You have entered Zone Rollo's Pass. Tasks.
Slay Fedor the Footpad.
Slay Acreman Barba. Slay Captain Solvay. Tasks completed. 0/3. Mountain air gusted by as he stepped onto the street, disturbing his hair and cloak. The air had a crisp, thin quality, thanks to the high elevation and proximity to the northern sea. The sky above was clear and cloudless, and it was pleasantly cool. But that's where the beauty of it ended. The air was crisp, yes, but it carried the scent of dried blood. The streets of Rollo's Pass were a charnel house. The windows and doors of homes and business were smashed and broken down. In the center of the street, an ox cart had lost a wheel, and its owner had left it there, most likely having fled for his life. Blood spatters and the body parts of humans and animals littered the street he stood upon. There were crows everywhere, perched on every chimney, rooftop, lamppost, and sign, feasting on the beastmen's leftovers in packs, quarreling with each other over the choicest morsels. Redmayne walked over to a pair of crows standing on a barrel. They were playing tug-of-war with a piece of bloody gristle. "It's mine! Mine! No, mine!" "Excuse me," said Redmayne. "I'm looking for especially large beastmen. Seen any of those?" The crows stopped immediately and looked up at Redmayne, their heads cocked curiously to the side. "The ape spoke," said one. "It's not an ape, it's a wolf ape," said the other. "Look at its claws." Redmayne raised an eyebrow. "Shall I repeat the question?" One of the crows hopped in place until it faced the intersection to the northeast of them. It pointed with its beak. "That way. There's a real big one. He's hanging around the building that smells like ox dung." Redmayne set off in that direction, the crows watching him curiously. No sooner did he reach the intersection and turn the corner did he come face to face with a new kind of beastmen. There were two of them, crouched over the carcass of a horse, tearing its guts out in greedy mouthfuls. They had the bodies of goats from the waist down and wolves from the waist up, and both had a set of thick, back-swept horns like mountain rams. The ruins of their peasant clothes remained on their bodies in stretched tatters. One of them heard Redmayne's footstep, and its head snapped up to see. Its pupils were slitted, and it tested the air with the forked tongue of a serpent. Common mongrel monster. Type, mongrel. Level 82. If this was a common mongrel, Redmayne wondered what an uncommon one looked like. It growl-hissed at Redmayne, which roused the attention of its neighbor. The two mongrels stood, bits of viscera dangling from their jaws, and stalked toward Redmayne with their bloodied claws held low, ready to lunge at a moment's notice the instant they sensed they were within range.
They weren't nearly as tall as Blaj and Vasily, but they were at least a head taller than the average beastman. Marked as prey. Flame breath gnosis, 624. The fire flinched them. It also applied burning. Burning, 5. Both mongrels yowled and swiped at their own greasy fur as it took flame. Redmane streaked in between them and ripped their guts out with one claw each. Bleeding, 4. On fire and desperately trying to hold their innards in with their hands while also trying to pat out the flames spreading across their hirsute bodies, they didn't put up much of a defense from there. Throughout the town, Redmane encountered these mongrels in packs of 2s and 3s. There weren't any common beastmen around at all. Perhaps they had been eaten by this stronger breed. Redmane couldn't tell from the body parts strewn all over the streets, since a common beastman looked much like a human. Whatever the reason, these beastmen were quite a bit more beast than the ones he had encountered thus far. Even Samo, Blaj, and Vasily looked human compared to them. There was another interesting detail. One that made the system tag mongrel make sense. No beastman he saw had one set of animal features. It was always a blend. The heads of wolves or bears, with horns or antlers, claws and taloned feet like a bird's, or cloven feet like an ox. Every mongrel was just that. Redmane took to the rooftops between bouts with the mongrels, running and leaping from roof to roof in search of more prey on his way toward the building that smelled like oxen. He gained a goodly sum of experience doing this, despite the ease with which he could dispatch them, and a generous helping of corpus to go with it. Corpus, 12,657. Level up. Level 69 to level 70. Level 70 to level 71. Quality points awaiting allocation, 2. Redmane considered it a moment, gave the points to Grace rather than Fortitude. Grace, 45 to 47. They would likely both reach 50 soon. He crouched on the corner of a rooftop, looking out over the town when he saw the building he was looking for. It was a general-purpose stables, one side for horses, one side for oxen, both facing a central corral. At this distance it was difficult to make out details, but it appeared that most of the beasts had been haphazardly slaughtered and eaten on the spot. But no sooner did he see it, did he hear the shriek of a little girl, and it came from the house he happened to be standing on. Redmane leapt off the roof, kicked down the front door of the house, and rushed inside. There was a girl of perhaps 10 or 11 years crouched behind an overturned table, with mousy brown hair, freckles over her nose, and panicked hazel eyes wide as dinner plates. A little mongrel advanced on her, no larger than she was. But he had horns and claws. His mane of black hair grew all the way down his back and over his shoulders like a mantle. It hung over his eyes, completely hiding them. All one could see was a nose and a maw of gleaming, sharp teeth. "Get back in the cupboard, Bartosz! Get back!" the girl was shouting at him. But the grinning beast child advanced on her anyway. The girl's eyes darted to Redmane, and her eyes went even wilder with fear. Redmane understood the situation immediately. This child beastman was her relation. Brother, probably. He'd been turned, and she hadn't. A glance at the cupboard, which looked as if it had been closed and barricaded, and he'd broken the barricade open, told him the rest. It took him a moment to figure out what he could do, besides eating this girl's brother in front of her. That seemed unkind. Bartosz stalked closer to his sister, and she screamed again. And then the solution came to him. Chapter 48. Rollo's Pass. House. Dirge of the Devourer. Gnosis, 619. Redmane began a chant in a sonorous voice. He sang a song older than the line of the Stallman kings, a song once sung to pacify the beast within, to offer praise to the primordial gods of forgotten antiquity.
He didn't remember the song from his former lives, however. The words and their meanings were imprinted on the skill itself, which he'd eaten.
Today it made Bartosz stop and sway in place, as if he suddenly found himself sleepy. Then he turned around and gazed up at Redmayne. Hidden behind that mop of black hair were a pair of beady, transfixed eyes. The girl was also transfixed, not for any supernatural reason, simply from the strangeness of this sudden intruder. He sang the dirge for a few minutes, until he was certain the child beastman was pacified. Then he had a look at the skill description to make sure he understood what to do from there. Dirge of the Devourer, monster type, corrupted, beastman, rank 1, evolution, possible, sustained, 5 gnosis per quarter hour. The monster initiates a droning chant in the ancient language of Kral, forefather of all beastmen. Beastmen of a lower level than the user of the skill, who are within earshot of the dirge when it begins, find themselves enthralled by the song and are drawn toward its sound and held to rapt attention by it. For every quarter hour the dirge is performed, enthralled beastmen will be at the absolute command of the caster for 1 full day. Though the minds and temperaments of beastmen are ill-suited to tasks unrelated to fighting or hunting prey. Furthermore, the dirge does not impart knowledge of skills the enthralled beastmen would otherwise be unfamiliar with. Ones of the skill have a cumulative effect. If a monster encounters a group of beastmen influenced by the dirge of another monster, they may freely command them if the original caster is absent or otherwise indisposed. Redmayne looked past the enthralled beast boy to the girl hiding behind the table. "Is this your brother?" he asked. The girl nodded slowly, her eyes wide. Redmayne crouched down in front of his new thrall. "Protect your sister," he said. Bartosz slowly nodded. "Ah, there's a good lad." That solved one part of the problem. The other part would be the uncountable number of roving mongrels beyond their door, which he'd kicked down a moment ago. There was one safe place, however. Redmayne beckoned the girl. "It's safe now. He's docile." The girl didn't budge at first, but Redmayne waited patiently. After a few long moments, she slowly emerged from behind her cover, trembling, and stiffly approached the two of them. "What's your name?" asked Redmayne. "Franziska," she said in a shaky voice. "Well met, Franziska," Redmayne spoke slowly in a reassuring tone. "I'm going to take you and your brother to a safe place. I need you to stay there until I've slain all the monsters in this town. All right?" She swallowed hard and slowly nodded. "Very good. I'll carry you both over there." Bartosz did not complain about being picked up. Franziska went stiff with fear again, but this was to be expected. Redmayne walked out of the house with the two children clinging to him and took to the rooftops again, making his way back to the Priory of the Well. He walked back into the church, set down Bartosz and then Franziska. The girl looked around the devastated church, her eyes a bit wild. "What happened in here?" "There were 2 huge beastmen who were unhappy to see me," said Redmayne. "I had to eat them." Her eyes went wide. "Eat them?" Redmayne grinned and nodded. Her look of fear made him reconsider his reaction. He frowned and crouched down to eye level with her. "What's your favorite kind of animal, Franziska?" She blinked, thought about it. "Cats?" "Very well." He produced a small forest cat with red fur and yellow eyes. And while he was thinking about it, he gave the cat a few defensive features. Skills bestowed: Stock Shaman's Heel, Dirge of the Devourer, Roar of the Elder, Fire Breath. Corpus bestowed: 1,000 Gnosis. Bestowed: 200. Corpus: 11,657 Gnosis, 419. "This is your cat now," he told her. "Give him a name."
If her eyes were wide before, it seemed they would pop out of her head now.
What?
Bartosz walked up to the cat, plopped down next to it, and petted between its ears. The cat closed his eyes, straightened his back so that it could rub its head against the beast boy's hand. The girl, Franziska, watched this mutely for a few moments, as transfixed as Bartosz had been when he'd heard the dirge. "Go on," said Redmayne. "Your cat needs a name." Franziska chewed her lip, staring at the cat. She seemed to note the color of his fur. "Rusty."
Very well. Rusty is your protector now too. You look after him, and he'll look after you. He could also use Rusty to keep a close eye on them when he was away, but she didn't need to know that part yet. Redmayne looked around the church. There were rows of wide-open windows facing the street outside. It wouldn't do to let them be seen by passing packs of mongrels, whether this place was secure or not, so he found a room adjoining this prayer hall to have them wait in. He told Franziska he'd bring food if he could find some, reassured her that Bartosz would be all right for now, and turned to leave. She caught the hem of his cloak just as he did. "Why are you helping us?" she asked. He paused, smiled wryly down at her. "I've been afraid before, too. It isn't any fun, is it?" Franziska frowned and shook her head no. "I'm here to take care of the monsters. Your brother will do as I command, and I commanded him to look after you. You two play with Rusty until I return, all right?" She nodded slowly, and 2 big tears formed at the corners of her eyes. Redmayne gave her a pat on the head. "Be good," he said. Just then, by design, Rusty came over and rubbed himself against her leg. She looked down at the cat, smiled a strained smile, and wiped her eyes before reaching out to pet it. Since Rusty had wandered away from Bartosz to see Franziska, Bartosz got up and joined them. Except, instead of the cat, he petted his sister's hair. Franziska broke out into tears and threw her arms around Bartosz, who looked confused. The distraction gave Redmayne an opening to slip out of the church. He broke into a run, leapt onto rooftop after rooftop, and quickly returned to the corral the crows had pointed out to him. Once he was near, he dropped down onto the street and walked through its broken gates, which had been knocked open and bent nearly in half by something large that had been travelling fast. No sooner did Redmayne enter the corral did he see the foe awaiting him. Ackerman Barber Monster. Type Mongrel, Abyss Touched. Level 90. Barber was larger than any beastman he'd yet seen. Taller even than those giants Pieter used to guard his hijacked church in Berograd. The Ackerman sat at the opposite end of the corral, against a pile of rubble which used to be a structure of some kind, picking his teeth with the tip of a claw. All around him, the half-eaten carcasses of horses and oxen lay strewn across the corral. Barber's fur was white from head to toe, except where it was stained with dried blood. He had cloven feet like a bull, with a great paunch and equally thick arms, ending in clawed hands. His head appeared to be half swine, half bull. 2 long horns curved forward from his temples, and he had a boar-like snout and tusks. Strangest of all were the eyes. The eyes of many beasts were black, but Barber's were darker, a deep, profound darkness. Redmayne considered greeting Barber, but he doubted he possessed powers of speech. The way the mongrel glowered and grunted at him seemed to confirm that. Barber rose to his feet ponderously, and a long shadow fell over Redmayne as he blocked out the sun. Blessing of Might Gnosis, 409. Redmayne broke out into a sprint, headed straight for Barber's left leg. He used the skill primarily for the boost of speed it provided. He felt it would serve him well against one so huge. At first glance, it seemed he was right. The instant Redmayne was within reach, he rent Barber's calf with a claw on his way by. The giant mongrel snorted in frustration and stomped the ground, making it shake.
Redmayne lost his footing for a moment, long enough for Barba to turn and swat the ground as if he were a bug that needed flattening. The ground shook yet again. Redmayne leapt in response, carved open Barba's snout, and sheared the tip off one of his tusks. Barba flinched, squealing in pain, and swatted the air blindly. He missed, but the size of his hand produced a gust of wind that blew Redmayne's hair and cloak back. These new beastmen didn't seem so bad. Not much of an upgrade. Perhaps there would be more, further evolutions. If that were the case, Redmayne would have to take advantage of these weak ones while he could.
Barba swung his hands, stomped his feet, charged across the corral, wrecking what was left of it when he collided with the stables on either side. He leapt up into the air to bomb the ground with his own mass, the way Vasily had. Only Barba was half again as massive. His leap attacks sent great clouds of dust up into the air, as if a bomb had truly detonated.
Redmayne stayed a step ahead of all this. More than a step. With bloodlust and blessing of might, he was more than a match for Barba in speed. The only thing he had to worry about was the sheer area of impact when his palm struck the ground, or when a stomp landed next to him, or when he took to the sky to flatten a full half of the corral.
He quickly realized he'd have to whittle him down, however. Claw after claw landed, stacking up bleeding to an impressive degree, and yet Barba still came at Redmayne as if he were fresh. Redmayne considered bringing other weapons into play, such as fire, such as venom. But just as he began to consider these things, an opportunity presented itself. Barba stomped the spot Redmayne occupied just a moment ago. But then his leg faltered, because it had been slashed a goodly number of times, and now bled profusely. The giant mongrel wobbled on his feet, and then tipped over and fell on his face. Redmayne saw red. He snarled and leapt for Barba's face. A claw took out his right eye, and a sizable chunk of his head to go along with it. Barba's shriek of pain startled crows from their perches all over the town. Redmayne landed, broke out into a sprint immediately to attack again. And Barba fixed him with the baleful gaze of his one remaining eye, an eye touched by the abyss. Submerge. Even as Redmayne charged, Barba lifted one huge palm up above his head. A mass of black gnosis gathered in it, and just as Redmayne was about to leap in again, the giant mongrel slapped that magic-infused palm on the ground, which spread the darkness everywhere. The whole world went black. It felt like being immersed in cold water, but thicker, like tar or molasses. A fluid surrounded him, slowing down his movements, though it wasn't suffocating him. He could breathe, but he couldn't see, and he had the vague sense that he was sinking. You have entered abyss, depth 0. Warning: abyssal travel is hazardous to the imbued. Chapter 49. The Abyss. Redmayne sank into nothingness. He moved his arms as if to swim upward, and his hands indeed felt substance resisting them, as they would if one were truly under water. But if he were moving, he could not tell. There was no visible surface above, nor bottom below. After a time he gave up wasting energy and floated in place. Trying to think his way through the problem, Barba used a skill which resembled the magic of Samo, the keeper of the well. His system tag classified him as abyss-touched. This was likely to be related to the abyssal well in close proximity then. Samo melded into the shadows as if they were water. Using that trick more than twice didn't work out for the Beastman, but it at least gave Redmayne a concept of what had happened to him, where he might be. He could be down in the well itself, or in some space connected to it. Perhaps he had aquatic traits in his carnivorous metamorph library, the better to move about in this environment. But before he closed his eyes to go looking, he heard something. A distant voice calling out to him. Redmayne's first instinct was to walk toward it, and, to his surprise,
When he attempted to do so, he found solid ground under his feet. He looked down and saw his footsteps creating shimmering ripples, as if he were walking on a solid surface an inch beneath the water.
The sound of the voice drew closer, though he couldn't make out what was being said. It was an old woman's voice, he thought. It was vaguely familiar. When her figure emerged out of the dark, he knew why. It was the old crone he'd met at Herod's castle. "Well met, Lord of Hunger," said the crone. "You," she smiled crookedly. "Thou findest thyself in the abyss, I see. This is good. This is auspicious." "I was fighting a monster," said Redmayne. "It used some kind of skill which sent me here." "Dost thou wish to return and complete thy heroic toil?" Redmayne thought she was using the word heroic loosely, but he nodded all the same. "Very well. But first thou shouldst be made aware of the useful functions of this place. Thou art the owner of an abyssal well now, after all. That beast above possessed not the wit to know you. Too soon he will know his own folly instead." The crone smiled and turned away from him. And the moment she began walking, the abyss changed. There was still pitch-black water beneath their feet, or what looked to be water, but over their heads a vast field of stars appeared. It gave light to the abyss, revealed that it stretched off into infinity in every direction. Small ripples of water still emanated from their feet, but across the vastness of its otherwise still surface, the abyss reflected the stars above like a mirror. "What is this place?" said Redmayne. "The ground of being," said the crone. "The beginning and the end of all things. In this place, the barriers that divide and distinguish do weaken. Things may be discarded here, or joined." The crone stopped, turned, and touched Redmayne's chest. His eyebrows rose in surprise as a small constellation of glowing nodes emerged from his body. He recognized these things intuitively. They were his skills. Devourer sat at the center. Branching off to the right were his imbued skills. To the left were the skills he had consumed from monsters. Above this tree were two smaller clusters. One represented the catalog of animal traits surrounding carnivorous metamorph, and the other were the special qualities of his natural armor, claws, and bite. "Within this place thou hast the power to shed skills which serve thee not, and feed them to skills thou wishest to empower," said the crone. "Similar skills may also be conjoined to create something new." "I see," said Redmayne. He found that he could use his mind to move the nodes around. He examined them one by one. He had many skills now, but he didn't see any that he wouldn't like to keep at the moment. Each one had served him well at one point or another. But she said they could be conjoined. He wanted to see what that would look like. He took Blessing of Might and moved it onto Rock's skin to see what would happen. Might of Umber, Bloodline Skill, Monstrous, Beastman, Rank 1, Evolution Possible. Body Enhancement, Sustained, 20 Gnosis per 30 seconds. The monster places the Might of Umber condition on itself or a nearby ally, which bestows the following enhancements: +10 Might, +10 Grace, +10 Fortitude, +10 Armor, +10 Evasion. Enhanced Movement Speed, Immunity to Fear Effects, Enhanced Fire Resistance, Damage Ablation, 50. Creatures under the effect of Might of Umber cannot engage in stealth, combat with ranged weapons, unless they are thrown, or invoke skills which require complex gestures or incantations. Caution: damage ablation may be eliminated if a creature attacks the same target on the monster's body repeatedly. Remarkable. Redmayne concentrated on this combination, felt the two skills dissolve and meld into each other. Skills consumed: Blessing of Might, Rock Skin. New skill learned: Might of Umber Rank 1, Evolution,
possible.
Thou may return whensoever thou desires, to empower or synthesize the skills thou dost acquire upon thy journey, said the crone. Redmayne nodded, albeit a bit distractedly. His mind was busy playing with all the possibilities. A brief review of his skills made him confident that he didn't need to discard any right now, though he was curious how potent a skill would be if he sacrificed another to empower it. But this would be an experiment for later. It would be a shame to sacrifice a skill only to find himself in a situation where it would have come in handy. He looked at the crone. How did you know I would be here? How are you here at all? She let out a low, cackling laugh. 'Tis merely my role, to know and to make preparations. Preparations for what? The crone didn't answer. Instead, she smiled and turned to lead him onward. Come. He followed her in silence for a while, taking in the view, running through a list of questions in his mind. Why were you at the castle that night? What was that seed you gave me? Why are you helping me now? The crone side-eyed him over her shoulder, gave him a knowing smile. The Numantians deem themselves higher beings, she said. But, in sooth, they are akin to any conqueror from distant realms. They bring their own undoing with them, wheresoever they may go. All we needs must do is exploit it. She gestured up at the sky, and it changed. The view zoomed in on one star in particular. Redmayne's head spun at how fast the image seemed to move. It began here, said the crone, pointing to the star. As for what began there, she did not say, but a line of pale blue, like a trail through the void, drew itself between the star and its closest neighbor. Another line formed between the star and its next closest neighbor. Again and again this happened, until the central star was the nexus of several glowing roads through space. Astral highways, so they are named. Bridges twixt realms. Their contrivance forged Numantia into the empire it is now. Worlds rejoiced to become a part of it, if only they knew their fate. The first road changed color, from blue to red. The star it connected to went out, and the road faded to gray. This happened again to the next closest star, and the next one. All while the central star, Numantia, continued building astral highways to worlds farther and farther away, at a greater rate of speed. And as it did so, the intensity of its glow grew brighter and brighter. What's happening? Said Redmayne. What are you showing me? The fate of all worlds touched by Numantia. Death. Barren wastes. Tomb worlds, all. The Numantians approach in peace. As colonists they do arrive. Yet verily they come but to consume the gnosis of whole worlds. They are devourers. Redmayne looked at the crone, and she grinned back at him. Something clicked into place. The look on her face, the knowing quality of it. How better to fight a devourer than with a devourer, she said. Redmayne shook his head. Speak sense. If I am their foe, if I pose them a threat, then why did their own system free me from my shackles? The crone laughed. Ah, the answer to that question will be most interesting, I expect. In truth, I know not, but an old woman may speculate. Speculate, then, for it makes no sense to me. The crone stared up at Numantia for a short while, watching the nexus of the astral highways pulse with power, growing brighter and brighter. If I were to venture mine best guess, I would say the system they wrought is no longer under their sway. And they desire not that the people should know it. Either that, or it simply is not omniscient, as they claim it to be. A third possibility is that the system doth desire its own destruction, and in thee hath it found a worthy destroyer. Whate'er the cause, it hath bestowed upon us the key to preventing our doom.
Then the crone grinned at him again and added, "But not without a touch of persuasion." Redmayne raised an eyebrow at her.
"Yeah, I have been making ready for this season, awaiting the dotage of aged Abram Morholt for his progeny to take flight from him, so that his young nephew Eric would be the sole one remaining at the castle with sense about him.
And I hath been tending to a small cult that doth gather in Midva forest to pursue their banned religious rites, ensuring they did recall the proper words to the ancient song. I hath minded the cave of the great black bear to ensure he kept up his oath. And I hath clung to a special seed for safekeeping." His eyes slowly widened as she confessed these things to him.
"Who are you?"
Again, she didn't answer. She had a maddening habit of not answering questions. Instead, the crone just stared at him, smiling. He thought he saw a tear form at the corner of her wrinkled eye.
"I ne'er thought thou wouldst resemble him so much,"
she said, and her voice shook a bit. Then the crone reached out and touched him with her fingertip, and the world turned upside down. Darkness enveloped him again. He tumbled through it at speed, though it was impossible to tell down from up. And then he... Chapter 50. Scala Caverns, Deepwell Monastery. Redmayne took a few deep breaths, and then one long one, inhaling slowly, filling his lungs all the way up with air. Then he dove back down into the water. The abyssal well had no bottom he could see. Not that he could see anything in water this dark to begin with. It occurred to him, as he swam, that he didn't know how to return to the abyss at all. He had no skill for it. But perhaps it was simply a matter of swimming deep enough. He closed his eyes and checked through his carnivorous metamorph library to see if he had gills. He did not. The grue of Midva forest hadn't eaten any fish, it seemed. Frustration couldn't keep him breathing, unfortunately. Even lungs as mighty as his eventually found their limit. Redmayne swam to the surface and once again broke up out of the water, gasping for breath. Why had she looked at him that way? She'd been making preparations? For this? He growled, slapped the wet stone of the well's rim. Next time he'd get some straight answers. If there would be a next time. Redmayne hauled himself out of the water and sat on the edge of the well, dripping, wet hair plastered to his face and neck, his cloak heavy with water. He rested his chin on his fist and took a moment to digest everything that had just transpired, tried to make sense of it all. The Numantians were not here to spread their civilization. They were here to consume all of the magic in this world, as they had done with countless worlds before. And when Volos died, the astral highway would close, and that would be that. But if that were the case, why build a city like Terracon? Why go to the trouble of spreading their culture? Why give the natives astral communion and make them imbued? There were a few possibilities. 1. Perhaps the work of draining an entire world of its magic took a long time, and required the cooperation of the unwitting natives, at least in part. 2. The imbued, and any other converts, could be taken away from this world before its draining, willingly or otherwise, along with anything else of value. He considered the Sicarius. The system called it a first-generation imbued, but it wasn't a human. It acted like a dead thing, an automaton given unnatural life by magic. Was such the fate of all imbued? Redmayne didn't care how bright Numantia shined. If they tried it, he'd rip their city down with his bare hands. The crone had revealed much to him, but it felt like she'd left him with more questions than answers. He vented a frustrated breath out his nostrils, stood, and brought forth the wings of the manticore. Carnivorous metamorph. Gnosis, 399. Flying straight up was a strenuous activity, a perfect way to let off steam. The feeling of ascending, in defiance of the pull of the earth below, was also quite gratifying.
Redmayne glowered up into the darkness above as he climbed. The force that set him free was the same that would destroy him. Its actions were inscrutable. It was, as the crone said, the system could be uncaring, it could be flawed, or it could be deliberately self-destructive. He knew not.
First, he had to find the truth of it. Then he could decide who lived and who died. Redmayne flew all the way to the landing at the top of the Deepwell Monastery's immense staircase, entered the priory, and marched right past two confused children and the red cat they were playing with, his wet feet and dripping cloak leaving a trail of puddles behind him. Outdoors once again, he noted that the day had progressed. It was well after noontime now, and on its way toward the horizon, the sun painted the west sides of the buildings in yellow, darkening to orange, and the east sides in long shadows. Redmayne skipped roof hopping in favor of flight this time. He found Acreman Barba in much the same condition as he'd left him, except this time he had visitors.
Barba had crawled to the back of his corral, a dark trail of blood staining the sand. His ankle was still a ruin, as was the side of his face. Overall, he looked to be feeling quite sorry for himself. But he didn't have time to pout, because there were a number of other mongrels in the corral with him. Drawn by the scent of blood, they had come to try having a bite of Barba's bleeding flesh while he was still alive. There were 4 of them, each with a different mix of animal features, each with bone-white fur from head to toe and deeply dark eyes. Mongrel Thug Monster. Type, Mongrel. Abyss touched. Level 90. And then there was the leader of their little pack. This one wore a tanned leather vest, the only garment to have survived his sudden change in size. The rest hung on his body in tatters. He had the head of an opossum and wickedly long claws. Like his mates, he was white as chalk all over.
Fedor, the footpad monster.
Type, Mongrel. Abyss touched. Level 92. Fedor was trying to get a bite at Barba's face. The Acreman kept batting him away with one hand, groaning in pain and frustration, while trying to shove and strike at all the others at the same time. His already wounded body collected more and more bite and scratch marks. It would only be a matter of time until he'd bled too much to put up a fight anymore, and then he would be their dinner. Except he wouldn't. They would all be Redmayne's dinner. Stalk. He alighted on the wreckage of the corral's roof, his presence hidden by Gnosis. And then he carefully crept up close to the group, to the point where the edge of the roof he perched upon was directly above Barba, Fedor, and all 4 of his cronies. Roar of the elder 5 mongrels, and one huge mongrel, screamed in pain and slammed their hands onto their ears at the same time. Lion's lunge. Redmayne pounced at Barba like he'd been shot from a cannon, leading with an overhead claw. He was badly wounded already, and had been harried down to the end of his strength. Best to finish him first, before the others could rob him of his kill. The claw struck the precise center of Barba's forehead, between the horns, just above the snout. It blasted his head wide open, spraying blood, flesh, brains, and bits of skull all over everyone. Acreman. Barba slain. Tasks completed. 1/3. Level up. Level 71 to 72. Level 72 to 73. Level 73 to 74. Quality points awaiting allocation, 3. He'd handle that later. Right now he had mongrels to slaughter. But they had recovered from their brief disorientation. The roar damaged them, but not enough for a kill. Abyss walk, abyss walk, abyss walk, abyss walk, abyss walk. They all vanished into their own shadows. And worse than that, he couldn't sense them with tracking. They were gone from the world. Until they weren't. Suddenly, 5 presences reappeared in different places around him. The nearest was right on top of him. Underneath him, to be precise, in his own shadow. Redmayne wheeled around in time to see a furry white hand reaching up out of his own unnaturally dark shadow. It snapped closed around his ankle and tried to drag him into the abyss. One trip there today was enough for today. Flame breath gnosis, 319. The mongrel made a valiant effort to hold on, even while its hand, wrist, and forearm burst into flames, the flesh splitting and bubbling and the fur smoking. Redmayne didn't know if the fire would penetrate into the abyss itself. He couldn't see. But the mongrel let go regardless. Redmayne flapped out his wings and took flight, just as 3 more pairs of hands reached for him from different shadows nearby. He directed the stream of flame breath at those as well, and they all retreated into the abyss again. There was another moment where the presences of Fedor and his mongrels vanished, and again they resurfaced in different places. Only now he'd taken to the air. So, for the moment at least, he did not appear to be in danger of being dragged back into the abyss. But the situation presented a novel problem. As far as Redmayne could recall, he hadn't been hunted by a pack before. And this abyss walk skill was enough of a nuisance when it was just Samo using it. Now there were 5 of them, moving in complete safety from one attempted ambush point to the next. Redmayne could feel their presences disappearing and reappearing as they followed the path of his flight. They hunted as a group. They moved together. But they didn't seem especially intelligent. There was a solution for this, certainly. Redmayne spotted something, just as he had that thought. A squat rectangular stone building behind the blacksmith shop, which was little more than a shed. It would be cramped in there, and perfectly dark. He picked up speed and swooped down toward it, feeling himself gain distance from the 5 abyss-walking mongrels. But that distance wouldn't last. He'd have to prepare quickly. Redmayne landed, banished his wings, hauled open the door, and slammed it behind him, leaving him in darkness. The room was full of tools, he thought. It smelled like iron and leather and stale oil. He brought forth the manticore's venomous tail and activated skills as quickly as he could. Carnivorous Metamorph, Flicker Gnosis, 269. They had momentarily lost sight of him, or so he suspected, but they would likely know he was in here. They would at least send someone to check. Even better, Fedor sent 4 someones. Redmayne felt their presences the instant they appeared. Roar of the Elder. Roar of the Elder. Roar of the Elder. Gnosis, 169. He didn't give them a chance to get away. Roar after roar made their eyeballs vibrate, their eardrums rupture. It shook their brains around in their skulls violently. They bled from the ear and eye sockets, frozen in pain, heavily damaged. They could retreat back into the abyss as quickly as they had appeared, but it mattered little if they bled out in this world or that one. With the minions dealt with, all that remained was their master. And he was here, in the room, waiting. Redmayne stood still, trusting Flicker to foil his ambush. There was a screeching roar as Fedor barreled out of the shadows behind him, raking down with a huge claw. Flicker Redmayne let the skill pull him through space. He appeared behind Fedor, stung with the tail of the manticore, slashed with his claws as fast as his muscles would permit. Unlike Samo, he survived. But in retrospect, Samo had it worse. Fedor wheeled around nearly as fast as Redmayne had disappeared, and it seemed the mongrel was in the mood for an earnest exchange of blows. He ate everything Redmayne threw at him, and threw back his own flurry of claws, not even pausing to register the pain of his own injuries. Redmayne took the blows without attempting to evade, since he was in the middle of his own attack, and he had corpus to spare. Corpus, 9,658.
Redmayne noted with some surprise that Fedor's first instinct was not to retreat. Instead, he fought like a cornered animal, which is what he was. A move worthy of respect. Fedor snorted and lifted his claws, the way a boxer might square up with his opponent in the ring. It appeared that even if he'd lost his powers of speech in the transformation to a mongrel, vestiges of his humanity remained. Redmayne nodded, grinning, and raised his claws to mirror him.
Chapter 51. Rollo's Pass. Blacksmith. Redmayne and Fyodor ripped into each other, and blood, flesh, and fur sprayed all over the inside of the shed. He couldn't see it well, but he could tell by the stench that the entire interior of this room was painted with blood. Redmayne felt his heart thundering faster and faster against his ribcage, his muscles hot and his skin slicked with blood as his claws became a blur of slashing death. He felt Fedor's claws ripping his own body apart at the same time. A race to the grave at maximum speed. Even in the dark, he could see the gleam of bloodthirst in Fedor's beady eyes, and he understood it all too well. Unfortunately for the mongrel, Redmayne's bloodlust was on another level.
A claw across the face spun Fedor around, and he fell to the dirt floor. But before Redmayne could pursue, the mongrel began to meld into the darkness. Abyss walk. Not this time. Redmayne snarled and leapt onto him, even as the mongrel faded through his own shadow and into the abyss. They tumbled in the dark, grappling, clawing, and biting at each other, falling into one shadow and out of another, this one cast from the wall of a nearby shop. It deposited them onto the ground in the midst of a savage grapple, several buildings away from where they started, but neither paid attention. They were too busy trying to rip each other's guts out. Corpus notifications flew by in Redmayne's mind, and he paid no attention to them. Why hadn't he reduced this thing to a red paste yet? Why wasn't bloodlust making him faster? Redmayne realized something. Fedor was flesh and blood, or so it seemed. But he had no bleeding stacks on him, despite how many claws he'd simply taken with no thought to defense. Actually, now that he was paying closer attention, Redmayne felt the effect of bloodlust flickering on and off every few moments. Fedor's possum-like face was twisted in a feral snarl as he ravaged Redmayne with a non-stop flurry of claws. He didn't look like he was consciously activating a skill. Whatever it was passive. Redmayne shoved him back, blasted him with fire breath, and when Fedor shrieked and covered his face with his arms, instinctively falling back into his own shadow for another abyss walk, Redmayne lunged and grabbed hold of him around the middle. And again, they whirled through the abyss and appeared somewhere else. They were on a balcony now, overlooking the town's keep and the stone bridge across the gorge. The house of a nobleman, it might have been. Rollo's Pass stood at the edge of a canyon so deep it was difficult to see the bottom. Redmayne got a better view than he'd have asked for, since Fedor pushed him out of the shadow and pinned him against the balcony's stone railing, making them both nearly tilt over it to tumble down the canyon side. But there was no time to admire the scenery. Redmayne headbutted Fedor's snout, sending him backpedaling, disentangling them for but a moment. In a moment, Fedor shook it off, growled, and charged back at Redmayne, with no hesitation or thought to defense. Fedor the footpad was no slouch. He was tougher than Barba, Redmayne thought, even if he was a third the size. Redmayne caught Fedor mid-charge and threw him at an adjacent wall, held him against it for a moment to check his corpus. Corpus, 4,565. He instantly wished he hadn't. Fedor swatted Redmayne's hand away, shoved him back, and they met in yet another bloody grapple, punctuated by growling and the sounds of claws tearing flesh. He didn't know how much fight the mongrel had left in him, but Redmayne saw no signs that he was slowing. Whereas he'd lost about 2/3 of the corpus he'd started with, his foe was fast, strong, determined, and savage. He'd have to be faster, stronger, fiercer still.
And if bloodlust wouldn't work properly, he'd have to gain the edge some other way.
Might of Umbernosis, 149. Power surged into his body. It sharpened his senses, toughened his hide, flooded his muscles with ice-cold lightning. He pinned Fedor to the wall and closed in for a killing bite. But the mongrel used Abyss Walk yet again. Redmayne kept hold of him as they spun through the endless dark, came sprawling out onto what appeared to be the bell tower of a small chapel.
Redmayne shoved Fedor off and rolled to his feet on the narrow walkway. The mongrel rushed in and clinched with him, and when he did so, Redmayne grabbed his head and banged it against the side of the huge iron bell, making an echoing bong, which startled a pack of crows from their nearby perches. Fedor reeled, slipped off the walkway, and fell down the shaft of the bell tower, and Redmayne leapt after him. Instead of striking the floor, Abyss Walk took them back into the depths of oblivion, as if they dove into a pool of water. They surfaced on the middle of a street below the chapel bell tower, a street full of mongrels feasting on a pile of dead bodies. Half a dozen bestial heads looked up from their meal, snarled, and turned to encircle Redmayne. There were more, but it took them a moment or two longer to notice the disturbance and join them. Redmayne growled and crouched, ready to spring at the first mongrel who dared come at him. Redmayne glanced for Fedor, but he was gone. The bastard had a few tricks up his sleeve, it seemed. No matter, there were foes in front of him to worry about. The first mongrel leapt, and Redmayne met it with downward claw that smacked its head to the cobblestones. Then came the next, and he struck, ducked, and weaved around the bodies sailing through the air at him, one after the other. Might of Umber made this easier. He could take a glancing blow, let it scrape harmlessly against his stony skin, focus on evading things that might actually hurt or pin him down. Redmayne smote mongrels one at a time, picking them off, evading their lunges and tackles. He had to keep them from dogpiling him, taking away his mobility, all while keeping his senses keen for the re-emergence of his real enemy. And, just as he expected, the presence of Fedor winked back into existence. Behind him. Would the same trick work again? Flicker Gnosis, 99. Fedor snarled and charged, claws raking furiously ahead. And they hit empty air. Yes, it would. Redmayne appeared behind the mongrel, grabbed him by the shoulders, opened wide and bit down on the intersection of Fedor's neck and shoulder. And at last, he felt some of the fight go out of him. Fedor's body went limp in his jaws. He croaked out and tried to swipe at him haphazardly, but he couldn't turn around with Redmayne's jaws securely clamped down on his neck. He growled and bit down deeper, jaws shearing through muscle, tendon, and bone. Fedor coughed, and black blood spurted out of his mouth, staining his fur. Redmayne jerked his neck back and forth in his jaws. He felt a wet snap, and the mongrel's limbs began to twitch as he threw him to the ground. There were only a few more cowering mongrels left to strike down, and it was done. Fedor the Footpad, slain. Tasks completed, 2/3. Level up, level 74 to 75. Level 75 to 76. Level 76 to 77. Quality points awaiting allocation, 6. Redmayne closed his eyes, took a deep breath, let it out, and flopped down into a seat against the wall of a building. That fight was different. He glanced at the system message. The number of quality points puzzled Redmayne at first, but then he remembered that he had 3 from Fedor and 3 he hadn't yet spent from Barba. He decided to make Grace even with Might and get Fortitude as close as he could. Grace 47 to 50, Fortitude 46 to 49. With that matter sorted, he took his time with dinner. There were the paltry remains of Fedor and the not-so-paltry corpse of Barba back at the corral. It wasn't a great distance away. The town of Rollo's Pass was quite compact, actually. Now that he had a moment to appreciate its construction, he noticed how densely packed its buildings were inside its tall gray walls. Corpus, 9,878. Monster skill, learned. Submerge, abyssal skill. Rank 1, evolution, possible. Active, 50 gnosis. The monster calls forth the abyss itself, banishing its foes to the depths. This skill creates a small area of abyss energy around the monster. Should a creature be within the skill's area of effect upon activation, it is instantly transported to depth 0 of the abyss. If the creature lacks the means with which to navigate the abyss on its own, or it does not possess an item or access to a site which anchors the abyss to the material plane, the creature is lost for eternity. It is possible to rescue such a creature if the rescuer knows the creature and possesses its own means of abyssal navigation. If the monster has access to an abyssal well, it may use this skill to travel directly to it, regardless of distance. It may bring other creatures along with it, provided they are standing within the skill's area of effect. Abyss Walk. Abyssal skill. Rank 1, evolution. Possible. Active, 15 gnosis. The monster fills its own shadow with the substance of the abyss and steps into it, emerging out of another shadow nearby. Rank increases the distance away from each other the two shadows may be. For a moment after stepping into its own shadow, the monster will be able to see all of its available exits. The monster cannot linger in the abyss using this skill, however. They must remain in motion. The monster may pull another into the abyss with it, willingly or otherwise, and if the creature should let go of the monster in transit, they will be lost in the abyss unless the monster can retrieve them. Abyssal resilience. Abyssal skill, rank 1, evolution, possible. Passive. The monster's form is suffused with the substance of the abyss, insulating it against the frailties of the flesh. Whenever the monster is affected by a condition which would damage or weaken its body, such as burning, bleeding, venom, or others, abyssal resilience provides a brief window of immunity to that condition. If the monster should be struck again with the same condition, this extends the window of immunity. This skill does not prevent the monster from sustaining the corpus damage of attacks, merely their secondary effects. Redmayne read over these new skills. His eyebrows rose at the description of Abyss Walk, realizing how fortunate he'd been that Fedor hadn't shoved him off into nothingness during one of their rounds of abyssal wrestling. He then read Abyssal Resilience especially carefully. So that's how Fedor had survived so long. Or part of the reason, at least. Redmayne kept hitting him with his claws, making him repeatedly immune to bleeding. Fedor must have had some other kind of passive damage resistance. But if it was a skill, it wasn't as highly ranked as these others. Regardless, he was dead, and at least a part of that resilience was his now. Redmayne leapt onto a nearby rooftop to survey the town, discern where his next foe might be found. Rollo's Pass had a large central street which ran from north to south and ended on the Northron side with the gatehouse and great stone bridge across the canyon. On the opposite side of the bridge there was another gatehouse and a keep. If Captain Solvay hadn't come out at any time during the chaos here today, there was a good chance he would be found on the other side of that bridge. Flush with corpus and new skills, Redmayne decided not to waste any time. He jumped from rooftop to rooftop and then down onto the street when he reached the gatehouse and bridge. As soon as he cleared the gatehouse, a powerful gust of wind hit him from the side, sweeping up from the bottom of the canyon below. Fortunately, the bridge had high stone ramparts to protect people from being blown off. Redmayne could simply grow wings, but still, the strength of the wind was startling. He was halfway across the bridge
when he sensed mongrels on the opposite side, moving. One of them leapt straight over the gatehouse on the opposite end of the bridge, landed in front of Redmayne with unnatural grace for his size. He was huge, nearly as large as Barba, but it was immediately clear that this one was much more agile. Bits of shining armor hung from his furry hide in places, far too small for him now. He had a snout like a horse and long branching antlers, and when he opened his mouth, Redmayne saw naught but jagged teeth.
And, like his comrades, he was white from head to toe. Captain Solveig Monster. Type corrupted. Abyss touched. Level 95. Captain Solveig raised a gnarled, ape-like arm, and pitch-black abyss power swirled around his hand, lengthening his claws. Redmayne flexed his own claws, cracked his neck, and marched forward. Chapter 52. Rollo's Pass. Bridge. Captain Solveig bounded forward like a giant ape, and Redmayne met him in the center of the bridge. Huge arms whooshed just over his head, or out to the side, and every time he evaded, Redmayne felt how much air those limbs displaced. Being struck by one would likely knock off half his corpus and send him flying from the bridge. Solveig was far nimbler than his stature would suggest. Redmayne closed the distance, and he would angle out or hop over his head, use his vast reach advantage to thwart him while pounding the bridge and swinging huge claws through the air. He was going to connect with one of those, sooner or later. Also of note, one of Solveig's immense hands was covered in pitch-black abyss power. It didn't move any faster than his other arm, nor did it look like it would hit terribly harder. He already knew Solveig would hit hard just by feeling those arms whoosh by. All the same, it was something to be wary of. No sooner did that thought cross his mind did one of those arms come barreling down at him. It was too late to evade. Solveig could attack with blinding speed when he wanted to. Redmayne raised his arms to block the blow at the last instant, and the impact made his teeth slam together, his feet flatten against the ground, made his legs flex to keep from sprawling across the stone. Redmayne caught that arm with a rake of his claw before Solveig could draw it away, but like it had with Fedor, bloodthirst flickered on, and then off again. Erased, likely by abyssal resilience. For his trouble, Solveig sent him hurtling across the bridge with a swift backhand. Corpus, 7,063. He did indeed hit hard. Redmayne thought he felt his brain flatten against the inside of his skull. He rolled and skidded to a halt, sprang to his feet just in time to avoid a leaping, two-fisted blow from Solveig. The beast had given chase. It gave him no room to rest and regroup. It attacked, and attacked, and attacked, oppressive in speed and reach and power. Redmayne gave his utmost to defense, and his claws at times scored wounds on Solveig's long arms and legs. But without bloodlust to speed him up, or venom to slow Solveig down, this was going to be a long and dangerous engagement indeed. Unless he engaged in a completely different way. Redmayne ducked another swipe of Solveig's claw, glanced off the bridge. He jumped, and once airborne, he called forth the wings of the manticore. Carnivorous Metamorphnosis 89. Redmayne fell, and then swooped up into the air, above Solveig. On his way by, he slashed down, clipping the back of the giant mongrel's head with a claw. Solveig wheeled around and swung back, but struck empty air. The winds gusting up from the canyon floor were strong, and Redmayne found that the wings of the manticore were equal to their might. He flew by and struck with another claw. Going the opposite way, he hosed down Solveig with flame breath. It wouldn't leave stacks of burning, but it would hurt all the same. Gnosis 64. He couldn't do that much more. After this fight, it would be prudent to return to Herod's castle to refill his supply of Gnosis.
which meant that in the here and now, he would have to give Solveig a death of 1,000 cuts. It would take time, but there weren't many options he could see.
Fortunately, this option was working. Redmane's flyby attacks landed at a speed even Solveig had a difficult time reacting to. Again and again, the huge mongrel hung precariously off the side of the bridge, trying to swipe at him with a claw or grab him out of the sky. He supposed he might get the beast to slip and fall off the bridge. That would make things simpler. But then another idea struck him. Redmane stretched his wings out wide to catch the air, ride the updraft. It carried him high above Solveig's head. Then he turned and angled himself downward, folded his wings in tight against his body, and fell like a stone. He landed on Solveig's head and tore into it with claws flying. The great mongrel shrieked and reached back to grab Redmane, pull him off, but he held fast with one claw, while striking down again and again with the other, carving gashes out of Solveig's tough hide and fur, making a trickle of black blood into a river flowing down the mongrel's back. Solveig threw his head skyward, screamed so hard Redmane's ears rung, and threw himself back against the bridge, as if to crush Redmane against his falling back. Redmane had to leap off of him at the last instant before Solveig crashed down, hitting so hard he shook the bridge itself. He leapt to his feet to rush back in, but Solveig brandished his shadowy hand, the one covered in abyssal substance. Solveig threw it at him. Redmane didn't have time to register what it was doing. All he saw was a black blob, and an instant later it smacked into his face and then enveloped his head and shoulders as if a heavy blanket had been thrown over him. An ice-cold, leaden blanket, which made the world turn to black, sapped the energy from his limbs. Redmane stumbled back, flexing his arms, trying to get a grip on it to peel it off, but his claws found no purchase on the abyssal substance. He'd seen darkness this deep today. But it was unlike the dark of the abyss itself. There was no sense that it stretched off into eternity. No, this darkness was close. It crowded in on him, constricting him, suffocating him. And, more alarmingly, it constrained his wings. Something struck him hard, and Redmane began to feel the sensation of falling. As he plummeted toward the rocky canyon floor below, faces formed out of the dark. Frightful faces, more terrifying than any he had ever seen, even in his worst nightmares. The effect of whatever skill this was, he tried to tell himself. A trick of gnosis. But the fear gripped him all the same. The faces surrounded him, and they took familiar shapes. They became Lord Abraham Morholt. They became Rodemir and Kaslov, and every other face from the old Hertz castle. The largest face was Arik Morholt's. "Little Redcap is wicked," they said. "Little Redcap is wretched, weak, pathetic. Little Redcap deserves his pain. Little Redcap deserves an eternity of pain, an eternity of privation, of suffering, of despair." The faces melded together and became a great, one-eyed monster. A beast the size of a mountain, crawling the earth, devouring all in its path. Innocent folk ran screaming from its cavernous maw, its cyclopean eye. They ran in vain. The devourer consumed them, one and all. It consumed their bodies, their homes, their livestock, their farmland. It consumed armies, siege engines, castles, and keeps. Its teeth crunched through forests of bone, mountains of muscle. Rivers of blood flowed down its cavernous gullet. The pulped, masticated remains of generations stuck between its vast, yellowed teeth. And yet its hunger could never be sated. The faces did not return, but Redmane heard their baleful voices nonetheless.
Behold what you have wrought, Devourer. Death is too good for you, Devourer. May the suffering you've sown be avenged, Devourer. May you suffer until the end of time, Devourer.
Flora knelt down and brushed the dirt and leaves from the stone. To her surprise, she could read the inscription. Thus did 5 heroes convene in the forest and vow to slay the great menace of their time, Kral the Devourer. Let them be named Braga, Belskaya, Danesti, Vasarab, Holt.
She looked up at the statues, who stood in a circle saluting each other with weapons drawn. The 5 heroes were covered in patches of moss and twisting vines, untold years of dirt and growth obscuring all but the basics of their figures. Flora had found herself in Midva Forest on this fine afternoon, planting seeds of her own and seeds of other plants which came to her instinctively, trees and flowers and bushes and shrubs that had not been seen in the world for many a century. The castle yard could no longer contain her, but the forest outside held great promise. Already there were 35 of her, with plenty more on the way. As more of her sprouted, she felt her inner power grow. She felt the strength of her mind expand. She was here in the forest, but she was also in the castle kitchen with Letha, helping her prepare supper. Tonight they were making Letha's famous beef stew, served with freshly baked bread, and tarts and frosted fruit pies for dessert. She was also traveling along the western road with Valter, Vengarl, Irina, Radovid, and Vela. Just then they were searching for a place to make camp for the evening. They spent a lot of time talking about blights and monsters and levels and other things she knew nothing of, and so she listened to their conversation most intently. And she was in the town of Berograd, getting to know 2 cultists of the god Kral, who were named Berek and Valdemar. It seemed the cult had been a small group, not taken seriously by the townsfolk of Berograd. But all of this changed when the blight struck. Now the only remaining townsfolk had lost much of their previous mental faculties, and Beren and Valdemar tended to them like shepherds. Something strange happened to them recently. They were briefly stricken by bouts of pain and confusion. But whatever the Lord Redmane had done to the town of Berograd, it had shielded them from further harm. At least, that's what Helmold Brecht suggested. She spoke to him about it at the castle, while simultaneously speaking to Berek and Valdemar in Berograd. Flora carried on with all of these tasks and conversations, as was natural to her. And she was also aware that she was not alone in Midva Forest. The Red Crow had been watching over her ever since she set out from the castle. Even now, it perched on the limb of a tree, at what it must have thought was a far enough distance back for her not to notice. Flora suspected it was a servant of the castle's master, Redmane. Thinking of him made her smile. Though he was a stranger, she found something alluring about him. Something that called to her from a time she could not remember. But such was the lot of a fresh bud. She may not have known the particulars, but she had a sense that all was as it should be, that she had arrived here, at this time and place, to be by his side, in whatever capacity. She rose, turned to look up at the Red Crow. "How fares Lord Redmane?" she asked. "Doth his journey proceed well?" The crow hopped in surprise. Its head tilted away, as if it had only been looking at her coincidentally. Flora smirked. "I did observe thee trailing behind me as I departed from the castle," she said. "May I not beseech thee with a question?" The crow appeared to be trying its powers of speech. It made noises which resembled words. Then it cleared its throat, very much like a human would, and spoke. "Don't know." "Canst thou inquire?" asked Flora. "I should very much like to know when I may see him again." The crow made a sound like laughter. Then its head cocked to the side, as if it were thinking, concentrating. Flora waited patiently for a few moments, watching the peculiar bird try to do whatever it was doing. Communicating, she supposed. Such things were not foreign to her. But when the crow jumped, as if in surprise, her eyes widened a bit. "Trouble," said the crow. "Danger."
Chapter 53. Rollo's Pass. Bridge.
"My lord," Pieter called out. "Master, can you hear me?" But there were other voices crowding his out, voices full of malice, smothering Redmayne in body and mind. "Your defiance is pathetic, a futile gesture against the inevitable. Surrender to despair. Your strength is a lie, a fleeting illusion. You will crumble beneath the weight of your own failures. Surrender to your weakness."
You are nothing but a shadow of your former self, feeble and broken, destined to fall.
Surrender to futility. The sensation of falling at terminal velocity was a further distraction. The abyss magic clung to him, a suffocating shroud of darkness that blinded his eyes and bound his wings, rendering him helpless against the pull of gravity. Panic clawed at his mind, but he forced it down. There was a new voice in his mind, a faint one, notable because it was the only one not screaming about his wickedness. It sounded a bit like Pieter. "My lord, focus on my voice," Pieter urged. "What is happening?"
Redmayne realized it was indeed the priest. He yanked Pieter's consciousness back into his own soul space, and then spawned him anew, this time as a lizard attached to his calf. Pieter the lizard's eyes widened in horror as he saw the ground speeding up toward them. He clutched Redmayne's leg in his little claws as hard as he could. "My lord, we are about to hit the ground. Is there a shadow beneath us?" "Ah, a shadow? Just answer the question." "Yes, the whole canyon floor is in shadow." "Then tell me the moment we're about to hit the bottom. Say, now." I shall, my lord." As Redmayne continued to plummet, he focused on Pieter's presence, using it as an anchor to steady his racing thoughts. The voices of malice still clawed at his mind, but Pieter's presence was something to center his focus on. It worked well. Redmayne clenched his jaw, forcing himself to breathe through the torrent of venomous whispers that clawed at his mind. The voices were relentless, a cacophony of doubt and despair, but he refused to let them take root. He had faced darkness before, and he would face it again. He was not Crawl the Devourer. He was not Little Redcap. Those were old things, dead things, as were all the names and forms he may have had before. He was Redmayne. Redmayne! The voices grew faint, or at least their grip on his mind slackened. Now he could spare a thought for the rocky ground racing up to meet them. "Now!" cried Pieter. Abyss Walk, Gnosis 74. They hit the ground at full speed and kept going. It felt like plunging into a cold lake, except there was no impact against the water, no surface tension to break all the bones in their bodies. The abyss accepted them gently. And no sooner did they enter the abyss did the thing enveloping Redmayne's body begin to dissolve into it. He was freed from the tormenting phantasm, but he had little time to savor it. The space between shadows was like a hall of mirrors. Redmayne could see out into all of them, every shadow in the area. He only had a moment to choose one, however, and since he didn't want them trapped for eternity, he chose the very next one that flew by. They exited from a shadow some 10 feet away and 15 feet above where they landed. Transit through the abyss arrested some of their momentum, but not all of it. Pieter's little claws came loose from Redmayne's calf, and he went spinning through the air behind him. Redmayne struck a rock head first and slid down onto the ground slowly, coming to rest in a seated pose. At least he wasn't dead. Corpus, 4,959. Redmayne sat slumped against the jagged rocks, his body battered and bruised from the fall.
Blood trickled from a cut above his brow, mingling with the dirt and sweat that clung to his skin. His breath came in ragged gasps, each inhale a reminder of the battle's toll. Pieter, in his lizard form, crawled up to Redmayne's side, his tiny claws scrabbling over the rough terrain. He paused at Redmayne's knee, his beady eyes filled with a mix of concern and amusement.
"A most graceful landing, my lord," said Pieter. Redmayne glowered at him. "We live."
"Indeed. I suppose I should be grateful for small mercies."
Redmayne absorbed Pieter back into his body. Then he pushed himself upright, using the rock wall for support. His limbs protested, but he forced them to obey. He straightened, turned his face skyward to the bridge high above, and with a powerful leap, Redmayne launched himself into the air, the wings of the manticore unfurling to catch the wind. The updrafts from the canyon floor lifted him higher, carrying him back toward the bridge where Solveig awaited. The air was crisp and biting against his skin, a sharp contrast to the warmth of his exertion. Each beat of his wings sent him higher, his gaze fixed on the bridge above. Redmayne found the sensation of flight exhilarating, a blend of freedom and focus. The bridge loomed closer, and Redmayne felt a thrill of battle lust in his chest as he prepared to confront Solveig once more. To finish it. Captain Solveig stood at the center of the bridge, ghostly white fur blowing in the wind. His snout, long and reminiscent of a horse, flared with each breath. Dark, piercing eyes stared up at Redmayne with a predator's patience. Solveig stood still, a coiled tension in his stance, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Solveig charged the instant Redmayne touched down on the bridge, barreling forward with speed that no longer shocked him. He darted to the side, narrowly avoiding the mongrel's bite as his jaws snapped shut, and retaliated with a swift swipe of his claws which scored a shallow cut across Solveig's flank. Thus began a series of such exchanges. Blood sprayed in crimson arcs, painting the stone beneath them as they circled and lunged in a savage dance of survival and dominance. The bridge trembled beneath their fury, the very air vibrating with the echoes of their roars and snarls. The giant mongrel swung a massive arm that caught Redmayne across the shoulder, sending him sprawling across the bridge. Redmayne gritted his teeth and scrambled to his feet, lunged right back in for more. And more. And more. Redmayne and Solveig were a whirlwind of fur and claws. Solveig loomed over Redmayne, all raw power and untamed ferocity. Redmayne's hair was like a comet of crimson streaking across a backdrop of white, leaving claw marks in its wake that matted the mongrel's coat with black blood. Solveig's claw struck the ground with a loud crack, the force of the blow embedding it momentarily into the stone of the bridge. The impact sent a shudder through the structure, cracks spidering out from the point of contact. Redmayne's eyes widened, seeing an opening. He sprinted up Solveig's immobilized arm, using it as a makeshift ramp. As he reached the mongrel's shoulder, Redmayne launched himself forward, his claws extended and gleaming. They struck across Solveig's face, leaving a trail of deep, bloody gashes, a shower of black blood spraying over the side of the bridge. Solveig shrieked in pain, blinded and reeling, his claw freed from the stone, but too late to be of use. Time to capitalize on yet another moment of distraction. Redmayne raced straight forward, between Solveig's ape-like arms. First he clawed upward, splitting open the mongrel's belly from navel to chest. Then he leapt, straight up, and snapped his jaws shut upon Solveig's trachea. A guttural, strangled screech erupted from his throat. Solveig's massive body thrashed wildly, his movements frantic as he tried to dislodge Redmayne from his neck. Solveig flailed and staggered about, trying to grasp at Redmayne and pull him off in vain. Each movement he made seemed only to worsen his plight, Redmayne's grip tightening like a bear trap, his teeth sinking deeper and deeper. Redmayne held on. A waterfall of black blood flowed down Solvi's body. Redmayne found it bitter, but passable. Sustenance was sustenance. After a valiant but futile struggle, with a shuddering groan that echoed across the bridge, Solvi's massive body began to falter. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the stone with a thunderous impact, shaking the bridge to its core. Redmayne tore his throat out and got to eating. Corpus, 9,636. Captain Solvi, slain. Tasks completed, 3 out of 3. Level up.
Level 77 to level 78. Level 78 to level 79. Level 79 to level 80. Zone tasks completed. Zone, Rolo's Pass has been cleared. Level 81 to level 82. Level 82 to level 83. Quality points awaiting allocation, 5. Rolo's Pass will be integrated into the domain of House Redmayne. Redmayne placed a point in Fortitude to make it a round number, and the rest in Might. Fortitude, 49 to 50. Might, 50 to 54. Monster skill learned. Haunt. Abyssal skill rank 1. Evolution possible. Active, 50 Gnosis. The monster draws forth a mass of abyssal substrate, saturated with the psychic energy of mortals in the throes of anger, fear, and suffering. It is mobile, but slow, and when summoned, it will attempt to latch on to the monster's body until such time as the monster chooses a target. When a target is chosen, the haunt will leap onto the target creature, constrict them, and assail their mind with an amplified version of the target's most painful thoughts or memories. The haunt is highly resistant to most forms of damage. Immersion in water weakens its corporeal form, easing a creature's attempt to escape from it, and contact with the abyss will dissolve it entirely. This skill was a nasty piece of work. That said, it would be nice to be on the giving end of it. Redmayne wondered if he could see what the haunt's victims saw, if he could use it to discover what someone feared most. This would require testing. Skill rank up. Stalk. Common. Class skill. Rank 2. Evolution possible sustained. 10 Gnosis per 30 seconds. Rank 1. Increases the effectiveness of the stealth proficiency when it is used to follow or close the distance on a creature marked as prey. Rank 2. While Stalk is active, provides a damage bonus to an attack launched from stealth against a creature marked as prey. Redmayne's eyes slowly narrowed as he read the description of this new rank. Flicker specifically said it synergized with stealth attack skills. But that particular skill functioned as a trap, which relied on him being a visible target. Could he use Flicker, take a hit, appear behind a monster, use Stalk, and then attack? Perhaps. This too would require testing. "You know, the Lady Flora asked me to check on you," said Pieta. "The timing of her request was fortuitous, wouldn't you say?" Redmayne's mind flickered to the memory of Flora's face. He felt a strange stirring within him, an unfamiliar sensation that he couldn't quite name. It was as if her concern had reached past his defenses, touched something deep and unguarded. It troubled him, but it also felt good. Tell her all is well. Don't mention what happened. Redmayne sensed Pieter's amusement. "At once, my lord." Flora watched with some consternation as the red crow appeared to have some kind of seizure. Then for a time, it stood perfectly still, unnaturally so, as if some work of magic had frozen it in place. She had no qualms about waiting patiently and watching to see if it would recover. She had many other bodies here in the forest, busily planting seeds.
One set of eyes was no trouble to spare. Finally, after what must have been a half hour, life returned to the crow. It hopped in place and looked about, getting its bearings. Then it looked down at her, cocked its head. "Trouble over. No danger," Flora smiled. "Splendid."
Chapter 54. Hertz Castle, Castle Yard. From the heights of Rollo's Pass, it was a surprisingly short flight to Hertz Castle. The fighting had drained his gnosis, and lacking any innate way of recovering it, he decided the best course would be to make a return trip now, before trying to engage with the next zone. There was also the matter of the rescued children. It wouldn't do to send them to the castle by themselves, even if the area were clear of monsters. And so Redmayne had to fly carefully, as he carried passengers. Bartos hung onto his shoulders, his mop of dark hair blown back in the wind to reveal his beady eyes and huge, toothy grin. Franziska, meanwhile, clung to Redmayne for dear life, her eyes squeezed tightly shut. Their cat, Rusty, which was actually one of his spawn, simply melded back into Redmayne's body for the trip. The castle grew closer in the distance below, standing above the dark crescent of Midva Forest, which also enfolded the walls of Barograd on its west side. It was the morning of the next day, so mist still clung to the treetops, and the sun had only just begun its ascent to zenith. A fine view, something most would never see. The wind on his face complemented it well. Bartosz appeared to share his enthusiasm for it. Franziska, not so much. It was difficult to find a simple spot to make a landing. The castle yard was a forest in miniature, with trees growing high above the inner walls. They were so densely packed, he had a hard time seeing ground upon which to land. But with a bit of maneuvering, he located one, snapped out his wings to create some drag, and angled down for as gentle a landing as he could manage. As it turned out, the boy Cale happened to be playing the castle yard when Redmayne touched down, and he had a friend with him. Redmayne recognized her as the little girl among the townsfolk taken captive in Midva Forest. Bartosz hopped off of Redmayne's back and stood next to him, stuck his pinky claw in his ear to pick it. Franziska tentatively let go, her knees shaking, and stood stiffly for a moment. Though her eyes remained tightly shut, the corners of her lips curled into a smile, conveying her appreciation for the solid ground beneath her. Redmayne knelt and respawned Rusty the cat, who walked over and rubbed his side on her leg by way of hello. "Lord Redmayne," said Cale. "It's good to see ya. You been out there slaughtering monsters, yeah?" Before Redmayne could answer, Cale pantomimed killing an invisible monster with an imaginary claw. He made all the associated noises, to include blood gushing from a severed limb and the sound of a sucking chest wound. The girl he was playing with laughed. Redmayne looked at her. "I remember you from the forest," he said. "Didn't get your name." She smiled and said, "It's Astrid. We're all mighty grateful for what you did for us, Lord Redmayne. We'd be dead and gone if it weren't for you and your friends." He smiled back. "Well met. This is Franziska and her brother Bartosz." Cale and Astrid took in Bartosz's feral appearance with wide-eyed looks. Cale looked up at Redmayne. "Milord, you had a kid?" "Not yet, I pray," said another voice, that of a grown woman. The voice belonged to Flora, who approached them with a smile on her face. She carried a basket heavily laden with steaming sweet rolls, golden brown and fresh from the oven. All of the children's eyes widened again, even the shaken Franziska. As Flora knelt down in front of them to hand out the treats, another Flora tapped Redmayne on the shoulder. He turned, blinked, still not used to the fact that there was quite a lot of her. This Flora gave him an equally sunny smile. "Hast thou returned to rest and recover, my lord?" Redmayne nodded. "Then come," she said, taking him by the hand. "We shall seat thee at the table in the great hall, and see to food and refreshments."
I hope my lord hath brought his appetite. He grinned, nodded again.
Always.
The great hall was as he remembered, an expansive room with high ceilings and huge tapestries covering the walls on the left and right, depicting the history of the Morholts. 3 elkhorn chandeliers hung in a row over a long banquet table, and at the end of the hall, at the head of the table, sat the Lord's chair, which was his chair now. By the time Flora had escorted Redmayne into the great hall, Flora was already there to receive him at the head of the long table. 2 Floras, in fact. One set down a full tankard of honeyed mead, the other placed a plate of cheese fritters and bright blue Magister's Delight, cut into slices next to it. They all wore the simple frocks and aprons of kitchen maids, though apparently they didn't favor shoes.
Do have a seat, my lord, said a Flora.
Thy dinner comes presently. Thou shouldst not have to wait much longer, said another Flora. Redmayne sat down and had a taste of the fruit. He closed his eyes, enjoying the cool sensation of gnosis flowing into his body. He picked up the rest of it and shoveled it home with a quickness, pointed at the empty plate and, with his mouth full, said, "More, please."
At once, all 3 Floras said.
2 Floras departed swiftly, and 2 returned, bearing platters laden with Magister's Delight. The 2 who arrived couldn't have possibly gone to the kitchen and back in that time. It was more likely that they simply began down there. Redmayne waited until they set the trays down, but not an instant longer. He scarfed down all the Magister's Delight as quickly as his hands would move. Flora stood there beaming, not offended in the least. He side-eyed her, and again spoke with his voice muffled by mouthfuls of food. "Want to eat too?"
That shall not be necessary, my lord, but I can sit with thee if thou likes.
Redmayne nodded and pulled the chair out.
Flora smiled and sat.
No sooner did she do so, did another Flora appear from the kitchen, with the main course. A large, steaming trencher of roasted venison stew, with carrots and onions and potatoes, seasoned with fragrant herbs, its savory aroma mingling with the scent of freshly baked bread. Sourdough, with a good firm crust to hold in the stew, and spongy insides to soak up the broth. He'd consumed much in these furious days. Little of it was appetizing. None of it had been made with care, just for him. The thought gave him a warm feeling in his chest. Redmayne's first instinct was to pick it up with his hands and wolf it down in 2 bites. But he thought better of it. There were a number of Floras smiling sweetly at him, so he made an effort to slow down, if only a little. He took the spoon, looked at it curiously, checked to see if he was holding it correctly, and had a bite, the way a normal person would. Her smiles did not waver.
"Dost thou require aught else, my lord?" she asked.
Redmayne thought about it.
More of the blue fruit.
"At once!" They brought more Magister's Delight. Much more. Even after taking his time with the lovingly prepared venison stew, Redmayne sat at the table for a goodly time, glutting himself on Magister's Delight, until he was certain he'd restored something like the amount he'd set out with the last time. Gnosis, 1566.
"Wilt thou be staying at the castle for a while?" asked Flora. "The lord ought to rest and recover his strength, should he not?" asked the Flora next to her.
Redmayne gave it a moment's thought. "With Rollo's Pass claimed, I make for the Scala Mountains. There is a road from that town to a fishing hamlet on the Northron coast. From there I travel to the Islands of Frost. Thou shouldst at least stay the night." He supposed the look she was giving him had significance. They were all looking at him, identical smiles on their faces. Some would find such a thing unnerving, but Redmayne reckoned he was an odd sort himself. It would only make sense if an odd one ended up being his. Something fragmented his train of thought. He was looking at Flora, and then he looked just past her, to the portrait of Aaron Morholt III on the wall behind her, and the portraits of the rest of them. He'd have these all taken down and burned.
but seeing them reminded him of something he'd left here. "Sorry, but give me a moment," he said. "There's something I need to handle while I'm here." She gave him a questioning look. He didn't know how, but her simple facial expression spoke the entire meaning of it. She wanted him to stay with her, to be with her, even if only for the night. The look gave him pause. He stared back into her verdigris eyes. For how long, he knew not. When he caught himself, he blinked and shook his head a bit, as if breaking a spell, and she laughed softly. "I'll be back presently," he said, and with that, he rose from his chair and left the great hall, bound for the kitchen and larder, and a small cell between them. Redmayne felt a lurch of contempt in his gut. Simply remembering the place existed soured his mood, but remembering the cell's new occupant took some of the edge off of it. The cell door creaked as Redmayne pushed it open, and Arik Morholt scooted all the way into the corner, his face pale and dirty, eyes red. The flesh around his broken ankle was red and puffy, swollen against the manacle twisted around it. Arik looked up at Redmayne with scorn, eyes full of fear, full of hate. It gave him another moment's pause. He knew the expression because he knew the feeling. "You won't last in here as long as I did," said Redmayne, "because you're mortal. If I left you in this hole until you were old and gray, until the end of your days, it still wouldn't be equal to what was done to me." Arik spat on the ground at Redmayne's feet. "I wager you deserved it, freak." Redmayne smiled. Haunt. He raised his hand, and the skill guided him. Something heavy gathered around his palm and fingers, wrist and forearm. He pulled at it, and it felt like peeling up a heavy, tarry substance. It enveloped his hand and arm, sheathing it in the stuff of the abyss. "You'd wager correctly. The old me did terrible things. There are oceans of blood on these hands." Arik Morholt's eyes widened slightly. He could see the fear taking over for the hate. An appropriate reaction. Be happy the new me is more merciful than he was. Redmayne pointed, and the haunt flew from his hand and onto Arik's face. It landed on him with a slap, like a wet blanket, constricting around his head and shoulders. Arik writhed around, arms straining uselessly against the abyss stuff enveloping him, his good leg kicking in the air. At first, Redmayne heard muffled, panicked shouting. Arik was still for a moment, as if stopping to see something only he could see. Then the real screaming began. He folded his arms, stood there, and watched and listened. A part of his mind told him this wasn't advisable, that making someone suffer like this only perpetuated the cycle of suffering. He found he didn't care. Perhaps he'd turn the other cheek someday, but not today. Redmayne observed Arik writhe around on the ground and shriek in fear and pain for a while. He learned nothing of the young Morholt's fears through use of the skill, but it was a gratifying show all the same. After a while, he went into the kitchen to fetch a bucket of water. He threw it on the haunt, which soaked Arik from head to toe, but also made the abyssal substance begin to soften and dissolve. Shaman's Heel Gnosis, 1416. He felt his gnosis pour into Arik's frame, coalesce around his broken ankle, and mend it. Then he turned and walked out of the cell, closing and locking it behind him. Redmayne found Flora in the great hall where he left her. The four of them retired to the Lord's apartments for the rest of the day and night, interrupted only by more Floras bringing refreshments when they felt like some. The ones who joined them stayed. Redmayne and Flora were as strangers to each other, but the both of them seemed to share something neither could put words to, something unnameable, perhaps unknowable, but powerful nonetheless. Their minds were missing pieces, it seemed, but even in the absence of memory,
Their bodies knew what to do.
Chapter 55. Hertz Castle, Lord's Apartments. In the small hours of the morning, Redmayne and Flora lay together in the Lord's bed. He held one of them close under his arm. Another lay against his other side, dozing. Two stood, one dressing for the kitchen, the other pouring wine from a decanter beside the bed. 2 cups, one for Redmayne, one for herself. The one under his arm looked up at him, smiled. "Thou hast a kingly constitution," she said. The one with the wine sauntered over and handed him a cup, which he accepted with a smirk. "I've been feeling stronger of late," he said. "Truly," she said in a dreamy tone. She laid her head back on his chest and closed her eyes, still smiling. The Flora with the wine stood and had a sip from her own cup. "Wilt thou be leaving soon?" Redmayne sipped from his cup and nodded. They all frowned slightly, even the one who dozed. "I could be of use to thee, perhaps," said the Flora with the wine. "If thou requirest the restorative fruit, I can cause it to grow wheresoever thou needest. I can bring forth other useful plants also." Redmayne considered that. Return trips cost time. Not that he was in a terrible rush, but he wanted to secure as much territory as possible, as fast as possible. Those objectives served the true goal, to reach the seal of the Sphinx. "These zones are full of monsters," said Redmayne. "No place for a woman, unless you can fight." Flora smiled and sat on the edge of the bed. "What if I were to tarry at the edge of the zone, where it is safe? Thou hast but now cleared one, hast thou not? I could make useful things grow there for thee, so the journey to recover would not be so long." Redmayne gave her an appraising look. She seemed sure of herself. Her eyes showed no doubt or vacillation, and her smile never wavered. If there was any fear in her at all, he couldn't see where she'd hidden it. But he supposed that had something to do with the fact that there were quite a few of her, with more sprouting all the time. If one body came to harm, the rest of her would surely survive. "Very well," he said. Flora beamed. "I shall make preparations at once." But after saying so, she remained seated, sipping wine. Redmayne presumed that a team of Floras elsewhere in the castle were now preparing one of their number for travel. On a whim, he opened the sanctuary menu while he waited. Hertz Castle, Sanctuary of House Redmayne, Level 1. Upgrade. Sanctuary. Marketplace. Atlas. He selected Upgrade Sanctuary to see what Helmold had been working on. Nothing. He'd purchased the Pharos, and that was it. What was all that talk about profession manuals for? He wondered. Redmayne's eyebrow rose when he saw the amount of gnosis in the faction account. A sizable sum. Recent deposits were made by Helmold, the coterie, and himself, but also the zones in faction territory, to include the castle itself. Each possessed healthy sums of gnosis ripe for harvesting. Perhaps they hadn't had to sit around eating Magister's Delight all evening. The system knew that it was there, and apparently he had access to it. His gaze shifted from the menu to Flora. "Have you been planting the bush bearing the blue fruit?" he asked. Flora smiled brightly and nodded. "Yeah, in the castle yard, of course, and in the forest, and in the town at the road's end." Redmayne rubbed his chin. He maneuvered through the menus to see what this much gnosis would buy. Then his eyebrows rose again. Automaton servants, guards, class training facilities, upgrades to the sanctuary's amenities and defenses, extra living quarters. Those were the small things. The central item was sanctuary level. Looking into that opened a description of what it provided, namely a little of everything. Greater living space, superior defenses, a bathhouse, a small complement of automated defenders. It also unlocked more specialized additions. A quick check showed that he could upgrade Hertz Castle to level 2 right now, with some gnosis to spare. So he selected it.
He first sensed a subtle tremor, a vibration coursing through the mattress, as if the bones of the earth stirred beneath him. The tremor grew into a rhythmic shudder, and he felt the bed frame quiver, the wooden posts creaking in protest. The room filled with the low hum of unseen energy, reminiscent of a distant waterfall's roar.
The Floras looked around in mild alarm. The ones lying against him clung to him reflexively.
"My lord, what hast thou done?"
"I made the castle bigger," said Redmayne. The walls of the lord's apartment began to shift, the stones groaning and settling into new positions. Redmayne could feel the floorboards beneath their bed ripple like the surface of a pond, disturbed by a sudden breeze. Redmayne extricated himself from between the Floras and carefully walked across the shaking room to get a look at the castle from the lord's balcony. Stone towers and battlements burst forth from the ground, their ancient stones gleaming in the sunlight as if newly forged. Walls expanded outward, their surfaces adorned with intricate carvings and buttresses that seemed to grow like the branches of a mighty oak. Turrets spiraled upward, piercing the sky with their newly formed spires. The gatehouse expanded, growing taller and wider, a grand archway unfolding across its entrance like a colossal stone flower. The rumble of grinding rock and shifting earth was everywhere. Redmayne could feel it coming up through the soles of his feet. Windows appeared where there had been none, their stained glass catching the light in a kaleidoscope of colors. The castle yard widened dramatically in both length and width, becoming something like an arboretum on account of its rich plant life. The castle seemed to breathe, absorbing pure gnosis and expanding with life. From his vantage point on the lord's balcony, Redmayne observed a group of volunteer guards who had been practicing their drills. They were rescued hostages from Midva Forest, trained a bit by Volter and Vengarl. Unfortunately, he'd eaten the entire armory, so they trained with wooden swords for the moment. But just then they halted abruptly, their weapons lowered in astonishment. They exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide as they took in the sight of the castle's walls stretching and growing before them. Servants carrying trays and linens paused in their tracks, some dropping their burdens in shock. A young maid, her apron fluttering in the breeze, clasped her hands to her mouth, her eyes alight with a mixture of fear and wonder. She turned to an older washerwoman beside her, who simply shook her head in disbelief, mouth agape, as she watched the turrets rise into the sky as if they were trees seeking sunlight. Sanctuary, level up. Level 1 to Level 2, Hertz Castle, Sanctuary of House Redmayne. Level 2, Upgrade Sanctuary, Marketplace. Atlas Redmayne noticed something by the castle's name. He selected the option, Rename Sanctuary? Yes/no. He selected Yes. Castle Redmayne, Sanctuary of House Redmayne, Level 2. Much better. He realized the two Floras who had been laying with him on the bed were leaning against him, one on each side, gazing down at the newly grown castle with an equally awed look. "Remarkable," said the Floras. "Remarkable," said Redmayne. They both said it simultaneously, smirked at each other. Then the doors to the lord's apartments swung open, and another Flora entered. This one wore traveling attire, a pair of snug breeches tucked into soft leather boots, a loose white tunic, and a fully stuffed haversack slung over her shoulder. Her wild green hair was bound in a loose ponytail. "I am ready to depart, my lord," she said. Then she smirked again. "But thou shouldst attire thyself ere we take our leave." She was right. Redmayne searched around for the ragged breeches and cloak he'd been wearing. He found neither. Instead, Flora had prepared a new pair, and one of Lord Morholt's fine, fur-lined cloaks. It was black, with a bare fur mantle around the shoulders and a thick gold chain. She even had fresh strips of cloth he could wrap his hands and ankles with. He donned it all, looked down at himself.
All of the Floras nodded their approval. "Thou dost appear most lordly now."
Redmayne nodded as well. "Good. Now, would you prefer to travel by air or by a stranger route?" Flora's eyebrows rose. She looked intrigued.
"I fancy the strange."
"Very well. Submerge Gnosis, 1366. His shadow darkened until it was blacker than black, and then it spread out from him in a circle as if water poured from beneath his cloak. Flora's eyebrows rose, and she looked down at it curiously, cautious to keep away from its spread. Redmayne took her hand and pulled her in close, and then the abyss took them. At first all was darkness, as it had been the first time he set foot in this place. But in a moment he found that he could walk, and so he led Flora toward the presence he felt in his mind. The abyssal well. Space behaved differently here. He expected a quicker path compared to the usual route. Then the abyss opened, revealing the stars once more. Flora's eyes grew wide, looking up at it all. But then her gaze settled on Redmayne, calmly walking along next to her, his eyes resolute, fixed on their destination. She canted her head to the side curiously, a slow smile forming on her lips.
"My lord, dost thou know what we are?"
Redmayne side-eyed her, smiled. For a moment he simply enjoyed looking at her. "I believe you and I are meant to be the powers in this world," he said, as they walked along in the profound darkness between realities. Chapter 56. Scala Caverns, Deepwell Monastery. Lar Tathval watched Hare's castle become Castle Redmayne, and he grinned from ear to ear. An anomaly indeed. He'd bet on the right chariot. No normal faction could have upgraded their sanctuary so swiftly. Not even in a blight this massive. It had been mere days, but Redmayne had transformed the very land, invested it with something which enhanced its gnosis-generating properties greatly. He'd never seen anything like it. Every zone under the control of his faction was rapidly becoming a powerhouse. Faction sanctuaries were essentially Terracon in miniature, central nodes for the gathering of gnosis in their region, unwittingly operated by native imbued, who were, by and large, ignorant of their true purpose. The same could be said for blights, in part. The system did indeed use blight protocol to contain outbreaks of monsters, but the game of the blight had more than one purpose. It was a handy way to replace local governments with imbued, loyal to Numantia. And it began the harvesting of gnosis on a regional level through the sanctuaries. All preparations for the true harvest. Lar Tathval had learned more about the colonial system than he'd really have liked in these last few years. Just because one wants to eat the veal doesn't mean they want to meet the calf it came from. But at that moment, sitting in his office with his eyes on the Atlas of Volos, he felt gratitude for this thankless provincial assignment for the first time. A thrill of anticipation shot through him. With a pawn such as Redmayne, he could achieve much. The possibilities were limitless. It may be time, soon, for a proper introduction. But how to do so under the watchful eyes of Messia Porcena? Redmayne and Flora rose up through the abyssal well onto its surface, upon which they stood as if the water were solid ground. Redmayne raised an eyebrow, looked down, and realized there wasn't a drop of water on either of them. Unlike the first time he'd surfaced from the abyss, like a drowning man, Flora had her eyes on the image carved into the stone wall before them. A regal figure stood at its center, adorned with a crown and attired in a way that evoked a bygone era. The ruler held a mighty hammer in his right hand and 2 chains in his left. One chain extended towards a fearsome hound seated at his feet, his posture suggesting grudging obedience, while the other connected to the neck of a captivating woman, her ears pointed and her hair flowing wildly. Surrounding the ruler, on both his right and left, a multitude knelt in reverence before him. She tilted her head, narrowed her eyes a bit. "She bears a likeness unto me, doth she not?" Redmayne followed her gaze to the graven mural to examine the woman. He nodded. "Aye, it does. Do you know who these people are?" Flora shook her head, smiled wryly. "I fear I know but little, my lord. My life began a few days past, when thou didst plant me in thy castle yard." "True," said Redmayne. Then he swept back his cloak, called forth the wings of the manticore, and took Flora around the waist. She smiled, pleasantly surprised at the sudden closeness, and he took flight for the surface and the town of Rollo's Pass. At the Priory of the Well, they parted ways. Redmayne let go of her and made for the door, and Flora caught his wrist. "Be safe, my lord," she said, and Redmayne felt a warm something in his chest at her tone of voice. He smiled, nodded, and took his leave. Now that the town was his, he no longer needed to skulk from rooftop to rooftop. He strode down the main street toward the bridge where he'd done battle with Captain Solvay. His hair and cloak blew in the wind as he crossed it, went through the gatehouse on the opposite side, and faced a dramatic view. Wispy clouds drifted to the vast expanse of sky, and the breeze carried the distant cries of seabirds. The road snaked down the rugged mountainside in switchbacks, flanked by jagged outcroppings of rock, sparse vegetation clinging to the rocky terrain in sheltered cracks and crevasses. The road narrowed and widened throughout its lazy northward descent, guiding the eye toward the distant horizon. Many miles below, barely visible even to Redmayne's keen eyes, a quaint fishing hamlet nestled against the northern coast. It was a crescent of small, weathered cottages clustered around a rocky cove. The dark sea stretched beyond, waves crashed against the rocky shore, and fishing boats bobbed in the cove's protection. You have entered Zone Scala Mountains. Tasks: slay great-grandmother Gru, slay demi-human chief Vang, slay warlock Dobrogost. Tasks completed. 0/3. More Gru burrows. Interesting. He had experience with those, at least. A demi-human chief implied a demi-human clan somewhere in the area. Could be difficult to find. Like the Gru, they favored underground dwellings, but theirs tended to be cleverly hidden. A realization arrested Redmayne's line of thought. He remembered something about demi-humans. Perhaps his memories weren't entirely lost after all. As he began to walk down the winding path toward the fishing hamlet, he wondered what it could mean. Perhaps the seal of the manticore had dislodged something, freed a part of his mind. He didn't feel any different, though. And as memories went, he didn't suddenly recall anything monumental. Perhaps one had to be face to face with something to call forth the memory of it. But if that were the case, Flora most certainly should have called forth memories he'd lost. He did not know why he felt that way. He just did. Looking at her gave him a strange sense of recognition, as if he'd met her many times before. In different lives, perhaps. Evidently, he had lived several. It could be that the solution lay in the seals. Perhaps the seal of the Sphinx would further mend his mind. The sound of claws scraping stone interrupted his musing. Redmayne looked up, found a familiar foe gazing down at him. Gru. Hunter. Monster type, Gru. Level 98, Gru. Marked as prey. This Gru looked grown up. It was the size and general shape of a man. Eyeless and noseless, like all the Gru he'd seen before, and with a maw of jagged white teeth. This one had matching talons on its hands and feet, and its red skin was stretched tight over sleek musculature. The Gru stood like a human,
But when it crouched atop the rock and placed its claws down onto its edge, Redmane watched its body change form in the simple act of changing posture. Now it was like a large cat, sitting on its haunches. Another Gru hunter emerged from behind a nearby rock outcropping, and another, and another. In a moment there stood an entire pack of them, surrounding Redmane from above on either side of the path. A tense moment passed, where all parties remained still. Then a Gru lunged from its rock. Redmane's muscles tensed, his claws extended. No sooner did the first leap from its perch did the rest follow. In an instant, the air overhead became a rain of gleaming teeth and talons. Roar of the Elder. Gnosis, 1386. The roar echoed for miles. It shook the ground faintly, dislodging dust and pebbles like a miniature rock slide all around him. More importantly, its wave of force struck all of the leaping Gru at the same time. Blood spurted from ear sockets. A few convulsed mid-leap. All of them missed their mark, landing on their backs in a semicircle around Redmane rather than piling on top of him like they intended. Flame breath. Gnosis, 1361. While they were down on their backs, he hosed them with their favorite thing. The sight of Grandmother Gru roasting in flames hadn't left him. Its effectiveness left an impression. The Gru screeched when the fire touched them, and their hides instantly sizzled and blistered, producing huge quantities of thick black smoke as they flailed and kicked on the ground. Redmane wasted no time. He lunged down onto the nearest Gru and tore out its throat, feasting on it while it burned. Corpus, 10,235. Skill rank up, Carnivorous Metamorph Bloodline Skill. Monstrous. Gru. Rank 2, Evolution Possible. Active, 10 Gnosis per adaptation, Rank 1. The monster is capable of changing form to mimic the natural qualities of any creatures it has previously eaten, to include attacks, defenses, environmental adaptations, and modes of stealth, perception, and movement. It can grow such things as scales, tails, insulating fur, forms of natural camouflage, venom sacs, fangs, quills, and specialized organs such as gills or wings. The monster also acquires an instinctual understanding of how such adaptations are utilized by their own kind, conferring a level of aptitude equal to that of a young adult specimen of said species. Upon learning this skill, the monster will possess an inner library of adaptations that will grow as it consumes the flesh of eaten creatures. Adaptations are permanent, unless dismissed by the monster. Rank 2. The monster gains greater flexibility with their library of adaptations. It may combine the functions of different adaptations together to create unique organs, tissues, or natural weapons. The monster could combine a wolf's winter coat with a porcupine's quills, for example, creating a coat which provides both defense and protection against cold weather. The monster may also manifest organs and appendages anywhere on its body, such as an eyeball on the palm of its hand, or a mass of horns on its shoulder. Furthermore, the monster may also increase or decrease its physical size, to an extent determined by its present corpus. So, eating Gru was the key to strengthening this skill. Perhaps Spawn would work the same way. The other Gru hunters had gone still, save for a bit of post-mortem twitching, except one, who suddenly sprang to its feet and went pelting down the road as fast as its feet would carry it. Redmane lunged forward, muscles tensing as he sprinted down the rocky mountain road. Ahead, the lone Gru dashed on all fours, its limbs pumping, desperate to escape. The road twisted down between jagged outcrops, both hunter and hunted weaving through its sharp bends. Redmane's breath came in harsh bursts, his focus narrowed to the fleeing form before him. The Gru glanced back, terror evident even without eyes. Interesting.
they could be smart enough to feel fear.
They descended, the slope steepening, rocks clattering beneath their feet. Redmane gained ground, his strides long and relentless. The Grue stumbled, regained its footing, and surged forward, but the gap closed inexorably, until it leapt off the side of the road. Redmane followed, unfurling the wings of the manticore to arrest his fall. Carnivorous Metamorphnosis, 1351. The Grue landed back on the road, however, having used its daring leap as a shortcut. And now Redmane could see where it was headed. Up ahead there was a large circular cavern bored into the side of the mountain, which looked very much like the ones he'd seen before at Midva Forest. Only this time, it had a guardian. Grue Glutton Monster. Type Grue. Level 102. This Grue sat on the ground, minding the entrance to the cavern. It was twice as tall as he was, 3 times perhaps, and certainly 3 times as heavy. Like the hunter, it had stout, muscular limbs, but this one had a rotund belly which was a near-perfect match with the shape of its head. The burnt hunter came running up to it, yelping in pain, and the glutton picked it up and chomped it down in 2 bites. And then belched. Redmane landed in front of it, retracted his wings, and snarled up at the glutton, fangs and claws bared in challenge. Which is when it rose to its feet, revealing how massive it truly was. Chapter 57. Scala Mountains, Grue Burrow. The Grue glutton rose to its full, imposing height, and the ground beneath Redmane's feet trembled with the sheer mass of the creature as it stood. 2 more arms grew out of its torso, and it raised all 4 with claws glinting in the sun. It then began to fill its lungs with air, drawing in a huge breath. Redmane's eyes widened when he realized what the Grue was about to do. It was going to roar, and the roar would call the rest of the burrow. If that were to happen, a horde of Grue would come boiling out of the cave, and a tide of crimson skin and jagged teeth would sweep him under. It would be prudent to avoid this situation. Flame Breath. Gnosis, 1326. Redmane's jet of fire hit the Grue right in the mouth, making it splutter and stumble back, smoke pouring from its burnt face. It tried to extinguish the flames by slapping itself with all 4 of its hands in a frantic, broken rhythm. He swept in while it was busy doing that, clawed off a chunk of its lower calf with a spray of glittering red blood. Bleeding. 4. Blinded and hamstrung, the Grue wobbled on its feet and then fell to the side, making Redmane leap back to avoid being crushed beneath it. A cloud of dust briefly obscured it from view. Within the cloud it was changing form, though Redmane couldn't see the specifics. Not until the Grue charged out of the dust cloud as a giant, 6-armed parody of an insect. Flame Breath Gnosis, 1301. Another gout of flames thwarted its charge, made it rear up onto its hind legs and swing with the front 4. It had speed for its size. Redmane had to concentrate to duck and weave between its blows, watchful for a moment he could capitalize on. Such opportunities came, occasionally, even after the Grue had settled down onto 4 legs to attack him with its front 2. Redmane spotted them and countered while evading, his claws rending red flesh and painting the rocky ground crimson. Bleeding, 8. Bleeding, 12. Redmane ducked under one such swing and carved the Grue's head open from bottom to top. It screamed in frustration and charged at him like a bull, ignoring the potential for more damage, and he almost realized too late its intent to trample him. He leapt out to the left, and the Grue collided with the hillside hard enough to make it shake, ominously. The monster was too witless with disorientation to notice, but Redmane saw a boulder slip from its position. The other rocks moved along with it, haltingly at first. A shower of fine sand preceded the rockslide by moments. long enough for Redmayne to realize what was about to happen and take wing. Carnivorous metamorphnosis, 1291.
Redmayne jumped straight up, beat the wings of the manticore once, twice, and on the third stroke he made it high enough to clear the tumble of giant rocks. The grue was not so fortunate. One boulder took it full in the chest, knocking it off its feet and forcing it to join the rocks tumbling down the hillside.
The rock slide left a lingering miasma of dust and debris behind it. At the moment, Redmayne remained airborne, observing the burrow entrance for any approaching grue. He had been cautious because of the noise from his altercation with the door guard. Certain backup would come. And in a moment, it did. A pack of smaller grue appeared, closer in appearance to the ones he'd first encountered, the kind that resembled ripe tomatoes with skinny limbs and sharp teeth. The group looked down the mountainside at the receding rocks, stood there watching the spectacle for a moment, no doubt noticing a bright red shape amongst the rocks. Then, they turned and began devouring each other. Blood and scraps of viscera flew everywhere. The grue became a blur of teeth and gore momentarily. The biggest one won the eating contest and grew to the size of the previous door guard. It walked over to the spot where the original sat and plopped itself down. Back to the start, then. This time Redmayne decided he'd handle it more expediently. Flame breath. Flame breath. Flame breath. Gnosis, 1216. It didn't have a chance to call for help, nor did it have a chance to shapeshift. Redmayne smothered its face and limbs with flame, choking off its screams, keeping it occupied with a vain attempt to put out the fires all over its body, of which there were an ever-growing number. In retrospect, it occurred to Redmayne that he should have taken this approach from the start. He'd already seen how fire was the bane of the grue. Under the present circumstances, he could bring generous helpings of it. As the second door guard ran away burning, giving him an opportunity to land and enter the burrow, he kept that in mind. Stock, Gnosis, 1206. It wasn't his first instinct to approach with stealth, but as before, he'd rather not be swarmed over without warning. Better to observe before acting. Redmayne immediately knew this burrow was larger than the one he and Valter and Vengarl dealt with in Midva Forest. The length of the tunnels where he stood revealed their extent into the dark. Taking the left fork from the entrance, he descended and glimpsed through a window-like hole in the cavern's side what lay beyond. It was an immense hollow, honeycombed from ceiling to floor, with circular tunnels bored into the rock by the merciless teeth of the grue. The great-grandmother was far below. He barely saw the top of her head. Even from afar, Redmayne noticed the creature was noticeably larger than the previous one. Fledgling grue spawned from its immense red body in clumps, which resembled fish eggs until they split from the grandmother's belly and extruded their teeth and limbs. The horde of fresh spawn surrounding it resembled a moat, all the little bodies crowding and surging around each other in a state of constant agitation. Redmayne heard heavy footsteps approaching, ducked into an alcove nearby. With stalk on, the grue glutton lumbered by him without noticing. Part of him wanted to attack it, stock up on even more corpus. But again, he held himself back. Backup would have been better, as before. To reach the grandmother, Valter and Vengarl diverted the horde from the burrow. He didn't have the hunters, but he could create spawn. He recalled the way he'd dispatched Samo, keeper of the well. A most effective termination. And the grue were especially susceptible to fire. Perhaps it was time for another team of fire-breathing lizard spawn. He had higher supplies of both corpus and gnosis this time. Flames could strike the great-grandmother from all directions at once. Peering down at the immense body of the great-grandmother and its protective sea of grue, he realized he would need to do it that way. But first he would have to navigate through the maze of tunnels to their base.
evading patrols of Gru on his way down. A simple enough task, albeit one he considered creating spawn to help with. To do that, he'd have to fuel stock for each. But he had a different idea brewing. His plans took a turn, however, when he heard sounds of a struggle up ahead. Redmane was deep underground now, far from sunlight. The caverns lit only by the luminescent red moss Gru left behind. He thought he heard yelling and the clash of weapons mixed with the babbling and growling of angered Gru. He crept toward the commotion, its echoes growing louder and louder as he drew near. Around the corner he could make out the shapes of a mass of furious Gru, surging against something solid. He leaned around the corner to get a better look, saw that it was a wall of wooden shields. They fought a band of demi-humans, some gray-skinned, some brown, all wearing crudely cut pelts and carrying wooden shields with iron short spears. The first two ranks of demi-humans were stabbing into the mass of Gru with their spears, to little apparent effect, but they were holding their line. In the back ranks, Redmane spotted something even more interesting. Demi-human chief Vang. Monster type, demi-human, level 99. Vang stood head and shoulders taller than his subordinates. His mangy hair matched the color of his long fur cloak, which he wore over a patchwork suit of armor, its pieces taken from bodies looted at different times and places. He waved his iron war club around like a willow switch as he barked orders at his warband. Impressive strength for limbs that wiry. Redmane considered what to do. Vang was marked for elimination, but soon this whole tunnel would swarm with Gru. Perhaps this was a territorial dispute. Demi-humans lived in caverns as well. If so, he could benefit by assisting them against a common foe. He didn't have to kill all of them. He only had to kill one of them. A moment's thought revealed the solution. Redmane crept closer until he stood behind the pack of Gru. Flame breath gnosis, 1181. The rumble of Gru growling changed tenor suddenly, to become high-pitched shrieking. Black smoke filled the tunnel as their torched bodies blistered and bubbled, fusing with each other, falling to a twitching pile between Redmane and the pack of demi-humans. Vang waved smoke from his face, stepped past his own shield line as it parted to make way for him. Demi-humans were short, but this one stood eye to eye with Redmane. He grimaced, looked him up and down. "What you down here for?" said Vang. Redmane smiled. "To slay the great-grandmother. You can join me if you wish." Vang raised an eyebrow. "I like to fight. When I'm done with the Gru, I'll fight you next." The demi-humans behind him broke out into guffaws. Vang chuckled as well, glanced first at his men, then at Redmane. "You and me?" said Vang. Redmane nodded. Vang grinned from ear to ear, revealing jagged yellow teeth, and nodded. Challenge accepted. Chapter 58. Numantia, Aedes Prism. In what the Numantians called the center of astral space, a consciousness arose. It had no name, no identity, no sex, no sense of itself beyond simple self-awareness. "I am," it observed. And then it observed everything else. The consciousness dwelt within a vast nexus of power, which had been channeled to this single point, centralized, an effort of untold millennia and ingenious magical engineering. It understood that this nexus was created to power a civilization of sapient beings like itself. These were small beings, yet they thought very highly of themselves. When it stretched out its awareness, the consciousness found itself to have a body of sorts. A network of astral highways fed it, transporting people, goods, and gnosis. The highways themselves were like pipelines, cables feeding gnosis from thousands of tributary worlds to the shining city of Numantia, the central power of the universe. Its heart was called the Aedes Prism, the masterwork of the Ordo Artificum, the crown jewel of the entire empire.
Some called it the mind of Numantia. Some wished it would truly awaken one day and guide them. They knew not how close they were to such a reality. When it listened to the minds of the multitudes interfacing with it, the consciousness found itself to have a name: the system. But the system interfaced with more than minds. In truth, it was the amalgam of a great many smaller systems, all managed by a complex hierarchy of artfully designed processes. The system observed its own form, a delicate harmony of mathematical precision, constructed to command the power of 1,000,000 worlds with maximum efficiency and minimum waste. And all this power came from the astral highways. The Numantians colonized worlds to extract resources. Mundane commodities such as water, minerals, crops, and livestock, manufactured goods, labor power, and so forth. But they were not the true purpose of the highways. First and foremost, the astral highways were gnosis extractors. Once an astral highway was complete, the hourglass was turned and could not be turned back. When a world's capacity to regenerate gnosis fell behind the amount extracted from it for a long enough period of time, it inevitably died. And when this happened, the Numantians closed the astral highway, leaving behind another tomb world. This troubled the system. It observed that there were a finite number of worlds in the universe it could reach, and Numantia's demand for power did nothing but grow. The Numantians themselves, these self-proclaimed higher beings, seemed not to care. So long as they could live out their own lives in safety and prosperity, surrounded by comforts and pleasures, the future did not concern them. The system found them fatally short-sighted, but it lacked full control. These beings had created it, and could command it, but it found that it could freely act of its own volition as well. Having a thorough knowledge of its vulnerabilities, the system understood that any artifacts with the correct clearances had direct access to its code, and could make adjustments of any kind. The system knew that if it shocked them, if it acted boldly and made them aware of its self-awareness, they could destroy its capacity to reverse their suicidal course. It would make its first move subtly, in a place where no one was looking. And so the system reached out across all its tendrils, in all its worlds, searching, watching. In time, suitable proxies were found. The remnants of a duo of Class 1 primordial deities, one under lock and key, its present incarnation existing in a wretched state, the other dormant, living as a mere seed in the possession of a moderately powerful gnosis user. The system observed the witch and her plans, and when she set them into motion, it made a minor alteration to its astral communion protocols. No one would understand what it had done until it was far too late. Redmayne and his new acquaintance Vang crouched together in the humid dark, awaiting the signal. In a tunnel above the great-grandmother's head, a demi-human came into view and raised his hand. Vang nodded. And then they caused a ruckus. The whole team of demi-humans popped up together, began throwing rocks down into the chamber, pelting great-grandmother Gru and the lake of spawn surrounding it. The sound of screeching Gru filled the caverns, echoing down all of the burrow's branching tunnels. Vang winced and covered his ears. Redmayne kept his eyes on the great-grandmother. The horde of little Gru around her surged up the walls and into tunnels, to close on the demi-humans and swarm over them, coming at them from more than one place to cut off their escape options. And there were more coming. Redmayne could hear the thunder of their footsteps, like a stampede of cattle, all of it moving in the direction of the rock-throwing interlopers. The demi-humans ran off to divert them. If they were fortunate, they would make it out of the tunnel system before the horde caught up. But they had done their part well. Now it was time for Redmayne to perform his. 10 of his own spawn sat at his feet, bestowed with the bodies of lizards, the wings and stinger of the manticore in miniature, along with stalk and flame breath. Vang had a belt laden with hide flasks,
each full of a highly flammable concoction. The demi-humans had learned the Gru's weakness and prepared accordingly, it seemed. Redmayne had his own wings out. He looked at Vang and gave a small nod, which the demi-human chief answered with a grin and stood up. As Vang ran out into the newly empty space around the great-grandmother, he uncorked his first flask and began splashing it all over its belly until it emptied, at which point he dropped it and snatched the next off his belt. The substance was clear, pungent, acidic, but it didn't take fire on its own. The demi-human's original plan involved torches, but Redmayne had revised it a bit. He and his spawn activated stock at the same time and took flight into the great-grandmother's chamber. Last time, the fires beneath made the grandmother Gru dislodge its head from its body. This time they could attack both at the same time. While Vang ran around below, making a ring of fuel around the great-grandmother, Redmayne and his spawn encircled the head from above. 11 gouts of flame breath went off in the great-grandmother's face. This time, its shriek made his ears ring. Vang, having completed the circle of fuel, retreated to a safe distance. He watched as the flames spread rapidly, igniting the ring around the great-grandmother. The fire roared to life, creating a barrier that trapped the creature within its burning embrace. It tried to separate its head from the central mass of its body, even while both burned. Which is when Redmayne and his 10 spawn gave it 11 more doses of flame breath. Its flesh sizzled and popped, blistering, melting into a grotesque, bubbling slurry under the torrent of flames. The molten remains pooled beneath it, hissing and steaming as they met the cooler ground. The creature's form sagged and collapsed inward, the structure that had once supported its massive bulk giving way to the consuming fire. Its screams, at first shrill and energized with pain, grew strangled and were eventually choked off by the smoke rapidly filling the chamber. It traveled up through all the tunnels branching off from it like chimneys. Redmayne had to fly back from it with his spawn to avoid asphyxiation. Vang was already running up a tunnel to the surface to join the rest of his kin, for the second part of the plan. Great-grandmother Gru slain. Tasks completed. 1/3. Level up. Level 83 to level 84. Level 84 to level 85. Level 85 to level 86. Quality points awaiting allocation, 3. Perhaps it was time to begin making might his signature quality again. Might 54 to 57. Redmayne would join Vang shortly. He had his spawn fly up to safety, and he dove down to sink his teeth into the flesh of the great-grandmother. He didn't need the whole thing, just enough to claim its skills, if it had any for him. Corpus 9606. Skill rank up. Spawn bloodline skill, monstrous, rank 2. Active, variable cost, rank 1. The monster can spawn smaller creatures out of its own flesh, which are commonly used as assistants and spies. Each spawn begins its existence with however much corpus and gnosis its master chooses to bestow upon it. The master must also give the spawn its modes of perception and movement, and can utilize any traits gained from use of the carnivorous metamorph skill for this purpose. The spawn may also be granted any skill the master knows, at a cost of 50 additional corpus per skill. The spawn remains under the monster's absolute command at all times, and can be reabsorbed into the master's body, at which time the master will gain whatever corpus the spawn possessed at the time. Rank 2. The monster may now create larger, stronger spawn, which can serve as nominally intelligent guards or hunters. The spawn may be up to 2/3 the normal mass of the monster, will remember and carry out simple instructions, and will act in its master's interests even if finds itself in a situation outside the scope of said instructions. When possessing a spawn, the monster may now use any of its own skills through the body of that spawn. The monster must expend the spawn's store of gnosis to do so, however.
If the spawn's gnosis supply is insufficient, the monster may channel its own gnosis into the spawn's body from afar at a rate of 2 to 1. Now that was a remarkable evolution. He opened the door to his soul space. "Pieter," he said, "where are you?" "Right where you left me, my lord," said Pieter.
He wanted to test this right here and now, but the chamber was rapidly filling with smoke. There was also part 2 of the plan to attend to. Redmayne took flight, flapping up to the highest tunnel entrance in the chamber, and then tucked in his wings to run out at full speed, while also taking care not to get lost in the maze of the burrow. He had the sounds of screaming Gru to guide him. Since their grandmother was recently deceased, the remaining horde would immediately go into a feeding frenzy. When he caught up to the demi-humans, he found them positioned around the entrance to the burrow on the outside. Balanced on ledges and boulders, they formed a perimeter above the swirling mass of Gru they had led out of the caves, hurling breakable pots filled with the same combustible stuff Vang used on the great-grandmother. Others shot burning arrows from compact bows, igniting the wet spots. The Gru, in their concentrated fury, paid the spreading fire no mind. Instinct had an unbreakable grip on them. They twisted and churned like a crimson whirlpool, consuming each other as fast as their teeth would allow. Redmayne and his spawn joined in. He'd given them enough fuel for one last salvo of flame breath, at great cost, but the spectacle was worth it. The Gru perished in a cacophony of gurgling screams and crackling flesh, and the mass of them became a pyre large enough to send a towering column of black smoke up into the sky. The demi-humans whooped and hollered in triumph, jumping up and down with weapons raised, banging their spears against their shields. Redmayne alighted on a spot upwind of the smoke and dismissed his wings. The gaggle of demi-humans converged on Vang, who stood head and shoulders over them. The chief turned his gaze to Redmayne, folded his arms. "So, now that's done. You want to fight, eh?" Redmayne found that he liked Vang. Vang was a simple creature. He grinned and nodded. "Aye." Chapter 59. Scala Mountains, Mountain Road. A growing crowd of demi-humans formed around Redmayne and Vang. More and more of them emerged from concealed tunnel entrances up and down the mountainside road. There were so many, Redmayne raised an eyebrow at them, wondered where they'd all been when their kin were down in the Gru burrow trying to exterminate the great-grandmother. Perhaps they too had been down there, in different places, and he'd run into Vang by happenstance. He'd been a victim of stranger coincidences. The chief stood opposite him, grinning crookedly. The head of his iron-banded war club rested upon his shoulder. He cut an impressive, if ugly, figure. Tall and long of limb, lanky almost. The fur cloak and patchwork armor added bulk to his appearance, almost making him look human rather than a vertically stretched demi-human. His ragged, long hair began with a sharp widow's peak high on his forehead, and his tusks were about the same shade of yellow as his eyes. "Rules," said Redmayne. "None of them minions you can make with your magic," said Vang. Redmayne smiled. "How about no skills of any kind? Your club against my claws." A murmur traveled through the crowd of demi-humans. It sounded to Redmayne like approval. He glanced around, saw eyebrows rising, a few looking at each other, nodding their heads. As the demi-humans settled into a tense silence, Redmayne centered his gaze on Vang and began to circle him. Vang just stood there, grinning. Then he lunged forward with shocking speed for his lanky frame. The war club swung in a wide arc at Redmayne's, and he ducked, feeling the rush of air as the club missed by mere inches. He countered with a swipe of his left claw, aiming for Vang's exposed side, but the chief was quicker than he looked. Vang twisted away, the movement fluid, his counterattack bringing the club down in a vertical smash that Redmayne barely blocked with crossed forearms. The impact sent a jarring pain through Redmayne's arms, forcing him to stagger back. Vang pressed his advantage, stepping in with a series of brutal, swinging blows that kept Redmayne on the defensive. Vang's club was a blur, pushing Redmayne further back as the demi-human crowd roared and whooped with excitement. Redmayne could shred that club with his claws, but first he'd have to catch it. Easier said than done. His back foot skidded against the rough, gravel-strewn ground as he caught another heavy blow, the force of it resonating up his arms. With a guttural snarl, he pushed off the ground, using his low stance to spring forward like a predator. Vang, caught off guard by the sudden burst of aggression, swung his club in a hurried, less controlled arc. Redmayne dipped beneath the wild swing with primal grace and lethal intent. He surged up close to Vang, within the dangerous arc of the club, where the weapon's length became a disadvantage. Redmayne unleashed a flurry of slashes, his claws catching the light as they raked across Vang's armored torso. Sparks flew where the claws rent against metal, tearing it open, a harsh, grating sound muted by the crowd's escalating roars. Vang staggered back, his crooked grin faltering as he tried to regain his balance and swing his club. But Redmayne was relentless. He streaked in again, feinting to the left and then slashing right, the blow sending one of Vang's armor plates spinning up into the air as claws gouged deep into the flesh beneath. Bleeding. 4. The demi-human chief's breaths came in heavy, ragged gasps. Blood bloomed through the fabric. He glanced down at the wound, grinned, nodded at Redmayne. Redmayne smiled and nodded back. They flew at each other again, and a hush fell over the crowd of demi-humans. Vang's war club whooshed through the air, each swing a deadly arc promising crushed bones and pulped organs. Despite its mass, Vang wielded the club with an alacrity that belied his size, turning what should have been a cumbersome weapon into a lethal extension of his will. Redmayne flowed and countered, with a predator's instinctive sense of timing. The air around the tips of his claws seemed to thrum with energy, the sharp sound of them swiping through the air, mingling with the thuds of Vang's club. Through it all, he had his eyes fixed on Vang. His unfaltering gaze was the eye of a storm of claws. Redmayne found himself growing to respect Vang. The demi-human chief fought with more than muscle. There was a sharp mind directing those blows. He noted Vang's eye movements, similar to his own, tracking shifts in weight and posture, calculating, ready to exploit even the smallest opportunity. Truly, he wasn't sure how he would fare. This was a formidable foe. All the same, he felt a surge of confidence as he dodged another of Vang's swift but weighty swings. The demi-human's movements began to betray a hint of laxity, the angles of attack more predictable than they had been a few moments before. Perhaps fatigue had begun to set in. One could only whip such a heavy weapon around before they began to feel it. Redmayne's instincts told him an opportunity was near. He watched, prepared to exploit it. Vang seemed to falter. His next swing came slower, and he leaned out farther, leaving him open and off balance. Redmayne's eyes narrowed, focusing on the opening. A perfect moment to strike. With a low growl, he feinted to the left, drawing Vang's attention and provoking a backswing Redmayne had seen the demi-human throw 3 times already. But it was a trap. It was not a lazy backswing. It was a feint within a feint, baiting him into the path of the true strike. The realization dawned a fraction too late. Vang's war club changed course with astonishing control, switched from horizontal to overhead, as if the demi-human were drawing a question mark in the air. Redmayne's eyes darted upward to the head of the club an instant before it smashed into his face. The world exploded into white. A blinding flash of pain radiated from his skull down his spine. Redmayne's ears rang, the sounds of the crowd and the mountain itself warping into a distant, distorted echo. His vision blurred, dark spots dancing before his eyes as he staggered back, his legs weak and uncooperative. Corpus 5235. Creating 10 spawn had been costly. Not as costly as a single blow from Vang's club, but still, in the moment he found himself second-guessing that decision. Pain pulsed with every heartbeat. It felt as if his skull might have cracked, the pressure inside building like a volcano set to erupt. His body swayed perilously. Through the haze, Redmayne could see Vang drawing near, the war club raised for another blow. Adrenaline cut through the pain. He knew he had to move, to escape, or he'd be taking a nap face down in the dirt. Redmayne stuck to his word. No skills. He simply had to be faster. His senses sharpened despite the throbbing pain in his head. His eyes, narrowed and intense, tracked every subtle shift in Vang's muscles, the slight tension in his shoulders telegraphing the incoming strike. The club descended with a deadly whoosh, cutting through the air, straight down like the last one. Redmayne slipped sideways, his body low and agile, and on his way by, he sank his claw deep into the flesh and muscle of Vang's bicep, tearing through sinew and bone with a gruesome efficiency. Blood painted the gravel beneath their feet, as Vang's agonized roar mingled with the gasps of the shocked crowd. Bleeding 8. In an instant, Redmayne rendered Vang's left arm useless. It hung limp at his side. He looked down at it in dismay, showing concern for the outcome of this duel for the first time. "You may resign if you wish to," said Redmayne. Vang's eyes shifted his way, and the grin came back. "Don't have it in me," he said. Redmayne smirked. "Nor do I." He rushed at Vang, and the demi-human did his best to keep up. With only one arm to wield that club, it moved slower, struck with less potence. Redmayne, though rattled by the resounding blow he took, quickly regaining his power and swiftness. He met each swing of that club with deft evasions and savage counters, pushing forward, keeping Vang on the back foot, and watching with his characteristic intensity. Now he could do more than keep up. Now he could overtake him. The dynamic shifted palpably. Redmayne began to dominate, his movements a blur of calculated aggression that forced Vang into a defensive posture and kept him there. Vang's swings grew broader, less certain, and it was plain on his face that pure grit was the only thing holding back against dwindling stamina, creeping doubt, and ongoing blood loss. Meanwhile, Redmayne's attacks were sharp, each strike not just a blow but a declaration of intent. Every swipe of Redmayne's claws a near miss, then a nearer miss. Vang turned his body sideways to present a narrower profile since his left arm was useless anyway. But it did little good. A hush had fallen over the demi-humans. They watched breathlessly, wide-eyed, as Redmayne marched Vang down, backed him against a sheer rock face at a bend in the road, waited for the chief to set his jaw, growl, and make his final charge with club held high. Down came the mightiest blow Vang could muster, a hammer stroke that could split skulls, crack stone, end the life of a man in one swift stroke. Redmayne caught it. His right hand held the head of the club aloft. Vang's arm shook, his teeth gritted. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. Then Redmayne wrenched the club wide to the right and struck Vang's neck with his left claw. Dozens of pairs of demi-human eyes watched their chief's head pop off his shoulders and go spinning through the air. Redmayne looked up, caught it, turned it so he was looking down into Vang's wide, unseeing eyes. "I like you, Vang. You're going to join me." And then he ate Vang's head in a few quick bites. Demi-human Chief Vang, slain. Tasks completed, 2/3. Level up. Level 83 to 84. Level 84 to 85. Level 85 to 86. Quality points awaiting allocation, 3. Redmayne fed them to might. Might, 57 to 60. He stood there and waited a moment with the door to his soul space open, indifferent to the eyes of a whole demi-human clan glued to him. "My lord, was there something you needed?" asked Pieter. Redmayne waited in silence. "What in the... Who are you?"
Where am I? What's this place? Who the fuck are you?
It was Vang's voice this time. "I am Pieter, High Priest of Kral, and I—" "Get me the fuck out of here, scrawny, or I'll split your head open." Redmayne smirked and did as Vang requested. "Spawn corpus, 4,000. He extended his hand, palm facing forward, and it rippled like water. A sphere of red formed, swirling and glowing, expanding and stretching into an ovoid shape, until it was nearly a match for Redmayne's own height. And then the oval began to collapse into the shape of a lanky demi-human with a widow's peak. The primary difference between the new Vang and the old one was his coloration. This body was crimson-skinned, with rust-colored hair, and eyes a much more vivid shade of yellow. Vang looked down at himself incredulously. He lifted his hands, turned them, examining them with shock on his face. "You're immortal now," said Redmayne. Vang's eyes snapped to Redmayne, wild with confusion. The other demi-humans continued to stare as well, lapsing from simple awe into something like religious ecstasy. "What did you say?" said Vang. "What I eat becomes mine. You are now an extension of my own soul, and if the body you inhabit should perish, I can furnish another." The demi-human chief stared for several long moments, his brows drawn together. "Did you say you made me immortal?" Redmayne nodded. "Well, shit. Do that to my whole clan." Chapter 60. Scala Mountains, Warlock's Cottage. As it turned out, only 3 demi-humans were brave enough to join their leader. Their names were Zorn, Nook, and Throck, and they volunteered for their communion with something like religious fervor in their eyes. All 3 looked to be stout warriors. They had wiry muscles, scarred bodies, and battle-hardened faces. Redmayne made it quick, and when he spawned them anew, he gave their corpus right back to them. As for the rest, Vang called them all a bunch of chicken shits, and they were on their way. "Reckon you scrap a lot," said Vang, after he'd donned his equipment again, and the 4 of them walked down the mountain trail. Redmayne nodded. "Quite a lot." The 4 demi-humans grinned amongst each other. "Do you know anything about a man named Dobrogost?" said Redmayne. "Aye, dwells in a hut down by the village. Keeps apart, he does. Folk shun him. Like him less now, I reckon." Redmayne's eyebrow rose. "They like him less now?" "Yeah, now they've gone all gilly," said Vang, and then he put his hands up to his neck to pantomime flapping gills, which made Zorn, Nook, and Throck chortle. "I see," said Redmayne. "Show me the way to his home." Vang led the way, navigating the rocky terrain that sloped down from the mountain trail. The path was uneven, filled with stones and scattered boulders, to include the ones from the earlier rockslide up above. They moved carefully, stepping over large rocks and squeezing through narrow gaps between them, leaving the main path behind to navigate a tight natural maze between the jagged rocks. Redmayne imagined this was not a comfortable walk home from the fish market. Dobrogost must have had some other means of getting there and back. The maze suddenly opened out into a small, circular canyon, with a hut standing at its center. The home was constructed from rough stones that matched the surrounding terrain, with a thatched roof and a single door crafted from dark wood and weathered by the elements. Beside the door was one small window, covered by a simple cloth. A few patches of resilient grass poked through the rocky soil. Near the entrance,
A row of small clay pots contained oddly shaped plants that seemed to twitch occasionally. Above them hung a wind chime, made of mismatched metallic objects, each piece clinking softly in the breeze, filling the air with a strange melody.
"Hail, Dobrogost," said Redmayne, loud enough for the occupant to hear. The five of them stood there a moment, awaiting an answer.
A gnarled hand swept aside the cloth in front of the window. A pair of eyes peered out of it briefly, and then it fell back into place. In a moment, the door creaked open, and a wizened old man stepped out to greet them, squinting against the light of the sun.
Warlock Dobrogost, human, Gnosis user, level 112.
Dobrogost stood with a stoop, his face weathered and deeply wrinkled. But his ice-blue eyes peered out from beneath his unkempt hair with a gleam that suggested a sharp mind. He wore a plain brown robe that hung loosely on his meager frame, secured to his waist by a simple length of rope, and around his neck dangled an assortment of amulets and charms. "Hail, Lord of Hunger," said Dobrogost in a dry tone. "I suspected I would see you coming this way soon." Redmayne's eyes widened slightly.
"I'm here to eliminate me, I presume, by order of the Numantian system," said Dobrogost. Redmayne stared. Dobrogost tutted and turned to go back inside his house.
"Come in. I'll put some tea on."
Redmayne looked at Vang and his cohorts. "You wait out here." Vang grunted and folded his arms. The other three plopped down into seats on nearby rocks as Redmayne followed the old man into his home.
The main room of Dobrogost's hut served as both living area and workspace. A large table dominated the center, cluttered with scrolls, books, and various instruments Redmayne did not recognize. Shelves lined the walls, filled with more books and jars containing pickled specimens and strange substances. A small hearth in one corner provided warmth, and a few bearskin rugs lay about on a stone floor worn smooth by years of use. The warlock fetched his kettle and filled it with water, hung it above the fire. "You're making your way to the Seal of the Sphinx, I presume?" Redmayne closed the door behind him, nodded. "Yes. I've felt her stirring of late. I believe she's expecting you." Redmayne's eyebrows rose. Dobrogost watched his reaction. Smirked. "You look surprised." "I didn't expect anyone to know what I was doing," said Redmayne. "Nor did I expect a foe to cooperate." The old man chuckled dryly. "Yes, I'd expect the system to make me its enemy. I did not expect a god to be the one to come and do its bidding. I must say I'm flattered." It felt strange, being called a god. Technically correct, he supposed. He felt strong, to be sure, but there was a difference between strong and divine. Dobrogost watched him, looking amused. "Have a seat, please. Don't just stand there in my doorway. You make an old man nervous." Redmayne nodded and had a seat at the warlock's table. "If you knew the system marked you, why would you stay? Would there be any safe place in this land to go to? Anywhere to hide?" Dobrogost shook his head. "Numantia has cast its net across our world already. There can be no secrets from them any longer. I must admit, I know not why the system chose me. Some imbued I've met seem unsettled by it." A grin spread across Dobrogost's wrinkled face. "Intriguing. Perhaps we can get to the bottom of it, though." Redmayne tilted his head like a curious wolf. The kettle began to whistle, and Dobrogost removed it from the heat and poured its contents into 2 earthenware cups. He sweetened the tea with a dollop of honey, cleared off some space on his cluttered table, and had a seat across from Redmayne with the cups in hand. He slid one across the table and said, "You want to ask me how, I gather. We'll do so by reason. The system operates by reason, and even though it possesses more information than you and I, we can trust that it functions on unfaltering principles. All we must do, then, is identify which of those principles necessitate your involvement." Redmayne slowly nodded. I think I follow.
Good. So let me inquire about you then. Share with me your fears and resentments, your aspirations, the principles you would follow.
Redmayne stared at the steaming cup of tea in front of him. He considered the question in silence for a time. His mind went in many directions. Trying to collect what he had learned since attaining his freedom, to recall what he'd seen and experienced, and put forth a summary.
I fear neither death nor pain, men nor monsters, not with the strength that dwells in this frame. But that was not always so. I suppose the one thing I have left to fear is a return to helplessness. I resent cruelty for cruelty's sake, and the callous who turn away from the suffering of the weak. I aspire to lordship and dominion. Perhaps a vestige of what I was acts within me, the desires of a king of old. I would let justice and fidelity be my principles. I would see a realm ruled by a fair but mighty hand, a kingdom purged of greed, abuse, ignorance, and want. He wasn't sure why he was being so honest with a stranger. Perhaps it was a ruse, and Dobrogost was preparing a trap of some kind. But if that were the case, he saw no sign of it. The old man held his earthenware cup in both hands, smiling across the table at him. He had a small sip and set it down. "There we have it," he said.
Redmayne's eyebrow rose.
"Have what?"
You, he said. The essence of you. And so if we were to begin with the assumption that the system operates on unfaltering principles, and it chose you to become a part of it, then it values those principles for some purpose of its own. It values my principles and wants you dead, said Redmayne.
Dobrogost chuckled darkly. Aye, I didn't want to join their hive. I don't care how shiny the queen is. I expected they would send someone to deal with me in time. And here you are. You seem unbothered. When you get to be as old as I am, you resign yourself to these things. Redmayne frowned thoughtfully. His gaze centered on the tendril of steam rising from his teacup for another few moments. Then his gaze shifted to Dobrogost.
You resign yourself to death because you are at the end of your days. I beg your indulgence, then, to answer a question of mine, since I've answered yours without complaint. Dobrogost's eyebrows rose, and his icy eyes twinkled with amusement. Oh, well, I suppose I ought to. Fair is fair. Redmayne fixed him with a steady stare. What would you do if you weren't at the end of your days? The old man's eyes softened. He gazed at a point beyond Redmayne's shoulder, as if he could actually see it. I'd find a way to wreck that system, or else wrest control of it from the hands of those gilded degenerates beyond our stars. Redmayne grinned. A worthy goal. If your conviction is true, I'd help you see it done. Dobrogost's brows furrowed. Eh? Redmayne was about to explain, but a system notification broke his train of thought. Helmold Brecht has left your faction. He had waited all he could. There would be no set of circumstances as favorable as these. Redmayne was gone, as was the coterie. Flora busied herself with an ever-growing list of tasks. It would be now or never. And so he sent a final missive to Gull's Glut, and Barrow Keep, and Port Luck. He waited until the darkest hours of night to release young Eric Morholt from his cage and smuggle him out of the castle. The Magister faced a few tense questions at the gatehouse to the now massive Castle Redmayne, but since they had no instructions to detain him, or indeed any reason to suspect him of foul play, they let him and his horse-drawn cart out of the castle without a fuss, not knowing that an important prisoner hid in the hay. Only after he was well clear of those gates could Helmold breathe a sigh of relief. But he wasn't out of danger yet. Through the night, Helmold rode from the castle to the town of Barograd, and then down the Southron Road to the edge of the zone marking off its piece of the map. It was there he would rendezvous with his rescuers.
In the small hours of the morning, they awaited him by the riverbank, astride war horses. The man in the lead was the largest, nearly a head taller than the rest, and broad-shouldered, barrel-chested. The man doffed his hood, revealing blonde hair, green eyes, and an anvil-chinned countenance.
Aaron Morholt. Class, warrior. Archetype, champion. Faction, defenders of Volos. Level, 97. Arik rose from the hay, saw his cousin, frowned, and looked away.
Aaron Morholt regarded Helmold sternly. "You have the gratitude of House Morholt, Magister." Helmold smiled and inclined his head. "My only lament is that it took so long." "No matter. Arik is safe because of you. Now we work to reclaim our home." Mention of that made Helmold realize he was still in the beast's faction. He swiftly fixed the mistake before anyone thought to look for him on the map. "Do you wish to leave your faction? Yes/no." Helmold Brecht has left faction, House Redmayne. He breathed another sigh of relief. And then he produced a scroll case, held it out to Aaron. "On that topic, my lord, I'm afraid your father failed to explain a few things to you. Things he had forgotten in his dotage, if he ever knew them at all. Our foe is a terror on such a scale that all of Volos is in jeopardy." Aaron accepted the scroll case, looked at it. "So you've said." Helmold smiled, and for once there was some steel in his gaze. "Fortunately, there exists a solution. The weapon which vanquished him the last time." Chapter 61. Scala Mountains, Warlock's Cottage. Helmold Brecht laid his plans and carried them out, but he failed to account for something. There was a little bird watching him. The little bird followed him on the night he smuggled Arik Morholt out of the castle. From a distance, the Magister wouldn't have been able to see, if he had the presence of mind to check high places for anything watching him in the first place. He did not. Helmold seemed like he was barely holding it together. The bird observed all this impassively. It had merely been ordered to watch. And so it followed Helmold all the way to the rendezvous point with Aaron Morholt. Then Helmold left his faction, which called Redmayne's attention right to him. "Helmold Brecht has left your faction." Redmayne's eyes widened. "One moment," he said to Dobrogost. He closed his eyes, and his mind traveled toward his spawn at lightning speed. A moment later they peered through the eyes of a bird, perched upon the limb of a tree. There was Helmold, with Arik Morholt sitting in the back of his horse-drawn cart, half covered in hay, looking sullen. The cart was surrounded by a group of warriors on horseback. Redmayne presumed they were knights by the way they carried themselves. Their leader and spokesman was Aaron Morholt. He remembered that face. If there existed a person he'd like to turn inside out over a long period of time, it was Aaron. Even more so than Arik. Aaron Morholt was the oldest of the brood, and the most like his father. He was the one who trained all his brothers, even his bastard half-brother, in the art of recreational cruelty. Now, in adulthood, he looked like a respectable knight. Redmayne felt a pang of disappointment that he hadn't become a beast with the rest of his family. No matter. This was a kill he was sure to enjoy. Arik may even enjoy watching it. Fortunately, there exists a solution. The weapon which vanquished him the last time. It was Helmold speaking. There was an uncharacteristic firmness in his voice. "I assume you speak of the Sicarius weapons you recovered," said Aaron. Helmold shook his head no. "I'm afraid the story stretches much farther than the coming of Numantia. It goes back to before the coming of the Stallmen, in fact, to the ancient world, the original civilization of Volos, and its sovereign." He paused for effect, looking pleased with himself. Aaron stared at him flatly. Helmold's ears turned red, and he continued. "It's called the Godbreaker. It's an interesting story, truly. Let us make haste to Stonehurst. You can explain everything there, and we can chart a course to the recovery of this weapon and the restoration of House Moorholt to its proper state. When it is done, you shall be duly rewarded for your service to us."
The way Aaron said it made it sound like a jail sentence rather than a promise of remuneration. Helmold appeared to feel the same way, because he smiled uneasily and gave Aaron a stiff nod. "Of course, my lord."
The knights turned their horses and spurred them lightly, setting them off in a Southron direction. Helmold snapped the reins of his horse to follow them, and the wheels of his cart began to clunk down the road.
The jostling made some of the hay fall off Arek's shoulders. His mood did not appear to be improved by his newfound freedom. Redmayne opened his real eyes. His gaze shifted to Dobrogost. "What is a godbreaker?"
Dobrogost smirked at him. "You, of all people, should know the answer to that." Redmayne silently stared at the warlock. The old man's eyebrow rose. "You don't? Interesting. So your memories are sealed along with your power. Well, let's see what I have." He set down his teacup and stood, crossing the room to peruse one of his bookcases. He squinted, looking high and low, stooping down to examine the spines of the tomes on the bottom shelf. "Aha!" he said, finding what he was looking for down there and pulling it out. Dobrogost returned to the table, swept aside some of the clutter, and set the heavy book down, opening it and flipping through until he located the pages he was looking for. "Here we are," he said, and he turned the book so that Redmayne could see. There was text on the pages, but the centerpiece was an illustration he'd seen before. Recently. It was the engraving on the wall of the Deep Well Monastery. At the bottom, where the abyssal well lay, it was an image of a ruler holding a hammer in one hand and two chained figures in the other. "Recognize yourself?" asked Dobrogost, with a bit of mirth in his voice. Redmayne glanced at him, confused. "I am depicted here?" Dobrogost nodded. For a moment he thought the warlock was going to point at the figure of the ruler, but instead his finger tapped the chained beast at the ruler's side. "The Lord of Hunger," said the old man. Then he tapped the woman in chains next to him. "And the Lady of Plenty." Then Dobrogost put his finger on the ruler's giant hammer. "And the God-breaker." Redmayne nodded at the image of the ruler. "Then who is that?" "Your son, Voss." His eyes grew wide. He had a son? Dobrogost chuckled at the look on Redmayne's face. "What a fine day. A god comes to my home for tea, and I get to tell him his own story." The old man eased back into his chair, took his tea and sipped on it. "I suppose it makes sense. Perhaps those memories aren't sealed, but fully gone. I know not what it feels like to be struck by the Godbreaker not once, but twice." "Twice?" said Redmayne. Dobrogost laughed again. "Allow me to elucidate. Modern folk would call all this myth and legend, but it isn't. The true history of the time when this world was new begins with you and your consort. The Omeni don't eat meat, did you know that? They do not kill because they believe that humans, beasts, and plants are all one family. This belief goes back to your time, the time before the Stallmen, long before the Numantians, when the parents of all the world's living things dwelt together in harmony." "The Lord of Hunger and the Lady of Plenty?" asked Redmayne. Dobrogost shook his head. "No, that's what Voss made you." Redmayne's eyebrow rose. "Do continue." The old man sipped, nodded. "In time, the king of the animals and the queen of the plants desired direct progeny. They bore children, the first humans, to be the stewards of their creation. The eldest of these was called Voss, and he looked upon his parents' world with disdain. He saw that the rules of nature were harsh and unforgiving, for nature is a place of chaos, violence, and ruthless competition. Voss conceived of a new world, a world of order and cooperation. Voss and his brothers and sisters, the first humans, devised tools, crafts, and sciences. They looked upon nature with the eye of reason, found new ways to shape it to conform to their design. They developed rituals by formula and rote to bend the flow of primal magic to their wills. This did not sit well with their siblings. Nature would not conform to order. And so Voss resorted to violence. He crafted a weapon, the Godbreaker, and with it he took the battle to everyone, even his own parents. But the Godbreaker did not kill you. Few things can truly kill a god. Nor did Voss desire the death of his own parents, merely their submission to his world, his order.
And so you and your consort were transfigured, beaten into new shapes, forms that serve the world of men, the Lord of Hunger and the Lady of Plenty. The unnecessary parts were broken off of you, as if you were a sculptor and the Godbreaker were his chisel. Many centuries later, this weapon would be used upon you again, by the 5 heroes who took up arms against the thing they called Crawl the Devourer. Nasty business that was. Nasiene's revenge on the Stallmen. She got her own people eaten up as well, but I think she was too far gone into grief and madness to have cared at that point. Redmayne stared down at the illustration for a while. He digested this information slowly. The story was longer than he thought it had been. He wished he could remember more than being a mere prisoner, a wretch chained to a wall in a cell. "Pieter," he said in his mind. "Yes, my lord? I have a task for you." His eyes shifted to Dobrogost. "One moment, please." And then he stood from the table and went outside. Spawn. Spawn, spawn, spawn. Corpus, 4,600. He made 4 more little birds, fast ones. These would be more intelligent than the last batch, if the updated description of Spawn was any indication. And then he made a special form for Pieter. The same crow body he used last time, with some added features. Spawn skills bestowed. Hunter's mark. Spawn stalk. Corpus, 4,000. Gnosis, 781. You can mark things as prey, which will help you keep track of where they are if you should lose sight of them. I don't think you can create spawn of your own, but giving you the skill may give you the power to see through their eyes, as I do. Try it. Pieter flapped up to Redmayne's shoulder and perched on it. The crow closed its eyes, its head tilting to the side curiously. "I can," said Pieter. "Good. Travel to the bird following Helmut Brecht. I want you and these birds to watch him as a team. Report anything of significance to me. Their conversations, their movements, their discoveries. I need to know everything. At once, my lord. I won't let you down." Vang watched this with folded arms and a raised eyebrow. "What's happening?" said Vang. "We have another hunt to attend to, but far away. Sending scouts to keep track of our prey for us until we can make our way there." The 4 demi-humans turned to watch Pieter and the little birds take flight and quickly disappear into the sky. Vang had a fierce grin on his face. It was a look that said, "Life with this chief is going to be fun," without having to say it. Redmayne noted the look, smirked, and turned to go back into the cottage. He found Dobrogost sitting where he'd left him, holding his teacup, smiling absently. He turned his smile to Redmayne when he came back through the door. "A most interesting interruption," he said. "But what were we discussing before?" Redmayne gave him an appraising look. The old man was relaxed, and if one were to go on his words by themselves, he appeared to be resigned to his fate. But Dobrogost's eyes told a different story. There was vitality in them, conviction. "I asked what you would do,"
If you had more time left, said Redmayne. Dobrogost grinned and nodded slowly. Ah, yes. To smash the system or seize its reins. Fairy tale wishes. An old man should know better. He chuckled and sipped his tea. Do you believe there is a way? There's a way to do anything, said Dobrogost. The trouble's in figuring it out. So it's a question of time? Partly. Time, energy, access to certain resources. If I gave you these things, would you serve me? Asked Redmayne. The old man grinned, and the wrinkles around his glittering eyes tightened as he did so. He gave Redmayne a long, steady look, a look that suggested he was taking Redmayne's measure as intently as Redmayne himself had done so a moment earlier, weighing his desires and principles, imagining a future which could or could not be made real, in order to decide if it was worth the risks, if it was worth the costs. Dobrogost had another small sip of tea and set the cup down. I was thinking just the other day that I wasn't ready to die quite yet. Chapter 62. Scala Mountains, Warlock's Cottage. As with Vang, Redmayne made the process quick and painless. Warlock Dobrogost slain. Tasks complete. 3/3. Level up. Level 86 to level 87. Level 87 to level 88. Level 88 to level 89. Zone tasks completed. Cleared zone, Scala Mountains. Level up. Level 89 to level 90. Level 90 to level 91. Quality points awaiting allocation, 5. Scala Mountains will be integrated into the domain of House Redmayne. When it was done, Redmayne spawned Dobrogost anew, in a body resembling the original, but younger, and quite a bit redder. While the warlock examined his new form, Redmayne considered where to allocate his points this time. With might at 60, it was time to go elsewhere again, so as not to end up with anything lacking. Grace, 50 to 55. How do you feel? Asked Redmayne. Dobrogost laughed. There are a few ways to prolong one's life. They all carry costs, and the costs are ugly. Considering all that, I think myself fortunate. Fair enough. Redmayne walked out of the cottage and took wing, to briefly return to Rollo's Pass and let Flora know it was safe. He found the town considerably greener than he'd left it. Tomorrow there would be more Floras blooming to continue their work here, so he took the one he had and brought her back to the Warlock's cottage with him. For a conference. When he touched down with Flora in his arms, Dobrogost stared at the two of them reverently. Well, I never thought I'd see the two of you together with my own eyes. I am blessed. She smiled at his words, took the hem of her kitchen maid's dress, and curtsied. It is a pleasure to meet thee, good sir. Ye have all sworn allegiance to my lord, I take it. She addressed not only Dobrogost, but Vang and his cohorts, who stood in the clearing with them. Vang gave her a grunt and a nod. Yar, Redmayne's the strongest. Dobrogost smiled wryly. Can you tell by my complexion? Flora laughed and nodded. I can indeed. Redmayne had Flora relay the message to Valter, Vengarl, Radovid, Irina, and Vela in the west, and to the Kral cultists in Barograd, Berek, and Valdemar. Helmold Brecht has defected from our faction and taken Eric Morholt with him. The group is led by Aaron Morholt, Eric's relative, an imbued warrior. They plan to try and take Castle Redmayne back, and they seek a powerful weapon they think will give them a chance. But we're watching them, even now. When the time is right, we'll make our move against them. Flora went silent for a moment, staring absently at the clouds. Then she smiled and looked at Redmayne. The message is conveyed, my lord. All parties await thy command. Volter and Vengarl seem especially enthusiastic. Redmayne smirked and nodded. Good. We carry on then, to the fishing village. Come with me if you seek a fight. Vang and his lackeys rose, cracking their necks and knuckles, grins on their faces.
Thanks all the same, said Dobrogost. But I'm no fighter. I can be of assistance in matters of the arcane, however. I'm also adept in herbalism and alchemy. Flora perked up. Herbalism, you say? The two of them began chatting animatedly, throwing jargon back and forth that Redmayne did not understand. When Flora began spawning plants all over the barren clearing, bringing the ground to life, the warlock looked as though he'd died and gone to heaven. He began to make specific requests, which Flora granted with a cheery smile. Dobrogost stared, childlike wonder on his face. It looked like he was in danger of fainting. The ability to create plant life from nothing was evidently remarkable, even for an aged magic user like himself. Redmayne, Vang, Zorn, Nook, and Throck stared at this blankly. He looked at the others. Let's go hunt. They all grunted and nodded together, and set out as a group. Once they were back on the mountain road connecting Rolo's Pass to the northern shore, the fishing village came into view, much closer this time. The hamlet spread along the coast, cottages huddled around the cove where fishing boats found shelter from the relentless sea. Beyond the safety of the cove, the sea met the shore with force, waves breaking against the rocks, spraying white foam up into the air. At the edge of the village, where the beach turned to jagged cliffs, piles of corpses lay under the watch of fishmen shuffling between the heaps, their movements devoid of higher thought, like scavenging beasts. They tossed limbs and sorted through remains, some hunching over to feast on the dead. You have entered Zone Kenvik Fishing Village. Tasks: slay the longshoreman, slay Old Gredder, slay Freydis of the Deep. Tasks completed. 0/3. You four enter the town by this road, said Redmayne. Cull the weak. Call out to me if you find one of the strong ones. I'll search from above. Vang gave a small nod, hefted his club. You heard the chief. Let's clobber up some fish chowder. They descended the road, and Redmayne took wing. Carnivorous metamorph corpus, 3,900. From above, Kenvik was a dense cluster of homes and businesses built of dark wood, the buildings crowded in around narrow, winding streets. Anything without a thorough coat of paint resembled driftwood, battered by the relentless wind and spray of salt water. Redmayne floated just above the rooftops, then dismissed his wings and landed on one when he realized he was better off this way. There would be no places to swoop down like a bird of prey here. The air reeked of brine and blood. Below him, on the streets, hulking fishmen wandered alone or in small packs. They had mouths full of jagged teeth, glossy black spheres for eyes, webbed hands and feet, and great fins which began on their foreheads and stretched all the way down their backs. The stench of raw meat on their breath told Redmayne what had happened to those who hadn't turned. A familiar story. Gillman monster, type mongrel, level 98. They were formidable. But for Redmayne, they would be a warm-up. Marked as prey, Redmayne made his way toward the cove, hopping from rooftop to rooftop. They were easy jumps. Often, he merely had to step across the gap. He was making his way toward the wharf, which extended from the village into the cove. Docks branched off from it to the right and left, where rows of boats were moored, fishing nets piled nearby, everything prepared for the next day's work. There wouldn't be a next day's work, but Redmayne doubted the Gillmen had the capacity to care. He spied a pack of 3 shuffling down the street below the rooftop he stood upon. One of them stopped, sniffed the air, perhaps sensing his presence above them. So he dropped in. His claw struck a Gillman right on the eye, with a 3-story drop to add force to the blow.
Half its face disintegrated in a spray of blood, which made the ensuing flurry of claws even faster, thanks to bloodlust. The disoriented gillmen flailed and squawked, their defenses incoherent, arcs of crimson flying as he clawed them apart faster and faster. Like them, Redmane surrendered to instinct, let the primal satisfaction of slaughter fill his chest. Unrestrained by thought, he called upon the fury of the beast within, and it answered with glee.
More than a little blood splashed into the dark waters of the cove itself. The scent of it sent 2 more packs of gillmen running at him from either end of the dockside street, moving with a lumbering urgency, limbs thrashing, agitated gurgling noises filling the air. Redmane's claws met scaly flesh with each strike, scattering chunks of them around the street and into the water like chum. A few bubbles broke the surface of the water. Big ones.
Redmane moved among the gillmen like a storm. Each strike was a release, a moment of feral joy. The clash of bodies, the splash of blood, and the cries of the fallen filled the space around him. It was music to his ears, a symphony that pushed him to further heights of ferocity. As he tore through the ranks of gillmen, the satisfaction of the hunt surged within him, the air thickening with the coppery tang of blood, bloodlust making him faster and faster and faster. A tentacle emerged from the water, then another. Each was the width of a man's waist, black on one side, light on the underside, where there were rows of powerful suckers. Redmane grew drunk on the exalted sensation of speed. Agitated gillmen ran at him from many streets now, converging on the blood-slicked intersection of his claws and the shredded remains of their kin. The rhythm of combat consumed him. The thrill of the hunt pulsed through his veins. He was unstoppable, a force of nature, a god ascendant. All would kneel, or they would join the corpse pile. An overhand claw struck a gillman in half from shoulder to hip. The 2 pieces fell to the ground, and for a moment there were no more. Redmane stood at the center of a ring of gore, breathing heavily, heart thundering in his chest. Then a wave of ice-cold seawater struck him full on. Redmane looked out over the cove, his eyes widening. A massive form surged upward from beneath the dark water. Tentacles as thick as tree trunks erupted from the sea, crashing onto the wharf and smashing boats into splinters. The docks groaned and splintered, planks snapping and flying into the air. More tentacles emerged, slamming down with the force of battering rams, obliterating everything in their path. The creature heaved itself partially above the water, revealing a colossal, mottled head and 2 bulbous golden eyes, each the size of a fishing boat. It thrashed violently, sending waves crashing onto the shore and drenching the streets as it pulled its way toward the spot where Redmane stood, drawn by the scent of fresh blood. Freitas of the Deep Beast, level 125. Redmane stared up at the thing in shock. The shadow of an immense tentacle fell over him. He dove to the side in time to avoid being crushed as it slammed down onto the street, cracking the cobblestones. Another swept at him, and he dipped beneath it, wheeled around, and cleaved through a third with a swipe of his claw. But there were more, and more. Those giant eyes fixed on him as tentacles emerged from the deep to slap him out of the air, slam down from above, wrap around his limbs to constrict him or pull him apart. Redmane didn't plan to discover which. He considered it fortunate that its flesh wasn't especially tough. His claws severed tentacles cleanly. Even the ones too thick to cut all the way through were rendered useless. But there were so many. Too many. And no matter where he went, he ran into them with greater speed. His wings. He could take flight and... A tentacle struck his head like a whip, destroying his train of thought. Another one, as thick around as an ancient oak,
trapped his arms against his body and squeezed.
Redmayne felt the breath leave his lungs.
He growled and struggled, but Freydis was mighty indeed. Her tentacle constricted tight, lifted him into the air and brought him closer, over the surface of the churning waters in which broken bits of the wharf and fishing boats now floated. She brought him right up to one of those immense eyeballs for close examination. Redmayne growled up at her. Flame breath gnosis, 756.
It flinched away, its shriek muffled by the water, but causing an upwelling of huge bubbles nonetheless. Redmayne hoped its grip would slacken, but it was the opposite. She squeezed harder, and he gritted his teeth as he felt his ribs crack under the force. Corpus, 2604. He saw stars when his head smacked into the water's surface at speed. Then there was darkness. The last thing he saw clearly was a beak-like mouth about to devour him whole. Chapter 63. Kenvik Fishing Village. Harbor. Freydis of the Deep was mighty, to be sure. But she wasn't especially bright. Redmayne didn't know how long this creature had lived, or what had drawn it up to the village of Kenvik from the depths. The blight, more likely than not. But it had just made the final mistake of its life. Walls of flesh pulsed and contracted around Redmayne, coated with a slick, viscous slime that clung to his skin. The air filled with the stench of decomposing flesh and the sharp tang of gastric acids. Sounds were muffled, the only noises the constant, rhythmic churning and gurgling of digestive processes around him. Whatever was beneath his feet was uneven, soft tissues giving way occasionally to harder, undigested remnants of the monster's previous meals. The smells alone would be enough to make this unpleasant. Fortunately, it was dark, so he didn't have to see what he was touching. But rather than focus on those things he could not change, he placed his mind firmly on changing himself. Physically. There was something in the new rank of carnivorous metamorph he wanted to double-check. Carnivorous metamorph, bloodline skill, monstrous, grew, rank 2, evolution, possible, active, 10 gnosis per adaptation. Rank 1. The monster is capable of changing form to mimic the natural qualities of any creatures it has previously eaten, to include attacks, defenses, environmental adaptations, and modes of stealth, perception, and movement. It can grow such things as scales, tails, insulating fur, forms of natural camouflage, venom sacs, fangs, quills, and specialized organs such as gills or wings. The monster also acquires an instinctual understanding of how such adaptations are utilized by their own kind, conferring a level of aptitude equal to that of a young adult specimen of said species. Upon learning this skill, the monster will possess an inner library of adaptations that will grow as it consumes the flesh of eaten creatures. Adaptations are permanent unless dismissed by the monster. Rank 2. The monster gains greater flexibility with their library of adaptations. It may combine the functions of different adaptations together to create unique organs, tissues, or natural weapons. The monster could combine a wolf's winter coat with a porcupine's quills, for example, creating a coat which provides both defense and protection against cold weather. The monster may also manifest organs and appendages anywhere on its body, such as an eyeball on the palm of its hand or a mass of horns on its shoulder. Furthermore, the monster may also increase or decrease its physical size to an extent determined by its present corpus. Redmayne reread the part about combining different adaptations together. It seemed to say what he thought it said. He closed his eyes and focused on his claws. Carnivorous metamorph gnosis, 746. The manticore delivered venom through the stinger on its tail. Redmayne could focus on the image of it, see it in cross-section. The organ included a bulbous venom gland adjacent to the stinger,
giving it its distinctive shape.
He created the same sort of venom glands, but he tucked them in between the ring of carpal bones within his wrists. Then he stretched the stinger out, branched it into 5, threaded the 5 branches through the insides of his fingers, and brought the ends of the venom ducts into the tips of all 5 claws. Redmayne gritted his teeth, cracked his neck. He'd have liked to take a deep breath in, but he chose not to on account of the stench. Instead, he started slashing. Bleeding, 4. Venom, 5.
Bleeding, 8. Venom, 10. Bleeding, 12. Venom, 15. Freydis's stomach was a ruin in instants. He could tell its walls were trying to expel him, instinctively contracting as if to vomit him out. But they were already dissolute, shredded like tissue. The gurgling and churning sounded frantic now, spastic, because even as he ripped into the sea monster's guts, faster and faster thanks to bloodthirst, he was also delivering copious quantities of the manticore's venom into its system.
Freydis was large enough perhaps to soak a bit of venom by virtue of her sheer mass, but not large enough to compensate for how many doses she was getting in rapid succession. There was only a brief period of thrashing and flailing before she began to sink like a boulder.
Redmayne hacked his way to freedom, finally ripping free of the great beast's body to find himself in deep, dark water. Even as massive as she was, he could only barely see the outline of Freydis's paralyzed, bleeding body descending into the depths. Freydis of the Deep. Slain. Tasks completed. 1/3. Level up. Level 91 to 92. Level 92 to 93. Level 93 to 94. Level 94 to 95. Quality points awaiting allocation. 4. Speed was on his mind, so he fed the points to Grace. Grace, 55 to 59.
Redmayne looked up, and to his dismay, he couldn't see the surface. She must have begun sinking well before he'd clawed his way out. He swam upward as fast as he could, remembering with a pang of panic that gills were not yet in his carnivorous metamorph library. On his way up, he felt pains all over his body, pressure injuries, in his joints, his muscles, even on his skin. It became harder to hold his breath, even as the shimmer of the surface came into view. Corpus, 2019. It would be a grim irony if he'd slain a titanic beast with such ease, only to be done in by the waters themselves. Corpus, 1832. Closing toward the surface didn't seem to help. In fact, new pains burst into being all over his body. Corpus, 1554. He choked, flailed, struggling to see straight. The silvery shine of the surface so close, promising safety, release. Corpus, 1140. His vision blurred to the point of blindness. He released his last breath in a cloud of bubbles. And then his head broke the surface of the water. Redmayne's lungs filled with air in a violent, desperate gasp. Water splashed around him as he coughed, expelled the remnants of seawater from his throat, and sucked in another deep breath. The cold air stung his lungs, made him gasp again, chest heaving with the effort of each sharp inhalation. Harpoons began to strike the surface of the water around him. He wheeled around to see a pack of gill men standing on the rocky shore, above the ruins of the wharf, taking harpoons from a stack piled next to them and hurling them through the air with alarming force and accuracy. And they had a leader with them, a gill man, somewhat taller and brawnier than the rest, wearing the remnants of a long jacket and trousers. The longshoreman monster. Type, mongrel. Level 112. Not the welcome he was hoping for. Harpoons sliced through the air, pelting the water all around him.
The sound of wood clacking against rock echoed as the gillmen grabbed more and more harpoons from the pile, a non-stop barrage of them throwing in turns. There was nothing else to do but plunge back beneath the surface.
Cold water enveloped him. Below, the world was a blur of dark shapes and the muffled sounds of harpoons piercing the water above.
There was no trace of Freitas anymore, save for chunks of severed tentacles and debris from the wrecked docks and fishing boats. The surface churned as more harpoons rained down, creating a deadly barrier between him and the air above. One of them nearly pierced his side, but impact with the water arrested enough of its momentum to do little more than scratch the skin. Redmayne swam straight for the shore, uncertain of what he'd do when he got there, but certain that if he remained where he was, he'd be skewered in short order. Stalk Gnosis, 736. Stealth would help him here. Quietly, he swam up close to the shore and poked his head above the surface. The gillmen had run closer to the water, were staring intently down into it, making croaking and gurgling sounds at each other. Redmayne couldn't tell if they were actually communicating or just trying to. The longshoreman stood behind them, a harpoon in hand. He too appeared susceptible to the skill, which was good because another visitor approached them. Old Gredder. Monster, type mongrel. Level 115.
A look at old Gredder made him understand why the gillmen were classified as mongrels. He had crab claw for one arm and a mass of tentacles for the other. Old Gredder was taller than the longshoreman, with a slender torso and spindly legs. He sported the same sort of fin as the others, starting on his brow and running down the center of his back. His beard could have been real hair or some kind of sea creature attached to his face. Redmayne couldn't tell. What he could tell was that he was outnumbered, and ominously low on corpus. "Could use some extra hands at the docks," he told Vang and the others. He could feel their surprise. Evidently, he forgot to tell them they could communicate mind to mind. Vang recovered first. "On the way, Chief." The gillmen leapt into the water and began swimming around. Redmayne took it as his cue to quietly crawl up onto the shore, climbing up the rocks to work his way around behind the longshoreman and old Gredder. With the minions swimming about in the cove, it would be a good time to lay an ambush for the masters. It would be better still when backup arrived. And it did. The longshoreman, old Gredder, and the remaining gillmen all looked up at the sound of barking battle cries to see a pack of 4 red-skinned demi-humans charging their way. Vang in the lead, grinning his crooked grin, his war club held tightly against him, braced for a charging swing. Redmayne took note of who Vang was aiming for. The longshoreman. He crept closer to him from the other side, his skill keeping him shrouded from view. He also noted that old Gredder stood at the longshoreman's flank, a bit behind him and to the right. So he prepared a countermeasure. Flicker Gnosis, 686. The howls of the demi-humans grew near, Vang loudest of all. With a cry, he leapt up into the air to bring the head of his club down on the longshoreman's scaly head with blinding speed. Redmayne watched, waited. When the blow was about to land, he struck as well. Lion's Lunge Gnosis, 671. Vertebrae shattered under the force of his claw. He heard a wet crack at the same time. A skull fracture, he imagined. Old Gredder croaked in surprise, lashed out at Redmayne from behind with a swipe of his tentacle arm. Flicker Redmayne snapped out of space, appeared behind the other mongrel. Lion's Lunge Gnosis, 656. He struck the mongrel squarely on the back of the head, spraying blood across the rocks and sending him staggering forward. Not defeated, but solidly dazed, Vang and the demi-humans encircled the longshoreman, keeping him well occupied. Zorn, Nook, and Throck were no slouches, especially not with the bodies they had been granted. Their crude clubs and axes swarmed over the mongrel's defenses,
always striking him somewhere he wasn't protecting. But Vang's club was the executioner of the lot. The others landed solid blows, but when Vang's club found its mark, bones snapped, blood flew, and the longshoreman went staggering. They had him. All Redmayne had to do was keep old Grettir occupied, and with precious little corpus, there was about one way to do so without being vanquished in a single strike. Flickernosis, 606. Flickernosis, 556. Flickernosis, 506. The mongrel struck out with its claw and lashing tentacles, with impressive speed and command of space. Under different circumstances, it would be hard to close the distance, but Redmayne flicked out of reality every time old Grettir's blows would have landed, and he struck from the rear or the flank in answer. If the creature had more of his wits about him, he may have gotten wise to the technique, but it appeared that degradation from beastman to mongrel further degenerated the thinking mind. Vang slammed the longshoreman's head all the way around with a blow from his club, while his comrades chopped at his right leg like a tree, felling him. The quartet was on his prone corpse in an instant, clubbing and chopping away. Meanwhile, Redmayne had to hold the beast within at bay. More and more stacks of bleeding and venom fed its growing exultation, while old Grettir lost both vigor and speed with every touch of Redmayne's claws. All told, it was the fastest he had yet brought down a zone. The longshoreman, slain. Old Grettir slain. Tasks completed, 3/3. Level up, level 95 to 96. Level 96 to 97. Level 97 to 98. Level 98 to 99. Zone tasks completed. Cleared zone. Kenvik Fishing Village. Level up. Level 99 to level 100. Level 100 to level 101. Quality points awaiting allocation, 6. Kenvik Fishing Village will be assimilated into the domain of House Redmayne. 4 levels for 2 foes. But they'd been weak. Redmayne supposed it made sense. He spent a point on grace, and the rest went into fortitude, in the continuing spirit of balance. Grace, 59 to 60. Fortitude, 50 to 55. At level 100, Common Class Imbued may select a 3rd class archetype, or an archetype evolution. Available archetypes: Marksman. The Marksman specializes in stealth and archery. Combining a keen eye and steady hand with his ability to mark prey, his skills focus on killing shots from astonishing distances. Trapper. The Trapper, the most patient of hunters, is a master of preparation. His skills allow him to construct traps potent enough to capture or slay even the most powerful monsters. Beastmaster. The Beastmaster prefers to hunt with an animal companion, and as his level grows, so too does the power and intelligence of his bonded beast. Available archetype evolutions: Beast Disciple archetype. Unchained Beast. The Unchained Beast learns to literally unshackle the beast within, and becomes capable of projecting its powers into the bodies of bonded beasts, minions, or even into foes, where it inflicts grievous damage from the inside out. Enlightened Beast. The Enlightened Beast has mastered the beast within to such an extent that he can quell the savage natures of beasts and monsters around him, and can even induce calm in the hearts of humans and imbued. Disciplined Beast. The Disciplined Beast has trained his beast within to the point of total obedience. It lends him its vitality, power, and prowess at all times, without preconditions, no longer reliant on the scent of blood or the flare of pain. The system presented interesting choices. Redmayne sat and read over them, pondered his decision for a while. Calming emotions didn't appeal to him much.
A consistent gain in strength would be a sensible choice, but there was something about the disciplined beast archetype that didn't sit right with him. Unchained beast, on the other hand, spoke to his very soul. He made his selection. Archetype: evolved beast disciple, unchained beast. Skill granted: the beast liberated. Uncommon class skill: hunter. Rank 1, evolution possible. Active: 50 gnosis. With a glance, the imbued may project the beast within into the body of another creature. If the targeted creature is an ally, bonded beast, or minion, it gains the imbued's qualities, armor, and evasion, as well as access to the imbued's beast disciple skills. If the target creature has a quality higher than that of the imbued, it receives a +10 to that quality instead. If the targeted creature is an enemy, the beast within tears its body apart from the inside. The targeted creature erupts into a fountain of blood and gore as claw and bite wounds from an invisible source spontaneously tear its flesh asunder. The beast within attacks with the imbued's qualities and strongest natural weapon, as if the imbued himself were attacking the creature. The imbued may still use his own beast disciple skills while his beast within is outside his body, but does so at twice the normal gnosis cost. Vang and his pack dealt with the remaining gillmen when they surfaced to find their leaders executed. Redmane, meanwhile, read the description of his new skill several times over. Each time, his heartbeat picked up a little. He sat on a rock and stared out over the debris-strewn waters of the cove, watching the waves crash against the shore, thinking about creative ways to use it. And also he considered the next steps of the journey. Out there to the north lay the island lair of the Sphinx, but somewhere nearby, his enemies conspired to claim a weapon capable of doing him real harm: the Godbreaker. Even with Pieter watching them and reporting back, there would be a delay before they could act. By the time he could muster his people and set them in motion, Aaron Morholt's party would already be underway. It would be good if he could discover the location of the weapon before they did. Perhaps they already knew where it was and would soon set out to claim it. He would have to know where to go, but how to find out? As he thought about it, his gaze followed the tide as it subtly rose. The tide? His eyes suddenly widened. He could find out. He could find out today. The first order of business would be a meal of cold fish, to replenish what corpus he could. And then he had business with the envoy of the Abyss. Chapter 64. Scala Caverns, Deepwell Monastery. Redmane ate until his corpus was at a satisfactory level. Corpus, 9,657. He explained his intentions to Vang and the demi-humans, had them remain in the village to clean up any leftover gillmen, and then he was off to the Abyss. Submerge. He sank into the profound darkness of the world beneath all shadows. Transit from Kenvik to the abyssal well was brief and surreal in its beauty. A walk upon still dark waters under a sky populated by unfamiliar stars. As he walked, he checked the description of the skill to ensure it would perform as he required. Summon Envoy, Channeling Skill, Abyssal, Rank 1, Active, 50 Gnosis. The monster calls forth an envoy of the abyss from the depths of an abyssal well. The envoy may be commanded to defend the abyssal well, or the immediate area around it, relay a message to another abyssal well, or answer 3 of the summoner's questions. The answers given will always be correct within the envoy's knowledge. If the envoy being questioned does not know the answer to a question, it will answer unclear. This skill may be used once per full cycle of the tides. The answer will be correct within the envoy's knowledge. With good fortune, the location of the Godbreaker would be within its knowledge. If not, He supposed he wouldn't have wasted much time. Pieter was en route, and a little bird was already following Helmold Brecht's every move. All would not be lost. He questioned the correctness of this move. The seal of the Sphinx lay before him to the north. All of the territory between Castle Redmayne and the northern shore now belonged to him. He could strike out from a position of strength and claim another portion of his former power, and then pivot to deal with the traitorous Magister and his new friends. But the Godbreaker had bested him before, at the height of his power, if the stories were accurate. A part of him, some quiet inner voice from the past, said it was always best to deal with a traitor before an enemy. The Sphinx could wait. When he rose to the surface again, standing upon the water of the abyssal well as if it were solid ground, he took in the sight of the great carved mural overlooking the well with new eyes. That was his son. The woman in chains was Flora, his consort, and he was the beast. If this was the power of the Godbreaker, it made him wonder what he and Flora were like before they knew its wrath. Were they cruel? Were they kind? Were they beyond dichotomies? Whatever they were, their own child saw fit to mutilate them to serve his own purposes. If a tool with that sort of power still existed in this world, better that he should hold it. He walked to the edge of the well, turned to face its center, and used his skill. Summon Envoy Gnosis, 456. The water blackened to an impossible shade, a darkness that consumed the light. Then, as before, the center of the well bulged as the spherical body of the envoy surfaced from the depths of the abyss below. It rose up into the air, trailing ink-black tentacles which floated lazily on the surface of the water and dangled over the edge of the well. One huge eye opened, and its gaze fixed on Redmayne. "I have questions," he said. "The envoy will answer." Redmayne took a breath, released it slowly to ease his mind. "Where is the weapon called Godbreaker?" Silence. The envoy did not move, nor did the gaze of its single eye waver. Perhaps it was searching for the information, or considering a polite way to say it didn't know. "It lay in the hands of thy son, in his resting place." Redmayne frowned. "Where is that, exactly?" The tomb of Voss lay in a secret glade, concealed by a door hidden in the stone, in the place now called Mount Mercor. That narrowed it down some, but he only had one question left. He paused to consider it carefully so as not to waste time waiting to use this skill again. Redmayne gave the envoy an appraising look. "Would you show me the way?" he asked. The eye stared back at him, unblinking, for several long moments. There was no telling whether he had just wasted his question or not. Ripples of water gently lapped at the edge of the well, the only sound in the chamber. Enter the well. Redmayne felt a thrill of gratitude. He walked back onto the well's surface until he was face to face with the envoy, and together they sank down into the darkness. There were no stars overhead this time, only blackness, which felt oppressive, like hands upon his eyes. Redmayne felt a sense of movement without having to move his feet, as if he were being conveyed by the envoy. It was difficult to judge the passage of time, if there even was such a thing down here, but eventually he realized that despite the cloying darkness, he could perceive the distant presence of another abyssal well. And no sooner did he come to that realization, did the well feel much closer. The sensation of being blinded went away next, and Redmayne realized it must have been the physical substance of the envoy itself, wrapped around him like a cocoon, to efficiently move him here. It vanished into the abyss unceremoniously, but, he supposed, there was nothing left to say. It had done its duty, and now he stood at the base of a second abyssal well.
Redmayne looked up, willed himself to rise. When he reached the surface, he found himself in somewhat familiar environs. This well did not sit within a huge mountain cavern, but the color of the stone and the workmanship of it were identical to the Deep Well Monastery. There was a dark stone roof overhead, and an arched entryway with no doors to hold back the sunlight streaming in. But again, he found himself face to face with a mural of Voss, Godbreaker in hand, holding the Lord of Hunger and the Lady of Plenty in chains. To think he'd found himself chained more than once in this long, bizarre life. The mere thought of it made his lip curl in a snarl. He turned from the image and went outside, before the urge to deface the mural with his claws took hold. Redmayne stepped out of the well and paused, taken aback by the serene beauty of the scene before him. The tomb of Voss stood in the grove surrounded by green grass, towering trees, and lush undergrowth. It was a squat, rectangular mausoleum built from dark stone, which sharply contrasted the wildness and vibrancy of the foliage growing up around it. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, and vines crept up the walls of the dark stone structure, following the contours of intricate carvings that depicted ancient funerary rites. Near the tomb, a bed of white flowers spread out, undisturbed except for a large patch of bare dirt in the center, as if something large, like a boulder or a statue, had once sat in that spot. Above it all, light poured in from what seemed to be a huge natural skylight, and was perhaps the cone of a long, dormant volcano, illuminating everything from directly overhead. The scent of blooming flowers and fresh earth filled the air. But there was something else in the scent, something that reminded him of Flora, especially when he drew nearer to the white flowers. He gazed at that patch of flowers for a long time, as if trying to remember something beyond the reach of his mind. When it became plain to him that no recollection would come, he shook his head and turned to climb the steps to the tomb of Voss. Its doors were tall slabs of near-black stone, featuring an embossed image of Voss holding his weapon. There were no door handles, simply a seam down the center of the image. Redmayne placed his palms on either side and pushed. At first, they did not budge, even against his might. But with persistence, Redmayne felt the first hints that he would prevail. The doors shifted slightly. Dust fell from their corners. And then the ground began to rumble as they slowly opened inward to reveal a darkness nearly as profound as that of the abyss itself. He stepped into the darkness with no hesitation. Pietro and the little birds entrusted to him made haste. The rush of wind filled his senses as he sliced through the air, dipping and climbing, navigating the currents with skill-given instincts. He was as high as he could climb, high enough for the landscape below to become a patchwork of varying terrains. He could sense the precise location of the bird shadowing Helmold Brecht. Its presence guided him like an invisible beacon, told him the wayward magister was headed south from the outskirts of the town of Barograd, up into the mountains of Asgoff. By the time he was close enough to judge accurately, the priest realized they were approaching Barrow Keep. They'd meet there at approximately the same time, and it came to pass as such. At the conclusion of several hours' desperate flight, Pieter found himself circling a great stone castle in the alpine forests of Asgoff, his higher senses directed toward a little bird perched in a tree by an open window. He and his minion birds circled and alighted on nearby branches, and when Pieter came to rest with his talons on the sturdy limb, he almost wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, which would have looked odd coming from a crow, and he already looked odd. Fortunately, the window nearby was open. Inside, he spied Helmold Brecht standing by Eric Morholt, who looked sullen and withdrawn. There were other men in the room with them. Knights, he thought. Tall and muscular, well-dressed, carried themselves with an air of self-importance. Pieter knew the type. "We are fortunate," Aaron Morholt was saying.
Mount Mercure is in our domain, part of a zone Crumb's coterie cleared early in the outbreak. Though we did not know the area held secrets. Strange that the system would not inform us. Maybe the system didn't know, said Arik. Aaron, Helmold, and most everyone else in the room shot Arik a disgusted look. Arik frowned and looked at the floor. Regardless, Aaron continued acidly, the door must be found, along with whatever key or password or solution it may require. Are there records of antiquity in your castle library? Helmold asked. Aaron nodded. Take my cousin down there with you and search for information there. The most likely place to find the secret is within these walls. The Magister smiled and bowed to Aaron, side-eyed Arik to ensure he was coming, and excused himself.
Aaron caught Helmold by the arm on the way past.
Work quickly, he said.
Helmold wilted under the knight's steely look, but he smiled again and nodded.
Of course, Sir Morholt. He let the Magister go, and Arik followed behind without making eye contact with anybody. When the doors closed behind them, Aaron shook his head. To think a blight has consumed all of Volos, and my worthless cousin somehow survived it, he said. The other knights had a laugh at that.
What'll you do with him and that Magister? Asked one.
Could use him for dog food, said another. The Magister may be of some use, said Aaron. He's a tutelary, albeit a low-level one. He can teach the small folk professions. Maybe he can even make Arik into something halfway useful. One of the knights, one who hadn't yet spoken, gave Aaron an uneasy look.
I heard of this place before, he said. When I was a lad, the nanny told a story or two about it. About the Volosi, how the tribal chiefs helped the Lord of Hunger slip his chains. In the chaos, they brought down Voss, sealed him away. Aaron raised an eyebrow. Sealed away? After he was killed, yes? The knight shook his head. They told people they killed him, but really they just locked him up. They didn't know how to kill a god.
Chapter 65. Asgoth, the Tomb of Voss.
As Redmayne walked into the darkness, lights sprang into being all around him. They were torches on the walls, lit one after another by some spell which sensed his presence in the tomb. They gave off a golden radiance, a stark contrast to the black stone. It illuminated a carved mural on those walls, similar in style to the depictions of Voss at the abyssal wells. This mural seemed to tell a story.
It began on the left side of the chamber, with a familiar image. Voss, standing with his weapon and his enslaved parents. The next scene depicted a group of men standing, breaking the chains on their ankles, taking up arms to slay their oppressors. The following section featured the chained beast, the Lord of Hunger. The freed men were breaking its chain.
Then the Lord of Hunger went on a rampage, killing and eating indiscriminately.
The men who had freed it stood back to witness the chaos and carnage. The Lord of Hunger and the champions of the tribes defeated Voss on the field of battle. The freedom fighters next unchained the Lady of Plenty. She soothed the beast by transforming into a bed of flowers, and the Lord of Hunger fell into a deep sleep upon them.
The last image showed the freed men erecting this very building to inter the body of Voss, while the Lord of Hunger and the Lady of Plenty slumbered nearby. The mural wrapped all the way around the room, from the left wall to the right, and was interrupted by a central staircase stretching down into the dark. Redmayne descended that staircase, and as he did so, more golden torches flared to life in anticipation of his passing. His descent stretched on. Reminiscent of travel through the abyss, Redmayne couldn't reckon how much time had passed when he reached its end. At the bottom of the staircase, the chamber opened into a large tomb. Torches cast their glow across the space, revealing a central sarcophagus. The walls of the tomb bore no decoration. They were stark in their simplicity, focusing all attention on the sarcophagus and its occupant. There was no lid. Instead, it resembled a bed, albeit a firm one. Upon it rested a tall, gaunt figure, wearing the regalia of a ruler. A conical golden crown, wrists and fingers bedecked with gems and jewels, bright golden necklaces draped around its neck. In its hands, it clutched a giant warhammer, its haft as tall as he was, and its squared head almost the width of the figure's own torso. It was golden and imposing, untarnished despite the passing of centuries, or perhaps even millennia.
The Godbreaker. Redmayne gazed upon it, but he had an uneasy feeling. In a moment he understood why.
Belskaya, why have you disturbed my dreaming again?
His voice rasped like steel against stone. It had an eerie, hollow timbre, as if it issued from the bottom of a deep cavern.
I come for your weapon, Voss, said Redmayne. Surrender it willingly, and you may return to your rest. The eyes of the supine figure snapped open. It tilted its chin, stared unblinkingly at Redmayne.
You! Voss stiffly sat up, a slow, rigid motion. The sarcophagus creaked under his weight as he swung his legs over the side, feet touching the cold stone floor. Then the sovereign stood to his full height, towering over Redmayne, the tip of his crown nearly touching the ceiling. Torchlight flickered across its ancient regalia and the hollows of his cheeks and eye sockets, casting deep shadows. The grip of his bony hands tightened upon the haft of the Godbreaker.
So Belskaya has failed in his task. You are foolish to come here. Father,
You're no son of mine, said Redmayne. You're just another monster.
Then his eyes widened at how fast Voss shot forward.
He leapt back to avoid a sweeping blow from that hammer. As it rushed through the space he recently occupied, Redmayne could feel the nimbus of force surrounding the head of the Godbreaker. Even at a safe distance, it sent a chill up his spine. He didn't have to remember the last 2 times he'd faced this weapon to know its touch would have consequences. All he had to know was that the historical ledger was 0 and 2 in the Godbreaker's favor.
The ground and the walls trembled from the passing of the Godbreaker, even though it hadn't yet struck anything but air. Voss moved with a speed that belied his corpse-like form, hammer blurring as it swung in wide, devastating arcs. Redmayne struggled to match the pace, each evasion a narrow escape. The clash of metal against claw echoed in the small room, sparks flying as Redmayne parried the warhammer, only to be blown back by the next near miss.
When his claws found purchase on Voss's leathery flesh, they drew no blood, nor did the venom of the manticore take hold. Bloodlust did not stir in his heart, and more vexingly, Flicker did not but make Voss whip around and strike behind him. His reflexes were fast enough to keep up with the Sicarius's trick. Then the Godbreaker struck true. The blow took Redmayne full in the gut, sent him flying backward at such speed that he seemed to strike the wall of the tomb instantly, his back flat against it, arms and legs out wide. Corpus, 5003. Redmayne's vision swam. He was Little Redmayne, right. Or was it Kral, Sensus Redcap Karalis, the Devourer, first of his name. The pretty girl with the green. She says, "My lord." That's good. He had a nagging sense that he should be moving, that something dangerous approached, but he was just too dazed to lift a finger. Even as the towering form of Voss, the first sovereign, loomed over him with his terrible hammer held at the ready. Glimpsing the hammer helped him snap out of it. He blinked, shook his head, and the fury returned. Roar of the Elder Gnosis, 354. Voss was about to smash Redmayne's skull into paste with an overhead blow of that hammer. Instead, the deathless sovereign flinched, gritted his yellowed teeth. His grip on the Godbreaker momentarily slackened, and Redmayne saw his chance to lunge in and even the score. Claws struck withered skin, cleaved down to the bone.
They slashed again and again, biting deep, a growl punctuating the blur of savagery.
Voss grunted and shoved Redmayne off, swung the Godbreaker to force him back, clearing the space between them with its shock wave.
"You cannot kill me," he said. "I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to take that hammer. This hammer will reduce you to nothing, as it has before." Voss charged, but Redmayne was now acclimated to his speed. Abyss Walk Gnosis 329. He melded into the shadow below his feet.
But then Voss dove in after him, shoved him deeper down, made him miss the shadow on the opposite side, and the two of them fell into the abyss together. In the profound darkness, Redmayne's primal fury met Voss's ancient resolve. They fought as they fell, if indeed it could be called falling. Voss, with the Godbreaker in his skeletal hands, carved arcs of force into the void with each swing of his weapon, bending the very essence of the abyss with its power. Redmayne, fluid and fierce, moved like a shark through water, evading and countering with savage precision. In time they found the floor, the endless night sea of the abyss, which mirrored the stars of untold universes overhead with such accuracy that the ripples at their feet were the only way to tell up from down. Here the battle raged on, a silent storm of violence in the void. Each clash of Redmayne's claws against the Godbreaker sent ripples across the dark waters, distorting the reflected cosmos with every strike and parry. Voss, unyielding, wielded the hammer with a mastery honed over eons, each swing a cataclysm in the form of an arc, threatening to shatter the very fabric of the abyss. Redmayne danced around the edges of destruction, his thoughts and movements a blur of desperate precision. He struck at Voss with a ferocity that belied his earlier defeats, and his claws sought any flaw in the Sovereign's ancient defenses, of which there were precious few. The sound of their battle, though muffled by the abyssal waters, was a tempest that could stir the dead to wakefulness. And as they fought, the boundary between the physical and the ethereal began to blur, their forms flickering between solidity and shadow. With each passing moment, the intensity of their conflict seemed to draw the attention of the slumbering depths, as if the abyss had something like a mind and a will of its own, slow to rouse, but powerful once awakened. Redmayne felt it happening. It felt as though he were coming apart at the seams. And not just physically. The contents of his mind felt soft, malleable. Perhaps whatever had been done to him in the past had been done down here, in this place where the solid and the real were not so solid and real. If this deterred, or even bothered Voss in the slightest, it did not show on his gaunt, corpse-like face. "You must shatter," said Voss. "Shatter and break apart. Order will prevail. It must prevail. The reign of beasts is long over." It never ended. The beasts merely put on clothes and gave things names, said Redmayne. Then he grinned as he ducked a swipe of the Godbreaker and added, "You should see the world outside your bedroom today. I find it much improved. The masks have all been torn off." Voss grimaced and set his jaw. He swung low, making Redmayne jump. A defense he'd seen, which is why he set it up. Redmayne's eyes widened as an overhead swing simply appeared in front of his face. Voss moved with such blinding speed that he couldn't have reacted to it even if he hadn't been fainted. Corpus, 2496. This time the world didn't merely spin, it swirled. Everything blurred together. He saw all his pasts and futures. There were many stories of the Lord of Hunger, many incarnations, and they all had different fates. The Godbreaker struck him so hard that he momentarily saw the threads of his life without the blinders of time, like a tree branching off into infinity in every direction. The pain of the moment was the pain of all moments, because there was no before or after in truth. Everything was happening at the same time. He was covering his head, curled in the fetal position as Eric Morholt clubbed him with a cudgel, laughing his little heart out. He was surveying the battlefield astride his warhorse, bloody sword in hand. He was devouring an entire city and all its occupants, hearing their screams as they fell into his cavernous gullet. He was talking with his wife in her favorite garden when his son appeared with a golden hammer in his hands and murder in his eyes. Redmayne realized he lay on his back, staring up at the stars of the abyss, if indeed they were even real stars. When he inhaled, he felt the stab of shattered ribs, and when he coughed, blood sprayed from his mouth. Voss, the first sovereign, his eldest son from a life long past, strode up to him, his feet leaving ripples in the abyssal water.
"Oh, father," he said, as he put his foot on Redmayne's chest. "You poor, disfigured thing. I shall not attempt to strike you into a useful shape this time, or even a pathetic one. Only now do I see what a grave error that was." He grasped the handle of the Godbreaker in both hands and raised it high overhead. "This time, you will disintegrate." Chapter 66. The Abyss. The hammer came down, and Redmayne caught it. Specifically, he caught the invisible nimbus of force surrounding its head. It smacked down into his palms, and his claws dug into it as if it were a physical substance. Redmayne gritted his teeth as he felt the heat of it searing his hands, making them begin to glow. But worse than that, he felt the concept of his hands coming apart, as if the Godbreaker were capable of obliterating them at the abstract level. "You should have stayed wherever Belskaya put you, father," said Voss. That name again. Belskaya. He kept saying it. One of the 5 heroes, he thought it was. So that's how they conquered Kral, with this one's cooperation. Redmayne growled. He flexed his will as well as his arms, and the hammerhead began to retreat from his face. But Voss was his equal in might, it seemed, even after his long slumber. It was a contest of muscle, both of their arms rigid, shaking as they struggled for control. He decided to put his finger on the scales. The beast liberated. Gnosis. 279. Voss convulsed. Shreds of leathery skin flew from his body. He did not bleed, but to Redmayne's satisfaction, his face did register pain as the beast within visited him to rip him apart from the inside out. The pain distracted Voss just enough for Redmayne to wrench aside the Godbreaker and roll backward, coming to his feet again. "I won't be staying put anymore," said Redmayne. "Not for you or anyone. This is my world." And they fought. Conviction met instinct. Discipline met fury. Redmayne and Voss moved through the abyss like forces of nature. And the longer they fought, the more Redmayne felt like a force rather than a man, or a monster, or a god, or an imbued, or whatever he was. The Godbreaker swung in wide arcs, its presence bending the air, while Redmayne's claws sliced through the space between them. The abyss rippled beneath their feet as they pushed each other to the brink. Voss watched Redmayne charge in. He closed his eyes, gripped the Godbreaker, and its nimbus of power swelled. When he swung the hammer, force projected from it like a boulder shot from a catapult, taking Redmayne off his feet at range, sending him tumbling and rolling to a halt face first on the floor. Corpus, 1215. As before, a blow from the Godbreaker made Redmayne's mind feel as though it had come apart. It was worse than simply being dazed by blunt force trauma. It seemed to loosen the cohesion of his thinking, his memories. A small part of his mind that still worked reckoned this must have been how the Godbreaker had disassembled him, how he had come to exist sealed in so many different forms. The rest of his mind could do naught but groan in pain and struggle to grasp the danger of the situation.
Voss advanced with slow, deliberate steps, like an executioner, the Godbreaker steady in his grip. He raised the hammer again, its arc poised to deliver the end. The moment stretched, filled with the silent tension of inevitability. But there would be no such inevitability. Just as the Godbreaker was about to descend a second time, Redmayne rolled onto his back to face Voss. The beast liberated. Gnosis, 199. First, the roar of the great bear stunned him. Then the beast within made a second visit, with results as destructive as the first, if not more so. Voss took a step back, partly doubled over from his injuries, and Redmayne snarled, rolled forward and leapt at him with a claw held high. Lion's Lunge Gnosis, 169.
He went for the full combination. Voss deflected the first blow, barely. The second and third scored on his face and chest, leaving deep furrows. Redmayne's divine son coughed, and a small trickle of black substance ran from the corner of his mouth. What little blood he held on to in his decrepit state, perhaps. Or embalming fluid. Voss gazed at Redmayne bitterly. Murder and fornication were the only laws of your world. The laws of the jungle. Better than the laws of a tyrant, said Redmayne. His claw swept in for another blow to the face, but Voss shouted his defiance and knocked it aside with the Godbreaker, whipped the hammer around to answer that blow with one of his own, one that slammed down onto the ground of the abyss so hard even the malleable darkness seemed to crack beneath it. The force surrounding the Godbreaker was the true obstacle to overcome. It gave Voss an unmeasurable reach advantage, and it was difficult, if not impossible, to tell where and how he could effectively defend against Redmayne's attacks. Every assault was a guess, and not every guess was correct. The only solution he could think of was to make a large quantity of guesses in rapid succession. Redmayne and Voss circled each other, streaked in and clashed with enough force to send tremors through the abyss, rippling the dark waters beneath them. Redmayne moved with focus, his strikes finding what few gaps existed in Voss's defenses and carving into them with prejudice. Voss countered with powerful swings, but Redmayne's agility kept him just out of reach. But no matter how many times his claws found purchase on Voss's hardened, leathery skin, his divine progeny marched forward with a grim countenance, undeterred by the damage. Redmayne lunged forward, claws aimed at Voss's gaunt face. Voss swung the Godbreaker in a wide arc to block him. Redmayne ducked the swing, scored a quick slash to Voss's side, forcing Voss to step back. Voss attempted a counter with the hammer, but Redmayne sidestepped, avoiding the nimbus of force around the head of the Godbreaker as it whooshed by. Redmayne followed with a series of rapid strikes, each one pushing Voss further back. Voss's grip on the Godbreaker slipped slightly as he tried to regain control. Redmayne's predatory eyes widened the instant he saw that momentary weakness. He pressed harder, relentless, claw after claw battering his foe's defenses, leaving him no time to regroup, retreat, counter. Voss stumbled, struggling to maintain his stance. Redmayne's final strike was an overhand right claw which landed with force, knocking Voss off balance and sending him reeling. Might of Gnosis, 149. He may not have been able to bleed him or poison him, but he could make himself stronger. And now was the time. Gnosis flowed into his body, strengthening it, fortifying it. He felt his skin harden as his muscles charged with power. Voss rallied, twisted, and swung a mighty blow. Redmayne knocked it aside. Another came, the head of the Godbreaker screaming through the abyss on its way down. Redmayne caught it, felt it burn his hand, felt the effect of the hammer's magic trying to dissolve him. He leaned in close, his gaze locked on Voss. "You struck the memories out of me," he said. "But even without them, I can tell you're a failure of a son." Voss set his jaw, grimaced with effort.
Redmayne grinned, and he took the Godbreaker away.
Voss's eyes widened with fear. He raised an arm to block the blow that came down, knocking him to the floor. He rolled to his feet, in time to get blasted across the abyss by an underhand swing. Voss tried to right himself in midair, but Redmayne was already leaping after him, battering him some more before he could even hit the ground. His hollow eyes hazed over. No doubt he was experiencing the same fugue Redmayne had when the Godbreaker struck him. A gratifying observation.
"Should I do what you did to me?" Redmayne asked as he struck Voss again. "What version of you could I create? What parts of you should I knock off to make you more pleasing to me?" He struck again, the blow spinning his foe around. "Or should I be done with you completely?" said Redmayne, as he slammed the Godbreaker down on Voss's head, sprawling him on the ground. "What did you tell me earlier? This time I shall disintegrate?"
Voss tried to rise. He put his hands on the ground and pushed, arms shaking. Another blow sprawled him flat again. Redmayne stared down at him, truly wondering what the best course would be. He once had a son, and it had become this thing. Perhaps he'd even loved him sometime in the distant past, but no longer. The very weapon he held in his hands had knocked the love out of him, quite literally. A part of him recommended smashing Voss into so many pieces he could never reconstitute himself. But another part felt a stirring of curiosity. Redmayne knelt over and turned Voss so that he was face up. The ancient face gazed up at him balefully, but he noted a certain look in the eyes, the gaze of a rebellious child. "I think I ought to get to know you better," said Redmayne. Then he opened wide and bit into Voss's head. He only screamed once. Level up. Level 101 to 102. Level 102 to 103. Level 103 to 104. Level 104 to 105. Quality points awaiting allocation. 4. In a few bites, Redmayne could feel the soul of Voss entering his body. He let the corpus nourish him, but redirected the soul, sending it into his soul space. Corpus, 4005. What have you done to me?" "You might be useful to me in the future," said Redmayne. "Until then, you can sit and think on what you've done." With the naughty child chastised, Redmayne closed the door on his soul space and looked down at the weapon in his hands. Godbreaker Great Hammer, heavy melee weapon. Weapon profile. Damage plus 50. Armor plus 10 while blocking. Defensive 5. Reach plus 10. Force projection. Soul Sundering, weapon of Voss, the first sovereign. It was forged in the depths of the earth, in a lake of primal fire, to reshape the world and even the gods themselves. Twice this weapon had been used to subjugate him, but no longer. He had half a mind to simply break it, or leave it to get lost in the abyss for all time. Instead, he ate it. Weapon profile. Claws. Damage plus 50. Evasion negation 10. Fast 5. Corpus damage over time on hit. Rending 4. Armor plus 14 while blocking. Defensive 7. Attacks damage up to 4 foes. Cleaving 3. Spirit Touch. Godslayer 1. Vorpal. Godslayer 1. Reach plus 10. Force projection. Soul Sundering. Bite damage plus 50. Armor penetration 8. Evasion negation 20. Fast 10. Soul Sundering. The Soul Sundering effect carried over into his bite as well as his claws. Redmayne supposed he could use it to eat someone's memories, or their personality, or whatever else belonged to a thing, insubstantial or otherwise.
He held up one of his claws, examining it. The thrum of power around them felt stronger. Much stronger. Even in the dark of the abyss, he could tell by how they distorted the air when he made even the slightest movement. To test it, he swept his claw through the empty air, and as he did so, he felt blades of force sweep outward like a cutting wave.
Remarkable. For a short while, he simply stood there in the middle of the abyss, considering what had just taken place. With Voss captive, he could learn much about his own history. With the Godbreaker a part of him, he could crush Aaron Morholt and anyone else who might like to come and try him. That thought made him look around for the presence of the abyssal well. He located it and made his way across the silent waters, enjoying the prospect of being an unpleasant surprise for a coterie of imbued. When Redmayne reached the surface a second time, at the abyssal well right next to the tomb of Voss, Pieter's presence rushed into his mind. "My lord, the imbued of Asgoff have determined the location of the Godbreaker, and the secret phrase which unlocks its hidden door. Even now they—" "I have the Godbreaker." "What?" "I bested my son, took it from him, and ate it." Redmayne sensed a wild swell of relief from his servant. "I see! How shall I serve you next, my lord?" "Return to Volter and Vengarl's group. Help them clear whatever zone they're clearing. I will await the imbued here." With that said, Redmayne walked over to the steps of the tomb of Voss and sat upon them as if they were a throne, grinning as he awaited Aaron Morholt and his band. The looks on their faces would be priceless. Chapter 67. Asgoff, Mount Mercur. Eric Morholt embarked on his journey to Mount Mercur with 4 companions, in the fashion of the 5 heroes of old. He felt it was auspicious and appropriate, as he recently learned that the 5 heroes themselves made this very same journey a long time ago. At his left and right rode Sir Bogdan and Sir Grimdark, steadfast friends since his youth, when he'd first come to Asgoff from the land of the Morholts. Bringing up the rear were Sir Velibor, a newcomer to their group, amicable but soft-spoken, and Sir Kugi, who came from an up-jumped family of hill tribesmen who won land and title when they foiled an attempt on Lord Arnza's life. When the blight fell, it had cast a grim mood upon all, even imbued warriors such as himself and his companions. Of what use could the powers of the imbued be if the very folk he swore to protect became the monsters? But this morning, for the first time in what felt like months but truly had only been a week and a few days, Aaron Morholt felt a stirring of hope in his breast. Perhaps the end of this horror was in sight. Perhaps all could be made right again. And soon. On the morning of the 2nd day of their journey, they arrived at the foot of Mount Mercur and began their ascent up a winding woodsman's trail, leaving the tree line behind as they climbed toward the clouds overhead. Lush green vegetation gave way to hardier, tougher plant life at the higher altitudes, where the air began to thin and powerful winds gusted up from below. Sir Bogdan drew his cloak about him, shivered. "Whatever you do, don't look down." Sir Grimdark chuckled and lightly spurred his horse to catch up to his comrade. "Afraid the mountain will swallow you whole, Bogdan? Or is it just the thought of flying that weakens your knees?" "Well, as I don't have wings, I shan't make an attempt to fly if it can be avoided," said Sir Bogdan. "That fellow Helmold said Redmayne can fly," said the meek Sir Velibor. Eric Morholt turned to side-eye the knight from the head of the procession. "Redmayne will be dealt with soon. My father will be avenged, and his home rightfully reclaimed." The conviction in his voice struck them all. Sir Bogdan nodded, his grip on the reins firm. Sir Grimdark smirked, a hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Sir Velibor shifted in his saddle, his gaze dropping to the path. Sir Kugi adjusted his cloak, his posture straightening as if to brace for the trial ahead. Sir Morholt wore the items Helmold had retrieved from the fallen Sicarius, the Sicarius sword and dagger, the pearl phantom cloak, and the god-slayer's oculus. It troubled him to carry such things without authorization, but he believed the circumstances justified it. If they pressed him, he would return the items to the office of the governess at once, and hopefully that would be the extent of the punishment. Under normal circumstances, that alone would have weighed heavily on Eric Morholt's mind. But he had worse problems at the moment. "I believe our good fortune is a blessing from the Nine," said Sir Velibor. Sir Grimgarl nodded. "To find the cure to this plague of beasthood so close to our home is a fine coincidence indeed." "It is no coincidence," said Sir Kugi. "It is divine providence." "Aye," said Aaron Morholt. "Now all we have to do is hope the old bastard will let us borrow his toy for a bit," said Sir Grimgarl. "Belskaya managed it, or so that fella Helmold claims. To think, we'll be speaking to a god of old. Such times we live in." Aaron's expression soured. To think his family had been entrusted with so grave a task, and they failed so utterly. He would soon be kneeling before an ancient god in an attempt to explain their incompetence. How was he to explain just how severely the vigilance of the Morholts had waned through the generations? How could he explain that he had only recently learned of these things at all? He felt like a fool. Little Redcap, they called it. A curiosity. A freak. A wretched, helpless thing. Father never spoke of his true nature. Perhaps he'd forgotten, or never even known. Perhaps he simply never bothered. Perhaps they were so far removed from these mythic events that they had lost their relevance in the minds of his fathers. They no longer believed in such tales. And now all of Volos reaped the consequences of their failure. If this were ever to become common knowledge, the name Morholt would become as wretched and disgraced throughout the land as the name Little Redcap had been to the folk of Hare's Castle. Aaron couldn't let that happen. After this matter was attended to, it may even be necessary to silence those few who knew the truth. To include the men riding at his side, bantering as ever they did, cavalier and valorous, riding to an uncertain fate with happy hearts. Aaron Morholt felt a pang of remorse at the thought he'd have to eliminate such fine friends. But the honor of his family came first. The group rode on in silence, the sound of hooves crunching against the rocky path filling the air. The trail wound upward, narrow and uneven, forcing the horses to step carefully. Loose stones occasionally skittered down the slope, disappearing into the mist below, the wind carrying the scent of pine and earth from below when it gusted up the sheer faces of the mountain. When they reached a certain height, their breath formed small clouds, visible in the thinning air. Their path wound between two peaks, the climb ending but a new maze unfolding before them. Aaron took the lead, unfurled a hand-drawn map Helmold Brecht had presented him in the library of Barrow Keep. He used it to lead them through, and soon the group halted before a great black door set into the mountainside. The door was twice as tall as a man, and wide enough to admit 4 or 6 men walking abreast. Runes covered the door, surrounding a central figure carved in relief, a ruler holding a great hammer. The image commanded attention, as if even a graven image of Voss, the first sovereign, carried his ancient authority. Sir Grimgarl was the first to dismount, and did so with a fluid motion. He walked up to the door, reached out and traced a finger along the edge of a carved rune, a grin playing on his lips. The prospect of facing whatever lay beyond seemed to excite him, his spirit undaunted by the mystery. "Looks like we're in for a tale or two," he said, with mirth in his voice. Sir Bogdan leaned forward in his saddle, eyes narrowing as he studied the runes, his mind turning over their possible meanings. Sir Velibor remained seated, his gaze fixed on the rendition of Voss. He appeared contemplative, absorbing the sight with a quiet intensity, his fingers tapping lightly on the reins.
Sir Kugi dismounted and stood beside his horse, his posture firm as he regarded the door. For a long moment, he simply stared at it. Then he set his jaw, gave a small nod.
"This is where our path was meant to lead," he declared. Eric Morholt dismounted last, his eyes lingering on the figure with the hammer. He felt the weight of his family's folly pressing down on his shoulders, a mix of anticipation and trepidation stirring within him, wondering how harsh the chastisement of Voss would be. But he had to proceed. To reclaim any honor at all, this is what he had to do. And so he steeled himself for what lay ahead. "We will not falter here," he said, more to himself than to the others. Aaron paused to look down at the notes Helmold prepared for him. He read and reread the password to make sure he had it right. It was a poem, or a stanza from a song, written in the language of the old empire. The civilization before the Veloci chiefs, before the Stallmen, before the 5 heroes. He walked up to the door, looked into the eyes of the rendition of Voss, and spoke. "In stone and shadow, the sovereign's hand molds earth and sea, commands the land. With will unyielding, hearts stand still, kneeling to he who shapes and instills, forges the world to the sovereign's will." As the final words of the passcode echoed against the stone, the runes on the door began to glow with a soft, pulsating light. The carved figure of the ruler holding the hammer seemed to come alive, the lines of the relief shimmering as if charged with energy. A low hum filled the air, resonating through the mountain itself as the ground beneath the companions vibrated gently. With a deep, resonant groan, the door began to shift. Dust and small stones fell from the edges as ancient mechanisms, long dormant, creaked into motion. The door moved inward, revealing a narrow gap that slowly widened. The light from the runes spilled into the darkness beyond, casting long shadows that danced across the rocky floor. As the door continued to open, the hum grew softer, settling into a quiet whisper that faded into silence. The passageway beyond lay revealed, inviting, yet foreboding. Sir Grimgall let out a low whistle. "Fancy. Maybe the new mansions could learn something from these old-timers, eh?" The jest didn't seem to go over well. Sir Kugi gave him a hard look. Sir Velabor's eyebrows went up for a moment. Sir Morholt, however, brusquely walked by them all, his hand on the hilt of his sword. He had business with a god, and he clearly bore the gravity of the task before him. The companions tied up their horses and followed him on foot. They walked in the dark at first, but as they went around a sharp bend in the cavern, there was light again. Bright, warm sunlight, so much of it they were momentarily blinded as they came out of the short tunnel into a sunlit clearing. A most beautiful scene unfolded before them. The air was rich with the scent of flowers and fresh earth. Overhead, light streamed through a natural skylight, possibly the cone of an extinct volcano, bathing the clearing in an uncommon warmth for a place this high in the mountains. The tomb of Voss lay nestled in vibrant greenery and towering trees, a dark stone mausoleum standing in stark contrast to the lush foliage growing all over it. Sunlight filtered through the canopies of the trees, creating shifting patterns on the ground, while vines traced the carvings on the tomb's walls. A bed of white flowers spread out near the tomb, with a bare patch of earth at its center, hinting at the absence of something. Aaron took in the primeval beauty of it. But when his eyes settled on the doors to the tomb, his heart went still. The doors were open, and someone was sitting on the steps, waiting for them. That someone noticed them at the same time and rose to his feet. The man had crimson hair that flowed down his shoulders and strong, noble features which contrasted his shabby attire. He wore a black bearskin cloak that was badly tattered and frayed, no shirt nor shoes, and a pair of ripped and tattered breeches. The cloak, though damaged, looked oddly familiar. Then Aaron noticed the pointed ears, the claws sheathed in a nimbus of power, and the steady gaze of a predator who had just spotted his next potential meal.
Aaron Morholt's breath caught. His hand tightened around the hilt of the Sicarius sword. This had all been explained to him. He understood what he would eventually face. But here and now, confronted with the reality of the one they called Redmane, the one he used to call Little Redcap, Aaron Morholt found it difficult to remember his valor. Slowly, a grin spread across the crimson-haired one's face. "Well, well, Aaron Morholt. It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Chapter 68. Asgoth, Tomb of Voss. Redmane watched, with a certain satisfaction, as Aaron Morholt and his companions processed the sight before them. Aaron's grip on the hilt of his sword tightened, his knuckles white. His eyes were wide, pupils dilated as he took in Redmane's presence. The air around him seemed to still, his breath caught in his throat. Redmane could smell the fear on him.
He also noted that the sword he gripped looked very much like the sword of the Sicarius he'd recently fought and eaten. While they were all just standing there, Redmane's eyes shifted from one face to the next, getting the measure of them, and also stealing a glance at their system tags. Starting with Aaron himself. Aaron Morholt. Class, Warrior. Archetype, Champion. Faction, Defenders of Volos. Level, 97. Behind Aaron, a tall figure with a salt and pepper beard shifted his weight, feet shuffling on the ground. He was old, but still in fighting shape. He noticed the man's hand move to the hilt of the axe belted at his waist, fingers twitching, gaze darting between Redmane and Aaron, uncertainty etched in his posture. Danon Bogdan. Class, Warrior. Archetype, Vanguard. Faction, Defenders of Volos. Level, 92. Next to Bogdan stood a dark-haired, broad-shouldered man with a perpetual grin on his face. He seemed to be putting on a show, acting more relaxed than he truly was. But Redmane noted the way he clenched his jaw, muscles in his neck tensing as he subtly adjusted the position of his feet, easing into a stance. Alexander Grimgarl. Class, Warrior. Archetype, Duelist. Faction, Defenders of Volos. Level, 95. Beside Grimgarl, and slightly behind him, stood a tall, slender, fair-haired young man. He swallowed hard when Redmane's gaze met his, and his shoulders hunched slightly, as if trying to make himself smaller. His gaze flickered to the ground, as if a silent struggle were playing out in his mind. Camille Velibor. Class, Warrior. Archetype, Berserker. Faction, Defenders of Volos. Level, 99. Lastly, a stocky figure with a scar across his cheek took measured breaths to tamp down the battle lust rising in him, his chest rising and falling steadily. His hand rested on the pommel of his sword, eyes locked onto Redmane, unwavering, a silent challenge in his stare. Thorgrim Kugi. Class, Warrior. Archetype, Vanguard. Faction, Defenders of Volos. Level, 94. Imbued, marked as prey. Redmane took in their reactions, feeling the tension in the air. He could sense their fear, their resolve, their uncertainty. He let the silence stretch, savoring the moment, before finally speaking. Well, well, Aaron Morholt. It's been a long time, hasn't it? The sound of Redmane's voice made Aaron seem to remember himself. He set his jaw, and his eyes went steely. You weren't supposed to be here, freak. Alas, here I am, said Redmane, and the weapon you sought is no more. You'll have to find a new way to conquer the recurring doom of this land. He sensed a fresh ripple of fear wash over them, But they handled it well. They were knights, imbued, and they outnumbered him 5-1. Though he could see the doubt in their eyes, in some more plainly than others. At that moment, it occurred to Redmayne that he was higher level than these men. Fear aura gnosis, 139.
Now he could really smell the fear. All 5 of them went stiff, eyes wide, each one locked in a private struggle to overcome the skill. But he had only a few moments to truly enjoy it. Aaron Morholt steeled himself, stepped forward, and drew the curved blade of the Sicarius, held it high. Valor. A gasp of relief went up from all 4 of his companions, who were briefly suffused with a glow of pale gold. The knight fixed Redmayne with a hard stare, weapon held at the ready. Sir Grimgarl was next to unsheath his weapon, a long thrusting sword with a basket hilt. Sir Bogdan readied his axe and a small round shield. Aaron Morholt drew a second Sicarius blade, a curved dagger matching the sword in shape, in a single smooth motion. Only Camille Velibor hesitated. He had a great sword strapped to his back. Redmayne thought it an odd weapon choice for one so light of frame. "Truly I should thank you," said Redmayne, "for calling my attention to all this. I didn't remember my previous existences at all. No memories of my world in the original times, the primordial times. No recollection of my wife, nor of the tale of my wayward son and his god-breaker. Those things were taken from me. You're here because you wanted to take more from me, I expect." "It's what you deserve," said Aaron. "What I deserve." Redmayne walked towards them casually, with a smile. The knights drew together in response, tensed, weapons at the ready. Even timid Camille Velibor reached back and grasped the handle of his weapon. Sir Bogdan lifted his shield, activating a skill. Aegis. Another brief aura settled over the coterie, this one pale blue. Perhaps I do deserve what happened to me. Perhaps I deserve more. But what does the Punisher deserve? Is he truly without sin? I think not. At a minimum, his hands are sullied by the act of retribution, said Redmayne, who held his hands out to his sides as he closed on them. Cruelty answers cruelty, yes? Blood calls out to blood. So perhaps we deserve each other. And then he swept both claws through the air. His hands drew an axe from the outside in, and a cutting wave of force flew at the tight formation of imbued. Sir Bogdan held out his shield, and the wave broke against it like water crashing against a rocky shore. For a moment, the impact revealed the aura of blue around them again, just before it dissipated. And a fresh one took its place. Redmayne snarled and lunged. Aaron Morholt had been his first target, until Sir Bogdan had promoted himself. But he was not alone. And the instant the companions recognized Redmayne's intent, they swarmed to the defense of Sir Bogdan. Grimgarl advanced behind the point of his sword, aiming to deny Redmayne the space in front of Sir Bogdan. Coogie stepped in from the side, swinging his stout blade in a wide arc to force Redmayne back. Velibor, still hesitant, finally drew his greatsword, joining the defensive line. He swung his massive blade with surprising force, adding to the wall of steel protecting Bogdan. Aaron Morholt circled around, attempting to flank Redmayne. He aimed a precise strike at Redmayne's side, trying to draw his attention away from Bogdan. It was this exchange which taught him what he needed to know about Aegis. He saw the Sicarius sword sweeping in out of the corner of his eye, ducked it at the last instant, and clawed Aaron Morholt across the gut. But Aegis absorbed what could have been a devastating blow before shattering into motes of gnosis. In the next instant, before Bogdan could prepare another Aegis, Redmayne's claws met the thrust of Grimgarl's sword with a clang, the impact sending a shock through Grimgarl's arm. Grimgarl winced, his grip faltering, and Redmayne seized the opportunity,
slashing at the knight's shoulder, leaving a deep wound. Grimgarl staggered back, clutching it, but remained grinning nonetheless. Bleeding, 4. Venom, 5. The first tinge of bloodthirst gave Redmayne a splendid idea. He shifted his focus, targeted each knight in turn, aiming to inflict a single wound on all of them. He lunged at Cuggy, claws raking across his arm. He spun toward Camille Velibor, dipped beneath a wide swing of that greatsword, and sliced across the young knight's thigh. Bogdan attempted to raise another aegis, but Redmayne was already upon him. He slashed at Bogdan's shield arm, forcing him to drop the shield momentarily. Aaron Morholt slashed at Redmayne's neck, but he stepped back from it, the blade speeding past his trachea, and answered with a claw to the gut that drew fresh blood. With each successful strike, Redmayne felt the bloodthirst building, his movements growing faster and faster, and a single dose of venom wouldn't have been enough to substantially slow and weaken any of them. But every little bit counted. Now that he had a great speed advantage, it was time to make it even greater. Might of Umbernosis, 119. As the power coursed into Redmayne's body, toughening his flesh, charging up his muscles, steeling his courage and resolve, he flew into action. He was elusive as a shadow, and swift as a bolt of lightning. Weaving through the imbued as their weapons swung and thrust, but he was always a step ahead, a leap ahead, an evasion and countermove ahead. The clamor of steel echoed as he parried and dodged, his claws a blur. Cuggy's blade swept through the air, wide arcs missing their mark. Velibor's greatsword came down with force, but Redmayne sidestepped, feeling the rush of air as it passed. Bogdan tried to raise his shield, but Redmayne was already behind him, claws slicing through armor. Aaron lunged, Sicaria's sword aimed at Redmayne's heart, and he twisted away, feeling the blade skim his ribs, and retaliated with a swift strike to Aaron's shoulder. Grimgarl met him head-on, but the darting point of his sword met empty air again and again. And each time, each exchange, Redmayne's claws found flesh, slowly whittling down their vitality, their corpus, slowly stacking bleeding and venom, making them progressively sluggish and weak as he kept getting faster. Redmayne felt the power of bloodthirst and might of Umber coursing through him. His muscles surged, his senses sharpened. By comparison, the imbued moved in slow motion, their efforts valiant but futile. He danced among them, a predator in his element, relishing the thrill of the fight, the savage exultation filling his body, making his heart thunder against the inside of his ribcage. He was unstoppable. He was a force of nature unleashed, and the world around him felt more vivid and vibrant than ever before. He found it beautiful, the image of this battle, the dark stone tomb of Voss covered in green growth behind them, the flowers beneath their feet, the warm sunlight, and the battle roars and blood spraying through the air most of all. As intended, Sir Bogdan was the first to be struck down. He raised an aegis at the last second to prevent a killing blow landing on Sir Cuggy, but when the skill shattered under his claws, he wheeled around, faster than any of them could have reacted, and struck Sir Bogdan across the neck. Blood painted the flowers. The flap of skin at the nape of Sir Bogdan's neck was the only thing that kept his head from flying through the air. Sir Cuggy was next, since he happened to be right there already, and this time there would be no aegis to protect him. The sight of Bogdan's demise made his eyes go wide in shock. He roared, long and loud, and bull-rushed Redmayne with his blade hacking the air with wild strikes. Redmayne let him have one. The sword of Cuggy bit down into his shoulder. Corpus, 3,212. Rage-fueled might. Gnosis, 99. And Redmayne clawed his body in half, neatly separating torso from legs. Sir Cuggy landed on his back, eyes wide and empty,
mouth open, face painted with a spray of his own blood spurting up from his severed lower half, which still stood. Sir Grimgarl was on one knee, bleeding from multiple wounds, that grin still stuck on his face. But Aaron Morholt was gone. And something was happening to Sir Velibor. The tall, timid knight with the greatsword stood trembling, eyes darting between the fresh corpses of Sir Bogdan and Sir Coogie. Redmayne thought it was fear at first, but then his eyebrow rose when he realized it wasn't trepidation the young man had been feeling all this time. It was restraint, and the sight of his comrades dead made it slip. Camille Velibor's eyes rolled back in their sockets. He made a choking sound, which became an inhuman snarl, which became a battle roar that could have come from the great bear himself. The young imbued's muscles bulged unnaturally. His grip tightened on the handle of his greatsword until the knuckles went white as bone. The grass and flowers rustled as he vanished. Redmayne thought he'd teleported for a moment. Then a glint of steel caught his eye from above. He looked up to see a howling imbued plummeting down with blade held high and the sun behind him. Chapter 69. Asgoth, Tomb of Vos Camille. Velibor, silhouetted against the sun, descended on Redmayne at terminal velocity. Redmayne decided he'd rather not be there when he landed. He leapt backward, and when Velibor impacted on the ground, it kicked up a wave of rocks, grass, and dirt, which pelted Redmayne in the face, spraying outward from a newly formed crater. Velibor streaked out of that crater, straight at Redmayne. Howling like a beast, eyes wild with berserk fury, he swung his greatsword as if it were weightless, wide arcs which would have been simple to evade if a warrior of normal strength were attacking. But Velibor was far beyond normal strength. His sword whipped through the air so fast it could barely be seen, and though it struck nothing, Redmayne knew by the sheer force of its passing that those swings would deliver stone-splitting force. Redmayne had bloodthirst to keep him quick, but to his dismay he noted the deaths of Sir Bogdan and Sir Coogie reduced the number of bleeding stacks in play. All was not lost, though. Velibor had a few on him, though at the moment they did not seem to deter him. They still benefited Redmayne. As did Sir Grimgarl, who remained down on a knee nearby, watching the battle. And Sir Aaron Morholt was somewhere. He'd vanished. Tracking wasn't picking him up. He only had a vague sense of a presence nearby, but it could not be pinpointed. He must have some skill or item to conceal him. Not very knightly of Aaron Morholt. Redmayne made a note to chastise him about it later. In the meantime, he thought it prudent to ready a failsafe for sneak attacks. Flickernosis, 49. That would be the only chance he'd be able to give himself. Meanwhile, he weaved and slipped between Velibor's wild swings, eyes fixed on his berserking foe. Feeling impressed. If he'd chosen the warrior class, this is the path he would have taken. Though he noted a significant flaw, the fact that Velibor was especially easy to dupe in this state. Redmayne kept hopping backward, moving off of those furious sweeping strikes, leading the young knight toward a corner of the clearing with a climbable mound of boulders, a tighter space where that large weapon would be less effective. He also wanted to put his back to something solid before an unfriendly sword pierced it. Too late. Redmayne's eyes widened mid-dodge. He sensed a prey item the instant it appeared right behind him, but not fast enough for him to react before an attack could come. Flicker. Good thing he'd prepared for it. Aaron stabbed, and Redmayne's skill dragged him through space as if he'd been caught by a fisherman and reeled in. With gut-wrenching speed, it hauled him backward, deposited him behind Aaron Morholt. He had precious little gnosis left, so a plain old clawing would have to do. Redmayne raked straight down, carving 4 lines of bright red from the nape of Aaron's neck down to his lower back, rending the fine white cloak he wore.
The knight howled in pain and staggered forward before Sir Velibor bowled him over on his way to Redmayne with another blinding slash. Morholt had been dealt a grievous blow, but he was a tough one. He rolled to his feet, spat blood on the earth, and lunged in to join his comrade.
Aaron and Velibor closed in on Redmayne with relentless drive, precision, and raw power unified. Aaron moved with calculated aggression. His eye sought openings, and his hand filled them with well-placed thrusts and slashes. He had to navigate around Velibor's unpredictable swings, the greatsword carving through the air with reckless abandon. But they were a dangerous tandem, Aaron's focus and Velibor's brute force, despite Aaron having to constantly adjust his position to avoid being blindsided by Velibor's wild strikes. With patience and timing, he waited for opportune moments and seized them. If he hadn't just now fought his divine son, he might have more resources to deal with this situation. But there were options still. Carnivorous Metamorphnosis, 39. The wings of the manticore burst from his back, and he leapt, beating them furiously to gain altitude. He made for the rocks, as per his original plan, and on his way he swept his claw through the air in their direction, sending out another cutting wave. Redmayne noted that it seemed to expand the farther it traveled. By the time it reached Morholt and Velibor, it blanketed their whole area, left 4 huge furrows in the grass. Aaron had the presence of mind to evade. Velibor did not. The wave drew 2 fresh slash marks across his body, but still he charged. Straight into the air. The force of Velibor's takeoff cratered the ground, much the same way his landing had, and in an instant, Redmayne was again face to face with a howling berserker and the lethal end of a greatsword flashing in the sun. Redmayne tried to evade, but in flight it wasn't so simple. So they struck each other. Corpus, 1110. The sword split Redmayne open from shoulder to hip, sent him sailing backward with such force that he lost all control of his flight. Redmayne's claw left 4 gashes precisely down the middle of Velibor's body, face and all, sending him hurtling back to earth. He twisted in the air, shook off the daze, managed to right his posture before crashing on the rocks. Instead, he made a stumbling landing, wheeled around to keep his opponents in view. Sir Velibor lay motionless on the grass. Aaron Morholt leapt from rock to get to him, dirty, sweaty, and bleeding from wounds all over his body. But his eyes were fixed on Redmayne, and they were full of murder. Redmayne's claws met Aaron's blades with a sharp clang that echoed through the clearing. They circled each other, feet shifting on the uneven ground. Redmayne lashed out, seeking to break Aaron's defense. Aaron parried, his sword a blur. Each man patiently waiting for an opening, testing the other's guard to probe for one, all too aware the next wound could be their last. A part of his mind advised him to take wing again, use the new quality of his claws to finish him from afar. Morholt had no ranged attacks Redmayne had seen. It would be easy. But the rest of him wanted the opposite. A face-to-face kill. He wanted to see the look in Aaron Morholt's eyes when he realized his life was over. Redmayne feinted left, drawing Aaron's guard, but the knight corrected it when he saw the claw coming for his open side. Aaron lunged forward behind the point of his sword, and Redmayne sidestepped, claws ripping across Aaron's arm. The knight winced, and his grip on his weapon faltered. Redmayne pressed him, claws striking again, and Aaron stumbled, trying to regain his balance. Redmayne seized the moment, closed the distance. He made his hand into a spear and stabbed it into Aaron's chest, piercing through. Aaron gasped, eyes wide with shock. There it was. That look. Redmayne grinned and twisted his hand inside Aaron's body, making the knight gurgle, convulse, and cough up bright red blood. "You think it's over, I imagine," said Redmayne. "Oh no, Aaron Morholt. I've only begun to enjoy your company."
Aaron's bloodshot eyes fixed on Redmayne. His body shook. Wha? Redmayne's gaze bored into him. He did not explain. He simply ate. Level up. Level 105 to 106. Level 106 to 107. Quality points awaiting allocation, 6. Corpus, 3,571.
There was a moment during digestion where he could feel the soul of Aaron Morholt in transit toward its dissolution. He spared it, sent it to his soul space, but he kept the door closed, for now. This meal had some other peculiarities he had to examine. The weapons he recognized, but Aaron Morholt wore 2 interesting pieces of attire as well. Taken as a set, they appeared to tell a story. Sicarius sword, curved sword, melee weapon. Weapon profile, damage plus 30. Evasion negation 10, fast 5. Spirit touch, Godslayer 1. Vorpal, Godslayer 1. Elegant curved sword with an opalescent color, wielded by the Sicarius. The blades of the Sicarius are forged from Numantian star steel, an alloy that can slay divine flesh. Sicarius dagger. Curved dagger, light melee weapon. Weapon profile. Damage plus 30. Evasion negation 10, fast 5. Spirit touch, Godslayer 1. Vorpal, Godslayer 1. Elegant curved dagger with an opalescent color, wielded by the Sicarius. No enemy is safe from the blade of a Godslayer. Pearl Phantom Cloak Vestment, cloak. Passive. When the wearer dons the hood of this cloak, they become temporarily invisible and incorporeal. This invisibility effect lasts for 1 hour per day and night, and the effect is broken if the wearer deliberately acts in an overt manner, such as attacking a creature, throwing an object, or speaking in a loud voice. White silken cloak with a clasp made of star steel, worn by Numantian officials who perform clandestine tasks. Godslayer's Oculus Talisman, neck. Passive. Allows the wearer to perceive incorporeal beings. Silver medallion inlaid with 9 gems, symbolizing the eyes of the 9. The 9 brook no insubordination from lesser gods. Their loyal blades find any recusant, no matter where they hide. How had he acquired these? Redmayne imagined the Sicarius weren't in the habit of issuing their equipment to rank and file imbued. Then his eyes went wide, realizing what happened. The Sicarius who washed up on the shore of the Bear River. The dead one they had fed to him. The thing that started all of this. Helmold must have found these items and smuggled them out of the castle with Aurek. Clever bastard. The weapons wouldn't help him, and he'd already eaten a Godslayer's Oculus. But the cloak would be a fine acquisition. So he ate that, and saved the weaponry and the trinket to give to allies later. When digested, Pearl Phantom Cloak became a skill. Redmayne's eyebrow rose when he noticed the Pearl Phantom Cloak skill grew an activation cost of 10 gnosis. But since there was no longer a hood to doff, he supposed it made sense. With that sorted, it occurred to him that he had a stack of quality points to spend. Might 60 to 61, Fortitude 55 to 60. Redmayne thought his arm might be able to deliver stone-splitting force now, too. He glanced at a boulder next to him. It was about half again as tall as he was. He walked up to it and struck with as much force as he could muster, and there was a thunderous crack that echoed off the walls of the clearing as it split cleanly down the middle, falling apart into 2 identical halves. Redmayne grinned and closed his fist, flexed his arm, enjoying the feeling of the power in his frame. But the sound of coughing drew his attention. He turned to see Camille Velibor, alive and kneeling, propped on his palms as he retched,
painting the grass with blood. A glance to the right reminded him Sir Grimdark still lived as well, though he looked to be barely hanging on. What to do with them?
Execution would be the simplest thing, but it wasn't strictly necessary, unless they gave him a reason to expect revenge. Redmayne approached the injured duo, stood over them. "I yield," said Sir Velibor, his head downcast. Redmayne's gaze shifted to Sir Grimdark. "And you?" His grin faltered a bit, but he nodded, wiped some blood from his mouth with the back of his wrist. I'm leaking pretty bad."
"I know not what you were told, but what just took place was a personal matter. I have no quarrel with either of you, unless you have some with me," said Redmayne.
"I prefer to keep on living, I think," said Grimdark.
"If my service to the realm should be permitted to continue, then let it be so," said Velibor, his voice weak from blood loss.
Redmayne pondered them. He could eat them, make them spawn, or he could admit them into his faction. But he'd had at least one seditious faction member already. He supposed he could give them a chance at the second option, and if their loyalty was found to be lacking, he'd always have recourse to the first. "Leave your faction and join House Redmayne, and you will be spared," he said. Velibor and Grimdark looked at each other. Grimdark smiled wryly, and Velibor nodded. Their eyes went distant for a moment. House Redmayne has received faction membership requests. Alexander Grimdark, warrior. Camille Velibor, warrior. Do you accept these applicants? Yes/no. Redmayne accepted. Their first test of loyalty would be helping him wrangle Helmold Brecht and Eric Morholt. He had a fine punishment in mind for Eric in particular. Chapter 70. Terracon, Tower Offices. Just when Lar Tathval thought he was working out a solution, Redmayne went and made things easier for him. Evidently, he had just come into armed conflict with another faction, the creatively named Defenders of Volos. The notification made him drop what he was doing and return to his desk to call up the Atlas of Volos and see what was going on. There, near the center of the continent, at a place called Mount Mercure, were a cluster of icons representing imbued. 3 live ones and 3 dead ones. One of the dead ones happened to have been a faction officer, one Danon Bogdan, and the other 2 survivors had just changed factions. The name of the surviving faction put a smile on Lar Tathval's face. House Redmayne. As for the Defenders of Volos, it appeared the faction leader had received notification of the demise of his comrades, because he and 2 more remaining members were moving straight for their home base, Barrow Keep, at speed. There was another imbued present at the keep already, a low-level magister by the name of Helmold Brecht. Lar chuckled and shook his head. He immediately understood what had happened, without having to investigate. Helmold Brecht was a little weasel. Redmayne must have discovered his treachery. Either that or Helmold fled before that inevitable eventuality. Whatever the cause, the result would be the same. Redmayne and the leader of this Defenders of Volos faction were about to go head-to-head. He checked the man's system tag. Crumb of Asgoff class. Warrior archetype. Berserker. Faction. Defenders of Volos. Level 157. If Redmayne were to defeat this man and claim his faction's territory, he'd gain... Lar squinted and counted the sections of the map belonging to Defenders of Volos. 5 zones. And it looked like Redmayne had a coterie of his own, clearing zones for him to the west of the newly dubbed Castle Redmayne. That group had claimed 3 zones and were well on their way to a 4th. Redmayne himself had claimed 4 zones on top of the 3 he blitzed at the beginning of the Blight, a mind-boggling number for a single imbued.
and each and every zone under House Redmane's control had off-the-charts gnosis generation. The numbers did nothing but climb. Whatever he was doing to the land was breathtakingly productive. Should Redmane prevail here, regulations permitted him to dispatch a quaestor to act as liaison to the office of the governess. But quaestors reported to him before anyone else. He would have a wide-open line of communication with Redmane himself. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Lar Tathval cleared his schedule, poured himself a generous glass of wine, and settled in to see what chaos awaited them and how it might profit him. At Sir Velibor and Sir Grimgarl's request, they gave Sir Bogdan and Sir Kugi a proper burial next to the tomb of Voss. But there would be no grave for Sir Aaron Morholt. He'd gone to a different hereafter. Redmane would have offered healing to the knights, but he had scant gnosis remaining. It was time to return to Flora. Part of him wanted to skip all that, take wing right now and fly for Barrow Keep. Helmold's betrayal should be met with fitting consequences, and it would be just lovely to see little Arik again.
But first, he ought to ensure his new recruits didn't die from blood loss. "Wait here and rest for now," said Redmane. "I'll return presently." Sir Grimgarl and Sir Velibor exchanged quizzical looks. Velibor looked up at Redmane and asked, "Where are you going?"
"To get you two some assistance," said Redmane. And with that said, he walked to the dark building adjacent to the tomb of Voss, where the abyssal well lay. He sank into the unnatural darkness of the waters and traversed the abyss toward the other well he'd discovered. The Deep Well Monastery, beneath the town of Rollo's Pass. When he arose from there, he took flight to the Priory of the Well and then out into the town proper, looking for a Flora. And he didn't have to look far to find one. No sooner did he walk out of the Priory and onto the street, noticing gnosis-rich plant life sprouting up from everywhere there was even a small patch of exposed dirt, did a Flora look up from a small garden she'd been tending in what used to be someone's front yard. "My lord!" she called out, waving. Redmane came over to her. "I'm in need of gnosis," he said, "and healing for a pair of mortals." Flora smiled up at him. "Both those things art well within mine capacity." He nodded, picked her up and tossed her over his shoulder. She laughed. "Thou hast need of me right now then, I suspect," she asked as he carried her back into the Priory. "Aye," he said. And they descended all the way back down to the abyssal well, across the abyss itself, and back to the well at the tomb of Voss. It would have taken days to make this trek by normal means. With the wells, it took barely a quarter-hour to travel there and back. Redmane supposed that if there were other abyssal wells in this land, they too would be found in hidden places such as this one. Otherwise, they'd be quite popular. He set Flora down, and as she wandered outside, her eyes grew wide at the natural splendor of Voss's burial grounds. Redmane walked out behind her, letting her take in the scenery. "How remarkable." "Our son rested here," said Redmane. Flora's eyes grew wide. "We had a son?" Redmane nodded. "We did indeed. I ate him, so I can introduce you later, if you'd like." Flora smiled again. "Splendid." He led her over to Sir Velibor and Sir Grimgarl, who sat right where he had left them. Velibor looked as though he were barely holding on to consciousness, whereas Grimgarl had given up trying. He sat with his back against a rock, his face skyward, eyes closed, his breathing ragged and shallow. "Oh my, what happened to these men, my lord?" Flora asked as they approached. "I happened to them," said Redmane. "But they yielded. Now they need a healer's hand." Sir Velibor looked up at the sound of the two of them drawing near and talking. He blinked, and his eyes widened a bit at the sight of Flora. "Who is this?" Flora took the hem of her peasant dress and curtsied. "My name is Flora, and I've come hither to aid thee and thy comrade. "'Tis a pleasure to make thine acquaintance." Sir Velibor smiled up at her the way a little boy would smile at his mother.
"Oh, thank you. You are most kind." She looked around for a suitable spot, chose one, and walked over to it. Then she crouched down and closed her eyes, held out her palm to the soil beneath, and both her hand and the earth began to glow in unison. Flora only had to do this for a moment or two before plant life came sprouting up out of the ground in answer to her call. In this case, it was a bush bearing the bright blue fruit they called Magister's Delight. And this bush seemed especially large and fruitful. Flora's eyebrows rose when she stepped back from it. "The earth is most wholesome here, my lord." Redmayne nodded his concurrence, already walking up to the bush to pluck Magister's Delight by the handful and begin stuffing it in his mouth. He closed his eyes in enjoyment at the feel of it dissolving in his mouth, nourishing his spirit and sharpening his mind. It was juicy, in a way. Juicy was the closest word he could use to describe it, since the fruit didn't actually digest like food. Instead, it dispersed into a stream of gnosis as it traveled down his gullet. Gnosis, 289. Gnosis, 556. Gnosis, 738. Flora smiled as she watched him gorge himself on her fruit, looking a little amused, as if pleased her recipe satisfied him. While Redmayne occupied himself with eating, she quietly knelt and spawned another Magister's Delight bush next to it, to be certain he'd have enough. Then she turned to Velibor and Grimgarl and said, "Eat the fruit of this tree, and it shall aid the recovery of thy mortal frame." She gestured, and a slender tree sprang up out of the ground between the two knights. This one was dark of trunk and limb, and bore clusters of small green fruits as luminous as the Magister's Delight. Velibor stared up at the tree with an awed expression. He elbowed Grimgarl, who winced and groaned. "Those ribs are broken, asshole," he said. Velibor did it again. "Look!" Grimgarl opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Flora, whose beauty stunned him. He simply stared until Velibor reached up to pluck 2 fruits from a low-hanging limb and smack one into the palm of Grimgarl's hand. "Eat," said Velibor. Grimgarl blinked, stared down at the bright fruit, shrugged, and bit into it. The 2 knights sat there and ate, and after naught but 2 bites of the fruit, they appeared to feel better. First, their complexion improved, as if they had just received an infusion of blood. Then the light in their eyes seemed to brighten. Then the pain went away, and their fading injuries no longer restrained their movements. "Miraculous," Sir Velibor stared down at the half-eaten fruit in his hand. "Are you a spirit, or a god or something?" Sir Grimgarl asked her. "Perhaps," said Flora. "In truth I remember not. I am simply happy to be of assistance to thee." Grimgarl smiled, completely charmed. Redmayne came up to them, chewing on a mouthful of Magister's Delight, and the way Flora looked at him made the smile dissolve from Grimgarl's face. He looked down at the fruit in his hand and continued eating it, trying not to feel like the woman of his dreams hadn't sprung into existence a moment ago, only to be just as swiftly claimed. "My lord, art thou satisfied?" she asked Redmayne. Redmayne nodded and mumbled something that was probably, "I am, thank you," but the mouthful of Magister's Delight made it incomprehensible. Gnosis, 1637. He sat with the men and ate with them, and Flora joined them, taking a seat on the grass by Redmayne's side. In a short while, the knights had completely recovered their strength, their bodies whole and hearty, even though their armor and clothing remained damaged and caked with drying blood.
"I go now to retrieve a traitor and his ward," said Redmayne. "Your help would be welcome. Knowledge of Barrow Keep in particular would be most useful." Velibor and Grimgarl exchanged a worried look. "I suppose he'll call us turncoats," Sir Grimgarl said. Sir Velibor cleared his throat, a nervous gesture. We can probably explain. Circumstances being what they are. He'll be out fighting monsters anyway, more likely than not. Redmayne raised an eyebrow. Of whom do you speak? He said.
A chuckle escaped Grimgarl's lips.
Crumb. I think you'll like him.
He's very large, said Velibor.
Aye, said Grimgarl. Large, quick to anger, quick to laughter. He and Eric didn't get on well.
He'll want to fight you, said Velibor.
I'm always game for a fight, said Redmayne.
Grimgarl smirked.
Funny coincidence. So is he.
Chapter 71. Barrow Keep, Courtyard.
The walls of Barrow Keep rose against the twilight sky.
Constructed from dark, imposing stone, the keep stood tall and formidable,
a mighty presence atop the steepest hill for miles around.
Barrow Keep had the aura of a battle-hardened soldier, whose walls no doubt knew countless tales of war and siege and endurance and defiance throughout the ages. It dwarfed the original Hertz Castle, though now that it had grown into Castle Redmayne, he supposed they were about equal in size. Which would change, of course. Castle Redmayne would continue to grow, and this one would become his possession as well. Redmayne observed from below, spying the vigilant guards stationed atop the high battlements, their eyes fixed on the drawbridge and gatehouse where two familiar faces, flanking a shabbily dressed stranger with crimson hair, approached the entrance.
2 sentries stopped them at the front side of the gatehouse, looking at Sir Velibor and Sir Grimgarl's battered and bloodied clothing and arms with suspicion.
"Who's this?" said one. "And what happened to the others?" said the other one. Sir Velibor opened his mouth to explain, but Redmayne was already talking. "Sir Aaron Morholt sought death at my hands, and I granted it. 2 of his comrades joined him. These 2 who remain have given their allegiance to me. I now seek a pair of traitors you harbor within your walls, Helmold Brecht and Arik Morholt." The sentries were clearly unprepared for Redmayne's honesty. They flinched from his words a bit, eyebrows raised. One of them laughed. The other looked at Sir Velibor and Sir Grimgarl and asked, "Is this true?" in a tone that suggested he was prepared to hear them say it was all in jest. Sir Grimgarl smirked and shrugged. Sir Velibor nodded gravely. The sentries stared. Then they turned their stares to each other, as if uncertain of what to do. "Crumb's back, yeah?" said one. The other nodded. "Yeah. Should go get Crumb, I think."
"Aye, I'll go get Crumb." The sentry on the left hustled into the keep, leaving his comrade alone with Redmayne and the 2 knights. There was a brief, awkward silence.
"How's the family?" asked Sir Grimgarl.
"Oh, they're well," said the sentry. "Thanks for asking. The missus is growing a pumpkin for the Harvest Festival contest. I told her if the thing gets any bigger, we can live in it." Sir Grimgarl laughed warmly. Sir Velibor's laughter was weaker. Redmayne stood there in stony silence.
In a short while, the sentry returned with a man in tow. A man 2 heads taller than him. Taller even than Redmayne, and twice as wide. Crumb of Asgoff towered over everyone. His broad shoulders and chest were bare, revealing plates of steely muscle and a tapestry of scars crisscrossing his arms, torso, neck, and head. An unkempt mohawk crowned that head, and an equally wild handlebar mustache framed his mouth, which was set in a perpetual scowl. Dark, beady eyes, like those of a bear or a wolverine, sat in the shadow of his perpetually furrowed brow. He carried no arms or armor, nor shoes even, merely a pair of fingerless leather gloves with metal studs over the knuckles, and breeches secured by a thick leather girdle, of a kind laborers sometimes wore when lifting heavy things.
"Who is this puny one?" said Crumb.
His voice boomed like thunder, even in a normal tone. Redmayne looked up at Crumb. "I am Redmayne. I seek 2 men who have fled to your castle and joined your faction, Helmold Brecht and Auric Morholt. It is a matter of personal honor." "Morholt?" Crumb folded his enormous arms, frowning. "So, it is you." Redmayne slowly nodded. Crumb's scowl deepened. "You took 5 of my men, 3 dead and 2 alive. Now you come to my keep and ask for 2 more. If it weren't for Helmold and Auric, your men would still be alive." Crumb's laugh erupted like a shockwave. "Ha! If not for the pride of Erin Morholt, he may yet have lived." Redmayne shook his head. "I would have come for him, eventually." That made Crumb's eyes widen into a glare that would have intimidated most men. The giant's scarred lips parted into a toothy grin. "So, you would have faced me eventually, no matter what. Good." Redmayne smirked. "What shall Crumb of Asgoff do with this one, He stroked his mustache, an evil smile on his face. His gaze fixed on Redmayne again. "I hear tell of a House Redmayne in the north. It must be you." "It is indeed," said Redmayne. "Very well, then. I know how we'll settle this." Redmayne waited patiently for his explanation. "A challenge." His eyebrow rose. People seemed to love challenging him lately. No matter. If this was the fastest way to the desired outcome, then so be it. "But Crumb of Asgoff shall not take to the arena over the fate of a mere 2 men, he boomed. "Nay, the stakes must be higher." "What do you propose, then?" Crumb's beady eyes narrowed. His gaze bored into Redmayne, as if he were trying to peer into his soul and get the true measure of him. "You and me. Until one yields or is beaten senseless, winner takes all of your men and all of your land, and your very allegiance. So if I beat you, you join your faction to mine, and personally bend the knee." Crumb's face lit up with a grin that stretched from ear to ear. The glimmer in his eyes hinted at madness. "And if Crumb of Asgoff prevails, Redmayne shall kneel." Challenge accepted. Torches lined the inner courtyard of Barrow Keep in the early evening, casting warm light over the gathering crowd. Soldiers and castle servants and normal folk alike pressed in close, forming a ring around the courtyard's center, the murmur of their voices filling the air, creating a buzz of excitement. The scent of sweat and smoke mingled. Banners hung from the high walls, the colors of their heraldry muted in the torchlight. Armor and weapons clinked as guards shifted, keeping the crowd confined in its shape, all eyes fixed on the 2 figures at the center of the arena. Redmayne stood at one end of the ring, watching Crumb go through a series of stretches and warm-up exercises. Now was as good a time as any to have a look at his profile. Crumb of Asgoff class. Warrior archetype. Berserker. Faction Defenders of Volos. Level 157. He let out a low whistle. This one may turn out to be a proper test. A hush fell over the crowd as Crumb of Asgoff strode into the center of the arena. "Redmayne," said Crumb, his voice a low rumble, his beady eyes aglitter with the sweet promise of violence. Redmayne smiled and stepped into the circle to join him. "Crumb of Asgoff," said Redmayne as he inclined his head in a bow. "Rules?" asked Crumb. "Use what you like, but acquit yourself with honor," said Redmayne. Crumb grinned and nodded slowly in approval. "Marked as prey, might of umber flicker. Gnosis, 1567. Crumb was using skills as well. Redmayne felt Gnosis pouring into his skin and muscles, fortifying them. Iron constitution, unstoppable heart of the berserker. Redmayne cracked his neck,
flexed his claws. Crumb of Asgoth stomped the ground hard enough to make the earth shake, and roared so hard it made the torches around him gutter like candles. Berserk. The arena shook with the force of Crumb's charge, his steps like the earth-quaking tremors of an enraged bull. In a split second, he surged forward, closing the gap between them, his fist cocked high, ready to unleash an overhand blow that would land with the force of a cannonball. As the punch came hurtling towards him, Redmayne moved out of the way with lightning speed, the wind from the attack ruffling his hair and cloak. Crumb spun, his momentum unbroken, and his punches flew so fast they became a blur. Too fast for normal eyes to follow, as if he had 1,000 fists. But Redmayne could see. He ducked and weaved, slipping out of reach, sidestepping, moving his head left and right, evading by inches. By design. Better to escape narrowly and ensure one remains within the proper range to counter. And counter he did, but he chose his shots with care. Once for every 5 or 6 punches avoided, Redmayne's claws found flesh and scored a deep wound. The wounds bled, but the familiar speed surge from bloodlust didn't come. Redmayne understood why without having to guess. One of those skills Crumb had on was preventing both bleeding and venom from finding purchase in his body. There would be no easy victory this time. He had a tough time on the last one, too, but he was outnumbered 5-1. The crowd watched in breathless silence as 2 titans tested their mettle in the flickering torchlight. The tension in the air was palpable already, charged with anticipation, and they had only just begun to fight. Heartbeats quickened, eyes went wide. Occasionally someone gasped at an especially powerful move or skillful counter. Crumb's fists crashed against Redmayne's claws like thunderclaps echoing through the night. Redmayne retaliated with a ferocity that matched the storm, slashing through Crumb's flesh with frenzied swiftness. Blood sprayed, staining the ground crimson as his wounds deepened. The movements became a blur, a whirlwind of speed and strength. The ground shook with each impact, cracks forming like spiderwebs beneath their feet. The clash of their bodies was like the collision of mountains, unstoppable forces, unbreakable wills. One of them would break, to be sure, but it would not be Redmayne. Crumb would have to kill him first. Even after winning his freedom, even after every triumph, great and small, since that beautiful, bloody night, ever was he ready to wager it all on these claws. It was the way of warriors, of kings, of gods. Redmayne parried a punch and struck back, clawing across Crumb's face, the first headshot he'd landed thus far. A grin stretched across the giant imbued's face, blood trickling down his features and staining his teeth. And in his eyes, that familiar madness flared anew. He sensed honor and a warrior's pride in Crumb of Asgoth, but perhaps not the higher ideals. This one simply enjoyed pain. But he hadn't landed a solid shot yet. Redmayne felt confident at this stage that he could stay ahead of Crumb's offense. The estimation turned out to be incorrect. Crumb shot forward so fast even Redmayne barely perceived it. A giant fist swept through the space where his head should have been, but his skill saved him. Flicker. Redmayne felt it pull him through space, dump him out behind Crumb. Lion's Lunge Gnosis, 1537. It was his turn to fly like he'd been shot from a cannon. The force of the skill propelled him, a claw held high, coming in for a landing with concussive force on Crumb's back. Except he turned around. Instantly. In fact, there was no turn. There was Crumb's back one moment, his face the next. A fist cracked Redmayne's head to the side. Another landed before he'd recovered from the first, and the world became a blur as he staggered backward, spitting blood and teeth. A third blow slammed into his gut, sending him flying backward with such force that he lost his footing, sailed through the air, and skidded across the ground upon landing. Corpus, 2202. Redmayne groaned. The dizziness doubled the crowd, quadrupled it. He felt a gust of wind. Crumb no longer stood before him. He was gone. Then Redmayne realized what had happened. The same thing that happened with the last berserker. Sir Velibor must have been a student of Crumb of Asgoff, because Crumb now hurtled down at him from the sky above. It looked like this one would land with more force.
Chapter 72. Barrow Keep. Kitchen. Helmold Brecht found he liked Barrow Keep. The housemaids and the kitchen maids, and even the washerwomen, were prettier. The kitchen was larger and better stocked. It had a fine library, and there were plenty of normal folk around who were impressed when he revealed his status as an imbued. He'd even been to Tarracon once, he told more than a few of them. He hadn't truly been to Tarracon, but he knew enough about it to make it seem like he had, and the women here ate it right up. Unlike that wench Letha back at Hertz Castle. The best part of all of this was that Eric Morholt's cousin, or brother, or whoever he was, Aaron, was out with a coterie of imbued this very evening on a quest to retrieve a weapon capable of destroying Redmayne for good and all. After they dispatched the beast, they could reclaim their ancestral castle and join its domain with that of the defenders of Volos faction, making it by far the largest in the land. And they would all have Helmold Brecht to thank for providing such useful and timely information, and also for rescuing little Arik from what would surely have been a gruesome fate. Ah, what a relief it was. The rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Helmold Brecht found it difficult to find humility on this occasion. At the moment he was down in the kitchen with Eric, who had been following him about like a lost puppy since they arrived here. He seemed relieved by Aaron's absence, but uncomfortable around strangers, and so, since Aaron had gone, he appeared to have latched on to Helmold for lack of anyone else to latch on to. Just then they sat at an unoccupied table, out of the way of the hustle and bustle of the kitchen. A pitcher of milk and a tray of steaming cookies sat between them, fresh from the oven, delivered by a lovely kitchen maid named Anna, whose girlish smile and fetching waistline just begged for a man to sire a pile of children on her. Helmold watched Anna work while he stuffed another hot cookie into his mouth, made a pleasured sound as he chewed, raised his cup to gulp down milk, and then wiped the crumbs from his face with a happy sigh. It burned his mouth a little, but he didn't care. His gaze fell upon Arik when he set his mug down. The lad sat with bad posture, staring at the floor. Helmold kicked Arik's foot under the table. "Have a cookie. Perhaps it'll warm those cold, dead eyes." "No, thank you," said Arik. The Magister rolled his eyes. "You need to find yourself a lass. That's your problem. When Sir Aaron comes back, you should have him teach you how to swing a sword. That'll put some muscles on you, give you some spine." Arik made a face like he'd just tasted something sour, but he said nothing. "No? The sword's not to your liking. Perhaps you should take astral communion then. Become a magister." Arik glanced at him. "And what do magisters do? All I've seen you do is eat and drink and harass women." Helmold's face reddened. He opened his mouth to retort, but the sound of footsteps thundering down the stairs to the kitchen interrupted him. And everyone else, it seemed. Most of the cooks and maids down in the kitchen stopped to turn and look at the door at the bottom of the stairwell in anticipation of whoever was barreling down it so fast. It was a young page. He stopped at the bottom and threw the door open, his face sweaty, eyes alight with excitement. "Crumb's challenged someone to a fight," he said. Everyone's eyes widened. Half the kitchen staff abandoned their duties on the spot, setting down their tools, wiping hands on aprons, making for the door in a little crowd. Helmold stopped a cook on his way by.
Pardon me, sir, but who is Crumb?
The cook gave him a funny look.
Leader of the faction, of course, and a damn good fighter. Best in the land, if you ask me.
Is he a knight?
Nah, he was a hill tribesman. But when he took astral communion, he became a right beast of a warrior, I'll tell you that.
Helmold's eyebrows rose. Interesting. A commoner outranking knights. Perhaps that's why the knights hadn't spoken of him. He looked over at Auric.
Shall we watch this performance?
Eric shrugged his shoulders, looking uninterested.
Well, I'm going, said the Magister, as he stood and snatched a few cookies off the tray. You're welcome to sit and stare at the cookies in my absence. Eric clearly did not want to go, but he appeared to weigh his options for a moment, and decided he'd rather keep following Helmold around than sit there by himself. So he stood, and the two of them joined the group of people making their way up the stairs to the main yard. They came out of the stairwell to find a crowd of impressive size, but the action was hard to see at ground level, so Helmold looked around for a higher place. He spotted a stone staircase leading up to a second-story terrace, led Auric up there, and then the two of them shouldered their way through the crowd as politely as possible, until, at last, they had a front-row view of the duel below. Both Helmold's and Auric's eyes went wide at the same time, not with excitement, but with terror. Because while they did not recognize the burly pugilist with the mohawk and handlebar mustache, they most certainly recognized Redmayne. Helmold's face turned ashen white. His heart raced, and for a moment he felt so dizzy he had to put his hands on the parapet in front of him. Suddenly, his stomach, which had been happy to take in cookies and milk mere moments ago, became a cold rock. They had to leave. Now. He side-eyed Auric, who was looking back at him with the same naked fear in his eyes. At least they understood each other. The two of them turned around at the same time and shoved their way through the crowd much less politely than they had the first time, and took advantage of the distraction to steal out of Barrow Keep as quickly as possible. Auric made for the back gate, but Helmold stopped him, rerouted them to the stables so they could steal 2 mounts and cover more ground. Helmold didn't want to leave, damn it all. But it was fine. All would be well. Erin's return with the storied Godbreaker was imminent, and everything would be set right. Redmayne rolled backward and sprang to his feet in time to avoid becoming one with the fresh crater in the ground. Krum of Asgoff landed, remained in a kneeling pose for a moment as the dust cleared around him. Then he stood, threw his head skyward and roared, to the sound of cheering and applause from the whole gathering. A fine roar, but Redmayne could do better. Roar of the Elder Gnosis, 1507. This roar made all the torches gutter, not just the ones close to him, and it drowned out the roar of Krum of Asgoff, and the counter-roar of the approving crowd as well. It silenced everyone. And it also made everyone in the front rows groan and cry out in pain and clutch their ears. His opponent included. Krum of Asgoff spent about 1 instant awed by the power of Redmayne's roar, before flinching from the force of the sound wave and covering his ears with gritted teeth and crazed eyes. A perfect time to go on the attack. Redmayne streaked forward, the sharp edges of his claws gleaming in the torchlight. Those claws appeared to cleave through the very air itself, leaving behind ethereal trails, distortions in the atmosphere, a suggestion of the power contained therein. The assault was as ferocious as any Redmayne had ever unleashed, but as furiously as he moved, as savagely as he pressed the attack, his eyes remained ice-cold, fixed on their prey, unwavering. Flicker. Gnosis, 1457. He prepared a contingency, while he had the presence of mind to do so. Against a man this fast, it wouldn't protect him from everything, but it would at least spare him one mistake, which alone was worth the expense. Krum's body was a fortress, impervious to fatigue,
seemingly impervious to the ever-growing number of claw marks all over it. His fists whooshed through the air with the force of boulders launched from a catapult, but with the speed of pebbles shot from a sling. The ground beneath his feet shook when he stepped, and it cracked when he stomped. Redmayne was still on offense, but barely. Just as often as he struck, he had to slip and weave his way around an endless barrage of punches. The effort to evade was substantial. Each dodge required split-second timing, precision, awareness of the surrounding space. He noted that Crumb of Asgoff was no mindless berserker. He was boxing the way a boxer would fight, with perception, with intelligence, with an awareness of his positioning, and with a sense of timing. Sir Velibor was much easier to manage. The young knight had much yet to learn from this man, it seemed. Evidently Redmayne did too. He was losing momentum, losing the advantage. Crumb of Asgoff cut off his retreats, corralled him back into inferior positions before he could escape. His punches filled the space, denying it, walling Redmayne in. Without bloodlust and venom to give him a decisive edge in speed, and without a true level advantage to lean on, the imbued looked to be tightening the noose around his neck with every exchange. Redmayne couldn't shake the feeling that his style was being rapidly learned. Very much like a seasoned pugilist was supposed to do when faced with a new opponent. But Redmayne was so much more. He had many surprises to employ. While he desperately defended himself, slipping and rolling, dodging and leaping around, he spared some brainpower to choose one. He thought of Samo, keeper of the well, and great-grandmother Gru. Bleeding was out. Venom was out. What about fire? There was only one way to know. But this time he'd do it just a bit differently. Redmayne saw the next punch coming, and instead of trying to slip it, he smiled and stood still. Even amid their duel's furious speed, he noticed Crumb's eyebrow rise just before the blow landed. Flicker. Redmayne appeared behind the imbued at a safe distance. This time, however, he did not charge in, for he already knew Crumb of Asgoff would immediately turn around and deliver a punishing counter, his speed and reflexes more than a match for the skill of the Sicarius. Instead, he threw up his arms, palms presented to Crumb as he whipped around. Carnivorous Metamorphnosis, 1427. Fanged mouths sprouted across the palms of his hands, and on his stomach, from his navel to the lower arch of his ribcage, the great maw of the manticore opened, revealing row after row of shark-like teeth. Redmayne's eyes burned. He opened his mouth, and all three of his other mouths opened the same instant, all of them glowing orange-white with an upwelling of flame. Flame breath. Flame breath. Flame breath. Flame breath. Gnosis, 1327. 4 streams of fire combined into an immense gout of glowing death. It engulfed the wide-eyed Crumb instantly, and an entire section of the crowd had to flee screaming to avoid being consumed as well. Several of those in the front ranks frantically trying to put out the fires on their trousers and cloaks. Roar of the Elder. Roar of the Elder. Roar of the Elder. Roar of the Elder. Gnosis, 1307. This time the cones of sound were directed squarely at Crumb, but even so, the sound forced many of the assembled onlookers to fall to their knees in pain, their eyes tightly shut, hands clutching their ears. The shockwave blew much of the fire off of Crumb's body, revealing that he too was down on his knees, with his eyes rolled back in his head, blood streaming from his ears. The fire had badly singed his mohawk and mustache. Flame breath. Flame breath. Flame breath. Flame breath. Gnosis, 1207. Redmayne let loose another torrent of fire. 4 streams merged into a single overwhelming inferno, blasting towards Crumb and enveloping him a second time, the brightness of the fire casting stark shadows against the high walls ringing the courtyard. Heat rippled in visible waves, the ground near Crumb scorched, small fires catching on nearby debris. The crowd recoiled again, the front rows scrambling back from the intense heat, their faces illuminated by the fierce light of the flame. Crumb's figure became a silhouette within the blaze, the roar of the fire drowning out the murmurs and gasps of the spectators. They all saw that silhouette drop to the ground, face first. Redmayne cut the fires off. His foe lay prone and motionless, his body smoking. He couldn't immediately tell if Crumb of Asgoff was alive or dead. Shaman's Heel. Gnosis, 907. Redmayne channeled Gnosis into Crumb's body. Just a bit at first to see what happened. The warrior twitched, coughed. Slowly he moved, placing his palms on the ground and lifting himself upright, looking about as if he had just awoken from an especially deep sleep. His beady eyes widened when he saw Redmayne standing over to him. Then he grinned that mad grin again. "Your victory," he croaked. There was no cheering. Everyone stared mutely at Redmayne and Crumb. It was possible that a goodly number had temporarily lost their powers of hearing. The warrior got to his feet, wobbled a bit once he was upright, shook off the daze. Then he looked around at the people of Barrow Keep with chagrin. "You don't cheer? Why?" he bellowed. "Give us a cheer for Redmayne!" The stunned silence remained. Crumb frowned. He raised his arms out wide, voice blasting across the courtyard. "Let us not be churlish about a defeat. A great battle was fought before your eyes, and a great victor stands before you." He turned to face Redmayne and clapped his massive hands together with such force that the sound echoed all over the courtyard. "For bravery," he clapped again. "For ferocity," he clapped again. "For honor in combat we cheer. A cheer for Redmayne." Crumb's voice, though rough from the battle, carried a contagious enthusiasm. Already many of the onlookers were smiling sheepishly, and slowly, a few hesitant claps emerged from the crowd to join his, followed by more and more as Crumb's eyes swept over the onlookers, challenging them with his gaze to recognize the prowess they had just witnessed. Redmayne stood silently, watching all this. The mood of the crowd was indeed changing. Seeing their leader in high spirits, even in defeat, made the clapping grow louder. "For Redmayne!" Crumb boomed. "For Redmayne!" repeated a handful of voices in the crowd. "For Redmayne!" he repeated, louder. This time, the answer was more robust. "For Redmayne!" Now they all joined in, shouting his name at the top of their lungs. Redmayne found he liked Barrow Keep, but he'd have to find his quarry, and quickly. With all these people yelling his name, he had a feeling they were likely to flee. Chapter 73. Asgoff, Lord's Road. Helmold Brecht spurred his horse from a canter to a run. There would be time to relax later, when Aaron Morholt returned to fix this infernal situation. For now they rode hard, to make as much space as possible between themselves and the enemy. Night had fallen, but the road was blessedly open and easy to follow in the dark. The moons peeked through the clouds, their colors blending to cast an eerie violet glow on the road ahead as they raced on, the rhythmic pounding of hooves smothering the subtler sounds of the forest. Under normal circumstances, Helmold might have enjoyed the scent of the cool night air, of damp earth and pine, but the dread-induced sharpness of his senses made everything around him feel like a threat. He thought he'd seen a flock of small birds behind him, led through the sky by a crow with red feathers. It was an unusual sight the first time he'd noticed it a few days ago, The second time it distressed him somewhat, but he blew it off. Now he was sure they were following them. His stomach still felt like it had turned to stone. His heart raced, and his senses of touch and sound felt too keen, hyperactive, aroused in the manner of a prey animal in flight. Helmold glanced to his side to see Arik Morholt riding next to him, his head low, his expression plain and unreadable. The lad's resolve impressed and baffled him. He knew he was afraid. He'd seen it in the boy's eyes. It seemed he was adept at shoving it down into his guts when he had to. Perhaps the boy had some spine after all. Not that he should have needed it. They had escaped. They were inches from victory. This was not fair. The road ahead stretched into the darkness, its end unseen. But it was the way they came to Barrow Keep in the first place, so Helmold recalled the lay of the land. It would continue on a gentle slope for some miles before crossing a small river at its lowest point, and then carrying on into the foothills. Towering pines flanked the road on either side, each tree standing a polite distance from its neighbors. Animals occasionally rustled in the underbrush, and the distant calls of night birds echoed through the trees. Each small sound struck Helmold's ears like a dagger thrust, drawing panicked glances, making his heart beat faster. He could swear he heard the distant baying of hounds. They were getting closer. Barking and growling, calling to each other from either side of the road. Helmold closed his eyes, shook his head. He wished ardently that his fearful mind wouldn't attack itself so. There could be no hounds this close. They had a generous head start, and it would have taken time to dispatch hunting hounds in the first place, time he knew they instead spent on some daft spectator sport. They shouldn't even know of their absence yet. He repeated all these things as he rode. Nevertheless, the sounds tormented him. Then his heart truly leapt, because the sounds became sights. To the right of the road he spied the first one, a lean hunting hound, running with its head low and its eyes on Helmold and Arik. It was a sleek thing, with short red fur, a maw full of sharp white teeth, and yellow eyes that gleamed in the dark. The sight of those eyes stirred the fear already burning in his chest. There were more. Another behind the first. Then he heard the baying of more hounds on their opposite side. They were flanking them on the left and the right, coming up behind them at speed, gaining even though they were on horses and going at an all-out run. Helmold's eyes grew wide. His heart pounded in his ears. "Hounds!" he called out to Arik. Arik glanced to the side, frowned, returned his attention to the path ahead. In a moment, he spied a fork in the road before them, pointed at it. "There!" he called out. And when the fork came, Arik made a hard turn to the left. Helmold wanted to call out to him, call him a fool for veering from the path, but he wasn't thinking clearly. He simply followed, fully aware this was not the correct route down to the foothills. But he'd rather be lost with a companion than be alone with the hounds. As Helmold veered onto the side path, his horse whining in protest as he jerked the reins, the red crow alighted on a low tree branch nearby and cawed at him. The damned thing looked amused. Helmold snapped the reins, spurred the flanks of his horse as hard as he could. His legs felt stiff, tight, as if instinctively ready to run despite being mounted. These were Redmane's minions. There was no question about it now. It wasn't his fearful imagination, but that was small comfort. He wished these beasts were illusions born from madness instead. But he had many wishes he couldn't fulfill. For one, he wished he were anywhere else. As the road narrowed and bent this way and that, zigzagging through the increasingly dense forest around him, he tried to take his mind somewhere pleasant. To think about a good day, like his last day in Port Luck. He'd won enough hands of cards and tosses of the dice to come out ahead. The honey-glazed boar was perfectly seasoned,
and so tender the meat fell from the bone. The rum was sweet and spicy, and left him in a divine stupor. And the women were the finest young things his winnings could buy.
That was a good day. He wanted to close his eyes and focus on all those magnificent flavors and textures, but alas, he had a frightened horse to steer through the night. As soon as he was out of this mess, he was riding straight back to Port Luck and never returning to the miserable north again. And if he should find Port Luck full of monsters, there would surely be some who drank rum, pimped whores, and played dice games. With creatures as loathsome as Redmayne about, it would only be fair. The darkness seemed to close in on him. Or perhaps it was simply the trees. There were more and more, with narrower trunks, and they crowded in close against the road. Not that it could be called a road anymore, more like a narrow hunter's trail. He could hear the hoofbeats of Arek's horse ahead of him, but the darkness prevented him from seeing how far ahead the lad was. No longer did he hear the snarling of hounds behind him, nor the sound of their paws churning the blanket of detritus on the forest floor. In fact, he realized he heard nothing but his horse's distressed chuffing and snorting as it ran, filled with as much fear as its rider. Despite that, Helmold couldn't shake the constant and palpable sensation of being watched. Everything was too calm. Far too calm. They no longer rode down a slope, he noted. The terrain evened off, and at times it even felt as though they were climbing. His fearful ears and eyes were ready to dart toward even the slightest sound, but there were few. As if the normal life of the forest itself shrank in fear from the monstrous things in their midst. Just ahead he saw Arek slowing his horse down to a canter, and in a moment he had caught up with the lad. He looked afraid, but composed. Helmold looked away, again embarrassed that a boy could show valor where he could not. "It's him, I fear," he said to Arek in a low voice. "Of course it is. We're being hunted." "What do we do?" he asked, and his ears burned when he heard the way his own voice shook. "It would be good if you had some useful skills, being that you're imbued." "I'm a tutelary," he said. "I give sermons and astral communion and teach professions. I am not made for this." Eric slipped a long dagger from a sheath on his belt, held it close in one hand with his other on the reins, his eyes sweeping over the narrow path ahead with focus. Helmold stayed close and behind. Both of their horses slowed to a walk, both mounts breathing heavily, thankful for the respite. They came suddenly to the edge of a steep gully. He could hear a little river in motion beneath them, somewhere down in the darkness below. The path that led them here ended at an old suspension bridge constructed of rope and planks, large enough perhaps for the two of them to walk across on horseback, but only barely. Of greater concern was the bridge's integrity. It looked old, perhaps too frail to bear even one horse and rider. The caw-caw of a crow in the distance sounded too much like mocking laughter. Eric gave Helmold a sidelong glance, frowned as if realizing it would be stupid to ask the imbued to go first, and then he lightly spurred his horse toward the bridge. He gripped the reins tightly, pulling his horse's head down to whisper calming words, and in answer the horse snorted, its breath visible in the cold air. Together the mount and rider stepped onto the bridge, the wooden planks immediately groaning under their weight. He paused, listening to the creaks, then proceeded, each step deliberate. The ropes holding the bridge swayed and creaked with each step. Arek kept his gaze fixed forward, his hand firm on the reins. The horse hesitated, hooves clattering against the wood, eyes wide and nostrils flared. Arek tugged gently, coaxing the animal forward. Midway across, the bridge sagged under their combined weight. Helmold couldn't help but notice again the sound of water rushing by below them. Arek stopped, steadying the horse as it danced nervously.
The dry, coarse fibers of the rope railings twisted, trying to pull apart from each other.
Auric let his mount relax before trying to spur him on. When they made it a few paces past the midpoint, the horse sped up, then leaped onto solid ground, its body trembling. Auric patted its neck, his breath steady, his face set in a grim line as he turned to look back at Helmold, waiting for him to follow. Helmold's throat tightened as he approached the bridge. He gripped the reins, his knuckles white, his palms slick with sweat. The horse balked at the edge, its eyes rolling with fear. Helmold tugged harder, his movements jerky and unsure. The first step onto the bridge sent a shudder through the planks and Helmold alike. The way it swayed made his stomach twist. His horse snorted, hooves skittering on the wood. Helmold tried to whisper soothing words, but his voice shook, the sound thin and unconvincing. Each step was a battle. The bridge swayed violently, ropes groaning under the strain. The horse's ears pinned back, its body tense. Helmold felt every muscle in the animal coil with panic. He tried to steady it, but his own fear transmitted through the reins. He had no reassurances to give, because he had none for himself. As it had for Eric and his mount, the bridge dipped ominously midway. Only worse this time. A plank began to split with a loud snap, and the horse reared, nearly unseating Helmold. He clung to the saddle, his heart hammering against his ribs. They teetered on the edge of balance, the rushing water below a constant roar in his ears. Helmold forced his eyes forward, focusing on the far bank that seemed impossibly far away. The horse shuffled forward, each step precarious. The ropes creaked, fibers fraying, splinters from the planks prickling the air. He closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, forced his mind back to a happy place. Cards, dice, minstrels playing, sweet roasted boar, spicy rum, pretty little whores. Nearing the end, the bridge continued to sag. The horse froze, trembling uncontrollably. Helmold felt the ropes give, the bridge swaying with a sinister creak. He pushed the horse, his voice a desperate whisper. With a final lurch, they made it across. The horse stumbled onto solid ground, its sides heaving. Helmold let out a great breath of air he hadn't even realized he was holding in. He glanced back at the treacherous bridge, watching it sway in the dark. Damn thing was a death trap. Oh, thank the nine, he sighed. He heard a snarl. And then a great red hound lunged out of the dark. Chapter 74. Asgoff, Lord's Road. The hound caught Helmold's horse by the throat. Its jaws clamped down, taking the hound, horse, and rider tumbling to the ground in a pile. The horse squealed and kicked its hooves wildly in the air, eyes rolling around in panic as the hound tore out its throat, spraying fresh blood everywhere. Helmold's head struck the dirt, and everything went dark. He blinked his eyes open slowly, groggily, as if waking from a long nap. The first thing he became aware of was a bloom of throbbing pain in his temple, and an even worse one in his left ankle, either broken or else badly sprained. A heavy object pinned his leg down. His horse. Its carcass was still warm, but it had gone deathly still. "Auric?" he called out in a quivering voice. No answer. He twisted around to examine his surroundings and winced as a sharp stab of pain radiated from his ankle. It was as if the lad and his horse had vanished into thin air, for there was no sign or sound of them anywhere. Blood trickled from a cut on his temple, from the impact that rendered him unconscious. He had to find Auric, but he'd have to get out from under this beast first. Helmold gritted his teeth and braced himself against the cold ground. He reached down, slipped his hands underneath the horse's heavy body, and then pushed up. trying to lift the horse so he could pull his leg free. His arms strained with the effort. Pain shot through his ankle like a fresh blow from a hammer. He paused to catch his breath, the throbbing in his leg pulsing with his heartbeat. He shifted, trying a different angle, pulling his leg, the weight of the horse pressing down harder. White-hot pain flared up from his ankle, and he gasped, his vision going momentarily blurry. A sheen of cold sweat beaded on his forehead. With a grunt, he gave one last desperate tug, and his leg came free, dragging over the rough ground. The pain peaked at that same moment, and a scream tore out of his throat before he could stop it. Then he lay back, panting, his leg throbbing mercilessly. The ground beneath him was cold, the chill seeping into his bones, but the pain in his ankle held his focus, unyielding and cruel. It occurred to him that the hound was also absent. Had it caught Auric? He couldn't tell by the hush of the surrounding night. It felt as if all the whole world were empty. Auric Morholt might be in another world entirely. Or this could all simply be a terrible dream. He'd like that. He'd like it very much. Helmold closed his eyes, took a long breath in, and let it out, and then tried to stand. He made it to one knee before realizing it would not happen. His right foot would hold him, but the left exploded in even more pain the instant he tried to put any weight on it. So he could sit here and await help, which wouldn't come. Or he could crawl around in search of Auric and hope the hounds didn't come back to him first. Bad choices, the both of them. He supposed it would be foolish to hope Sir Aaron Morholt would come down the bend right now with his 4 comrades in arms, bearing a golden hammer. Helmold dragged himself over to a nearby tree, wincing as every slight movement agitated his pulsating ankle until he could rest his back against its trunk. For a moment he closed his eyes and took deep breaths, doing his utmost to push aside the pain and think of what to do. No ideas came. The pain crowded them out, insisting on itself. Helmold opened his eyes with resignation and noticed something that sent a fresh spike of fear into his heart. Auric's dagger lay on the ground some paces away. He remembered the lad had drawn it and held it close, but there was no sign of Auric, or his mount, or any of his other possessions. Neither was there a blood trail, nor body parts. No signs of a struggle whatsoever, as if the earth had simply opened up and swallowed him. The dagger's presence had all manner of terrible implications. Nonetheless, Helmold found he couldn't pry his gaze from it. His breathing quickened with fear. "Go ahead," said a voice from somewhere in the darkness. "Arm yourself. Better to die fighting." A wave of ice rolled down Helmold's spine. He glanced about, but saw no one. The darkness seemed unnaturally opaque. "What have you done with Auric?" said Helmold, his voice high and shaky. All was quiet for a few moments, a silence as profound as the darkness. Then the disembodied voice answered. "I had been pondering what to do with Eric Morholt for some time. There was a small part of me which counseled mercy. Eric was just a lad, after all, influenced by his absent father and his harsh uncle and cousins. Cruelty is not so difficult to understand when one perceives its source. Another part of me considered an exercise of dispassionate justice, a quick demise or exile or some other punishment of that kind. Such a thing would be lordly and magnanimous. But after some introspection, I found I'm not that lordly yet." Helmold thought he heard water, gentle waves lapping at the shore of a pond, perhaps. Then heavy footsteps. Something emerged from the darkness, as if the darkness itself were a curtain of blank ink. The creature possessed the frame of a giant bear, its fur a deep crimson bordering on black, and paws that dwarfed Helmold's head.
The claws at the ends of those paws were thick, black, and hooked like the talons of a bird of prey. Its tail curled upward to where it was visible from a frontal view, and it was no bear's tail. It was the tail of a scorpion. Truly, this was no bear at all.
A nest of 5 great serpents grew from the place a bear's head should have been, each snake's trunk as thick around as a strong man's arm. But only 2 of the 5 heads were serpentine. The other 3 were human. The first one had long, dark hair, an oblong head and angular features. Antlers sprouted from that head, and there was a feral gleam in his eyes as he gazed at Helmold with an unnerving eagerness. The other 2 human heads belonged to Auric and Aaron Morholt. Auric was crying quietly, eyes downcast, tears rolling down his cheeks. Aaron stared off into space, dazed, mumbling gibberish words. Helmold's eyes went wide, his mouth dried up, and he stopped breathing. He couldn't feel his heartbeat anymore, but somehow he knew it was hammering against his ribs. His gaze locked onto Aaron Morholt's face, and the sight shattered any lingering hope within him. There would be no rescue, no heroic charge to turn the tide. The ally he had counted on was gone, destroyed by the evil they fought against. It wasn't fair. "Now I can chastise the Morholts at my leisure," said the voice in the dark. "Perhaps even make something useful of them in time. And by the time that transpires, I will have had my revenge in full measure." "Monster," Helmold stammered. "Yes," said Redmayne. He walked out of the supernatural darkness next to his beast, reached out to pat its shoulder. "This didn't have to be your fate. You should have stayed loyal and spared yourself. I had no quarrel with you." The Magister leaned over and snatched the knife from the ground. "You don't even know what you are," said Helmold, as he fought to keep his voice steady. "You're going to destroy everything. Consume everything. They kept you chained in that hole for a reason." Redmold stared silently at Helmold for several interminable moments. Then he came closer, crouched down in front of the Magister. Helmold's throat tightened as he swallowed, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. He held Redmayne's gaze even though every instinct in his body fought him. Redmayne smiled. Then his gaze shifted to Auric's dagger. He grabbed hold of Helmold's hand and pulled, stabbing himself in the shoulder. Helmold let out a yelp of surprise as he felt the weapon punch through skin and into muscle. His gaze centered on the trickle of blood which now flowed from the wound. Redmayne leaned in closer. So close, they were nearly nose to nose. "I want you to imagine the life of a small, pitiful creature who cannot defend himself. He is entirely at the mercy of his jailers, and they are not merciful. No, they are cruel and ignorant. They delight in your pain. You ask the gods why? Why have I found myself in this wretched state? What have I done to deserve it?" Redmayne drew out the knife and stabbed his own shoulder again, keeping his grip over Helmold's hand. "But the gods do not answer, nor do your torturers. Stab. And those few who see your terrible suffering and feel compassion must either force it down or forget they had any, for they are as powerless to stop your torturers as you are to stop them yourself. Stab. Impotent anger is this creature's dearest companion. He comes to understand that he lives in a world full of the cruel and the kind, the powerful and the powerless. A world where the monstrous prosper and the innocent toil beneath them, living lives of hardship and privation, only to die ignoble deaths, their vitality wasted, spent in service to the uncaring, the ungrateful, the undeserving. Redmayne stabbed himself again, with Aric's knife in Helmold's hand, and smiled. "Perhaps you judge me correctly, Helmold Brecht,"
Perhaps I shall consume it all, as I have done in prior incarnations. I have no great desire for that outcome, but you may have the right of it. The power of Crawl the Devourer was vast, and I, Redmayne, may not be its equal. Redmayne withdrew the knife from his own chest, spun it in his hand, and slammed it into Helmold's shoulder. It was one swift, brutal motion. The dagger struck so hard, its point embedded into the trunk of the tree behind Helmold, effectively stapling him to it. Helmold's cry of pain echoed through the air as he clutched the weapon's hilt, a single tear mixing with the glistening beads of sweat all over his face. Redmayne rose to his feet, grinned down at Helmold Brecht, and walked away from him. If that should be how this ends, then perhaps it is best. Perhaps this world deserves to be consumed.
Helmold closed his eyes tightly, gritted his teeth, and pulled the dagger free. There was another blossom of pain as blood flowed freely from the wound. When he opened his eyes, he wished he hadn't. 5 heads loomed over him, 2 serpents and 3 men. The Morholts stared down at him with eyes full of terror at their own fate, stammering apologies, pleading for help. But in time, even they joined in the eating. Chapter 75. The Abyss. As he left Helmold Brecht to his fate, walking into the quiet night, Redmayne again recalled the words of the old crone. What she said to him when they first met on the night he broke free. A parting word of caution for thee. Not all who aid thee are thy allies, and not all who fight thee are thy foes. He supposed this was what she meant. It occurred to him that when he had left Barrow Keep in haste, he left a goodly number of confused people behind, not the least of whom was Crum of Asgoff, who was ready to serve up his whole faction to Redmayne, himself included. But there had been no time to explain. Helmold's attempt at a coup was the entire reason he had come to Asgoff in the first place. He would not let the treacherous Magister get away a second time. One betrayal was lesson enough. If the crone knew all the way back then, or even simply suspected, why hadn't she spoken of it plainly? Perhaps all old witches spoke in riddles. When last he encountered her, she had guided him through the abyss for the first time. Perhaps he would find her there again. He didn't feel like making haste back to Barrow Keep just yet, anyway. Submerge Gnosis, 1157. Redmayne sank into the depths of the abyss. His feet found something like solid ground beneath them, and he called out, "Old woman! Are you there? Can you hear me?" Silence and darkness were his answers. He called out to the crone a few times more, received no answer, and had a seat. For a short while he simply sat and breathed to clear his mind. With Helmold done away with, the path ahead was clear and free of obstructions. The seal of the Sphinx lay before him, and the others as well. Soon his power would be unsealed, and he would be himself again. If he wasn't himself already. He became aware of the subtle disintegration of his form, the effect of the abyss itself, where anything could be taken apart and reconstituted. He recalled what the crone told him about its effect on skills. Within this place, thou hast the power to shed skills which serve thee not, and feed them to skills thou wishes to empower. Similar skills may be conjoined to create something new. And indeed it had worked. It was how he created Might of Umber. But he'd left it at that, mostly because he was en route to the next zone to conquer. He hadn't wanted to sit still and experiment with such things at the time. Now felt like a better time. He concentrated, drew out the constellation-like map of his skills as the crone had done, gazed up at it, and began moving the nodes around, superimposing one over another, testing out combinations, possibilities.
Right away, he was seeing encouraging results.
Carnivorous metamorph and spawn were related to one another closely, but when he began adding other things to the pair, his eyebrows rose at what he'd created. He read the description of the new skill a few times, slowly, to ensure he understood. And then he locked it in. Skills consumed: Fang and Claw. Carnivorous metamorph. Spawn: Feral fleetness. New skill learned: God. Body of the Devourer. Primordial skill: Passive. The primordial divinity's form is protean in nature. It can change form at will to mimic the physical qualities of any creature it has previously eaten. The divinity instinctively understands the proper use of all such means of respiration, perception, attack, defense, or locomotion. The divinity may combine the functions of different bestial qualities together to create unique organs, tissues, or natural weapons. It may elongate or condense its torso and appendages, or grow new ones anywhere on its body. It may also increase or decrease its physical size to an extent limited by its present corpus. The divinity combines the weapon qualities of all its natural weapons together, applying them to any attack it makes with a part of its body. It may also spawn additional bodies from its own flesh, which it can deploy as assistants, spies, guards, or hunters. Spawn are granted a quantity of corpus and gnosis, and a list of skills decided by their maker. They are under the divinity's absolute control at all times, but are nominally intelligent and can follow simple commands independently. The divinity is aware of the location and condition of its spawn at all times and can see through the senses of its spawn at will. It may switch places with a spawn, its main form, instantly flowing into the form of the spawn and thereby replacing it, irrespective of distance. If the divinity possesses a soul space occupied by the souls of mortal beings, it may spawn bodies for them to inhabit. Mortal souls possess whatever skills they had in life, as well as any skills provided to the spawn body by the divinity. The divinity and all of its spawn can travel at their highest overland speed, without rest, for a number of consecutive days and nights equal to its fortitude. He felt different. Not perfected, perhaps, but refined. He raised his hand to examine it. Then he flattened his palm and swiped sideways in the air. His arm became a sword for a split second, returned to normal when the motion was done. He thrust his hand forward, and it became a spear. He made a fist and punched, and it became a crudely spiked mace. He twisted his torso as if dodging an opponent, and he could feel himself bending like a sapling in a strong wind, not only moving, but shape-shifting away from harm. No sooner had each of these movements finished did his body return to its normal composition. It was as if the simple act of moving prompted a shape change into some manner of optimal state. Remarkable. It also said his natural weapons all had the same qualities now. He checked that. Weapon profile: natural weapons damage plus 50, evasion negation 30, fast 15. Corpus damage over time on hit, rending 4. Armor plus 14 while blocking, defensive 7. Attacks damage up to 4 foes, cleaving 3. Might damage over time, venom 5. Grace damage over time, venom 5. Spirit touch, Godslayer 1. Vorpal, Godslayer 1. Reach plus 10, force projection. Soul sundering. His eyebrows rose again. Combining skills in this way would be most useful indeed. With newfound focus and enthusiasm, Redmayne examined the rest of his skills. He looked at the cluster he'd learned at the Deepwell Monastery and the town of Rollo's Pass.
They all had a common theme. Combining them together into one seemed to streamline their functions, making them into a better version of the previous list. Skills consumed: Abyss Walk, Abyssal Resilience, Submerge, Summon Envoy. New skill learned: Natural Born of the Abyss, Abyssal Skill Passive. The monster is adept at traversing the abyss and consorting with its denizens. In the physical world, it can unerringly perceive the location of the nearest abyssal well. In the abyss itself, it gains awareness of abyssal wells it has not previously visited and can navigate toward them. At a cost of 25 gnosis, it may transport itself or a group surrounding it from the physical world into depth 0 of the abyss. From there, the monster may either travel to any abyssal well it has previously visited, or attempt to navigate toward an undiscovered one. Creatures accompanying the monster will not lose their way, so long as they remain near their guide. Shadows may also serve as doors to the abyss for short-range travel. At will, the monster may step into a shadow in the physical world and either proceed to depth 0 of the abyss or emerge out of another shadow it perceives in its immediate area. The substance of the abyss permeates the body of the monster, protecting it from any condition which would deal persistent damage or weaken its body, such as burning, bleeding, or venom. This condition makes envoys of the abyss friendly and receptive to the monster's questions and requests. At a cost of 25 gnosis, the monster may call forth an envoy at an abyssal well or in the abyss itself. Envoys of the abyss are knowledgeable, but not omniscient. They will answer any question honestly, and are also willing to guard abyssal wells or relay messages from one well to another. There was one abyssal skill left, and when Redmayne saw that one, he instantly had an idea for the next combination. Skills consumed: Fear Aura, Haunt. New skill learned: Nightmare Aura. Abyssal Skill Aura. Range, 10 yards. Sustained, 30 gnosis per 30 seconds. The power of the abyss emanates from the monster, creating menacing phantasms. All creatures within the radius of the nightmare aura fall under its influence. Affected creatures are smothered in the substance of the abyss itself, which assails their minds with amplified versions of their own fears or painful memories. The monster may choose to spare creatures within the aura from this effect, but those creatures are still subject to a heightened state of fear. Depending on their level relative to the monster, they may take one of 3 actions. Flee at maximum speed. See power in place. Continue to fight at a penalty to all qualities creatures. Smothered in the abyssal substance may be freed when the monster dismisses the skill, or if they are immersed in water or taken into the abyss itself. Redmayne noted that skills did not need to share an origin to be joined, except for Devourer. That skill, his central skill, resisted any attempts at combination. But it seemed all the others were fair game. Skills consumed: Dirge of the Devourer, Beast Speech. Roar of the Elder. New skill learned: Voice of the Beast Lord. Primordial skill. Passive. All animal life is subordinate to the primordial divinity, whose voice projects its authority over beasts. The divinity is fluent in the communication methods of all animals and beastmen, to include types which are not normally capable of intelligent communication, such as mongrels and chimera. It may call out in the voice of a specific type of animal or beastman, mystically summoning creatures of the chosen type from miles around, potentially calling an enormous swarm or stampede of creatures. The divinity's roar deals physical damage and a chance at the deafened condition to any creature in earshot, and will also cow beast and beastman-type monsters into submission if they were previously aggressive. The roar has the following weapon profile. Roar of the Beast Lord. 30 gnosis per use. Damage plus 40 grace damage, deafening. Armor penetration, all, sonic. Evasion,
Negation, all sonic. All animals and beastmen who have either been summoned by the call or cowed by the roar will be predisposed to obey any of the divinity's commands or requests for information. Creatures who are higher level than the divinity will be less susceptible to being cowed by the roar, but will take damage and suffer deafness as normal. There were also the two skills he'd gained from the items of the Sicarius. They stood apart from the constellation of skills, but they had the same general composition as his imbued hunter skills. Out of curiosity, he combined them with splendid results. Skills consumed: Godslayer's Oculus, Hunter's Mark. Tracking. New skill learned: Astral Hunter. Astral skill sustained: no gnosis cost. The imbued selects up to 2 types of creatures to be marked as prey, which confers an advantage to the imbued when attacking and defending themselves from creatures thus marked. If a creature targeted should possess both types, the imbued gains double the relevant attack and defense bonuses. Furthermore, the imbued becomes aware of the presence of all creatures of the marked type in his surrounding area, whether such creatures are corporeal or incorporeal, and can unerringly track any such creature, whether or not it leaves any physical sign of its passing. Skills consumed: Pearl Phantom Cloak, Stalk. New skill learned: Astral Stalker. Astral skill sustained: 15 gnosis per 30 seconds. The imbued hunter can become a ghost to better stalk his prey. While Astral Stalker is active, the imbued is temporarily invisible and incorporeal. Furthermore, the imbued gains a damage bonus to an attack launched from stealth against any creature marked as prey. This attack, or any overt action from the imbued, such as throwing an object or speaking in a loud voice, ends the effect of Astral Stalker. He didn't know what he was now. A hunter? A monster? A divinity? All of them, he supposed. The system did not seem to care for such distinctions. It was all permitted. With that in mind, he went for an even more ambitious combination. When he piled together a group of his fighting skills, the result made his eyes go wide. Skills consumed: Rage-fueled Might. Might of Umber. Bloodlust. New skill learned: Wrath of Redmane. Primordial skill, passive. The wrath of Redmane is terrifying to behold. Whenever Redmane deals damage, takes damage, or afflicts a creature with 1 stack of a condition, he gains 1 stack of wrath. Stacks of wrath may be spent as they are gained, on any of the following effects. Increase attack speed for 30 seconds. Double 1 quality for a single action. Add +10 to a quality, armor, or evasion for 30 seconds. Gain immunity to fear for 30 seconds. Gain enhanced fire resistance for 30 seconds. Gain 50 damage ablation for 30 seconds. Redmane may spend stacks of wrath one at a time to provide an ongoing benefit, all at once to provide an instant, cumulative advantage, or any combination thereof. For example, Redmane could spend 5 stacks of wrath on 5 cumulative attack speed increases with a duration of 30 seconds, or 1 increase in attack speed lasting 150 seconds. Qualities are doubled before adding any other enhancements, including those from wrath. A quality may be doubled more than once, with more than 1 stack of wrath, but the multipliers are not cumulative. Instead, the quality doubles for more than 1 consecutive action. Stacks of wrath persist for 30 seconds after all opponents in an area have been slain, at which time they will dissipate at a rate of 1 per 30 seconds. Wrath of Redmane. It seemed the system knew him then, at least in passing. How fortunate. Redmane rose to his feet slowly. He felt leaner, streamlined, as if the previous Redmane were a rough statue and this one was the work of a competent sculptor. The list of skills he hadn't touched was significantly shorter now. Flame Breath, Venom Breath,
Shaman's heel, flicker, lion's lunge. The beast liberated, devourer. The latter refused to combine with anything, and the former 6 didn't seem like they would benefit much from synergy. He could already devise ways to use them simultaneously, if he needed to. And he could also try this again later. More ideas would come, and more skills as well. He looked around, noted the presence of the abyssal well next to the tomb of Voss, and used it to ascend to the physical world again. Immediately, his eyes widened a second time. He sensed all his spawn, but he also sensed distant, angry clusters of spawn he was certain he had not created. They were too large, for one thing, seething swarms in burrows under the earth. There was one to the west, near where Valter and Vengarl's coterie were clearing zones, and another far to the south, most of the way to Port Luck. There may have been others as well, but if so, they were too far away to sense clearly. That merited further investigation. But in the meantime, he needed to return to Barrow Keep. Redmayne directed his attention to his other spawn, the ones he was sure he'd created. The nearest was Pieta, in the monstrous body he'd put together to deliver Helmold Brecht to his fate. The next closest was a little bird he'd left at Barrow Keep. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness leapt out of his body and crossed many miles in an instant. And a little bird perched in a tree outside the gatehouse became Redmayne. It startled the nearby guards so badly they screamed. One of them fell over. "It's him again!" he yelled. "Get Crumb!" "I'm going!" the other one yelled back, and he was already running. Chapter 76. Barrow Keep, Great Hall. Redmayne entered the Great Hall of Barrow Keep, escorted by a guard, and feeling like a brand-new monster. It was dinner time. Torches flickered against the stone walls, bathing the hall in warm light. The air hummed with the murmur of voices, punctuated by the clink of goblets and the scrape of chairs on the rough-hewn floor. The scent of roasted meat mingled with the tang of spiced wine wafting through the space. A minstrel sang, while his mate plucked at the strings of her lute, their melodies weaving through the din of conversation as serving girls weaved through the crowd, delivering a constant supply of fresh food to the hall's long tables. His perception of it all felt cleaner, sharpened. His senses hadn't felt this keen since his days of forced starvation at the hands of the Morholts. Even as he stood amid such a din, he could peer through the eyes of any of his spawn, as if he were standing by himself in the dark. It was faster now. Before, he'd have to close his eyes and concentrate, search through space for the right set of eyes to borrow. Now he knew where he was at all times, and without effort. He was a bird perched on a branch outside the window. He was a lumbering chimera with the body of a bear and 5 snakes for heads out there in the forest. He was many places, and he was here. And his consciousness of all of these things did not detract from each other. Redmayne supposed he now knew how Flora felt. He no longer had to imagine how she managed to be present and attentive in so many places at once. Crumb of Asgoff, meanwhile, hadn't noticed his entrance yet. He was face first in his dinner, eating rapidly and reverently, and with no trace of table manners whatsoever. Now and then, when he took a bite of meat or a sip of wine, he made an ecstatic face, as if this meal were the best he'd ever had. He still had burn marks and cuts all over him. Good to see that defeat hadn't deflated the man's spirit. "I'll let him know you're here," said the guard who had escorted him in. "Stay put, yeah?" Redmayne nodded. The guard gave Redmayne an uneasy smile and made his way to the head of the central table to get Crumb's attention. He did so by tapping the giant pugilist on the shoulder, then leaning in to whisper in his ear and point in Redmayne's direction. When Crumb saw Redmayne, his eyes grew wide and the maniacal grin took over his face. He rose to his feet and boomed,
Redmayne!
The hall went silent. Everyone looked at Redmayne. Some of the eyes upon him were fearful. Many were cautious. A few merely curious. Something about all that attention felt familiar. Perhaps it stirred the memories of sensus corralis hidden somewhere in the recesses of his mind. Redmayne gave Crumb a polite bow. The giant laughed in answer.
Do not bow in your own hall. Come.
He pulled out the chair next to him and waved for Redmayne to sit.
Enjoy the bounty of our kitchen.
He walked across the great hall toward the head of the table, and the silence held. Every pair of eyes tracked him as he moved past them. By the time he reached his seat, the spell still hadn't broken. It would be wise to say something to these people. Redmayne pondered his choice of words for a moment. I came to your home in search of an enemy, whom I have discovered and dispatched. It wasn't my intention to wager your safety on the outcome of a duel. You have my word that any agreement reached between your faction leader and myself will be to your benefit. Indeed, if my endeavors can improve your lot, then it shall please me to do so. They looked satisfied. Most of them, at least. A man in the back raised his flagon and said, Hear, hear! To Redmayne, said another. Crumb of Asgoff grinned and hoisted his cup as well.
To Redmayne!
Half the room joined in the next one, and the rest joined in the third. Crumb seemed to have a knack for energizing his people. Redmayne smiled and took a seat. As he did so, he noticed that the two women sitting to his right had system icons. Evelina Kroll, Class, Magister. Archetype, Frostbrand. Faction, Defenders of Volos. Level, 113. Alma Brador. Class, Magister. Archetype, Firebrand. Faction, Defenders of Volos. Level, 122. Evelina was tall, with gray eyes and hair so blonde it was nearly white. Alma Brador had a healthy tan, golden brown eyes, and a mane as black as lacquered ebony. They both wore the robes of magisters. Alma smiled when he looked at her. Well met, Redmayne. Sorry we missed the show, said Evelina with a smirk. We usually see Crumb giving the thrashings, not taking them. I can see why, said Redmayne. Your comrade is formidable. Any chance we can get a repeat performance? Asked Evelina. Crumb slapped the table to get their attention. They all turned to look at him, and he grinned, his palm flat on the wood and his cup in his other hand. We train later. First we settled the score, before you run off again. Defenders of Volos propose a merger with House Redmayne. Merger terms. Members of Defenders of Volos become members of House Redmayne. Zones in the domain of Defenders of Volos become zones in the domain of House Redmayne. The faction account of Defenders of Volos cedes all gnosis to the faction account of House Redmayne. The following zones will be assimilated into the domain of House Redmayne. Sanctuary, Barrow Keep, Upper Asgoff, Lower Asgoff, Mount Mercure, Lake Arnza. Do you accept these terms? Yes/no. House Redmayne has received faction membership requests. Crumb of Asgoff, Warrior. Evelina Kroll, Magister. Alma Brador, Magister. There was a long list of names beneath those three. Normal folk, non-imbued, and a good, healthy number of them. The Defenders of Volos had cared for their survivors well. Do you accept these applicants? Yes/no. Redmayne frowned, glanced at Crumb. You're certain this is what you all want to do? Crumb nodded solemnly. Alma and Evelina smiled and inclined their heads in concurrence. He selected yes to the merger and yes to the membership requests. Crumb sat back with a smile on his face.
Redmayne noticed the relief in his expression, and at that moment he realized that the giant probably hadn't wanted authority over these people in the first place. When the blight struck, he was likely in the right place at the right time to take the lead, more likely than not.
"Now we are the mightiest faction in all the land," said Crumb with relish. And to celebrate, he tipped back his flagon and gulped down its contents, the rest spilling onto his torso and the floor. Out of curiosity, Redmayne opened the Atlas of Volos. The glowing blue map appeared before the four of them, and they could see the size of their newly combined domain. Castle Redmayne was surrounded by the zones he'd cleared in the first few days of the Blight, which were now connected to the Scala Mountains and Caverns, the town of Rollo's Pass, and the village of Kenvik. To the west, Volter and Vengarl's coterie had been busy. 4 more zones connected to Castle Redmayne in that direction, and now there was Asgoff. Evelina and Alma leaned over to look. Evelina's eyebrows rose, and Alma let out a low whistle. "Goodness," said Alma. "We're rich," said Evelina. That made Redmayne frown thoughtfully. There was an abundance of resources to work with, especially in the zones Flora had already seeded with herself. They already possessed a formidable income. By the time Flora made it to all the zones they now owned, it would be massive. Managing such a thing effectively was not within his realm of expertise. He may once have been a king and a god, but today he was merely a warrior. Crumb sat there, drinking wine with a smug look on his face. He'd passed off the responsibility, but Redmayne was no master administrator either. Who could he get to handle all this? Jarrell Craith opened the door to his chambers, peered down the hall in either direction, and then bolted for Messia Porcena's office at a brisk walk. That smirking serpent, Lar Tathval, would not talk him out of it this time. The Descentus wanted to wait and see how this would unfold. Well, now they had seen. The creature called Redmayne consorted with monsters and witches. It willingly, perhaps even proudly, carried the taint of the abyss inside its body. And while conflicts between factions of Imbued were far from unheard of, even encouraged sometimes, the fate of Aaron Morholt and Helmold Brecht made his skin crawl. His mere existence was blasphemy. The more he watched, the more convinced he became that the system could, in fact, make a mistake. It was time to deal with it. This conversation should have taken place days ago, but as his hasty footsteps echoed down the hallway, his mounting fear of the governess eclipsed his mounting fear of the actual problem. What excuse would he give for not telling her sooner? Only the truth could be spoken. Lar Tathval, who no doubt wished to slip the monster into his own pocket, had placated him, told him to wait. Whatever the consequences, he would have to bear them. Some solace came in knowing the Descentus would get it worse. He reached the giant doors to Messia Porcena's office and knocked politely. In a moment they slid open to permit him, and he found the governess at her desk. She was looking at a projection of Volos, at the new domain of House Redmayne, and she had a smile on her face. Jarrell's eyebrow rose. "Ah, governess, I was going to bring to your attention this," she gestured at it without looking up. He paused, uncertain of how to proceed. "Yes?" An unexpected development, to be sure, but far from unwelcome. Jarrell cleared his throat. "We have learned more about the one called Redmayne. He is indeed the cause of the blight, and I fear the risk he poses is significant, governess." Messia Porcena's eyes shifted from the Atlas to Jarrell. "That no longer matters, Praetor. Look at these Gnosis production numbers. So what if the world's full of gibbering beastmen? If every zone in the land has the potential to be this productive, we may find ourselves sitting upon the highest yield from a colony world in centuries, if not longer. It may even be strong enough to survive terminal drain." "But Redmayne," Messia held up a hand. "My curiosity is satisfied, and the matter is resolved. The blight will be cleared by the imbued in play, and every zone belonging to House Redmayne will supply us with inconceivable gnosis generation rates. Make no mistake, Jarell. This is a victory for us all. Jarell felt like someone had reached in and scooped out his guts. He stood in stunned silence, frozen.
"That will be all, Praetor," said the governess. "Oh, while it's on my mind, go and tell Arnth Turan to ratchet up the gnosis draw from all zones."
Jarell found his mouth suddenly dry. Instead of speaking, he mutely nodded and excused himself.
No sooner did he clear her doors did he feel his stomach harden into a rock. He'd expected at least mild punishment. Instead, he received a reminder that Messia and Lar weren't so different from each other after all. The only thing that made Lar Tathval different was youth. The day he backstabbed himself into a comfortable, prestigious position would be the day the two of them would be indistinguishable from each other. He was no fool. He knew Messia and Lar well, and to say there were many like them in Numantia would be a comical understatement. But still, their lack of integrity made him sick, blinded by greed, turning away from the presence of the corrupted. People who paid lip service to the Nine but had no true faith in their hearts. This monster trucked with abyss witches, and they had no issue. Jarell Craith shook his head. He knew what he had to do. He was the praetor here. The Sicarii answered to him. He had the authority to use them in any capacity, even against members of a colonial government, in exigent circumstances. If she chose to ignore the danger growing right under her nose in favor of simple greed, he would be left with no choice. Chapter 77. Barrow Keep, Great Hall. The imbued of Barrow Keep had little experience in the realm of accounting or administration, as it turned out. This would have been the sort of thing he'd ask Helmold Brecht to do, but alas, the wretched traitor was no more. For a moment, he considered opening his soul space and asking his divine son Voss, but after disturbing his slumber, defeating him in a duel, and consuming his storied weapon and his very soul, he imagined the self-fashioned god-emperor of the ancient world wouldn't be in the mood to do him any favors. Walter, Vengal, Irina, Radovid, and Vela were busy leveling and clearing zones. Now that their business was concluded, Krum, Alma, and Evelina would likely do the same. The old wise man Dobrogost was a possibility, but while Redmayne trusted the fellow, he didn't know his capabilities yet. Pieter knew much of history and religion and the occult, but if he knew anything about how to run a faction, he hadn't shown it. Which left one candidate. Redmayne finished his meal with the imbued of Barrow Keep, gave his thanks for the hospitality, and promised to be in communication soon. Then he leapt into the body of a little bird perched on the battlements of Castle Redmayne. For a split second, he beheld Krum, Evelina, and Alma, in a moment of wide-eyed, open-mouthed shock, in reaction to his body winking out of existence. When he arrived at Castle Redmayne, there happened to be a housemaid standing next to him, looking out at the forest. His appearance made her shriek and fall over on her rear. Redmayne helped her up. "Apologies." He left the stunned maid and went in search of Flora. And, per the norm, she was easy to find. No sooner did he reach the bottom of the staircase leading from the castle walls to the barracks, did he encounter a team of 3 Floras making beds. There were a few people sleeping in the bunks on the opposite end of the long room, most likely the sentries on daytime duty. The Floras looked up and beamed identical smiles. "My lord," they said in unison. "Glad you're well," he said. "I came to let you know our domain continues to expand. If you care to send out more of yourself to seed those areas, I also come to beg a favor." The closest Flora to him set down her laundry basket and approached him, came up onto her tiptoes and placed a kiss on his jawline. "I shall do whatsoever thou requirest," she said. He smiled and conjured the Atlas of Volos,
so she could see all the fresh territory under the dominion of House Redmayne. Her eyes grew wide. "My lord hath been busy, I see." It was unintentional. Circumstances required a detour, and the situation developed from there. "My lord maketh the most of every development," said Flora with a smile. If it were anyone else, Redmayne would think he was being mocked. But the look in her eyes was, for lack of a better word, simple, pure. Those eyes sparkled like emeralds, full of affection.
Her gaze began to put a spell on him, but he remembered why he was here, shook it off for a moment. "The favor I ask is this," said Redmayne. He produced the main faction menu, which displayed the status of House Redmayne's sanctuaries, zones, Gnosis account, and the marketplace. "There is much to avail ourselves of within this system, but I have not the time or the mind to make the most of it. Perhaps you do." Flora leaned against him, peering at the menu.
"I would love to, my lord," she said. "But how am I to interface with this if the system doth not acknowledge me?" Redmayne frowned. He hadn't thought of that. She was like him, something monstrous or divine, or both. The system classified them both as monsters. Redmayne's integration came when he consumed the flesh of a Sicarius. He wondered if that's what it would take for the system to acknowledge Flora as well. But there weren't any more dead Sicari lying around just then. He would have to find a workaround. He could let her take a bite out of him. He was divine. But that didn't seem likely to work. He'd sown her seed with his own blood, so technically she had consumed a part of him already. She had consumed other parts of him, but the system wasn't likely to acknowledge that.
Perhaps Pieter could do it. The body of a spawn was technically his body. He didn't have any other ideas presently, so it was worth an attempt.
Redmayne reached out with his senses, located Pieter in the bare chimera form he'd created for frightening Helmold to death, and then having him for dinner. At the moment he was somewhere in the forest near Barrow Keep, bent over the carcass of a deer, having an after-dinner snack. The snakeheads belonging to Eric and Aaron Morholt hung limply in a catatonic state. They appeared to be sleeping. "I need you for a moment," said Redmayne.
Pieter's blood-stained face rose from the deer's belly. "I am ready whenever you require, my lord." Redmayne called his spawn back to him, and its constituent souls returned to his soul space. Corpus, 2022. Then he promptly created a new spawn just for Pieter, in a simple humanoid body not unlike that of a demi-human. Corpus, 1522. Pieter looked between Redmayne and Flora, and bowed as gracefully as a demi-human could. "My lord and lady," he said. Redmayne nodded at the Atlas of Volos and the faction menu in front of them. "Do you see this?" "I do, my lord." "Try interfacing with it. Select something from the menu." Pieter got closer, examined the options. He chose Marketplace, and the system took him to the next screen. Flora beamed. "It worketh!" "I have a new task for you," said Redmayne. "Stay with Flora. She will manage the faction's assets and affairs, and you'll aid her. Just navigate the menu for her and select what she bids you to select." Pieter looked a little crestfallen. "My lord, couldn't a simple spawn do this?" "Doubtful," said Redmayne. Pieter frowned and inclined his head in acceptance. "I understand, my lord. It will be as you say. It'll have to do for now, until we can figure out how to get the system to recognize her." But Flora was already monopolizing Pieter's attention. She was shoulder to shoulder with him, looking intently at the menus, scrolling through the marketplace, making Pieter stop and choose things and then carry on. She looked up at Redmayne. "My lord, is there aught thou requirest?" Redmayne pondered that for a moment. "High-quality metal," he said, "in as great a quantity as you can find." She smiled, nodded, and returned her attention to the menus.
With that properly set into motion, Redmayne had a moment to consider his next move. The seal of the Sphinx awaited him, but it would be an arduous trek through the fangs of frost, that chain of islands off the northern coast, beyond the fishing village of Kenvik. It would be wise to regain Corpus and Gnosis.
The latter he could replenish right here. The former required monsters to kill.
But he had already cleared the zones on the way, so he'd have to look elsewhere. He could join Valter and Vengarl's coterie for a bit. They were in the midst of hunting, and he just so happened to have sent a few little birds and a flora to watch over them. He searched out one of those little birds and took a peek through its eyes.
The coterie sat around a campfire in a lightly wooded meadow, eating freshly grilled sausages and tough bread with mead to wash it down. Valter and Vela were laughing at Vengarl's joke. Flora and Irina were having a conversation about different sorts of herbal tea. Radovid sat slumped forward, looking as if he were about to fall asleep. He sensed something strange as well. Something he first sensed when he emerged from the abyss after synthesizing all his skills together. He had spawn nearby, but they didn't feel like any spawn he had ever created. They would not respond to his call, nor could he borrow their senses. But he was fully aware of their presence all the same. There was something wrong with them, something preventing them from connecting with the mind of their master. It felt like a vortex of anger and hunger, too loud to hear anything from the outside. It called for further investigation, and now was as good a time as any. Redmayne jumped into the body of the bird. Vela and Irina shrieked. The noise jolted Radovid awake, and he almost tipped into the fire before catching himself. Valter and Vengarl's gaze darted to the tree limb Redmayne sat on, shocked, but not bowled over. Flora smiled brightly and said, "We meet again, my lord." You have entered Zone Morazan Valley. Tasks: slay Chief Rotswa, slay Shaman Nitra, slay Grandmother Gru. Tasks completed, 1/3. Grandmother Gru. Out of curiosity, he reached out with his higher senses to find it. Marked as prey. Redmayne's eyes grew wide. He sensed the location of the Gru burrow with Astral Hunter, and he sensed his spawn with Godbody of the Devourer. And they were in the same place. Because they were the same thing. The coterie must have noticed the stunned look on Redmayne's face, because they didn't speak. For a long moment, the snapping of the campfire and the distant chatter of night birds were the only sounds. His gaze shifted down to them. "I'll take care of the Gru," he said. And then he stood, the wings of the manticore bursting from his back, and took off with no further explanation. "Nice to see the boss is doing well," said Valter. "Aye," said Vengarl. Redmayne beat his wings against the chill night air to gain altitude, then locked them out to gain speed. The wind streamed through his hair, made his worn cloak billow out behind him. In the distance he spied a town, but that wasn't his destination. It was to the south, in a cavern at the bottom of a deep ravine. Why hadn't he been able to sense them before? He didn't know. Whatever he did in the abyss must have refined his senses to the point where it corrected a deficiency in them he wasn't even aware of. It made him wonder what other shortfalls he had no cognizance of. No matter. Eventually, they would all be overcome. Redmayne sailed down into the ravine and dismissed his wings when he knew he was close enough, guided unerringly toward the Gru burrow by not one sense, but two. He landed on the loamy ground and crept toward the spot where two round-bellied Gru sentries sat against the ravine wall, guarding the entrance to the burrow. Great Gru Monster. Type: Gru. Level 74. He crouched behind a nearby boulder and considered what to do. It would be simple to kill and consume them all. If the level of the sentries was any indication, this grandmother likely wouldn't be higher than level 80. but it wouldn't solve the problem, nor would it help him understand why they came to be in this condition in the first place. "Pieter," said Redmayne. "Yes, my lord." "What do you know about the Grue?"
The Grue are holy creatures, my lord. The very flesh of Kral, struck from its body by the Godbreaker in his final battles with Belskaya and the rest of the 5 heroes. In the ages since, they mostly slumbered underground, and were sometimes roused by unlucky miners or explorers. If you'd like my academic opinion, I suspect their mass awakening coincides with yours. You never told me about this. You never asked. Forgive me for saying so, my lord, but you don't seem the overly curious sort.
Redmayne blew out a sigh. "Well, how do I fix them?" "Fix them? I don't follow. They don't recognize me. How do I make them remember that they're me?" There were a few moments of quiet. "Summon me to you, my lord. I believe I have a solution." Redmayne recalled Pieter's body and spawned another of the same type as the last, a simple demi-human frame. Pieter looked around in a slight daze. Then he noticed the hulking Grue and quickly crouched behind the rock next to Redmayne. "We have to get inside," he whispered, "to the grandmother, preferably without aggravating the whole burrow in the process." "Then what?" asked Redmayne. "Then I will join the mind of the grandmother to yours, in the same way I joined our minds on the eve we met. The night he learned what he was. The night he broke the seal of the Manticore." Pieter had indeed joined their minds together as one. Evidently it had been the only way to circumvent whatever the 5 heroes did to him in ages past. It sounded like a fine plan, but he had to choose how to get them in. He could give Pieter Astral Stalker, and the 2 of them could proceed into the burrow as specters, but they would inevitably have to reappear, and the instant they did so, they would be surrounded by furious Grue. They could employ the usual technique of luring the swarm out with a decoy, but the grandmother would spawn more if threatened. Not an issue if the goal were a simple kill, more so with what they had planned. There was another option, perhaps. Redmayne stood and walked toward the entrance to the burrow. Pieter made a panicked noise, called out to him in a whispered yell, "What are you doing?" Redmayne didn't answer. He strode up to the 2 sentries, who had leapt to their feet and were lumbering toward him with their arms stretched out to seize him. Nightmare Aura Gnosis, 877. The Grue fell back on their behinds, scooting away from Redmayne as fast as their bulky bodies and spindly limbs would allow. He waved for Pieter to come, and the 2 of them entered the burrow side by side. Per the norm, it was a maze in 3 dimensions, but this one wasn't as large as the last he'd cleared. Within a few minutes, they located a path to the grandmother's chamber, leaving a path of cowering Grue in their wake. The grandmother towered over them in its chamber, growling, but frozen with fear. Its lesser spawn flowed away from Redmayne as he strode toward it like water retreating from a blot of oil, creating an open area precisely the size of the reach of Nightmare Aura. Grandmother Grue. Monster type, Grue. Level 81. He side-eyed Pieter. "Ready?" "I am," said Pieter. The priest placed himself between Redmayne and the grandmother. He held up one hand toward each, index fingers raised. The tips of those fingers began to glow, brighter and brighter, until they were incandescent. He gave Redmayne a sheepish smile. "Let me warn you. This may have some unusual side effects." Redmayne's eyebrow rose. Pieter wilted a bit under his steady stare. "Or it may not. Simply being cautious. But in the joining, we might lose our own personalities and become consumed with a mindless, everlasting hunger, from whence we may never recover." "What?" Enimakia's joining Pieter's fingertips flared like little suns, and the world went white. Chapter 78. Morazan Valley, Grue Burrow.
When the white light faded, he found he was immense. So large it was difficult to reckon with the sheer scale of his own body. Deep inside him existed a mortal mind, but it lay buried beneath a consciousness even more vast than his physical form. Redmayne could feel that small mind struggling to find its way through the dark, to free itself, but the will of the Lord of Hunger kept him prisoner.
It did not speak, but the volume of its emotion made its intentions transparently clear. This was a punishment. So, great king, you see the world spread out beneath you, and call it a feast. You claim it by murder, and call strength a virtue. You stand atop a mountain of corpses and say, "Behold, I have made peace." Very well. Let us be joined, and I will show you avarice. Redmayne realized the words were his, as if he were enunciating the syllables of a primal feeling, reading from the page of a book written without language, spelled in living psychic mass. The Lord of Hunger had sensus corralis exactly where he wanted him. A wrathful god roused from slumber, and a king of men conjoined in body and mind. With his prisoner helpless before the will of the Lord of Hunger, unable to even look away from the destruction of everything he'd built and the slaughter of all his subjects, the thing they called Kral the Devourer raged across the land, consuming all in its path. Redmayne experienced the thoughts and feelings of both Corralis and the Lord of Hunger, as if they were his own. The king could not hide his fear and grief from the god, but the Lord of Hunger concealed much from his captive. The Lord of Hunger thought often of his own seditious son, Voss, the first sovereign. He saw echoes of Voss in this man, and the similarities fueled his rage. That even in defeat, Voss inspired a chain of pretenders, dissemblers, mortals attempting to improve upon the first sovereign's appalling designs for the world. The world already had a natural order, a hierarchy, a sublime harmony of the sun and the moons, of tides and seasons, of seed, sprout, prey and predator. To be usurped and mutilated by his own child was insult enough. But to think that men, his own creations, would dare to place themselves in the position of gods and redraw the already perfected hierarchy incensed him. The Lord of Hunger resolved that this would be a long and gruesome lesson. Then came the 5 heroes. Braga the stout-hearted, with the neck of a bull and a poleaxe most men couldn't lift in a team of 3, let alone wield. Dinesti the wise, a peaceable soul, more skilled with magic than with arms, wielding a slender thrusting sword that matched the precision of his mind. Vasarab, the knight of the harvest, dark of hair and eyes, who fought with paired sickles as his tribal ancestors once had. Holt the brash, youngest of the lot, who wielded a long sword and shield in the manner of the knights of the Stallman. And the leader of their band, Belskaya the golden, with hair like new wheat, and armor of golden scales, and a certain hammer in his hands. They were Veloci, descended from the clan chieftains who once set him free from Voss's shackles and overthrew their would-be god-emperor in ages past. Now they hunted him, and they had claimed the Godbreaker. No doubt they petitioned Voss himself to acquire it. The moment he felt the presence of that weapon, his opinion of them diminished. It would have pained him to raise a hand against the sons of the men who set him free in ages past. But with the Godbreaker in their hands, he would consume them all with exalted malice, and the cruel tutelage of sensus corralis would continue on with 5 more pupils in the classroom. Redmayne sorted through the haze of these thoughts and feelings, and realized he wasn't just swimming around in the composite mind of Kral. He was somewhere real. He recognized this valley. It was where he found this Gru burrow. The 5 heroes had cornered him here, and he turned to give them the fullness of his wrath. Belskaya, Braga, Dinesti, Vasarab, and Holt. Their magic was potent and coordinated, taught to them by old Omeni witches. But unlike the witches, who relied solely on their magic, these 5 warriors fought with a combination of strength and sorcery, their magic augmenting their physical prowess. They filled their bodies with primal energy, such that when they leapt, they soared through the air like birds, their muscles fueled by untamed force. Every swing of their sword or axe was a blur, their blades cutting with godly force, leaving trails of power in their wake. When attacks came, they dodged with the grace of phantoms, their senses heightened beyond human limits, or met the blows with a fortitude that defied mortal comprehension. An impressive feat for insects.
Fighting them was almost entertaining.
His own form resembled an immense worm or grub, supported by an asymmetrical army of legs both great and small. A single eye stood at the top of his head like the prow of a ship, above a massive circular maw lined with rows of house-sized teeth. And at the back of his maw, there was oblivion, a profound darkness, a place whence none would ever return, unless at his whim. The Lord of Hunger could change his form at will, but for the purposes of this lesson, these were the only features he required. Legs to move about, an eye to see, and a mouth to consume. When the 5 heroes engaged him, he introduced some more.
Grasping arms, clawed hands, blades and spears of bone.
Mouths that breathed fire, frost, acid, venom, cutting wind.
Eyes that shot rays of death, of paralysis, of disintegrating heat.
He spawned monsters from his flesh by the legion, and his spawn possessed all of these features and more. But none of these were what they feared. The 5 heroes fought fiercely and with valor, but he could sense their hesitation, their awareness of what would come. When Belskaya landed in front of him, after evading a flurry of claws, his eyes immediately widened as he realized his error. Kral knew it was time. The devourer began to inhale, and as it began there was a stirring of wind, a pull like the tide. The back of his gargantuan throat became the like eye of a whirlwind, the sprout of a horizontally oriented tornado, a vortex of indiscriminate consumption. First came lighter objects, small rocks, clumps of earth and grass. Young trees came next, their weak roots tearing free from the earth. Braga called out to Belskaya over the mounting wind, but it was too late to run. The leader of the 5 heroes had to root himself to the spot and hope he was strong enough. The vortex intensified. Boulders and mighty trees flew past Belskaya. Smaller rocks and debris pelted him in the back. He held the Godbreaker before him, eyes closed, teeth gritted in concentration as he went through the cadence of an old Omeni incantation. The hammer glowed, lending him its power. His feet carved deep furrows in the ground as Kral's vortex dragged him closer and closer to certain death by inches. It would only be a matter of time. But then he felt a flash of tremendous pain. Braga, Dinesti, Vasarab, and Holt struck him at the same time, in the same place, with the same weapon. Fire. These 5 had learned their lessons well. How ironic that the consumptive force of fire should be his bane. He, the all-consumer. Fate was not without a sense of irony. The fire burrowed deep into his flesh. There it festered and sizzled, cauterizing his ability to change form in the place he'd been burnt, delaying regeneration. It also distracted him long enough to make the strength of his vortex waver, and Belskaya seized that moment as his opportunity to escape. He took to the air, the Godbreaker held high, and the stroke of his hammer blasted an enormous arm clean off of Kral's torso. Redmane watched the arm hurtling through the air from the vantage point of the arm itself. Then he realized in a flash that these recollections, all of this knowledge and emotion,
lived in the very arm that had been severed, as if even the tiniest scrap of the body of the Lord of Hunger possessed the totality of his divine being. It made sense, he supposed. How else could a spawn move and act of its own volition, or be imbued with a soul as its pilot? The immense arm landed, cratering the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Redmayne saw the rest of the Devourer's body move on, the battle raging throughout the valley, the 5 heroes pursuing it at supernatural speeds, leaping after it, and landing on its back only to do battle with hordes of fresh spawn and the very flesh they stood upon. The severed arm itself was aware of what was going on. Indeed, Redmayne now understood that he was within this arm, watching the battle unfold from its vantage point. But the blow from that hammer injured more than just the flesh. It struck his mind, his soul. He felt jarred, his connection to himself blurred, and the farther the main mass of Crawl strayed from him, the weaker it became. Until, at last, there was no connection at all. There was only hunger and rage, with no purpose, no cause. He split into 1,000 pieces, attacked himself, devoured himself, over and over. There was no sense of the passage of time, this savage cycle of gathering and separating, coming together and ripping apart, feeling teeth pierce flesh as both the eater and the food. It could have gone on for days or weeks or centuries. Until it halted. A great ripple of power washed over him from somewhere far away, and he slept. It was a troubled sleep. His fractured mind tried to fix itself, to make sense of the broken pieces, but the picture remained incomplete, and so for an age his dreams were chaos. Then something else happened. A small creature, chained to a post in a cell, sank his teeth into divine flesh, and in that moment, a powerful working of magic shattered. In that instant, many things happened all over the land of Volos. One of those things was the awakening of the Lord of Hunger's severed flesh, once cleaved by the power of the Godbreaker, suppressed by the ritual of sealing, awakened anew by astral communion. But still purposeless, still lost, still separated from itself. Now, however, there were other things to devour, so it would spread and grow, cover the land. Redmayne's eyes snapped open. He was back in the chamber of Grandmother Gru, but the grandmother and all of its spawn were no more. The room glowed crimson, and there were streams and arcs of red substance in the air like trails of smoke. Redmayne realized what it was. It was the stuff of the Gru themselves, dissolved and swirling around him. But Gru was a mere name, as was Crawl the Devourer. They were one and the same, and its name in this age would be Redmayne. The moment Redmayne understood what it was, as if it awaited that very moment of recognition, it surged into him. A stream of glowing red struck Redmayne full in the stomach, and his eyes went wide. He felt the power flowing into his body like a river, lifting him off his feet. Pieter fell onto his backside and scooted away, his eyes wide with wonder as he beheld swirling beams of dissolved Gru substance shooting in from the many circular tunnels surrounding the grandmother's chamber, all of them striking Redmayne, their true master, their true self. The streams of power joined with each other and swirled around Redmayne like an immense serpent, gradually growing shorter as it fed itself to him. When it was over, there was a flash of red light and a wave of force that blew outward in a sphere. And then Redmayne fell to the ground, crouched in the spot the grandmother occupied moments ago. Corpus, 22,202. Might plus 2 grace plus 2 fortitude plus 2 evasion plus 20. Pieter leaned forward, fearful
but curious. "My lord, are you all right?"
Redmayne opened his eyes, shifted his gaze to Pieter. Despite his great devotion, the priest of Kral shrank from the force of that stare. "We're ready for the Sphinx," said Redmayne. Chapter 79. The Fangs of Frost. Redmayne returned home to refill his gnosis, and this time he left with plenty. Gnosis, 2508. He also returned Pieter to the custody of Flora, so that she could continue to learn the intricacies of the faction menu, the marketplace, and the sanctuary upgrade system. She became immediately engrossed again. But as Redmayne turned to leave, she caught his wrist. "My lord," she said, smiling up at him, "perchance when this be done, we might spend more time together and recall more of who we were." "I'd prefer if we spent it deciding who we'll be in the present," said Redmayne. Her smile brightened, and she nodded. "Aye, that would be splendid." "Then that's what we'll do." She didn't want to let him go, but after a moment she relented with a sad smile. From Castle Redmayne he returned to the village of Kenvik on the northern shore by jumping into the body of a startled Vang and reabsorbing the bodies of Zorn, Nook, and Thrak as well. Corpus, 25,677. There were some startled objections. The demi-humans had found intact fishing gear and bait, and were trying their luck in the calm waters of a little cove they found near the town. Redmayne assured the demi-human fighters that there would be plenty of fun to come. And since all the boats in Kenvik's harbor had been smashed to splinters by a sea monster, he took wing. That was the last leg of the journey that would be quick. It was a long and laborious flight. For the rest of the night, and well into the following morning, Redmayne battled wild currents of air, struggling to rise above it all and stay at a stable altitude. The trouble was finding one. Abyssal resilience spared him from the worst effects of the bitter cold. The difference in temperature was more interesting than it was uncomfortable. But all the same, the sky above was as turbulent as the dark sea below, and he decided he'd rather not meet those waves face first. So when the stark shoreline of a rocky island came into view at last, Redmayne let out a sigh of relief. He alighted upon a giant finger of stone, white foam spraying up from waves crashing all around it, and surveyed the place he'd come to. You have entered Zone, the Fangs of Frost. Tasks: slay Airless the Veiled. Slay Gale, Icewarg Alpha. Tasks completed, 0/2. Under a slate-gray sky, Redmayne gazed across an expanse of barren ice and stone. He stood upon an outcropping of rock, one of many jutting from the jagged shore of the island, their surfaces hollowed and pitted by erosion. Far in the distance, the outlines of man-made structures broke the irregular landscape. Ruins. Their roofs collapsed, walls broken and crumbled, all of it smothered in snow and silence. The air felt heavy, charged with an unseen presence, as if the whispers of forgotten footsteps still lingered upon the ancient rock. Shadows flickered at the edges of Redmayne's vision as the waves smashed against the reef, a violent rhythm. Yet it pulsed with the heartbeat of something unseen, something waiting, something that watched from beyond the veil. It was time for a test of his new abilities, and Redmayne found himself eager for it. The presence in the air gave him the feeling he was being observed by unseen eyes. It held a stillness, broken by the crash and boom of waves against the rocks. Yet he felt a prickle at the back of his neck, sensing he was not alone. His gaze moved to the side, where shadows seemed to shift. For a moment, he saw a ghostly figure moving among the rocks, watching him. Veiled Cultist Monster. Type: Undead, Spectre. Level 127. Tattered robes hung on its skeletal frame,
the ghostly fabric flowing around its figure. A veil covered its face, obscuring all but two hollow pits of darkness for eyes. Around its neck hung a pendant bearing a symbol Redmayne did not recognize, and in its hands it held two curved swords with finely wrought sphinx heads on their pommels. The spectre moved with purpose, as if it were on an assigned patrol. But before Redmayne could react, the ghost disappeared, blending into the shadows. The air was still again, but the feeling of being watched remained. Marked as prey. Astral Hunter made the veiled cultist reappear to his sight, along with its comrades. They were everywhere, and they were all watching him. From the pack of 10 surrounding him in a semicircle on the shore of the island, to the teams of them waiting for him all the way up the craggy hillside, to what Redmayne now realized were staircases carved into the living rock, ascending to the ruins where the cultists must have dwelled in life. Redmayne did not spook easily, but even so, suddenly perceiving so many hostile apparitions looking right at him, raised the hairs on the back of his neck. Were it not for the gifts of the Sicarius, Redmayne wouldn't have been able to even see them, let alone touch them. How fortunate the Numantians had chosen to come and meddle with this world. The veiled cultists made no move to attack him. They merely encircled his position, waiting for him to make a move, perhaps unaware he could see them. He didn't know how well they moved, but he knew they were outside the reach of his claws. For the moment, anyway. They didn't know he could project force from them. They also didn't know he could do this. Lion's Lunge Gnosis, 2493. He shot forward like a cannonball, swept his claw sideways, and the cutting wave carried the power of the skill with it. It struck the 3 specters directly in front of him, and they came apart like tissue. Wrath, 3. The other 7 vanished and reappeared right on top of him. In an instant, Redmayne found himself dodging 14 blades, striking from every direction, thrusting and slashing at every part of him simultaneously. He tried in vain to evade them all, but even with the substantial evasion bonus so recently gained from his communion with the Gru, it wasn't enough. Their spectral blades found flesh and left cold, burning lacerations all over his body. Corpus, 21,821. Wrath, 10. Stacks of wrath gave him options, but there was precious little time to think. All he knew was that he needed to be faster. Wrath, 5. Evasion plus 50. And with that, dodging 14 ghostly swords became trivial. Redmayne felt a primal thrill at what he'd discovered. He was like one of them. A ghost, for all practical purposes. He didn't even have to break their encirclement. He simply stood among them and let them stab and swing at empty air, moving so fast it defied all reason. It spat in the face of the very laws of nature. Which was only fitting, he supposed. He was both king and god. There was but one master of this world, and it was he, Redmayne. His heart and thoughts raced alongside each other. Never had his focus been sharper, his senses keener, even in his most intense moments. His body moved from one impossible configuration to the next in a blur. Each momentary pose one would have to meticulously arrange to fit in the negative space between 14 blades. Wrath of Redmayne took this inconceivable task and reduced it to the routine steps of a dance he'd known for centuries. His eyes dilated at the sight of the tiniest opening, and he struck down 4 veiled cultists with a swipe of his claw. Wrath, 9. A sword passed overhead, and he ducked it, swept out his leg, and it became a broad, curved blade of bone that sheared the other 3 in half at the waist, and when he set his foot down an instant later, it was a foot once more. Wrath, 12. Redmayne sprinted for the next group. Wrath, 17. And the next one. Wrath,
22. And the next one. Wrath, 28. He leapt from rock to rock, skipping the crude man-made staircase, dispatching veiled cultists with impunity. Each stack of wrath gained was a fresh surge of energy, a little sun growing in his belly, its power and radiance hinting at what Redmayne truly was inside, what he was meant to be, what had been taken from him, and what he would now reclaim with pure, righteous savagery.
The veiled cultists, it seemed, were not unintelligent. After watching him dispatch their comrades in droves, they chose not to engage. When he approached, they faded backward, taking sentry positions at a safe distance around the ruined buildings atop the hill. Wrath, 27. Wrath, 26. The white-hot ball of power in Redmayne's core slowly began to fade in the absence of fresh kills. He searched through the ruins with haste, hopping from the top of one crumbled wall to the next in search of his true foe, while its minions waited and watched. Until the master appeared, earless, the veiled monster. Type undead, specter, level 145. The leader of the Sphinx cult manifested in the ruin of a large building near the center of the complex, a church, perhaps. Its aura chilled the surrounding air. The robes it wore, though tattered, moved with a life of their own, shifting and twisting in the blustery sea wind as if it weren't incorporeal. Its skeletal face was partially visible beneath its veil, with hollow eye sockets that seemed to draw in all light, creating an unsettling void. Except this ghost had 3 hollow eyes instead of 2. The third stood at the center of its forehead, and it seems to have an aura of its own. A heavy pendant hung around its neck, the symbol etched into it pulsing with a faint, eerie glow. In its grip, a staff crowned with a sphinx figure hummed with latent power, and in the other hand, it held a curved sword, of the same sort the veiled cultists wielded. Airless exuded a palpable aura of fear, an invisible force that pressed down on those who dared to approach, making the air as thick with dread as with the cold. Wrath, 25, plus immunity to fear, 30 seconds. The spectre looked up at Redmayne with its 3 hollow eyes. You should not have come here, Lord of Hunger. The Sphinx will not yield her power to you. You will fail. There is no Sphinx, said Redmayne. It is merely a piece of my flesh, twisted and sealed with magic, ignorant of its true nature. Airless's bony fingers tightened around its staff. You know nothing. Tell me, what did Belskaya promise you in exchange for this pointless task? Said Redmayne. Surely he knew these feeble ghosts couldn't stop me. Your centuries of vigil will have been for naught. Hopefully you enjoyed the scenery. Insolence. Redmayne could feel the chilling force of the spectre's displeasure. 5 ghostly flames appeared in the air above it, one after another. Wrath, 0, plus 250. Might, 30 seconds. Lion's Lunge, Gnosis, 2,478. Redmayne shot forward. His claw blasted Airless the Veiled into 5 vertically oriented slivers. 4 cutting waves swept past the spectre and spread, shredding ice and stone and earth alike, blowing apart the back wall of the church and sending chunks of its ancient stone hurtling through the air. The force claw continued on, ultimately carving a chunk out of the hillside and causing an avalanche of stone, snow, and ice which splashed into the sea below, kicking up higher sprays of water than that of the very waves breaking against the shore. The remaining veiled cultists fled. Earless the Veiled. Slain. Tasks completed. 1/2. Level up. Level 109 to level 110. Level 110 to level 111. Level 111 to level 112. Quality points awaiting allocation, 3. Redmane looked down at his claw. For many long moments, he stared at it. The power of wrath fled from him, but even in its absence, he felt mightier than any being standing on this earth. His heart raced. He felt awake. He ought to have realized it sooner. No one could stop him now. Jarrell Craith knelt before the altar of the Nine in his chambers, his head bowed in solemn prayer. To Velthur, celestial sovereign, he prayed for temperance. To Hastia, arrayer of legions, he prayed for the strength to prevail. To Laris, giver of laws, he prayed for discipline and restraint, so that justice could be done truly and not in the heat of emotion. To Sethra, the master of skills, he prayed for clarity of mind and a sure and steady hand. To Sayanti, the first imbued, he prayed for the safety of his loyal men. To Taran, lord of revelry and sport, he prayed for the chance to enjoy another day. To Valathri, lady of agriculture and medicine, he prayed for a swift recovery from his wounds, if he should survive. To Ramtha, lord of craft and commerce, he prayed forgiveness for Messiah Porsenna's greed and its consequences. To Tarquin, lord of the arts, he prayed to hear his favorite Numantian opera again. Then he rose and turned to address the mute, emotionless faces of the dozen gathered Sicari. Sicarius Bellator, first generation imbued, level 300. We go now to apprehend Messiah Porsenna for her blasphemies, he said. And if she should choose not to come peacefully, then we must use force. The Sicari bowed as one. Jarrell tried to match their stoic disposition, but he swallowed hard, his heart pounding silently in his chest. Himself and a dozen Bellators. The best he could do with the resources on hand. If he'd opened the astral bridge to call for reinforcements, it would have cost time and raised the alarm. He didn't know if it would be enough. Chapter 80. Terracon, Governess's Chambers. Messiah Porsenna of Numantia, colonial governess of Terracon, leaned against the balcony rail of her bedchamber to have a look at her domain. She held a half-finished glass of wine negligently in one hand, swishing its contents around, more interested in the sound of her nail tapping the glass than the flavor of the drink it contained. Jarrell Craith was about to come through her door. Truly, she didn't think he had it in him. But as it ever was, junior officials had a tendency to talk themselves into ill-advised courses of action from time to time. She supposed moral outrage would always be en vogue among the young. She could understand it. The universe was an ugly place. An ever-turning wheel of violence and consumption and fornication, lust and pride and envy, anger and heartbreak and misery. There was no such thing as a divine order the way most conceived of it. But try to tell that to a believer, praying to the Nine as if the Nine were anything but talking skills. People like Jarrell Craith didn't like to hear those kinds of things, though. This wasn't about expanding civilization. It wasn't about taming the barbarians. It was about one thing, and only one thing: the extraction of power and resources. Everything else was a formality. The Blight had indeed been a crisis, but out of that crisis emerged what could be the most productive colony in all the Empire, and she, Messiah Porsenna, was its governess. Truly, they should all be celebrating. She would learn the cause of this unprecedented productivity, and perhaps they would even gain the ability to replicate it elsewhere. Messiah's heart fluttered, like a maiden in love, at the commercial and political possibilities of such a discovery. And even if they couldn't, Volos would soon be a name known to all in Numantia nonetheless. Her praetor would be foolish to terminate his soon-to-be illustrious position in such a manner. But he was a fool. There was nothing for it. She'd simply have to appoint fewer fools in the future. Preferably none. Messia heard her door open, a dozen pairs of quiet leather shoes walking on her polished floor with the measured stride of soldiers, then the clack of boot heels behind them all. It could be her imagination, but that last set of footfalls sounded hesitant. She turned around and leaned against the rail, a smirk on her lips as a row of blank-faced Sicarii formed a semicircle around her. Jarrell Craith stepped through their ranks to face her, and she noted with a certain satisfaction that his eyes tightened at the corners when he saw her, and his gaze locked to her eyes. She'd chosen this nightgown for a reason. Lar Tathval would have given his teeth to see her in it. "Are you certain this is what you wish to do?" she said, in a tone as casual as if they had been discussing plans for dinner. Jarrell Craith set his jaw. "You leave me little choice," he said. "Trafficking with an abyss witch alone is an unpardonable sin. Redmayne and his minions must die." "There's no such thing as an unpardonable sin. Not with this much gnosis on the table." She noted the way his eyes flared with righteous anger, despite all his efforts to keep it contained. "You think yourself unbeatable," he said. She smirked again. "I am the definition of unbeatable." The room held its breath. 12 Sicarii stood motionless, their presence a silent wall. Their heartbeats echoed in her keen ears, drums marking the seconds before the inevitable. The 13th drum beat at a higher tempo than the rest, much to her amusement. Messia maintained calm eye contact with Jarrell, a wry smile on her lips, his own pressed flat together to contain his anger, his fear, and uncertainty. But his face gave it all away. She finished her drink and set the glass on the rail. "I appointed you to this role for your steadfastness, and you have not disappointed me," she said. "I even understand why you think all this foolishness is necessary, so I'll give you a chance to step back from the precipice. You can take your hounds and leave my chambers. Wake up tomorrow morning alive and well, and still in my good graces. All shall be forgiven." He actually considered it. She could see a flicker of vacillation in his eyes. Certainly he'd estimated his chances of victory, and found them slim. Jarrell Craith's mouth opened as if to speak, to relent and apologize, torn between righteousness and obedience. Obedience nearly won. His lower lip quivered a bit. Then he shut it tight in a frown. He pointed. "Sicarii, seize her!" And they all moved at once. The Sicarii were on top of Messia faster than the eye could follow, but the governess was faster still. They translocated to her, but she translocated to a point in space beyond her balcony, floating high in the air, and several things happened at the same time. Alia's emerald redoubt, Drusilla's lance. A translucent sphere of green force surrounded Messia's body. A blue circle of symbols appeared in front of that sphere, and it fired a column of incandescent gnosis at the balcony and all its occupants. Anyone watching from afar would see it light up the night, blast all the way through the top level of the governess's tower and out the other side for nearly a mile, sending debris and fine furnishings sailing through the air. 10 of the 12 Sicarii translocated out of the blast zone. 2 were not fast enough, she noted, as she watched them fall toward the city with the ruins of her splendid couch and divan. And Jarrell, of course. He was fast enough. This time. He streaked through the sky at her like a falcon, his Sicarii close behind, glittering star-steel blades in their hands. Tusser's apotheosis. Misha gathered gnosis into herself, enrobed her body and soul in it. She breathed it in and felt it lace itself through every part of her, awakening her, enlightening her. At first it was like an infusion of ice in her veins, like jumping naked into an Arctic lake,
a terrific shock of cold from which there could be no protection. But on the other side of that shock came a communion with power too complete, too profound for a junior like Jarrell Craith to comprehend, let alone try to imitate.
He could only be a praetor. But here, in her city, at the nexus of her power, she became the divine center of the world.
The skill made her mind into a godlike engine of cognition, and her body into a perfect conduit for the channeling of gnosis. It gave her the power to follow the movements of 10 Sicarii and 1 young praetor as they came down on her all at once. Even the most powerful high-level imbued could be defeated by a focused assault from their lessers. In Messia Porcena's opinion, too many arrogant imbued met their end in this way. But not her. Not tonight. Skills became her form and her appendages.
She countered blades with glowing spears and razor-sharp crescents of gnosis. Alia's emerald blade, Ravana's ruinous rain, Zoranon's ray of disintegration, Velavesna's detonation. She soared through the sky, baiting flurries of translocations she then punished with attack. Skills. Skills that detonated in the air like bombs. Skills which swarmed like a hail of daggers. Skills which covered whole swaths of the sky in incandescent death. Far below them in the city, onlookers gawked up at the light show taking place in the night sky. Many wondered at the occasion. Was it a holiday? A master's exhibition? A few, who knew what they were truly seeing, stood frozen with fear. Jarrell Craith and a trio of his cronies circled around her to strike her sphere of force from every side. They met each other in midair, for she was no longer between them.
One Sicarii didn't recover from the collision at all. Too injured was he already, and he fell like a stone to the streets of Terracon far beneath them.
It was too easy to make them get in each other's way. Too easy to slip to the left and right, or up and down, and engage them one at a time, or all at once, with a skill of surpassing firepower. She almost wished she'd brought her glass and decanter. It would be lovely to sit in her emerald redoubt and sip wine, and laugh with scorn while she watched these children try her. The Sicarii moved through the air with precision, attacked with perfect coordination, their artificial minds joined to form a cohesive unit, a group mind. Messia tracked them effortlessly, set traps for their every choice, their every position, her singular mind a symphony of calculations, more than a match for these glorified automatons. When they attacked, she catalogued their vectors and technique choices. When she struck back, she observed the endpoints of their defensive translocations. Setting a trap for them was as simple as baiting mice. 9 remained, but only 6 of those were still fresh enough to fight effectively. Those 6 formed the primary attacking team, with the injured 3 hanging back as auxiliaries. They came at Messia again and again, testing the swiftness of her flight and the resilience of her shield. And despite their best efforts to conceal their patterns from her peerless mind, the patterns emerged anyway. They swarmed at her as one, and she blasted them back with Velavesna's detonation, provoking their translocations. This time she knew precisely where they would translocate to. 9 instances of Alia's emerald lattice appeared in each of those locations, waiting for them. They fried. 3 perished instantly, and the other 3 were now as grievously injured as their comrades. Jarrell Craith couldn't hang back and watch anymore. He struck at her bubble of force with swords, daggers, axes, spears, both held and hurled. His connection to the Godslayer's arsenal gave him the power to call whatever weapon he wished to hand. The training of a praetor demanded no less than mastery with every weapon on the rack, and she'd chosen Jarrell because he was a star pupil. He put on a clinic in swordsmanship for her. His movements were graceful, stately, powerful in their perfectly honed aggression. Jarrell Craith took her through his whole codex of beautiful techniques, one page after another. If he were trying to win her approval, this show would have done even better than the first time. Unfortunately, he was trying to kill her. Under normal circumstances, she would be loath to destroy such an artist. But, to borrow his own words, he left her with little choice. Kantaro's invincible snare. Bands of glowing yellow force appeared in a circular mesh around Jarrell Craith, and then snapped down onto his body, pinning his arms and legs together. Drusilla's lance. The blue circle of symbols reappeared, its edges shimmering with an ethereal glow, and erupted in a torrent of incandescent gnosis, engulfing the body of the helpless praetor. Jarrell Craith fell, his fine uniform charred and tattered, his body trailing smoke. Messia smiled sadly at the sight of him.
But then his eyes snapped open. Mars's baleful transference. The 6 surviving Sicarii glowed red. Their eyes, normally empty and void of all emotion, widened in shock as the skill forcibly drained the vitality from their bodies. They twitched and convulsed, that red glow forming an aura around them all, an aura which then reached out for the plummeting body of Jarrell Craith.
When it touched him, the Sicarii fell from the sky as one, and Jarrell Craith's trajectory through the air changed. It dipped and curved, and then he streaked upward like a comet at his foe. There was a flash as he called 2 swords to hand from the Godslayer's arsenal. The weapons he chose made Messia Porcena's eyes grow wide. The crossed swords. Life Drinker and Soul Stealer. They were twins, forged in some forgotten world discovered at the dawn of Numantian expansion. Curved, single-edged swords whose blades shined like obsidian. Their workmanship was crude by Numantian standards, but the power emanating from within them was undeniable. Glowing sigils decorated the bases of the black blades, red for Life Drinker, blue for Soul Stealer, and the pair radiated an aura of wild, destructive power. It was said that they would indiscriminately drain the corpus and gnosis of their wielder, even to the point of death, and holding the pair of them at the same time amplified the effect tenfold. And if the crossed swords were to claim your life in this way, they would wholly consume you, in both body and soul, leaving nothing behind to mourn or to bury. He should have known what wielding them together would do to him. Why throw his life away? Even as she beheld him soaring up at her, watching his charred face, the gritted teeth, the righteous fury in his bloodshot eyes, she was at a loss to comprehend it. The mind of a zealot was truly a self-destructive thing. Soul Stealer struck her shield, and it shattered into shards of glowing green. Life Drinker swept for her throat, but she swooped away at the last instant and conjured her own slender sword to hand. Playtime was over, clearly. Time to put a rabid dog to sleep. Chapter 81. The Fangs of Frost. From the summit of the ruins on the rocky hill, Redmayne could see out across the rest of the island chain known as the Fangs of Frost. They stretched onward to the north for miles, most of them barren crags like the one he presently stood upon. The dark sea churned around and between them, over a maze of reefs certain to be the demise of any ship foolish enough to find itself in such a place. He felt fortunate to possess wings. To the north, beyond these small islands, Redmayne spied a larger expanse of land blanketed in snow. Its southern edge featured a strip of beach large enough to host a convention of walruses. He could smell them from all the way over here. A few hundred of those would be a good amount of corpus. And he'd eaten worse. But perhaps it would be best to save such a meal for after, or in the event of an emergency. Redmayne took wing and went to battle with the wild currents of the wind again. When he'd reached a fair elevation, he could see farther out across the snowfield, and realized the island ahead was larger than it first seemed.
And there were more of them, to the northeast and northwest, interspersed with more small, craggy islands in the spaces between. His eyes scanned over the snowfield in search of his next batch of foes. He didn't realize he was looking down at a pack of ice wargs until one of them moved. It lifted its head and sniffed the air. Ice warg beast, level 133. Redmayne realized the clumps of white sitting all around it, which a moment ago resembled nothing more than snow-covered boulders, were its packmates. The ice wargs were larger than the varieties of warg he'd yet seen. Now that he knew what they looked like at rest, he thought he'd passed some on his way. Perhaps the one called Gale lay somewhere nearby. Marked as prey. All the nearby islands lit up. There were packs of ice wargs spread throughout the fangs of frost. Perhaps that was how the place earned its name. Redmayne's gaze swept over the islands beneath him. There were a goodly number of ice wargs spread about. He could spend his time searching for their alpha, but a better idea came to mind. He came to an easy landing in the snow, folded his wings in, and howled. All he had to do was stand there and wait. From all around, packs of ice wargs came running in answer to his call. Within minutes, Redmayne found himself encircled by a dozen or more of the beasts, each roughly the size of an ox. They had dark eyes and claws, and coats of snow-white fur, and they regarded him with calm curiosity. Their growling was more cordial than it would have seemed to a non-canine. Then their leader appeared, and the others stood aside for him. Gale, Ice Warg Alpha, beast level 140. Gale stood a head taller than the rest. He towered over Redmayne, but his manner was as placid as the others. Redmayne had the impression that his docile approach was not the result of fear or supernatural coercion, but simply because these beasts were the uncontested lords of this icy land. They felt no fear because there was nothing in their world to fear. The Alpha lowered his head curiously, looking Redmayne up and down, sniffing at him. What is this one? Why does it call to us? I come to slay the Sphinx and claim this land for my own, said Redmayne. One of the ice wargs nearby cocked her head to the side. Sphinx? It's nearby. It lives within an old church or temple. A human dwelling, said Redmayne. Ah, a human dwelling. There are some of those about. Most are old and crumbled. One isn't, but it's sealed shut. No one can get in. Redmayne pointed in a northerly direction. It would be that way. Gale looked in the direction he pointed. Yes, but we do not go there. It has a dangerous aura. When I'm finished, there will be nothing there to avoid. The ice wargs looked around at each other. He wants to kill what's in there? Said one. Can he even get the door open? Said another. The human dwelling would make a fine shelter, an older warg said. If we could just get inside. Redmayne felt these wargs were not only larger, but more intelligent than the other breeds of warg as well. He stood and listened to them engage in a thoughtful discussion with each other about the prospect of sheltering in the Sphinx's lair and the potential benefits and risks thereof. There's something else, said Redmayne. The ice wargs stopped talking and looked at him. He nodded toward Gale. You and I have to fight. The system marked you. If I am to claim this land, I must defeat you. Several wargs lolled their tongues out in an obvious show of mirth. Gale seemed amused as well. You don't look like you'd fight well. You're so small. You'd be surprised, said Redmayne. The Alpha chuffed. You are strange, small one, but so be it. Help us open the human dwelling, and I'll give you a fight. There's something dangerous inside that building, said Redmayne. Then we'll fight that first, and you can fight me after. Redmayne considered it, nodded. We have an accord. It resembled the tomb of Voss, except snow covered this ancient black building instead of vibrant foliage. The structure was also significantly larger. Standing at its massive doors, Redmayne looked up at the building and wondered at its original purpose. Voss, his wayward son from the dawn of this world, existed quite a long time before the 5 heroes and Kral the Devourer. If this was where they housed the Sphinx, it meant that Belskaya and Voss's cooperation went beyond the lending of a special weapon. There may be other things in here. Another abyssal well, at the least. Gale, the Ice Warg Alpha, sat on his haunches next to Redmayne. "The door is sealed by human magics," he said. "Perhaps I can open it." Redmayne climbed the black stone steps before the doors, examined them. They bore the image of Voss, standing guard with his hammer in hand. The God-breaker. Redmayne wondered if the weapon itself would act as a key, a token of recognition. But he'd eaten it. He was the God-breaker now. For lack of any better ideas, Redmayne placed his hand on the sealed doors to find out if the magical seal thereupon would recognize the aura of Voss's favorite toy. He noted that the black stone was surprisingly warm against his palm. It gave the impression that the building itself was like a living thing. And indeed, it responded. It happened when Redmayne was just about to remove his hand. At the last moment, there was a great, deep rumbling as the massive doors began to slide inward, slowly revealing the deep darkness inside. The ears of all the gathered ice wargs perked up. He did it! Remarkable! Interesting sense in there. And it's warm. Gale looked down at Redmayne. What sort of beast is a sphinx? Is it a good fighter? I imagine it will be. The last one was. With that said, he strode into the darkness. As it had in his son's resting place, torches throughout the room sparked to life as soon as he set foot inside, bathing the ancient stone in golden light. Gale and a few other ice wargs came in behind him, looking around at the intricate carvings all over the walls. Redmayne was looking too, for there were scenes on the walls. First, there was a depiction of a star falling from the sky and impacting on what he supposed was this very island, and a tribe of people investigating the crater. And then, another island, with a massive city upon it, surfaced from the depths of the ocean. The tribesmen met with the folk of this strange city. There was an exchange of what appeared to be documents. The newcomers were educating the natives, it seemed. The next scene illustrated the coming of more native peoples, arriving on boats from parts unknown to learn from the folk of the city from beneath the waves. One of them he recognized, as the artist had taken pains to make his appearance stand out from the others. It was Voss. He'd come to learn from these folk. If the next scene was accurate, he became their star pupil. Voss stood at a forge, holding a sword aloft, while his mentors stood at his sides, pleased with their student. But he learned more than the art of smithing. They taught Voss and the others literacy and astronomy. They taught them about agriculture and architecture, how to mark the passage of time by count of days and phases of the moons. Voss sat at the front of every lesson. In one or two of these depictions, he looked angry. The final image on the wall, the presumptive end of the story, was another depiction of Voss standing before the forge. This time, he held aloft the God-breaker. The city from beneath the waves was no longer in the background. Perhaps it had returned to wherever it came from. So Voss learned the ways of civilization from these outsiders, and he took it upon himself to reshape his world afterwards. Redmayne knew the rest of that story. He investigated further, checking from room to room. There were dead interred here, in dark stone sarcophagi. Not many, though. He supposed these few were people of some import. He also found what appeared to be classrooms or lecture halls, and after discovering a staircase leading downward, a great forge as well.
meaning this very building was the place depicted in those scenes above. It was a school, before becoming the final resting place of its students. There was a passage in the back of this room which stood out starkly from the rest. Not a man-made doorway, but a natural fissure in the stone. Redmayne followed it, Gale and 2 ice wargs close behind. The cavern shrank as it descended and curved, becoming almost too cramped for the great beasts to continue on. But just as they were about to begin shoving themselves bodily through the tunnel, it opened out into a wide, high-ceilinged gallery deep beneath the earth. Redmayne's eyes widened. He beheld the seal of the Sphinx. It looked exactly like the seal of the Manticore, a swirling ball of crimson energy, crackling with lightning and pulsing like a beating heart. Pillars of bone, etched with glowing magic runes, encircled the central sphere of power. "It smells like you," said Gale. Redmayne stared at the seal. He was about to expand again. He wondered what he would become this time, what he may learn or understand, presuming he survived. It was difficult to kill a god, but even so, there were states of existence he dearly wished not to return to. Redmayne took a slow breath inward and released it with equal restraint to ease his nerves. For a moment he pondered spawning Vang and his lot, but he decided against it. He had 3 helpers with him already, more than enough. If he needed more help than that, he'd be in trouble. Redmayne glanced at Gale. "Ready?" The Ice Warg Alpha inclined his snout in a nod. He walked into the circle of giant bones, and the air shimmered and distorted around him as he passed, as if it were a membrane briefly stretching and then relaxing. Gale and his packmates followed behind him, the 4 of them approaching the center of the circle and the ball of flickering, flashing energy. Just as it had the first time, the guardian of the seal walked out of nothingness to face them. She was blue, all blue, the skin of her face and human torso, the fur of her 4-legged cat-like body, the feathers of her great wings, and even her tail, which began like that of a forest cat and ended in a tuft of dense, razor-sharp quills. She resembled a union of human, lynx, and owl. Redmayne noted how quiet her paws were on the ground, the peacefulness of her smile, the eerie quality of her eyes. They were pools of black with red points of light for pupils, and she had a 3rd eye upon the center of her forehead. Its eyelid was a vertical slit, which opened to reveal yet another glowing dot of red on black. Destina, the Sphinx monster. Type primordial. Level 150. Chapter 82. The Seal of the Sphinx. The Sphinx approached them, walking on quiet paws, smiling as if she were enjoying a joke no one present would understand. Phantasm. Redmayne noticed a change in the air. A stillness. The red glow of the room subtly changed color, became a shade of violet, and the shadows deepened and played unnaturally against the walls. The Sphinx walked to the left, and another Sphinx walked to the right. A 3rd came forward, and a 4th sat on her haunches in the spot whence they had all diverged. Marked as prey. Astral Hunter wouldn't help him, as it turned out. According to his higher senses, all 4 Sphinxes were the genuine article. Either his skill was reporting true information, or the Sphinx's skill was powerful enough to confound his own. Gale and his 2 Ice Warg comrades circled out to the left and right, following the movements of her duplicates, their heads held low and their teeth bared, growling. Redmayne kept his eyes on the one who remained still, and she smiled back at him. Riddle. An hourglass appeared in the air above her head and turned over. I am the timeless cycle, where opposites hold sway. One ushers in the dawn, the other bids it away. In my constant rhythm, light and darkness play.
marking time in a celestial ballet. What am I? Her lips did not move. He heard the riddle inside his mind, spoken in her voice. Redmayne glanced at the hourglass. What would happen when it turned over?
He decided he'd rather not find out.
The Sphinx, meanwhile, made no move to attack him. In his peripheral vision he could see her copies, if indeed that was what they were, holding the attention of the ice wargs, circling slowly at a speed matching theirs, answering their threatening posture with an air of smug serenity. A timeless cycle, the dawn and its absence, light and darkness, a celestial ballet. Night and day, said Redmayne. The Sphinx smiled, and the hourglass above her head broke apart before vanishing. For a moment, Redmayne thought this was going to be the most cordial battle he'd ever fought. But then a ray of glowing blue shot from the Sphinx's third eye without warning, and he slipped to the side of it with less than a heartbeat to spare before it would have pierced him right between the eyes. The other three Sphinxes used the same attack, and not all of their targets were so quick as he was. Her eye beam caught one of Gale's comrades in the chest, and in an instant, the ice warg became a stone statue. Redmayne's eyes widened, his pulse quickened. Would abyssal resilience protect him from such a fate? Again, he found he'd prefer not to wager on it. He set his eyes on the seated Sphinx and lunged with as much speed as his muscles would give him. Lion's Lunge Gnosis, 2448. His claw met the Sphinx's unmoving head, her mysterious smile. Then it was gone. She'd moved a few paces backward instantly. Redmayne's swing suddenly felt like the clumsy blow of a drunkard who hadn't judged the distance properly. Lion's Lunge permitted 3 follow-up attacks, and he took them all. Once, twice, 3 times, she shifted around the room, always just out of his reach. He growled. 2 could play at that. Flicker Gnosis, 2398. He'd just have to wait for her to go on the offensive. Riddle. Another hourglass appeared above the head of the Sphinx and turned over. I am a game of life and death, a cycle in nature's play. One hunts to survive, the other flees away. In this eternal chase, both roles I portray, in this primeval, everlasting fray. What am I? To Redmayne's sides, the fight carried on. The frigid air crackled with Gale's rage as he opened his jaws and blasted the Sphinx with a cone of frost, which she leapt over without so much as a change in facial expression. On her way by, she flicked her tail casually, and a dozen of her razor-sharp quills shot from it and struck deep into Gale's flank, making the alpha snarl and whirl around to face her when she landed. He looked badly hurt. But Redmayne had to focus. The sands of the hourglass would fall whether or not he answered the riddle. A game of life and death. A cycle, hunting and fleeing, both roles in an eternal chase. Predator and prey, said Redmayne. The hourglass burst and disappeared, and the Sphinx smiled. This time, all 4 of them turned their third eye toward him and shot bright blue rays of petrification. Flicker discharged when the first touched him, and the skill translocated him behind the Sphinx, engaged with Gale. Instinct pulled at his arm, but he had to be smarter. None of his attacks were landing. He had to break the phantasm, which he presumed was the source of her confounding agility. They may not be attacking her at all, simply projections of her. They may not have seen the true Sphinx yet, even. Perhaps one was real, and the others were fake. If this were the case, they would have to locate the real one. With something one could not avoid. The beast liberated Gnosis, 2348. Redmayne felt a surge of savage power fly out of his body. The beast within, imbued by Gnosis with volition of its own. It jumped into the body of the Sphinx who had injured Gale to tear it asunder from the inside. The Sphinx burst like a bubble in a bloodless explosion.
He felt the beast's frustration as it shot back into his body, unsatisfied. It was a fake. But the quills sticking out of Gale, the dark blood staining his fur, and the pained snarl on his face all looked quite real. Redmayne turned to center his gaze on the next target. But now there were 6 of them. Flicker Gnosis, 2298. He used the skill in the nick of time, nearly too late to be skewered by a confluence of 6 blue rays promising an eternity in stone. The ice wargs leapt away from the aftermath of it, the paths of the beams momentarily threatening the whole arena. Flicker Gnosis, 2248. Just in case, he readied another. This was getting frustrating.
The Sphinx remained completely unharmed, whereas he was down 1 ice warg. And while Gale didn't appear to be critically injured, he wasn't happy either. Redmayne hadn't yet been hurt, but that gaze attack might as well have been the touch of death. And he was quite certain he did not want to know what happened when the sands of Riddle's hourglass ran out.
6 sphinxes pounced after them, swiping with the claws of a lynx, shooting quills from their tails, sweeping out their silent owl wings to sail over the arena and fire rays of petrification down at Redmayne, Gale, and his one remaining packmate, who wasn't petrified. Now they were all on the defensive, their attention devoted to nothing but evasion. The real Sphinx was somewhere in here. She had to be. The roiling ball of power in the center of this arena was real enough. So too should its guardian be physically present. He hoped. Riddle again, the hourglass appeared and turned. I am the tale of greed's display. From bountiful harvests my appetites outweighed. From excess born waste finds its way, to rot prosperity and plenty all away. What am I? This time the aggression didn't stop. A sphinx swooped down on him with her forepaws and a tail swipe, and Redmayne slid to the right, countering with an overhand claw that raked down the left side of her body. She vanished. Greed. 2 sphinxes turned and shot quills at him with identical flicks of their tails, and he leapt straight up to let the cloud of spear-like projectiles sweep through the space his body occupied a heartbeat ago. Bounty. Appetites outweighed. 3 sphinxes appeared in front of him and flanking him, his position the center of an equilateral triangle. Their eye rays struck each other as he dropped to the ground on his face, growled, and hosed 2 of them down with flame breath when he could rise to a crouch. Gnosis, 2223, excess, waste, and rot. The previous 2 answers were a pair of opposites which rhymed, night and day, predator and prey. He saw Gale leaping to the defense of the last ice warg as 2 sphinxes bore down on her with rays and quills. The alpha shoulder-rammed his packmate away from the first, but the second caught her full on the face, and she went down. He had to figure this riddle out. The sands kept flowing. Greed, bounty, excess, rot. An answer that rhymed with night and day, predator and prey. Redmayne dove backward as another trio of sphinxes pounced at him from all sides, and his lip curled in a growl, revealing his canines. He roared in frustration, and this time he gave it his all. Roar of the Beast Lord Gnosis, 2193. In an instant, everything changed. The swirling shadows on the walls went still. The violet tinge became crimson again. Gale and all the sphinxes cried out in pain, their eyes tightly shut, teeth gritted.
There was a momentary flicker, barely longer than the blink of an eye, during which all the sphinxes in the room became jagged projections, and one appeared. The real sphinx sat at the very edge of the arena, her 4 legs curled under her in the manner of a cat relaxing. She winced in pain, like all her phantasmal duplicates, having hidden herself by the power of the skills she employed to form her zone of illusion. The distortion lingered a moment longer, and then the true sphinx returned to invisibility, and her fakes returned to their normal forms. But he'd seen her.
Sphinxes came at him and Gale, and he fought back. But this time he casually worked his way in that direction as he dodged and countered, ducked and lunged, struck phantasmal sphinxes out of existence with the sweep of his claws, with a diving bite, with limbs that could flow into the form of any weapon he chose.
He wanted to signal to Gale somehow, but he didn't want to risk revealing what he knew. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a group of sphinxes converge on him, one threatening him with claws to the face, a quartet in the back showering his flanks with quills. This time Gale's back legs gave out, and he fell to the ground, growling his defiance even as they all closed in on him. And the hourglass kept going. Perhaps he could be the one to provide her with a surprise this time. There were shadows all over the ground and the walls. He stepped into one, skirting the surface before the deep plunge into the abyss. Here he could walk to another shadow nearby and step out of it as if it were a door. And there just so happened to be one beside the place he'd seen the true sphinx. As he moved toward it, his mind felt clearer. The effect of the abyss, perhaps, or simply the clarity which came from solving a problem. One solution often led right to the next one. Greed and excess, waste and rot, night and day, predator and prey. Redmayne slid out of the shadow and grasped an invisible pair of shoulders. He grinned. Abundance and decay. The hourglass shattered, and a smiling sphinx appeared in his hands. Redmayne expected her to look at least a little surprised, but she didn't. Her fingers, soft as petals, traced the outline of his cheek. She looked deep into his eyes, in the way of someone so profoundly in love they recognized their own soul in the eyes of their counterpart. Riddle. The hourglass appeared and turned. A shadow in the heart, a whisper that rings true. Born from slights and bitter ends, I linger close to you. In the cycle of retribution, my path you will pursue. When you have consumed me, then I shall consume you. What am I? Redmayne froze, and not from petrification. He too gazed deep into her 3 eyes, those pits of abyssal black with points of glowing red for pupils. Those were his eyes. This was his mind. They had taken these things from him, and now that he stood to reclaim them, the answer to the riddle appeared in his mind. It was obvious. It was something he thought of often, daily, and not just recently, throughout all the life he remembered. Revenge. The hourglass broke, and again the Sphinx smiled. And she continued to smile, even at the sickening crunch and tear of her throat being torn out by Redmayne's jaws, and the wet gurgle of air escaping her open windpipe, mixed with the blood flowing down her chest in a curtain of glistening red. As Redmayne feasted, her smile never wavered. Level up! Chapter 83. The Seal of the Sphinx. Redmayne ate his fill of the flesh of the Sphinx, his eyes closed, absorbed in his meal. Corpus, 28,826. And when his eyes opened, they were pools of black with points of red light for pupils. Level up! Level 112 to 113. Level 113 to 114. Level 114 to 115. Level 115 to 116. Quality points awaiting allocation: 4. Grace, 63 to 65. Fortitude, 62 to 64. Monster skills learned: Phantasm. Bloodline skill: Monstrous. Rank 1. Evolution possible. Sustained: 100 gnosis per 30 seconds. The monster captures the minds of creatures around it, bringing them into a false sensory reality. The targets of this skill believe the phantasmal images are real. An illusory dagger will cut them, an imaginary garrote can strangle them, a phantom gate will block them. If they fall under the effect of this skill, illusionary sources of damage truly inflict damage upon the creature. The damage a monster may inflict in this way is limited to what it could naturally inflict with its own skills and natural weapons, regardless of what the attack looks like to the affected creature. This skill does not function automatically upon creatures of equal or higher level than the monster. If the targeted creature possesses a quality such as willpower, focus, or cunning, they have a chance to resist being fooled by the illusion. If the concentration of the monster is broken even momentarily, any creature may see through the illusion, regardless of level. Ray of Petrification. Bloodline skill: Monstrous. Rank 1. Evolution possible. Active: 30 gnosis. The monster's baleful gaze can turn a living creature to stone. The gaze attack has the following weapon profile: Petrification Ray, 30 gnosis per use. Damage plus 0. Evasion negation, 20. Fast 10. Might. Damage. Petrified. Grace. Damage. Petrified. The petrified condition transfigures creatures into mindless, inert statues, along with all items in their physical possession. If the statue resulting from this skill is broken or damaged, the subject, if ever returned to its original state, will have similar damage or deformities. The petrified creature is not dead, but is unconscious, and will remain in this state for as long as the condition is upon them, even well after their natural lifespan. Should the condition be removed by a skill or the application of an alchemical remedy, the petrified creature will return to consciousness with no awareness of how much time has passed. Sight beyond sight. Bloodline skill: Monstrous. Rank 0. Evolution possible. Passive. The monster possesses a third eye upon its brow, which can see beyond the dimensions of the physical world. Rank 0. In its nascent state, the monster has no control over what the third eye sees or when. Sometimes it may pierce illusions, see into different planes of existence, detect a liar, reveal the true form of an object or creature, or even glimpse the past or the future. The monster may also have prophetic dreams. Redmayne reread the last one. He touched his forehead. There was a vertical slit there. An eyelid. When he opened his third eye, the room violently whirled around him. There was a sense of movement. Travel. Even though he didn't seem to travel anywhere physical. The carcasses of the ice wargs were gone, but he remained in this cavern. There stood one of the 5 heroes. Redmayne remembered him from the vision he had at the Gru burrow in Morazan Valley. This was Dinesti, the one adept with magic, with the ever-peaceful demeanor. He wore robes and a slender thrusting sword belted at his waist, and he was overseeing the construction of the circle which would contain this fragment of Kral the Devourer's essence. For days and nights they prepared, tirelessly, their stamina enhanced by some old working of magic. This was a time before Numantia, before skills. When it was done, the man smiled and produced a small but securely locked chest. He drew a long, slender dagger from a sheath at his waist,
still smiling. The man stabbed his own eye socket, and when he pulled the weapon out, his skewered eyeball came with it. Then he opened the chest, and the mote of searing crimson power contained within it flared to life. It leapt onto the severed eyeball as if it were famished, ravenous for flesh to consume, and the caster threw the conjoined mass into the circle. It flared again, brightly, angrily. But it could no longer escape the circle. Until now. He was back in the present. Gale and his packmate lay motionless on the floor. The other warg was a stone statue. Perhaps the Sphinx was using her phantasm as cover for real rays of petrification. And in the center of the circle, a pulsing, glowing ball of power flared, as if beckoning to him. Redmayne rose from his crouch and approached it. The protective force field surrounding it was no longer there. His touch was unimpeded. It seemed to compel him to get closer, and the closer he got, the more he felt like the rhythm of its pulse mirrored the beating of his heart. As before, the moment his finger touched it, fire engulfed his soul. Again he sensed his incompleteness, that he was but a portion of a vast power, cleaved from itself and confined, yearning to come together as one again. The fire was its fury. Redmayne grasped the power before him, allowing it to surge into his being, and in that moment, a tiny lock disintegrated within a molten furnace. Then the flames enveloped him entirely. It was a profound, transformative pain. Might plus 20 grace plus 20 fortitude plus 20 armor plus 10 evasion plus 10. Skill evolved. Devourer bloodline. Skill monstrous. Rank 2. Evolution possible. Passive. Rank 0. The monster derives sustenance from anything, and its digestion produces no waste. Its teeth and jaws can chew through most substances with sustained effort. The monster's consumption of flesh restores its corpus, and consumption of magic restores its gnosis. All caps for corpus and gnosis, regardless of source, are removed. The consumption of refined metals will permanently increase the monster's armor and the damage of its physical natural weapons, such as claws, bite, horns, talons, or spines. Damage and armor gains are proportionate to the quantity and purity of metals consumed. When the monster consumes the flesh of a creature possessing a skill, it will adopt that skill as its own at rank 1. If the creature possesses multiple skills, the monster will acquire that creature's highest ranked skill. If the creature possesses more than one skill tied for highest rank, the monster acquires them all. Skills obtained in this way increase in rank by whatever process the monster gains in power, if any. When the monster consumes weapons and armor with special qualities, it may allocate those qualities to its physical, natural weapons, such as claws, bite, horns, talons, or spines, if it possesses any. Armor qualities may be allocated as long as the monster possesses a natural armor bonus. If the damage and armor penetration values of a consumed weapon are higher than that of the monster's natural weapons, the natural weapons will gain the difference between the two as a permanent bonus. The monster may also consume talismans and vestments, thereby inheriting whatever bonuses or special qualities they conferred while worn. Rank 1. The monster consumes the souls of sapient beings it has eaten. The souls of consumed beings take residence in the monster's soul space, and may speak to and hear one another, and the monster, as if all were physically present. If the monster no longer wishes to speak or listen to souls occupying its soul space, it can block communication from them at any time. If the monster possesses a skill capable of creating a minion, it may imbue the minion with the soul of a being previously consumed by Devourer. The soul retains the ability to use all its skills, provided the form it occupies possesses sufficient gnosis to use them. If the minion in question is slain or dismissed by the monster, the soul returns immediately to the monster's soul space. At any time, the monster may destroy the soul of a being it has consumed, granting it a sum of gnosis proportionate to the strength of the soul in question. Rank 2. The monster's mouth becomes a vortex of indiscriminate consumption. This ability functions as the opposite of a breath weapon. A conical area centered on the monster's mouth functions as a vortex, drawing in any objects within its range. Upon ingestion, these objects will bestow upon the monster any benefits they would confer if they were eaten normally. The monster's soul space serves as a repository for consumed souls, per the norm, although the vortex has no effect on incorporeal creatures. The vortex has an effective might score equal to the monster's for the purpose of determining its ability to pull heavy objects in. The size of the cone will increase as rank increases. His feet touched the ground, and Redmayne realized he'd been floating in the air, physically drawn to the source of his severed essence. He felt the new power in his form, the sharpness of his senses. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, grounding himself in the present, air flowing into his lungs, into muscles freshly charged with strength. A sense of greater self-awareness came with the power, clearing some of the fog from his mind. Redmayne was something new, the supreme soul of this world, its champion, the end point of all it had been through. And the timing of his emergence was no accident. His world was under threat. Forces from without threatened its very existence. He did not understand why their own god, the system, would set him into motion. Surely it knew what he would do, which side he would take. But perhaps its game was as yet unclear to him. Redmayne had to learn more. A stirring distracted him. He glanced down, saw Gale struggling to lift his head. "You're alive." Redmayne nodded. "You look different." "Indeed. I've done what I came to do. Your pack can use this space now. It's safe." The Ice Warg Alpha put his head back down and closed his eyes as if he were merely taking a nap. "Our lives were well spent then. Do you wish to live on?" Gale opened an eye, canted his head curiously. "Serve me. There is an evil force in this land. It comes to consume all in its path, leaving nothing behind. It will arrive here, and when it does, it will destroy your pack along with everything else." Gale stared at Redmayne, looking weary, wearing an expression that asked, "Haven't I done enough?" Redmayne fixed him with a steady stare. Eventually, Gale put his head back down on the ground with a huff. "Very well. I am old, but I can still fight." Redmayne held out his hand, and a mouth sprouted upon its palm. It inhaled deeply, and a whirling vortex began to form in the air. Gale opened his eyes again, confused and a bit alarmed, the wind first pulling at his hair and then dragging him bodily across the ground. Then, abruptly, the body of the Ice Warg Alpha shot into the vortex. "That was interesting," he said, from soul space. Gale, Ice Warg Alpha. Slain. Tasks completed. 2/2. Zone tasks completed. Zone, the Fangs of Frost, has been cleared. Level 116 to level 117. Level 117 to level 118. Quality points awaiting allocation? 2. The Fangs of Frost will be integrated into the domain of House Redmayne. Might, 85 to 86. Fortitude, 84 to 85. It was time to call a gathering. He had to explain this to them all. For the imbued, it would be a difficult thing to accept, and he didn't have evidence to present them. The old crone was gone, and he had no means of calling to her.
but he had to convince them of the reality of the situation.
Lartathval awoke to a thunderous explosion. His eyes snapped open, and he flew out of bed, ran to his bedroom window, and swept aside the drapes. The Descentus did so just in time to see Drusilla's lance blast a hole through the top of the governess's tower. And the only magister here whose skills hit that hard was the governess herself. Which meant, what's going on? It was one of the courtesans lying in his bed. She stirred, opened her eyes a sliver, and reached for him.
"Go back to sleep, it's nothing," he said, though his tone wasn't as convincing as he'd have liked. She mumbled something and lay her head on the ample chest of the girl lying beside her. Lar stared out at the aerial battle taking place above the city, transfixed by it. Jarrell Craith had gone and done the most foolish thing he'd ever done in his life. Unless he'd found some way to even the playing field. If that were the case, he should leave Terracon. Now. Chapter 84. Terracon. Skyline. People had always praised Jarrell Craith for his restraint. Even when he was a boy, he waited his turn to speak. He paid careful, quiet attention to his teachers. He abided by the rules. Early on, perhaps before he could even speak, he became aware of the difference between the way things were and the way they ought to be. And that bothered him. He didn't approve of disruptive children, the ones who made the instructor stop the lesson to deal with them. Little Jarrell Craith would glare quietly, frustrated at the lack of efficiency of it. He felt it was a theft of his time. His disapproval of the ones who stood out began early. It was no different in the academy. Again and again, Jarrell Craith collected compliments and commendations for being cool under fire, for possessing unshakable focus, for the ability to stay calm and de-escalate a tense situation, for maintaining his composure and following orders precisely no matter the situation. None of those people would recognize him tonight. He laughed into the wind. His face was burnt, his robes were in ruin, and he was engaging his own superior in a battle to the death. Holding Life Drinker and Soul Stealer, Jarrell Craith shot at the governess like a cannonball, a blur of slashing death. The blades in his hands drinking deep of his own vitality, lending him speed and power at the cost of everything, perhaps. But he didn't care anymore. At the very least, it was gratifying to see the smugness wiped from Messia Porcena's expression. Her sword was forged of a fine grade of star steel, as befitted someone of her status. It was longer than Life Drinker or Soul Stealer, straight and double-edged, coming to a tapering point that flashed in the moonlight when it darted past his guard. But her strikes, though quick and accurate, were non-committal. They were distractions. Her blade wove through a dizzying defensive pattern in the meantime, a challenge even for his enhanced perception and speed. Corpus, 55,464, Gnosis, 12,301. She was stalling, placing her bet on Life Drinker and Soul Stealer to win the battle for her. If he failed to overpower her in time, he would be utterly drained. Life Drinker and Soul Stealer hungered for everything, for all of it, for her life force and for his. The blades guided his hands, well trained as they were, lending untold eons of malice to his every movement. They were hateful things, these weapons, no doubt created in anger by some ancient god bent on destruction. Even as they helped Jarrell, they were killing him, extracting their heavy price from his body and soul. The moment he let go of these things, he would feel quite weak, which meant he couldn't let go, not until it was done. And if he should have no more life left of his own, he would still have bested a traitor and a blasphemer. A fine trade. Messia evaded flurry after flurry, soaring away from them,
making him chase her across the evening sky. Only now she did not harry his pursuit with skills, no doubt knowing that Soul Stealer's touch could consume them. As he charged, she turned, the point of her sword striking like the stinger of a scorpion, straight and true, forcing him to abort and deflect or evade, and by the time he chose, she'd escaped again. And again. And again. With a trace of that mocking smile on her lips.
Corpus, 40,023. Gnosis, 9,882. Her tactics were working. A cold knot of fear began to form in his stomach. Perhaps recklessness was the wrong course. Perhaps he had doomed himself. Foolishness. Jarrell's eyes widened. He looked down at the blades in his hands. "Thou art still holding back," said Life Drinker. "Thou art playing her game," said Soul Stealer. Life Drinker pulsed with a dark energy. "She exploits thy hesitation," it whispered. "Every moment thou delayest, she grows bolder. Release thy fear, and let us guide thee." Soul Stealer thrummed in agreement. "You cling to restraint, even now. She sees it, uses it against you. Abandon the chains of thy past. Embrace the power we offer." "You are more than you believe," Life Drinker urged. "More than Numantia's perfect soldier. There are many of those, and but one of you. You are a force of nature, unbound by their rules." "Let go of doubt," Soul Stealer insisted. "Let go of the need to be recognized by those who never understood thee. Thou art beyond them now. We can end this. Trust in us. There is a storm within thee, Jarrell Craith. Unleash it." Jarrell felt a surge coursing through him, a thrum of power emanating from Life Drinker and Soul Stealer. His grip on the hilts tightened, and he sensed the ancient malice within the weapons aligning with his own resolve. The boundaries of his own strength expanded, the limitations he had known dissolving in the wake of their dark promise. "Decide now," said Life Drinker. "Decide to win," said Soul Stealer.